Qing'an, having achieved invincibility through a path of slaughter, grew weary of the incessant bloodshed and yearned for a tranquil life. Thus, he departed from the demon realm, concealing his identity as the demon emperor, and united with the woman he cherished to become partners in the Tao. A millennium passed, and he was blessed with 2 daughters and a son, living in blissful harmony. Even with the existence of a divorce system that promised a million-fold cultivation boost upon separation from his wife, he remained unfazed. In his own words, he was already invincible. What use was 100 million times more strength? He continued to secretly assist his wife in her cultivation, helping her ascend to the status of Empress. Yet, upon her coronation, she publicly chose to sever their bond. Moreover, she took half of his cultivation away. Witnessing the resolute expression on his wife's face as she pursued greater power, he acquiesced to her decision. Accepting the return of his million-fold cultivation, he returned to the demon realm with their 2 daughters, dedicating himself to their upbringing. In just a few years, he molded them into empresses. On the day of their ascension, a disheveled woman appeared before him. Chapter 1. The Divorce System. Host, do you have thoughts of divorce today? The million-fold cultivation return still stands in a quaint hall within the immortal ruins of the Qing'an continent. Qing'an was carving a piece of wood with a sculptor's knife. He paid no heed to the system's daily inquiry, his hands continuing their work. His little cotton-padded jacket would celebrate her 5th birthday tomorrow, and he was crafting a heartfelt handmade gift for her. If you divorce, your wife may take half of your cultivation, but you will receive a million-fold return of what you lose. That wouldn't it be enticing to have the power to crush any foe with a mere thought? System, you're quite tiresome today. I am already invincible in this world and have no desire to kill recklessly again. What difference does a million-fold increase make? He had initially taken the path of slaughter to prove his worth, but the excessive killings had rendered him brutal. Now, having spent considerable time cleansing the anger from his heart, he cherished the simplicity of ordinary life. His love for his wife was profound. After a millennium of marriage, they had shared countless experiences filled with love and respect for one another. Even though he had always concealed his identity as the demon emperor and portrayed himself as significantly weaker than her, his wife, now nearing the threshold of the Empress realm, had never looked down upon him for his perceived weakness. Such a bond was indeed rare. Besides, they had 3 children together. What would happen to them if they were to divorce? They say that the invincible in the lower realms face challenges from the upper realms. Are you not concerned that one day a formidable enemy may emerge from above? And while you may not fear it, I do. If you were to perish, I cannot survive either. Should an enemy from the upper realms come, I will consider divorce then. The system fell silent. If only the host had been confronted with such notions before achieving invincibility, perhaps matters would have been different at that moment. Qing'an heard a familiar tinkling sound, causing him to pause his work and smile affectionately. He looked up to see a little girl with her hair styled in a bun, running towards him. "Daddy, Meow Meow has come to play with you." Qing'an scooped her up, twirling her in his arms. "Has my little cotton-padded jacket awakened?" "Yes." "Daddy, what are you doing?" "I'm making you a gift." "What kind of gift? Can I eat it?" "You can't eat it, but it's quite fun." "Okay." "Daddy, there's something I want to tell you in secret, but you mustn't tell Mommy. Because Mommy said I mustn't tell you, or she won't let me have any pastries." "Since your mother said not to tell me, why would you say it? Aren't you worried about not getting the pastries you desire?" Qing'an lightly tapped his daughter's nose. "But I don't want to hide it from you. Meow Meow loves Daddy the most." No wonder you are my favorite Meow Meow. But you promised your mother, and you must keep your word. You must be an honest and trustworthy child. But Mommy asked me, if you 2 were to separate, who I would choose. I don't want you 2 to separate." Meow Meow pouted. "Did your mother really say that?" The news struck him unexpectedly. "Yes. Just now I had a nightmare. In it, Mommy and Daddy were separating." "Boo-hoo. I don't want you to separate." Meow Meow clung tightly to Qing'an's neck, her little lips quivering with tears. Qing'an's heart sank. How could this child know about separation? And why would his wife pose such questions to their child? Gently, he looked at his daughter. "Meow Meow, what else did your mother say?" "Mommy also said that my second brother has already chosen to stay with her. He loves me so much, but if I choose Daddy, I won't see him anymore." "Boo-hoo. I don't want to be without my second brother." Meow Meow cried out, her face crumpled in distress. Qing'an furrowed his brow, realizing that his son had indeed looked at him differently the last time they met. Did the children know something that he was oblivious to? "Meow Meow, did your mother tell you why we would separate?" Meow Meow shook her head. It seemed he needed to inquire further himself. Meow meow. Mommy is just joking with you. Don't cry. Daddy and Mommy will not separate. He sought to reassure her, believing it might be a misunderstanding. Everything seemed fine. Perhaps his wife was simply feeling pressured as she approached the Empress realm. Was she joking with their little girl? Just as he prepared to find his wife, another figure appeared at the hall's entrance. A girl, around 14 or 15 years old, donned a graceful purple dress, exuding an air of elegance beyond her years. It was none other than Lu Qing'an's eldest daughter, Lu Zixuan. At that moment, Lu Zixuan hesitated in her steps, her face reflecting uncertainty, unable to take that final step forward. Zixuan, do you need something from Daddy? Daddy, there's something I want to confess to you. Lu Zixuan bit her lip, stepping into the hall. She walked awkwardly, deliberately avoiding the joints of the bricks on the ground, as if stepping on those seams would cost her a chunk of flesh. What is it? Lu Zixuan stammered. Daddy, Mommy recently asked me if you two were destined to separate, whom I would choose. Daddy, are you and Mommy fighting? Lu Qing'an fell silent. There was no fight. Everything was as usual. What else did your mother say? She also mentioned that my second brother had made his choice to stay with Mommy. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an's heart grew heavier still. Zixuan, Daddy and Mommy are not fighting. Perhaps Mommy was just joking with you. He tried to maintain a calm demeanor, forcing a dignified smile. Really? Lu Zixuan asked bitterly, her expression showing she was no longer a child. Indeed. Please keep an eye on your sister for me. I have something to discuss with your mother. I in the Lu residence at the back mountain. Lu Qing'an entered a cultivation room and spotted his wife, Su Qingying, holding a communication jade slip, seemingly in conversation. With someone, darling. Hubby, is there something you need? Su Qingying was startled by Lu Qing'an's sudden appearance, discreetly putting away the communication jade slip. For years, this had been the case. Although her cultivation was vastly superior to his, she often failed to notice his quiet approach, having been startled numerous times. Darling, who were you communicating with? My master, reporting on my cultivation progress. Upon seeing his wife's evasive gaze, Lu Qing'an understood that she was concealing something. She could not meet his eyes when she lied. Was it a man? Was he being cuckolded? Yet, recently, he had not encountered any men around his wife. With his abilities, he would have noticed. Darling, did you ask the children whom they would choose if we were to separate? He directly confronted the issue. Su Qing'ing subtly furrowed her brow. Yet it seemed she had anticipated this moment, a look of conflict gracing her exquisite visage, rendering her momentarily speechless. Noticing the predicament reflected in his wife's expression, Lu Qing'an reassured her, My beloved, there is no need for you to conceal anything from me. As husband and wife, we can face any challenge together. The sole secret he withheld from her was his identity from the demon realm, for those in the immortal ruins held an intense hatred for individuals from his world. Should his identity be revealed, he would be relentlessly hunted, and he had grown weary of ceaseless bloodshed. His silence was not born of distrust, but rather a desire to spare her the burden of anxiety. He was confident that no one would uncover his origins. Seeing his wife still at a loss for words, a flicker of concealed crimson light flashed in Lu Qing'an's eyes as he cast a glance at Su Qingying. His cultivation far surpassed hers, and even if he were to employ his powers against her, the yet-to-reach imperial realm, Su Qingying would remain oblivious to it. It is not that someone has taken possession of her, he mused, having briefly suspected that his wife might have been overtaken by an external force. Yet, the stability of her soul indicated that it had not altered. Su Qingying clenched her fists and exhaled deeply, as if summoning all her strength to arrive at a resolution. My dear husband, let's part ways. Chapter 2. Public separation. Upon hearing the words, Lu Qing'an's heart momentarily slowed. In the next instant, he was taken aback as a sudden burst of golden light enveloped his wife, and the air around her resonated with ethereal sounds. She was on the verge of breaking through to the imperial realm. Su Qingying herself had not anticipated reaching this pivotal moment during such a time. My dear, I urgently need to break through. Let us discuss our matters later. During my breakthrough, many will come. Please take good care of the children. Lu Qing'an steadied himself and nodded gently. Su Qingying's figure flickered and soared toward the peak of the back mountain. As she reached the summit, extraordinary phenomena manifested in the sky. Illusory dragons and phoenixes danced across the heavens. This sudden occurrence instantly captured the attention of all powers within the immortal ruins. Numerous formidable beings rushed toward the Lu residence. The first to arrive were his 3 children. Father, is mother about to break through? Lu Zixuan inquired with excitement. Lu Qing'an nodded. He turned to his second son, Lu Zhengran, who quickly lowered his head, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. as if burdened by a guilty conscience. Lu Qing'an sighed inwardly. It seemed he had been too strict in his parenting. It appeared that all fathers and sons grappled with such issues. It was only natural for the boy to be closer to his mother. If this misunderstanding were indeed the case, he would have to adjust his demeanor towards his son in the future. Not long after the children arrived, another figure appeared. A stunning woman with flowing white hair, ageless in appearance yet exuding a mature aura, descended from the sky. She was Lin Qingxue, Su Qingying's mentor. Lin Qingxue cast a satisfied glance at the mountain peak before turning her gaze downward. Upon seeing Lu Qing'an, her eyes betrayed disdain and loathing. "Senior," Lu Qing'an greeted. Lin Qingxue appeared to ignore his salutation, treating him as though he were invisible. Soon after, a man and a woman arrived. The man was Su Xuanyu, Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law, while the woman was Su Qingying's younger sister, Su Yuni, whose enchanting almond eyes sparkled with tears, her long hair billowing gracefully, exuding an air of gentleness. "Senior." Su Yuni bowed respectfully to Lin Qingxue. After receiving a nod, she immediately shifted her gaze to Lu Qing'an, smiling, "Brother-in-law." Lu Qing'an returned her smile with a nod. This sister-in-law had always been kind to him, causing Su Qingying to feel a tinge of jealousy in the past. Su Xuanyu also greeted Lin Qingxue, before turning to Lu Qing'an with evident disdain. "My sister is breaking through. You must look after the children and not distract her, understood?" Slap. Su Yuni playfully struck Su Xuanyu on the head. "How dare you speak to my brother-in-law like that?" Second sister. Su Xuanyu's mouth twitched as he wished to retort. But upon seeing Su Yuni narrowing her eyes, he promptly fell silent. "Brother-in-law, do not mind this rascal. I will help take care of the children," Su Yuni said. At that moment, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao dashed to Su Yuni's side. Su Yuni smiled warmly, lifting Lu Miaomiao and affectionately ruffling Lu Zixuan's hair. Su Xuanyu exclaimed, "You two little imps, why don't you call me uncle?" Lu Zixuan pretended not to hear, while Lu Miaomiao cheekily stuck her tongue out at him, as if to defend Lu Qing'an's honor. "Hey, are you two rebelling? I am your uncle. Uncle." Just then, Lu Zhengran approached Su Xuanyu, smiling as he called out. Zhengran is still obedient. Lu Qing'an observed the scene, shaking his head. He bore no ill will towards his brother-in-law. When his wife had married, Su Xuanyu had secretly wept like a child. He may appear bothersome, but his heart was not malicious. The atmosphere grew lively until the arrival of another individual sent it into a frenzy. A venerable elder clad in white appeared. "Qing'an, congratulations. Your wife is finally about to ascend to the imperial rank." Lu Qing'an smiled. "He Lao, it has been a long time." The newcomer was the matchmaker who had introduced him to Su Qingying, the first person he had met upon arriving in the immortal ruins. "I have been busy refining weapons, but I've completed it now." With that, He Hong presented a sword and a dagger to Lin Qingxue. "Both are low-grade 10th-tier treasures." "Very well. We owe each other nothing now," Lin Qingxue replied coldly. He Hong then returned to Lu Qing'an, where Lu Zixuan and her siblings eagerly approached him, incessantly calling out Grandpa. Lu Miaomiao even asked He Hong for snacks. As time passed, more powerful beings arrived. Within the immortal ruins, there existed hundreds of imperial-level experts. It had been millennia since anyone had broken through to the imperial realm, making this event a significant occasion. Thus, numerous forces gathered to congratulate the soon-to-be emperor. Longyuan sect is here. We wish to congratulate fellow Taoist Su on her impending ascension to the imperial realm. Xin Yuzhai has arrived. Lu Qing'an watched as the sky filled with people, reminiscing about his own breakthrough to the imperial realm. Back then, he had been surrounded by foes in the demon realm, all eager to thwart his ascension. Some sought to slay him in his moment of vulnerability. Yet, despite being besieged, he had successfully ascended, forcing his attackers to flee in terror. He subsequently employed ruthless measures to subdue all enemies in the demon realm, claiming the title of Demon Emperor. After enduring the blood-soaked days, he came to appreciate the value of a peaceful life. Lu Qing'an gazed at his 3 children. He must protect this family. As time wore on, the extraordinary phenomena in the sky suddenly shifted. The illusory dragons and phoenixes were violently dispersed by a surge of powerful energy. A massive beam of light shot down from the heavens, landing upon the peak of the back mountain. "It is here." This signifies the imminent breakthrough to the imperial realm. A new emperor is about to be born. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the back mountain. The sky was instantly filled with chaotic purple lightning, swirling clouds coiling like a dragon, and crimson rays pouring forth from Kunlun, painting the mountains and rivers in vibrant hues. Imperial title, the Immaculate Empress. A resonant voice echoed through the heavens. Upon hearing this title, Lin Qingxue laughed heartily. Just as expected. Just as expected. Lu Qing'an was momentarily stunned by the term immaculate. He understood everything. A stunning woman materialized in the sky, gracefully descending. Dressed in a gown of snow, she shone like the moon, a radiant halo unfurling behind her like a divine ring of ice, accentuating the brilliance of the vermilion mark between her brows. The purity of that halo was so exquisite that even a mere glance felt like desecration. All gazes were fixed upon her, eyes widening in awe. Truly beautiful. Her aura is now 100-fold more breathtaking. Lu Qing'an looked at his wife, fully aware that an emotional crisis loomed. The Immaculate Empress. It was said to be the strongest and most mysterious imperial title within the immortal ruins. However, to attain such a title, one must sever all emotional ties, especially those of romantic nature. His wife was not seeking separation due to other men, but rather to gain greater power, prompting the rift between them. Su Qing'an hovered above the crowd, pausing as her gaze met Lu Qing'an's, filled with complexity. Disciple, you have yet to inform him. Now that you are in the imperial realm, you must not delay any longer. Otherwise, all will be for naught. Lin Qingxue stated sternly. Su Qing'an struggled for a moment, but eventually took a deep breath and turned her gaze toward Lu Qing'an. My dear husband, let us part ways. The ethereal voice resonated through the void. 1,000 gazes swiftly turned towards the motionless Lu Qing'an. Chapter 3. The child's choice in Lu Qing'an's vision. All else faded away, leaving only his wife, standing like a deity in the heavens above. Give me a reason. He already knew the answer, yet he needed her to utter it herself. The unblemished emperor's throne had been cultivated to its zenith, rivaling his own eternal night sovereignty. This implied that Su Qing'an, should she continue her training, could potentially reach the heights he currently possessed. He found it all too sudden, yet profoundly absurd. Strength, to him, was synonymous with his wife's choice. I wish to grow stronger. I'm sorry, it is my fault. Su Qing'an shut her eyes, unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. He chuckled softly. This reasoning was irrefutable. In her eyes, strength took precedence over him, and even over their child. Qing'an, time is of the essence. Your imperial essence must be cultivated. Any delay could prevent you from reaching that peak in the future. Lin Qingxue urged with severity. Lu Qing'an shifted his focus, his gaze locking onto Lin Qingxue. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalesce around her, compelling her to turn swiftly towards the source of her dread. It was Lu Qing'an. What is happening? Why do I subconsciously feel he could end my life? Lin Qingxue was taken aback. The sensation was intensely vivid. But just then, that feeling dissipated as Su Qing'an made her final decision. She pressed her palm forward, and an intricate golden seal materialized in the air. With a wave of her finger, she inscribed her name. The golden mark floated down before Lu Qing'an. Consider it a plea. For the sake of our years together, grant me my freedom. Su Qing'an earnestly implored, gazing into Lu Qing'an's eyes. Lu Qing'an stared at the heavenly mark before him, his pupils momentarily unfocused, before his gaze hardened with resolve. He fixed his eyes on Su Qing'an, his imperial will surging forth, forcefully connecting to her consciousness. Tell me, has anyone coerced you? This was his final struggle. Su Qing'an gasped in shock. She had already ascended to the emperor realm, and only beings far superior could penetrate her consciousness with such force. He, could it be, was an emperor-level powerhouse. Su Qing'an looked at her husband, her pupils trembling slightly. After all these years, she had never realized he was an emperor-level being. But in the next moment, her expression regained its determination. No, I am sorry. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an closed his eyes momentarily, and when he reopened them, his gaze was icily indifferent. Then I wish you a splendid journey ahead. With a flick of his finger, he inscribed his name. The golden mark suddenly exploded. The heavenly seal binding them as partners quietly dissipated. Congratulations, host, on a successful divorce. The shared cultivation level has seen Su Qing'an's power diminished to nearly negligible. The host's power is immediately reduced by almost half. In an instant, Lu Qing'an felt half of his strength vanish. Above in the sky, Su Qing'an's eyes widened in shock. This power is... Boom. A golden radiance erupted from her, and her aura surged dramatically. The Emperor realm comprises 4 minor levels, and Su Qing'an swiftly ascended from her initial stage to the 3rd minor stage of the Emperor realm. With further cultivation, she would soon step into the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Lin Qingxue observed this spectacle, her jaw dropping in disbelief. A miracle. This is a miracle. Huh. The divorce was indeed the right choice. She had no clue why her disciple's cultivation had skyrocketed so suddenly, but it was undoubtedly connected to this divorce. The unblemished emperor's throne existed only in ancient legends. Perhaps by truly achieving purity, one could rapidly grow in strength. Everyone present was left in awe. Only Lu Qing'an, Watching his wife above, who now bore an expression of exhilaration, shook his head and smiled. In moments of silence, laughter indeed emerges. What a miscalculation. Commencing the return of a millionfold cultivation. Return successful. However, the millionfold of the host's half-power is overwhelmingly terrifying. The system cannot rapidly transmit it into the host's body and must first store it within the host's consciousness. The host may utilize it as needed. A gentle reminder. The world cannot accommodate the release of all your strength at once. Otherwise, it will collapse. So be cautious, lest you inadvertently annihilate everyone. Listening to the system's notification, Lu Qing'an found no joy in it. He had neither the mood nor the desire to extract his power immediately. Now that they had divorced, matters concerning the children must be addressed. At that moment, the three children stood silently, some weeping, particularly Lu Miao Miao, who, indifferent to the gathering crowd, burst into tears. Mother, father, I do not want you to separate. Lu Qing'an embraced his daughter. At this moment, all his tenderness could only be bestowed upon the children. Su Qing'an reigned in her elation from her breakthrough. She understood that the matter was far from over. She could sever her romantic ties to the emperor throne, but she must fight for her children. Children, I have already asked you. Have you decided to follow your mother or your father? Su Qing'an gracefully descended to the ground, looking at her three children. Lu Zixuan hung her head. Her fists clenched tightly within her sleeves. Xiren, these two exceptional weapons were specially prepared for you by your mother. Come here, and they shall belong to you. Follow your mother. With your talents and her resources, you shall undoubtedly ascend to the emperor realm one day. Lin Qingxue produced the sword and knife that He Hong had given her earlier. He Hong had remained in a daze since Su Qing'an and Lu Qing'an announced their divorce. Upon witnessing Lin Qingxue present his crafted weapons, he seethed with anger. Damn that old witch. He glared at Lu Qing'an, wishing to slap himself. However, as a friend, he knew he could not interfere. Once Lin Qingxue finished speaking, Lu Xiren, who had been staring downwards, took action. Slowly, he approached Lu Qing'an. Just as everyone expected him to choose his father, Lu Xiren suddenly knelt before Lu Qing'an. Father, I am sorry. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Xiren bowed 3 times before Lu Qing'an in public. With a single gesture, Lu Qing'an lifted his son, gently placing a sturdy hand on his head. From now on, I shall no longer oversee your path. Listen to your mother and cultivate diligently. Lu Xiren looked up at Lu Qing'an, nodding earnestly. He then turned and walked towards Su Qing'an, standing beside her. At that moment, Lin Qingxue handed the exquisite blade to Lu Xiren. Having practiced with a blade since childhood, Lu Xiren held the weapon as if it were the finest gift, swallowing hard, his excitement barely contained. Zixuan, come here. This sword is yours. Lin Qingxue directed her gaze at Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan's fists remained tightly clenched, but after Lin Qingxue's words, she resolutely approached. Those present thought to themselves that indeed, these two children had developed the capacity for independent thought. Their choices were abundantly clear. They would surely follow their mother, Su Qing'an, who had reached the late stage of the emperor realm. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Zixuan did not reach for the sword. Instead, she approached Su Qing'an, kneeling on the ground, and bowed 3 times with fervor. She did not shield herself with her power. Her forehead struck the stone floor, drawing blood. After completing her act, she rose, fixing a determined gaze upon her mother, and cast a fierce look at her brother before turning to stride towards Lu Qing'an. She returned to stand beside Lu Qing'an. Father, your daughter will always support you. Chapter 4. No longer concealing the emperor's power, Lu Qing'an glanced at his eldest daughter. Feeling a flicker of warmth in his otherwise chilled heart, he reached out to ruffle her hair, a smile gracing his lips. Zixian, are you certain? Not far away. Su Qing'an was enveloped in inner conflict. She did not wish to inflict too much pain on Lu Qing'an. Yet she also did not want to lose sight of her child. After her pure imperial essence took shape, it would be best if she never saw Lu Qing'an again. Otherwise, if her heart were to waver once more, everything would be lost. In response to her mother's inquiry, Lu Zixuan remained silent. Zixian, you are still young and do not comprehend the stakes involved. You must think more about your future. By following your father, you will forever be without hope of reaching the imperial realm. Lin Qingshu had always held great fondness for Lu Zixuan. With her exceptional talent, she could cultivate her into a formidable force, one capable of giving rise to another emperor in the realm of Xinshu. Lu Zixuan looked at Su Qing'an and Lin Qingshu, declaring, Imperial realm. Even without your help, I can achieve it through my own efforts. At that moment, Lu Zhongran also sought to persuade his sister. He understood all too well the importance of resources. His talent was comparable to that of his sister, yet without their mother, He could never have become one of the most outstanding prodigies at such a young age. Be quiet. If you say another word, I will no longer consider you my brother. Lu Zixuan felt a wave of disgust at the sight of her brother. Choosing to side with their mother was acceptable, but the thought of immediately acquiring a legendary sword afterward truly revolted her. In Lu Jingran's eyes, their father might seem harsh toward him. However, he could always see their father standing at a distance, watching over his brother's training with a look of pride on his face. Compared to their mother, who was immersed in her cultivation every day, their father's love was far more apparent. Any problem could be resolved with their father. Lu Zixuan's actions caused Lu Jingran to lower his head once more, though he still believed his sister was acting impulsively. Their parents were the closest people to them. But if forced to choose, it would be wiser to align with their mother, the powerful emperor. The onlookers were engaged in whispers, discussing the unfolding drama. They were captivated by the spectacle and had not anticipated such a scene would take place. Regarding Lu Zixuan's decision, they shook their heads in disapproval. The girl was still too young and unaware of the significance of resources in the path of cultivation. If she followed Lu Qing'an, she would come to realize her mistake as she matured. Indeed, Su Qing'an had suddenly ascended to the late emperor realm, an astonishing feat. With such talent and power, she was destined to be one of the most formidable beings in Xianxu. Not following Su Qing'an would be the gravest mistake of her life. Seeing her eldest daughter resolute in her decision, Su Qing'an took a deep breath and resolved not to hold her back any longer. She had deeply loved this man and believed that having one child by his side might help him endure the hardships ahead. Miao Miao, what about you? Su Qing'an looked at her youngest daughter. At that moment, Lu Miao Miao had ceased her tears. She nestled in Lu Qing'an's embrace, trembling slightly, unwilling to look up, remaining buried in her father's arms. Approaching her 5th birthday, she may still appear as a child to others, but she was acutely aware that her father loved her more than her mother. Mother is a wicked person. I will never speak to you again. Lu Miao Miao choked out. Su Qing'an gazed at Lu Miao Miao, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Miao Miao, come to your mother. We will hire a renowned chef from Xianxu to prepare delicious pastries and meals for you every day. Lin Qingshu interjected once more. Lu Miao Miao sobbed, you wicked person. Don't talk to me. Woo woo. Father, let us go. I don't want to stay here. Lu Qing'an's clothing was already dampened by her tears. Witnessing his daughter's sorrow filled him with anguish. Miao Miao, rest for a while. Father will speak to them for a moment and then take you away. He poured all his remaining tenderness into his daughters. Good. Listening to her father's words, Lu Miao Miao suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, her eyelids growing heavy, and she gradually succumbed to sleep. Lu Qing'an continued to hold Lu Miao Miao, lifting his gaze to survey all those present. He had been in Xianxu for over 1,000 years, yet he realized that this place was still not his true home. His gaze ultimately settled on his son and Su Qing'an. He understood that there was no turning back now. His wife had chosen to abandon him for the sake of power and a better future. This was no different from a change of heart. There was no need for him to retain her. In the moment of their separation, he briefly lost sight of his future direction. Yet, when his 2 daughters resolutely chose to follow him, a new path emerged before him. To cultivate his daughters diligently, nurturing them into the mightiest beings in existence. This would be his path moving forward. All his gentleness was reserved for his daughters. The power of the emperor was indeed formidable. He hoped his daughters would surpass him in strength. Seeing his wife wielding the power she had acquired from him, Lu Qing'an's expression turned cold. Yet he refrained from uttering more venomous words, suppressing the bitterness within. He had once loved this woman, and since they had arrived at this juncture, all their cherished memories and past tenderness were to be exchanged for dignity. He then turned his gaze to Lin Qingshu. You have manipulated my children with various means. Had the children not been present, you would have already met your demise. He had indeed felt the urge to kill again. However, because the children had always regarded Lin Qingshu as a mentor and even a family member, he had restrained himself. Lin Qingshu, upon hearing this, felt a peculiar sensation wash over her, rendering her speechless. After speaking, Lu Qing'an looked at those with whom he shared a good relationship, including his sister-in-law and old friend He Hong. Take care of yourselves. I fear I will not return after this departure. Finally, he looked at his son. Father will be gone. Take care of yourself. With that, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath, grasping his eldest daughter Lu Zixuan's hand, preparing to leave. He Hong quickly approached. Qing'an, I do not wish to remain here either. Let us depart together. Lu Qing'an shook his head. No, He Lao, I must go to the demon domain. The demon domain. He Hong was taken aback. I hail from the demon domain. Lu Qing'an saw no need to conceal it any longer. He Hong understood well the tumultuous relationship between Xianxu and the demon domain. A person from Xinshu venturing into the demon domain would likely be pursued by numerous powerful entities from there. Let us maintain communication. Should you wish to see me, come to the demon domain, and I will send someone to escort you. Farewell. Lu Qing'an patted He Hong's shoulder and then soared into the air. At that moment, he no longer concealed his power. A terrifying aura coalesced into a magnificent black dragon's silhouette. Roar! The black dragon ascended. Lu Qing'an held his eldest daughter with one hand and cradled his youngest daughter with the other, standing atop the dragon's head as they soared into the distant sky. Their speed was akin to that of a shooting star. Everyone present was left in astonishment, their eyes wide. This is a person from the demon domain, and at the peak of the emperor realm. How could he be a powerful demon domain emperor? How has no one discovered this during all these years in Xinshu? At the pinnacle of the emperor realm, such power was rivaled by only a handful of individuals in Xinshu. Su Qingying and Lin Qingshu both stared in shock at the spectacle. He is actually a peak emperor of the demon domain? Su Qingying murmured, her heart quaking. No wonder there were so many strange occurrences. No wonder I could never detect his quiet approach. I have been deceived for so many years. Chapter 5. Your father has long been invincible among those present. No one was more astonished by Lu Qing'an's power than Su Qingying. Next, Lin Qingxue and Lu Zhongren appeared. Lin Qingxue gazed at the horizon, gritting her teeth, a flicker of displeasure rising within her. That aura of cultivation is merely slightly stronger than mine. How audacious to speak such bravado, she chastised inwardly. After scrutinizing Lu Qing'an's displayed prowess and considering the limitations imposed on the demon clan in the immortal ruins, the outcome of their battle remained uncertain. She turned her attention to her disciple. Qingying, do not be swayed by him. Your separation was indeed justified. This lad hails from the demon realm. His concealment speaks volumes of his depth. Moreover, his cultivation is not overwhelmingly strong. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, you will effortlessly crush him. With her disciple having just broken through to the emperor realm, instantly progressing to its later stage due to her remarkable talent, the strength she would possess at the peak of the emperor realm was beyond her imagination. Su Qingying nodded. Her aptitude was comparable to the so-called strongest demon emperor of the demon realm after countless years. In the future, her cultivation would surely surpass that of ordinary peak emperor realm practitioners. Lu Zhongran stared blankly at the horizon, utterly astounded by his father's strength. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Just as Lin Qingxue had said, his mother's talent was even more terrifying. He had made the right choice. Sister, let us see who will emerge stronger in the days to come. His sister had always been earnest in her training, often praised by their parents. Their father frequently advised him to learn from his sister. Yet, hearing such remarks repeatedly instilled a notion within him, a desire to surpass his sister, even if it were just once. Su Yuni and Su Xuanyu were also taken aback by Lu Qing'an's sudden display of strength, particularly Su Xuanyu, who had always thought his brother-in-law's power was mediocre, even inferior to his own. He believed his sister deserved someone better. Little did he expect his brother-in-law to be a peak Emperor Realm powerhouse. It is merely peak Emperor Realm cultivation. What is so remarkable about that? That is right. My sister is an immaculate emperor. Su Xuanyu shook his head, trying to dispel the shock from his mind, striving to justify his previous misconceptions. As for Su Yuni, after watching Lu Qing'an and the others vanish into the horizon, she furrowed her brows and glanced at her sister. Ultimately, all words coalesced into a single sigh. What a wonderful brother-in-law. She understood Lu Qing'an's intentions behind concealing his strength and identity. Being a demon realm emperor, should this identity be revealed, he would easily become a target for the powerful beings of the immortal ruins. After all, the two realms had long been at odds. They had even clashed in battle before. Although peace had prevailed for many years, animosity still lingered. In her perception, the only difference between the two sides was their cultivation systems. Fundamentally, they were the same. She witnessed how kind Lu Qing'an was to her sister and how gentle he was with family. What if he is a powerful being from the demon realm? It is merely her sister's failure to cherish such a good man. Is strength truly that important? With this thought, Su Yuni shook her head once more. This man had concealed his true strength for the sake of the family for so many years, never once revealing it. In his eyes, family and love were far more significant. Everyone, you may disperse, Su Qingying addressed all present, feeling utterly fatigued. Everyone offered their congratulations once more and then took their leave. The spectacle had concluded, and it was time to depart. Soon, a throng of outsiders exited. Su Qingying also flew home with her son. Gazing at the currently desolate Lu residence, a wave of melancholy washed over her. A sense of emptiness enveloped her. Qingying, do not dwell on it any longer. Your imperial aura is nearly in disarray. Lin Qingxue reminded in a hushed tone. Su Qingying promptly adjusted herself, nodding in acknowledgement. She closed her eyes for a moment, and upon reopening them, her mind was crystal clear, for she had sealed away all memories of her past with Lu Qing'an. Looking at the Lu residence before her, she made a resolute decision. Since the past was behind her, there was no longer a need for this place to exist. With a sweeping motion of her hand, everything before her transformed into dust in an instant. Along with the last vestige of her attachment, it dissipated into nothingness. At the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon realm, a formidable barrier separated the two realms. One side basked in bright blue skies, while the other remained dim and shadowy. Glancing back, Lu Qing'an lingered in the air for a prolonged moment. After living here for over 1,000 years, to declare his departure was indeed bittersweet. Father, let us go. Back to your home. Lu Zixuan earnestly gazed at her father. She was astonished to discover her father possessed peak emperor realm cultivation. At this moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight, akin to viewing an idol. Lu Qing'an forced a smile onto his face, unwilling to reveal any discontent to his children. Are you not afraid? That is the demon realm, where the immortal ruins often speak of its myriad dangers. Lu Zixuan chuckled in response. What is there to fear? With you around, I fear nothing. Lu Qing'an felt a warmth in his heart. He could perceive the anxiety hidden beneath his eldest daughter's surface. It seemed she was indeed apprehensive about the unknown. Exactly. Miao Miao is not afraid either. With father here, no matter the adversary, you will protect us. Lu Miao Miao had awakened. She seemed to have matured significantly after the earlier events and no longer cried, striving to maintain a strong demeanor. Lu Qing'an tousled the hair of his two daughters. There was truly no need for fear, for their father had long since become invincible. Invincible? Both daughters blinked in surprise. They understood well what invincibility entailed. Yet, throughout their lives, they had often heard their parents cautioning them that there were always greater beings beyond, and to never be arrogant or complacent. Father, are you truly invincible? Did you not teach us that there are always those stronger than us, and to remain humble? Lu Zixuan chuckled, covering her mouth. She was well aware of her father's strength. This peak emperor realm cultivation could only be rivaled by a mere handful in the entire immortal ruins. As for claiming invincibility, it was likely a soothing phrase from their father to ease their tension. Lu Qing'an smiled. You must indeed remain humble, for many are stronger than you. However, your father is an exception, for I am the pinnacle in everyone's hearts. Chapter 6. A legendary weapon for my daughters. Lu Zixuan chuckled, covering her mouth. Father, you are so shameless. He. What you said holds some truth, but not too much. Lu Miao Miao laughed as well. Lu Qing'an looked at his two daughters, whose laughter lifted the gloom from his heart, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He no longer fixated on the past, nor felt the need to prove anything to them. As he gazed at the immortal ruins behind him, he found renewed courage to leave this place. With his two daughters by his side, he would surely overcome emotional setbacks. This family was far from scattered. All right, let us depart. Father will take you to the demon realm for some fun. All right, father. Are there many delicacies in the demon realm? Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. There are quite a few tasty dishes. I happen to know an old demon chef who cooks exceptionally well. Once we return, I shall give him a thorough lesson and make him prepare meals for you every day. How does that sound? He. Really? Then father, please give him a good beating. Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the delicious food. Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and stepped forward. In the next moment, he crossed the barrier and entered the demon realm. Both the immortal ruins and the demon realm impose restrictions on one another. For instance, when he, endowed with formidable powers from the demon realm, entered the immortal ruins, the forces of heaven and earth would significantly diminish his strength. Nevertheless, given his overwhelming prowess, even a considerable reduction would render him invincible. Now, having returned to the demon realm, he felt as if he had come home, and indeed, the sensation was markedly different. His demonic abilities and physique were no longer constrained, allowing him to voraciously absorb the ambient demonic energy. The environment remained so familiar. There were subtle distinctions between the demon realm and the immortal ruins. For instance, the trees here bore a darker red hue, imparting an almost oppressive atmosphere. Having been away for a millennium, he wondered if the ancient beings or the new generation had made any progress. Lu Qing'an mused to himself, then turned his gaze toward his two anxious daughters. Noticing Lu Zixuan's darting eyes, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, and sensing Lu Miao Miao's grip on her titan, he smiled reassuringly. Fear not, my dear ones. I shall first lead you to a safer place. Now that they had arrived here, and knowing his daughters would likely reside in this realm henceforth, he needed to alter their living and cultivation habits, particularly that of his elder daughter. She had always practiced the techniques of the immortal ruins, but such methods were unfeasible here. While the immortal ruins relied on spiritual energy for cultivation, this realm depended on demonic energy. Thus, he needed to find a technique suited to his elder daughter's constitution. Lacking such a technique himself, he would have to traverse the territory of the demon realm, seeking out the major powers to discover which methods would befit his daughter. "Father, where are we going?" Lu Zishuan inquired. "Before leaving the demon realm, I concealed many treasures in a certain location. My weapons, various artifacts, and contract beasts all lie hidden there." He first concentrated to refine some of his lost cultivation in his mind, compensating for the recent loss of half his power. Once he achieved a complete state, he extended his consciousness, carefully sensing the vicinity until he identified the direction. When he departed from this place, he had strategically hidden those items nearby. "Let us be off." Transforming into a shooting star, he soared in a direction with his two daughters in tow. Soon, they found themselves hovering above a canyon bubbling with lava. To the bewilderment of his daughters, he plunged straight downward. A copious amount of demonic energy enveloped the three of them as they dove into the lava. Continuing to descend rapidly, Lu Zishuan and Lu Miaomiao gazed at the surrounding molten landscape, exclaiming in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, they had reached a depth of 1,000 miles beneath the earth. Here, they discovered a vast hollow area, equivalent in size to dozens of football fields, with lava still flowing beneath. "Father, where is this? Consider it my treasury. Just now, your brother obtained an extraordinary sword. I shall provide you with my former weapons." Lu Qing'an replied. After speaking, he glanced below, murmuring, "Where has that little black creature gone? I had it stationed here, yet it has vanished." The little black creature he referred to was his contract beast, a black dragon. Extending his consciousness, Lu Qing'an swiftly pinpointed the equipment submerged in the lava. He intoned a spell, and in the next moment, a stunning spectacle unfolded. The lava erupted violently, and a crimson light burst forth like a bloodthirsty star. It was a blood crystal longsword, forged from millennia of demonic blood, its spine adorned with abyssal runes that emitted a soul-chilling howl with each tremor. As the sword sliced through the void, it left behind cracks of nothingness. The very earth trembled, as if the cosmos quaked in fear of the emergence of this weapon, which had once drunk deeply from the blood of immortals and demons. Following this, a set of obsidian-heavy armor appeared. The armor's surface shimmered with molten red demonic patterns, while jagged bone spikes were embedded at the joints. As the components of the armor clashed together, 9 black dragon phantoms coiled around it, and 2 crimson lights flickered to life beneath the helmet, reminiscent of an ancient demon god awakening. The entire lava lake surged violently with their manifestation, the subterranean space trembling under the overwhelming demonic aura. This set of equipment was none other than Lu Qing'an's blood-soaked battle armor from his days of dominance in the demon realm, now ignited once more after a millennium of silence, destined for its master. When Lu Zishuan beheld this scene, her throat tightened with surprise, for she had never witnessed such a terrifyingly powerful set of equipment, especially that sword, which seemed to transcend the 10th tier, reaching an unprecedented realm of weaponry. If her brother's sword was an extraordinary weapon, then this sword was truly a divine artifact. As for the armor, it radiated demonic energy, seemingly capable of withstanding any harm. As the sword floated before Lu Qing'an, it trembled vigorously, as if it possessed sentience, vibrating with excitement and joy, producing a humming sound. The armor mirrored this behavior. Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Old friends, it has been a long time." He had no choice. If he brought this armor to the immortal ruins, its formidable presence would make concealment impossible. Thus, he could only leave it stored here. Extending his hand, the next moment, the sword flashed with blood-red light, transforming into a beam that appeared in his grasp in an instant. Savoring the familiar sensation, he waved it gently, and the nostalgic feeling washed over him. "Zishuan, this extraordinary sword is named the Nine Hells Slaying Immortals Sword, but I prefer its original name, Grass Sees Sorrow. Today, I bestow this sword upon you. Grass sees sorrow. This is my precious daughter. Assist her well, do you understand?" The sword seemed to pause for a moment, then reacted, vibrating as if in agreement. Whatever Lu Qing'an commanded, it would comply. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Lu Zishuan to take the sword. However, Lu Zishuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. "Father, no. This sword is far too precious. I am unworthy." She was astounded. The aura of this sword surpassed that of her brother's extraordinary blade by 100 or even 1,000 times. She had seen her mother's sword and Lin Qingshui's sword, Yet those weapons paled in comparison to this one. And this sword was to become hers. Just because you are my daughter, with my blood flowing through you. There is nothing in this world that you are unworthy of. Only things that do not suit your taste. Chapter 7. A Millennium of Absence. The Demon Emperor returns at this moment. He had only 2 daughters left. If they desired the stars, he would pluck the stars for them. If they desired the moon, he would bring it down. There was nothing they could not attain, only things that were unworthy of them. Lu Zixuan. Witnessing her father speak with such solemnity, a stark contrast to his usual gentle and kind demeanor, could not help but chuckle again. Father, while your words are quite dashing, I find them rather amusing. What gives? Lu Qing'an, unfazed by her reaction, smiled indulgently. You shall need to adapt well, for in the demon realm, I may have to alter my image, revealing sides of myself you have yet to see. Here, the environment is more ruthless, strength reigns supreme. In the immortal ruins, there still exist social niceties. Here, it is simply a matter of who possesses the mightier fist. It had been a considerable time since he left the demon realm. And although he had made certain arrangements before his departure, he had not been in contact for many years. He surmised that the rules established previously might have been disrupted by others, and it was possible that some new generation of powerful beings, unaware of his strength, might be prancing about in his presence. Thus, it is highly probable that he will exhibit a formidable side in order to re-establish his foothold in the realm of demons. Moreover, there are numerous adversaries here, whom he had previously subdued. Now that I, his father, have been away for a considerable time, they might feel emboldened. Cunning as they are, they may attempt to use you to constrain me. Hence, I must provide you with certain resources. Lu Qing'an no longer allowed his daughter to refuse and directly entrusted the divine weapon in his hand to his eldest daughter. Father, is this truly appropriate? You must possess what your brother has. Did you not proclaim that you could also ascend to the realm of the emperor? Not long ago. You made that declaration before so many witnesses. You must strive to see who among you and your brother can break through to the emperor realm the fastest. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan felt a surge of determination. She gazed at the divine weapon, clenched her teeth, and accepted it. Thank you, father. Do not be so courteous with me. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and then turned his attention to his youngest daughter, Lu Miao, who was still cradled in his arms. Miao, I have a wonderful gift for you as well. Lu Qing'an glanced at the armor and bestowed it with a knowing look. The armor suddenly shrank rapidly, ultimately adjusting to a size that suited Lu Miao perfectly. Father, is this for Miao? It looks rather unattractive. The armor, possessing a spirit of its own, quivered at Lu Miao's comment about its appearance. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. Bloodslaughter battle armor, have you heard? My daughter finds you unsightly. Transform yourself into a form that children would adore. The Bloodslaughter battle armor, emanating dark energy, could only comply. In an instant, the dark aura morphed into pink bubbles, and the overall color shifted from crimson to a delightful pink hue. To further please the child, the armor adorned itself with various charming motifs that sparkled with light. Wow! Captivated by the sudden transformation of the Bloodslaughter battle armor into such an adorable form, Lu Miao was instantly enchanted. Seeing his daughter's delight, Lu Qing'an gave the armor a thumbs up. This fellow seems to understand the preferences of little girls. Miao, do you like it now? I love it. I love it. Especially. Lu Qing'an smiled and cast another approving glance at the Bloodslaughter battle armor. The armor transformed into a burst of light and flew onto Lu Miao, and when the glow dissipated, she was clad in the armor. His primary concern remained the safety of his youngest daughter. While the grass creatures could protect his eldest daughter, their defensive capabilities were naturally inferior to that of the Bloodslaughter battle armor, which could withstand even the assaults of peak Emperor realm experts. Clad in the Bloodslaughter battle armor, his daughter could endure prolonged attacks from the most formidable of adversaries without sustaining any injuries. Miao, why not choose a new name for your gift? You will be able to converse with it, change its colors, and even make it invisible. You can make it grow or shrink as well. Consider it a toy from your father. Wow, is it really that fun? I want to think of a name. Lu Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she adored the Bloodslaughter battle armor. After a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, I've got it. Let us call it Donut. Isn't that name a bit hasty? Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile upon hearing her sister's choice. It's not hasty at all. Look, it wraps around me. Isn't that a circle? And it's so cute. Calling it sweet is just perfect. Lu Miao earnestly explained. Lu Qing'an playfully tapped the little one on the nose. Very well, let us name it as Miao suggests. It seems it quite enjoys the name as well. Really? It likes it too. Lu Qing'an glanced at the Bloodslaughter battle armor, which remained still, and then his expression turned serious. In the next moment, the armor vibrated energetically. See, it's expressing its excitement. Lu Qing'an looked back at his daughter, his face adorned with a gentle smile. It really does seem like it, Lu Miao joyfully replied. After presenting gifts to his two daughters, Lu Qing'an retrieved several items from the magma, including a spatial storage treasure filled with various magical crystals and other resources useful for cultivation. That little rascal, disregarding its master's orders to guard this place, has likely wandered off somewhere. Once I find it, I shall have its hide. He had originally intended for his contracted beast to safeguard his daughters. However, upon arriving here, he discovered it was absent, evidently unable to withstand the monotony, and had ventured out to play. His contracted beast was a demonic dragon, also at the Emperor realm. When he left, the black dragon was at the late stage of the Emperor realm. 1,000 years had passed, and he wondered if it had reached the peak yet. All right, let us explore the realm of demons together. Come, follow me. After securing the items, he soared upward and soon returned to the surface. Choosing a direction, he transformed into a shooting star, heading towards the nearest major city of the demon realm, known as Demon Lin City. It was one of the 10 most prosperous cities in the demon realm. If he was not mistaken, the black dragon had likely gone there to frolic. The lord of this city was one of his former rivals, whom he had subdued. After he ascended to the position of demon emperor, he entrusted the governance of this grand city to that old adversary. This old fellow practiced formidable demonic arts, seemingly well suited to his daughter's constitution. It would be prudent for her to cultivate there and see if it was appropriate. However, this individual had a tendency to be rather loquacious, and he feared that news of his return would quickly spread throughout the demon realm. Nonetheless, this was a good thing. After all, he had returned and had no intentions of leaving again. Chapter 8. An unconventional father in Demon Lin City. On the bustling streets, Lu Zixuan walked alongside Lu Qing'an, her small, delicate face filled with astonishment as she surveyed the vibrant city. Father, this city of demons is quite different from what I imagined. I thought it would be chaotic, filled with violence. Lu Qing'an replied. In truth, the cities in the demon realm are not so dissimilar from those in the immortal ruins. The primary difference lies in the cultivation system. Here, practitioners absorb demonic energy, and if one is not careful, they can easily fall into madness, giving rise to inner demons. Consequently, the inhabitants here tend to be somewhat more combative than those in the immortal ruins, leading to more frequent altercations. I see. Lu Zixuan, like a country bumpkin in the city, gazed around in wonder. Meanwhile, Lu Miao was brimming with excitement, for upon entering the urban area, she encountered numerous shops selling items she had never before seen. Father, can that be eaten? Yes, I shall buy it for you. And that over there? That is for playing. I shall get that for you too. With his youngest daughter, he felt compelled to indulge her, striving to divert her mind from the recent events. As he led the children through the market, they gradually made their way toward the Lord's mansion. At a certain moment, they paused. Father, there are people fighting. Lu Zixuan, having never witnessed a battle among the demon realm's denizens, was filled with curiosity. Lu Qing'an observed the scene. Above them, 5 men with lecherous grins surrounded a woman clad in a red dress, launching an attack. The woman appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, her fiery red gown accentuating her snow-white skin. Her figure was strikingly alluring, with a slender waist akin to a willow, and her graceful curves were mesmerizing. As her skirt swayed, her long, delicate legs peeked through, exuding an enchanting charm with every step she took. Her bright eyes and radiant smile, along with her flowing hair, embodied the vitality and beauty of youth. Brother, we must capture this enchanting maiden. Tonight, we shall have our fun. Fun is trivial. What matters is what she possesses. However, this young lady is indeed quite alluring. The 5 individuals communicated through their thoughts. Father, it seems these 5 men have taken a fancy to this beautiful woman. Lu Zixuan observed a girl of similar age being encircled by a group of men, clearly at a disadvantage, and frowned. They had become adversaries over some matter. Yet the girl's beauty had ignited their nefarious intentions. Lu Qing'an remained calm. Through his formidable magical abilities, he intercepted the men's conversations. Are you contemplating aiding this lady? Lu Qing'an discerned the righteous fervor within his daughter. A conventional father would admonish his daughter against meddling, but he was different. He understood her exceptional talent for combat. And given that these men were of comparable strength, allowing his daughter to confront them would serve as a valuable training opportunity, enabling her to adapt to the combat of the demon realm more swiftly. The methods of attack employed by the denizens of the demon realm differ from those in the celestial realm, as the former wield peculiar magical skills, such as mental manipulation and spiritual assaults. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from interference? Lu Zixuan pondered, reluctant to trouble her father. Lu Qing'an chuckled, saying, What trouble could arise? With your father here, even the gravest of issues will be mere trifles. However, I currently possess celestial realm powers. If I intervene, will it not attract the ire of many from the demon realm? Lu Zixuan inquired further. Lu Qing'an maintained his serene demeanor. No matter how many come, your father shall vanquish them. You need not worry about any trouble. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan hesitated until she witnessed a sixth figure emerge from the void above, successfully ambushing the woman. Her eyes narrowed, and she made her decision. It was one thing for 5 ruffians to bully a single woman, but to have another lurking in the shadows to strike. Father, I shall intervene. Excellent. Do make good use of your new weapon. Lu Zixuan nodded, her form flashing as she soared into the air. The realms of the demon and celestial both share 10 levels of cultivation: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, integration, great ascension, tribulation crossing, saint king, and emperor. Lu Zixuan, endowed with extraordinary talent, had already reached the divine transformation stage at such a tender age. Armed with her newly acquired divine weapon, she ascended into the sky, just as the woman in the red dress was struck and slightly injured. About to be pursued by the others, Lu Zixuan attacked from behind. Fellow cultivator, I have come to assist you. Enveloped in spiritual energy, her divine sword shimmered with power. With a single stroke, she cleaved one of the assailants in two with perfect symmetry. Witnessing his daughter's decisive and fierce action, Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. She embodies his spirit. However, he glanced at his younger daughter and felt an even greater joy upon seeing her captivated by the scene, unafraid and unfazed by the bloodshed. Truly, she is his daughter, an exceptional offspring of a formidable father. The remaining 5 demon realm men were startled by Lu Zixuan's sudden appearance, particularly when they beheld the treasure she wielded. Is that not a peerless 10th grade sword? Curse it. Are they working together? No, this young lady is wielding spiritual energy, not demonic. She hails from the celestial realm. The woman in the red dress was astonished to see Lu Zixuan come to her aid, but even more so by the weapon and spiritual energy she possessed. Is she truly from the celestial realm? This is dire. The arrival of a celestial realm cultivator to rescue her is no different from a curse. Must we truly escalate to that extent? After Lu Zixuan made her move, she no longer held back and charged at the remaining demon realm men. With her first strike, she sensed the formidable power of her divine weapon, enhancing her strength manifold. The 5 men quickly shifted their focus to confront Lu Zixuan, barely managing to withstand her second attack. Yet, as time passed, they noticed Lu Zixuan growing ever stronger. As if some prior restriction had begun to dissolve. We cannot continue. We shall perish. Flee. No need to escape. She is from the celestial realm. Summon aid. The 5 quickly called out to the onlookers from the demon realm. Fellow cultivators, this celestial being has come to our realm, slaughtering our kin and wielding such a treasure. Let us unite to vanquish her. The treasure shall belong to the worthy. As soon as these words were spoken, some were immediately consumed by greed, charging forward. That sword is mine. Get lost. It is mine. Lu Zixuan's expression changed as she noticed a throng of combatants rushing toward her. Yet upon realizing their strength was comparable to hers, she felt a slight sense of relief. Father, I can manage. Lu Qing'an nodded at his daughter's words. As long as they were of the divine transformation stage, he would not intervene. Thus, Lu Zixuan commenced a fierce battle against the crowd. The woman in the red dress, now merely a spectator, felt an inner turmoil as she watched Lu Zixuan besieged. After all, it was her presence that had led Lu Zixuan into this predicament. Turning away now would feel morally lacking. Yet, as more cultivators of her level joined the fray, soon 10 were attacking Lu Zixuan. Resolutely, she made her decision. Fellow cultivator, let us join forces. The woman in red surged into the fray. Lu Qing'an observed her, nodding in approval. Not bad. She has a sense of righteousness. She did not simply turn away. As he watched her for a moment, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from her. Wait, this girl possesses a hint of familiarity. Shortly after the woman in red joined the battle, a sinister voice echoed from an elderly figure. Celestial realm scum. A 10th grade sword. To think I would encounter such fortune on this trip. Haha, little girl, surrender my treasure. At the utterance of these words, all combatants froze in their tracks. This is bad. A Saint King realm expert. The group attacking Lu Zixuan was taken aback. With such a powerful being present, they had no hope of claiming the treasure. However, when they saw a gaunt old man appear in the air, he suddenly seemed startled, quickly glancing in a specific direction. Upon locking eyes with Lu Qing'an, his frail body trembled uncontrollably. A junior of the Emperor realm has no discerning eye. Senior, please continue. This junior shall take my leave. Chapter 9. Casual annihilation of an emperor-level expert. The emaciated old man merely glanced at Lu Qing'an and felt a soul-deep terror wash over him. To evoke such a reaction in a mid-level Saint King realm expert undoubtedly indicated the presence of an emperor-level being. No wonder there was a divine transformation cultivator here wielding such a treasure. Lu Qing'an mused that this individual possessed a degree of insight. He refrained from releasing his own aura, yet the other could still sense his formidable strength, an impressive feat nonetheless. A price must be paid for harboring even a hint of malevolent intent. The old man gritted his teeth, waved his right hand, and severed his left arm, blood gushing forth. Hastily, he cast a spell to staunch the bleeding, bowed to Lu Qing'an, and turned to flee. Lu Qing'an did not pursue him, his gaze returning to his daughter in the sky. Continue. Those who dare to harm my daughter shall all meet their demise today. Certainly, it was not he who was slain, but rather by his own daughter. None were to escape. All were to serve as sparring partners for her first battle in this realm of darkness. Lu Zixuan smiled and nodded, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security. Is this the exhilarating feeling of having a father at the emperor level? Witnessing even the Saint King realm experts severing their own limbs to flee. The individuals present from the realm of magic were not foolish. Their gazes turned to Lu Qing'an. Although they could not discern the peculiarities surrounding Lu Qing'an, they recognized he was not someone to provoke. Consequently, they dared not entertain any further thoughts regarding that precious sword and swiftly turned to escape. However, with but a glance, Lu Qing'an ensnared an entire expanse of sky within a dark boundary, trapping those who had just assailed his daughter. Panic set in. Regret flooded through the group. As they desperately assaulted the dark boundary to no avail, Lu Zixuan surged forth, charging towards the throng. Meanwhile, the woman in red, witnessing this turn of events, exhaled in relief and rejoined the fray. In due course, through their combined efforts, the group that had launched an aerial assault on Lu Zixuan became mere souls claimed by their blades. Lu Zixuan inhaled deeply, turning to her father with a radiant smile. Father, this sword feels remarkably suited to me. Lu Qing'an regarded his daughter with evident pride, his eyes brimming with affection. It was imperative to find a suitable technique for her, employing certain methods to cleanse her previous cultivation and fully transition her into the essence of magic. Utilizing the techniques from the immortal ruins in the realm of magic would undoubtedly draw undue attention. As he pondered this, a chilling voice echoed from the void. The aura of a 10th grade supreme sword was sensed from afar. Initially doubting his perception, he soon realized the truth. My journey here has not been in vain. With this proclamation, a figure emerged from the void, cloaked in black robes, appearing middle-aged. An aura of darkness surrounded him, his pallor reminiscent of a corpse. And he bore a coffin upon his back. Oh, a member of the corpse sect? Lu Qing'an recognized the newcomer, recalling an elder who had once been part of the army that besieged him during his ascension to power. Upon becoming an emperor, he had swiftly eliminated the elder of the corpse sect, reducing the sect to a prolonged period of decline. To his astonishment, during his absence from the realm of magic for over a millennium, the corpse sect had produced another emperor-level figure. Yet, this individual was merely at the mid-stage of emperor cultivation. As the mid-stage emperor from the corpse sect appeared, the street fell into a profound silence. A Saint King had already arrived, and now a mid-stage emperor was present. Was this not one of the most prodigious talents from the corpse sect in recent years? Luo Fenghai, the one who had repelled a Saint King, could very well be at the peak of the Saint King realm, or even at the emperor level. An intriguing spectacle awaited. Should he truly possess emperor-level cultivation, a battle between emperors was something Lu Qing'an had yet to witness. The disparities among emperor levels were vast. He suspected this individual was merely at the initial stage of emperor cultivation, while the elder from the corpse sect was undeniably at the mid-stage. Lu Zixuan, overhearing the discussions around her, adopted a serious demeanor. However, recalling her father's assertion of invincibility and the excitement he had evoked, she felt reassured. Curiosity blooming within her about her father's true strength. She yearned to witness her father's prowess firsthand. Having idolized him since childhood, she had always perceived her father as a paragon of versatility, despite his relatively modest cultivation. Now, learning of his formidable strength, her admiration intensified 100-fold. The woman in red, initially believing the crisis had passed, felt her heart race anew upon witnessing the unfolding scene. She was unaware of Lu Qing'an's true abilities, merely speculating that he was of emperor cultivation, yet she understood the corpse sect's peculiarities. The situation might soon devolve into a 1-against-2 battle. After all, the corpse sect could manipulate corpses to attack. This sword should rightly belong to you, yes? Upon the appearance of the corpse sect expert, he quickly discerned Lu Qing'an's exceptional nature and, having heard the discourse around him, fixed his gaze upon Lu Qing'an. In that moment of eye contact, he realized that Lu Qing'an was indeed an emperor-level cultivator. Yet, he had never encountered Lu Qing'an before. Within the realm of magic, there were only a few hundred emperor-level experts, and he remembered the formidable top-tier ones well. Aside from a handful of enigmatic figures who had yet to reveal their true identities, he had them all etched in his memory. But this individual he had never seen. Therefore, it was reasonable to assume he was newly ascended to the emperor level. If this were indeed the case, then that sword could easily be his. Lu Qing'an regarded the corpse sect individual with keen interest. It is a gift for my daughter. What, do you wish to claim it? He was uncertain why he had drawn the ire of the corpse sect. Before his rise, the ancestor of the corpse sect harbored a profound hatred for him, dreaming of slaying him and transforming him into a corpse. After becoming an emperor, the first to perish under his hand was also the ancestor of the corpse sect. Now, upon his return to the realm of magic, the first to confront him was yet another member of that sect. It was understandable that this individual did not recognize him, as he had rarely shown his face, always masked. In the entire realm of magic, no more than 10 individuals truly knew of his appearance, all of whom shared a close bond with him. Your daughter is actually cultivating techniques from the immortal ruins? Fascinating. I offer your family a chance at survival. Surrender that sword to me, and I will allow you to depart unscathed. Otherwise what? I shall turn your entire family into my corpses. Oh, it seems that during our prolonged slumber, many have forgotten the former might of the corpse sect. Thus, let today serve as a demonstration of our resurgence. Such needless chatter. Lu Qing'an, having grown weary of words, extended his hand, a surge of dark energy suddenly manifesting. In the next moment, the previously smirking mid-stage emperor of the corpse sect found his smile extinguished. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lu Qing'an, his neck firmly grasped. No, this is impossible. The corpse sect expert's eyes widened as he realized he was utterly powerless against Lu Qing'an's control. No matter how he summoned his strength, he could not escape the grip of that darkened hand. How amusing. The words of your ancestor before his demise echoed yours precisely. It appears the lineage of the corpse sect possesses a certain harmony. With that, Lu Qing'an unleashed a terrifying black flame from his hand, engulfing the corpse sect individual entirely. The man's eyes widened in horror, unable even to scream, as he was reduced to black ash, scattering across the ground. Silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 10. A reunion with an old friend. Emperor Lei Xiao. All present were left astounded by Lu Qing'an's display of power. A mid-stage emperor stood before him, utterly lacking any resistance. What did this signify? This individual was undoubtedly at least a late-stage emperor, if not a peak emperor. Lu Zixuan, witnessing her father's overwhelming strength, could not suppress a gulp. Particularly, seeing him execute such lethality with such ease, she questioned if this was truly the father she knew. He was simply magnificent. Initially, their mother remarked that their father's greatest virtue was his unwavering kindness towards all. Yet, in this moment of crisis, an unexpectedly resolute side emerged. The woman in the crimson dress stood in the sky, momentarily stunned. She had anticipated a grave turn of events, but could hardly fathom that this individual was at the late stage of the emperor realm, possibly even at its pinnacle. And what was that earlier? Black flames. They could instantaneously reduce a mid-stage emperor realm expert to such a state. It was widely rumored that emperor realm cultivators were exceedingly difficult to kill, possessing secret methods to escape and an extraordinary vitality. What she had just witnessed, however, revealed the fragility of an emperor realm expert. This contradicted everything she had previously understood. Lu Qing'an merely dispatched the member of the walking corpse sect without incinerating anything on him. After a brief scan with his spiritual sense and confirming the presence of some valuable items, he waved his hand and collected them. He then turned his gaze to his little daughter, who remained in his embrace. To his surprise, she exhibited no fear at his act of violence. Instead, she seemed rather amused. Meow meow, are you not afraid? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. No, I'm not afraid. Daddy is so handsome. Lu Qing'an looked at his daughter and thought to himself that this little darling was indeed quite remarkable, truly a testament to his bloodline. He chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, filled with pride. At that moment, however, another powerful aura suddenly manifested. Following its emergence, a thunderous, aged voice resonated across the sky. Who dares to cause trouble in my city? Are you seeking death? The heavens were swiftly engulfed by ominous thunderclouds, their purple-black layers roiling like a furious sea, obscuring the sun. Lightning tore through the sky like a colossal serpent, the explosive roars shaking the earth. as if the apocalypse had arrived. A terrifying pressure cascaded down, causing all living things to tremble, the very air seeming to solidify. The onlookers were startled by this spectacle. It is the City Lord. The Lord of Demon City is one of the most formidable cultivators in the demon realm, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. It is said he was a rare friend of the old demon emperor. They thought, this person is surely doomed. They had resided in Demon City for many years and had yet to witness the City Lord's presence. They were finally about to behold his esteemed countenance. Many years prior, two mid-stage Emperor realm experts had fought here, causing extensive damage to buildings. In a fit of rage, the City Lord had slain both of them, displaying their severed heads at the city gate, issuing a decree forbidding all Emperor realm cultivators from engaging in combat here. Would this individual also face the City Lord's wrath? The crowd eagerly distanced themselves, fearing the repercussions of a battle between such high-level Emperor realm experts. The woman in the crimson dress had not anticipated the situation to unfold in such a convoluted manner. Glancing up at the thunderclouds, her lips twitched. Was she now aligned with this father and daughter duo? Would the City Lord also take the opportunity to eliminate her? Why was her fate so tumultuous? She was acutely aware of the City Lord's formidable strength, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the previous demon emperor. Such a being was exceedingly rare in the demon realm. It was not merely the earlier Emperor realm expert of the Walking Corpse sect that would falter before such might. Even this seemingly powerful Emperor realm cultivator would likely find himself groveling for mercy. However, just as she contemplated this, her gaze fell upon Qing'an, who displayed not a hint of trepidation. On the contrary, a subtle smile graced his lips. This old fellow still relished in his theatrics. As lightning wove a net across the sky, amidst the blinding brilliance, a figure stood atop the clouds, enveloped in destructive lightning, as if a creator deity surveying the world. Everyone in Demon City was captivated by this figure, unable to restrain their knees from buckling. They dared not look up. It was too powerful. An Emperor realm pinnacle expert. With a full force strike, he could obliterate an entire city in an instant. Who dares to identify themselves, you mere insect? The figure in the sky spoke again, his voice reverberating through the heavens. Qing'an smirked, your grandfather. How audacious. You dare. The figure in the sky was about to unleash an explosive tirade when suddenly he paused, realization dawning upon him. Wait, that voice. It sounds so familiar. The Thundercloud Emperor, Qing'an, blinked in astonishment, quickly scrutinizing the speaker below. His eyes widened in disbelief. No, am I mistaken? The aged voice in the sky transformed into one of excitement. The immense pressure he had exerted moments ago dissipated in an instant. The thunderbolts, once fearsome, rapidly faded away. Within the span of a breath, the once tumultuous sky returned to its serene state, crystal clear and azure. Moreover, the figure had vanished, replaced by the sudden appearance of an old man in a purple robe with white hair before Qing'an. He bore an affable demeanor, with a lightning-shaped scar adorning his chin. Ha! It's truly you. Where on earth have you been for all these years? I've searched high and low for you. Qing'an exclaimed, seizing Qing'an's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Stop! You're shaking my daughter. Qing'an warned, narrowing his eyes. At the familiar threat in Qing'an's voice, Qing'an halted, his smile widening. Wait, your daughter? He quickly glanced at the little girl in Qing'an's arms. Upon closer inspection, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. How could you be in Demon Realm and not find me? Turns out you've been over in the Immortal Ruins. Qing'an nodded. Qing'an was at a loss for words. This fellow had vanished without a trace. And after so many years, he returned with a daughter. Is this truly your daughter? TSK, she bears no resemblance to you at all. Not a hint of ferocity. Qing'an kicked out, sending Qing'an stumbling backward. Does my daughter need to look fierce? Look at her eyes, her nose. Do they not resemble mine? Admittedly, she shares my features, but she is sweet and endearing, prompting a desire to draw near. Qing'an, unfazed by the kick, felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, his smile growing even broader. Daddy, who is this? Lu Miao Miao inquired, tilting her head as she observed Qing'an. Miao Miao, you can call him the old immortal. He is an old friend of your father, Qing'an replied. Shouldn't I call him Grandpa? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large, innocent eyes. Yes. You should indeed call me Grandpa. I am many times your father's senior. Qing'an exclaimed, elated by Lu Miao Miao's words. Wow. You have such a cute and understanding daughter. How unfair is that? Qing'an marveled. Is this what children from the Immortal Ruins are like? They are far more adorable than those from the Demon Realm. My name is Qing'an, but you may refer to me as Grandpa Xiao. Qing'an longed to reach out and pinch Lu Miao Miao's cheeks, and to embrace the child. Yet upon seeing Lu Qing'an's stern visage, which seemed to discern his thoughts, he hesitated. What a pity, having never married and fathered no children. He lamented that if only he had such a delightful daughter. How could such a formidable figure have given birth to such a charming daughter? I am utterly envious. Xiao Qingyi sighed. Father, at that moment, Lu Zixuan fluttered down. Hearing Lu Zixuan address Lu Qing'an as father momentarily stunned Xiao Qingyi. Wait, you have more than one daughter? He glanced at Lu Zixuan and noticed the resemblance she bore to Lu Qing'an, her beauty striking and her youth promising, exuding the essence of a blossoming beauty. This fellow, a legendary killer, and yet he is so fortunate. It hardly seems fair. Sister, this is Grandpa Xiao, a friend of father. Lu Miao cheerfully introduced Lu Zixuan before Lu Qing'an could speak. Hello, Grandpa Xiao, Lu Zixuan greeted with a smile directed at Xiao Qingyi. He promptly nodded with a benevolent grin. What may I call this lovely young lady? Grandpa Xiao, my name is Lu Zixuan. You may simply call me Zixuan, she replied, her gaze scrutinizing Xiao Qingyi with keen interest. She had vividly sensed the immense power he possessed, far surpassing even that of their mother's mentor, Lin Qingxue. Yet, she was taken aback by how this formidable individual conducted himself so humbly before her father. Just moments ago, her father had playfully kicked this powerful man. Though in jest, such behavior revealed how her father had treated this powerhouse in the past. TSK, I hardly know how to respond to you now. I truly wish I could refrain from expressing my envy. Observing Lu Qing'an's two daughters, Xiao Qingyi inhaled deeply, shaking his head in amazement. That killer had vanished for a considerable time, only to return with two such contrasting daughters. It was as if the entire demon realm had become the butt of a grand joke. There are many people here. Let us find a quieter place to converse. I intend to settle here now, so please help me find a suitable residence, Lu Qing'an suggested, casting a glance around the bustling environment, unwilling to reminisce in such a setting. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's intent to reside with him, an excited glimmer flashed in Xiao Qingyi's aged eyes, akin to a parched spring suddenly bubbling forth. Excellent, excellent. Do not retract your words. Settle here with me. Since Lu Qing'an's departure, Xiao Qingyi had spent his days alone in the city of Demon Lin, save for his cultivation. Now, with Lu Qing'an's return, and accompanied by his two endearing daughters, his abode would come alive once more. Come, I happen to know a place that is perfect for you. It is absolutely tranquil. Xiao Qingyi beamed. Wait a moment. As Xiao Qingyi prepared to lead them away, Lu Qing'an recalled something and gazed skyward at a woman clad in red who stood motionless. Come down. His voice was not a request. It bore an enchanting power, and the woman in red had no chance to react before she found herself standing before Lu Qing'an. Positioned between Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, the woman trembled, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of tension and pressure. Who could she possibly be? To be so intimately acquainted with the Lord of Demon Lin, Emperor Lei Xiao. Moreover, she had just playfully kicked the emperor. She racked her brain, unable to fathom who would dare treat Emperor Lei Xiao in such a manner. Surely, even the demon emperor would not. What is your name? Lu Qing'an inquired. Reporting to you, esteemed elder, my full name is Sun Minzi, the woman in red stammered. Upon hearing her surname, Lu Qing'an's doubts were dispelled. This was why she felt somewhat familiar. Do you have a place to go? My daughter is visiting the demon realm for the first time. You are of similar age and both unfamiliar with this place. I need you to help her acclimate, Lu Qing'an stated. Xiao Qingyi had sensed the demonic aura surrounding the woman, indicating her origins in the demon realm, but he had initially assumed a connection to Lu Qing'an. Now, he realized they were strangers. However, he was surprised that Lu Qing'an would allow a young girl to undertake such a task. Sun Minzi glanced at Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, finally settling her gaze on Lu Zixuan. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline thrown by fate, and she nodded eagerly. Very well, from this day forth, I shall accompany you. Lu Qing'an turned to his eldest daughter. Zixuan, this will be your friend in the demon realm. Treat her well. Xiao Qingyi, hearing this, looked at Lu Qing'an in surprise. He understood that Lu Qing'an was a man of peculiar character. Introducing an unfamiliar demon realm girl as his daughter's friend seemed rather out of the ordinary. What is so special about this girl? He inquired telepathically. Lu Qing'an replied, did you not notice the unique aura she possesses? Besides, her surname is Sunday. Xiao Qingyi scrutinized Sun Minzi more intently and then suddenly widened his eyes. Are you suggesting she is of his lineage? Very likely, Lu Qing'an confirmed. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Qingyi, and soon, the group vanished from the scene, heading to a tranquil location. After their departure, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, and those who had witnessed the scene remained in a state of stunned disbelief. It was not until a while later that they began to regain their senses. Good heavens! Who on earth was that? She appears to be quite familiar with Emperor Lei Xiao. It turns out she is also a peak powerhouse of the Emperor realm. No wonder she effortlessly dispatched that emperor from the Walking Corpse sect. She even kicked Emperor Lei Xiao, who appeared entirely unfazed, almost nostalgic. This is simply astounding. Wait. I recall that Emperor Lei Xiao seldom has friends, often preferring solitude, only associating with the previous demon emperor. Are you implying that the person we just saw was the previous demon emperor? That cannot be true. The previous demon emperor was a living god of death. He does not appear fearsome at all. Chapter 12. Your father is actually the eternal night demon emperor in the central region of Demon Lin City. Beneath a tranquil mountain near the Lord's residence, a quaint abode with blue tiles and white walls lay hidden within the ethereal mist. The bronze wind chime dangling from the eaves chimed softly without the need for wind, producing a few ethereal notes. Before the courtyard, a pool of azure water reflected several lotus petals, their hearts glowing with a soft light, occasionally disturbed by the leap of silver-scaled fish shattering the starry surface. A bamboo grove thrived along the stream, its emerald stalks dripping with mist, whispering in the breeze. Behind the eastern window stood a stone pavilion, its interior holding remnants of a half-finished game of chess, while a stone bench bore a half-drunk cup of cold tea, its aroma lingering faintly in the air. How do you find this place? I usually reside here alone. Now that you are here, it's all yours. Xiao Qingyi smiled. Lu Qing'an surveyed the courtyard and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Qingyi with a hint of surprise. You have essentially copied me. This resembles my previous residence perfectly. Well, I had no choice. I grew accustomed to your place and simply replicated it. Xiao Qingyi chuckled, looking at the surroundings. Lu Qing'an felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, akin to returning home. Miao Miao, Zixuan, you two go find a room. As for you, feel free to settle in wherever you like, Lu Qing'an instructed, glancing at the three children. All right, father. Lu Miao Miao exhibited no resistance to the new environment. Her curiosity piqued as she dashed into the house. Being younger, she would share a room with Lu Zixuan under Lu Qing'an's arrangement, while son Minzi would reside in the house opposite theirs. Father, it's dark now, and I'm feeling a bit hungry. Lu Miao Miao rubbed her belly, which was grumbling with thunderous sounds, and blinked her large eyes. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, saying, it's time for you to showcase your culinary skills. My Miao Miao has quite the appetite. Haha, finally, I can show off. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed. Miao Miao, I shall prepare the ingredients right away. With a swift motion, he vanished, only to return shortly thereafter, bearing a magical beast that was as large as the entire courtyard. Wow. Lu Miao Miao gasped at the sight. Haha, tonight, we feast on roasted meat. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. The night was thick with atmosphere as the group gathered around a flickering black flame. Lu Miao Miao devoured the food voraciously, unable to satisfy her hunger, spinning the meat madly. Delicious, delicious. Grandpa Xiao is the best. Xiao Qingyi, showered with praise, continued to grill meat for her. Lu Qing'an observed the unceasing smile on Xiao Qingyi's face, a playful thought crossing his mind. This old fellow had never smiled so joyfully in his presence. Dad, I'm quite curious about your identity here in the demon realm, Lu Zixuan said, her eyes shimmering with stars as she looked at her father. She had already overheard the crowd's descriptions of Xiao Qingyi and pieced together her father's earlier remarks. Invincible. Could it be that her father had always been invincible? Lu Qing'an shook his head and smiled. Why not ask him? Lu Zixuan quickly turned to Xiao Qingyi. Grandpa Xiao, is my father well known here in the demon realm? Son Minzi, seated at the forefront of the campfire, felt as if she were an outsider, afraid to speak lest she invite disaster. However, upon hearing this question, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Xiao Qingyi, eager to discern who this remarkable figure truly was. Xiao Qingyi replied, well, you may not have heard of him, having spent your time in the immortal ruins, but here in the demon realm, everyone knows your father's name, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The only one who is slightly stronger than me in this realm is him. Lu Qing'an shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi. Just slightly stronger than you? You do know how to flatter yourself. Cough, cough, show a bit of respect in front of the younger generation. Xiao Qingyi quickly transmitted a thought to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an, choosing not to expose his old friend, decided to give him some face. Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Lu Zixuan repeated, then turned to her newly made friend son Minzi, asking, Minzi, having been in the demon realm, you must have heard of my father's name, right? She felt a strong bond with son Minzi, not only because they had fought alongside each other, but also due to the fact that son Minzi had not abandoned her when she was besieged. Furthermore, son Minzi's demeanor had left a favorable impression on her. Thus, despite only spending an afternoon together, they had developed a good rapport. Additionally, she trusted her father. If he encouraged her to befriend son Minzi, then the latter must be worth knowing. However, when she posed her question and looked at Sun Minzi, she was taken aback to see Sun Minzi trembling uncontrollably, as if she had just received shocking news, her eyes wide as she stared at Lu Qing'an. Eternal Night Demon Emperor. It is indeed the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Minzi, what is wrong? Lu Zixuan was startled by Sun Minzi's reaction and quickly expressed her concern. Lu Qing'an observed Sun Minzi and asked, "What? Am I that frightening?" Sun Minzi immediately lowered her head, as if trying to hide within her clothing, utterly unable to meet Lu Qing'an's gaze. And no, it's just that it is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the one who has caused rivers of blood to flow in the demon realm, an invincible existence. How could he be standing right in front of me? And he has taken me under his wing, and even allowed me to befriend his daughter. What tremendous fortune have I stumbled upon? Seeing Sun Minzi's fear, Lu Zixuan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Minzi, my father is a good person, you need not be afraid." She had a sense that her father held considerable authority in this realm. "I am not afraid." Sun Minzi quickly lifted her head to look at Lu Zixuan, struggling to maintain a smile. Yet, the smile appeared forced and awkward. Xiao Qingyi chuckled upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words about her father being a good man. "Child, you are unaware of what your father has done in the demon realm. Once you learn, you will understand why this young lady is reacting as she is." "So my father is truly famous?" Lu Zixuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, the most powerful genius in the demon realm over countless millennia. After becoming an emperor, with his early-stage imperial strength, he could crush even peak-stage old demons. In the entire demon realm, no one does not know of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Sun Minzi recited as if memorizing a lesson. Lu Zixuan blinked, then turned to her father. Seeing him calmly enjoying the roasted meat, his expression unchanged from usual. She swallowed hard. She had not anticipated her father to be so formidable. He truly was invincible. Lu Miaomiao sat quietly beside Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, particularly close to Xiao Qingyi. After finishing one skewer of roasted meat, she eagerly awaited more, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she occasionally glanced at her father. "Father, why have you never mentioned how powerful you were before?" Lu Zixuan pouted, giving Lu Qing'an an exasperated look. Lu Qing'an chuckled. "It was necessary to keep my identity concealed while in the immortal ruins. Just remember, with me around, you need not fear anything. I will always have your back." Sun Minzi, hearing this, felt a pang of envy. If only her father had not passed away, perhaps he would have treated her similarly. Chapter 13. The pursuer of old the night was as dark as ink, the starry river concealed. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat opposite each other in a stone pavilion. A pot of spirit wine and 2 green porcelain cups between them. The wine reflected the faint moonlight, its crisp and fragrant aroma wafting into the bamboo grove with the night breeze, creating a gentle rustling sound. Outside the pavilion, fireflies flickered, their light dancing in and out. Inside, the two clinked their cups lightly. The candles inside had already extinguished, and Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao were tucked in bed. "What are you looking at? Keep drinking. We're nurturing fish here." Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi, who had merely been watching him, his cup of spirit wine barely touched, and urged him on. Xiao Qingyi replied, "I see that you seem to be harboring some concerns. There's a question I might ask that could make you unhappy. I wonder if I should pose it." "Then don't ask," Lu Qing'an said. "But I am genuinely curious. Please don't take offense. Why isn't the mother of these 2 children with you?" Xiao Qingyi, having known Lu Qing'an for thousands of years, could tell he was keeping something inside. Evident from Lu Qing'an's relentless drinking, the absence of the children's mother likely had something to do with their relationship. Although the possibility that she had passed away seemed far-fetched. After all, who could dare to touch his woman in front of such a formidable figure? No one could accomplish that. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi, but remained silent. "All right, if you're unwilling to speak, I shall pretend I never asked. Let us continue drinking. Tonight, I shall indulge in merriment with you until we are both inebriated." Xiao Qingyi grew increasingly certain that Lu Qing'an had heavy thoughts weighing on him. He did not wish to broach any sensitive topics. Yet, Lu Qing'an indeed felt a pent-up frustration and sought a confidant. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his old companion and finally resolved to speak. "Their mother and I have parted ways." Xiao Qingyi was taken aback by this revelation. "Parted ways? Did you two have issues in your relationship? Could it be that Lu Qing'an no longer cared for her and abandoned her?" No, that couldn't be right. The Lu Qing'an he knew was not someone like that. As long as Lu Qing'an has not forsaken her, it is improbable that a separation would occur. Such a man surely would not allow the woman to foolishly take the initiative to leave him. It is inconceivable. One must recognize that, given Lu Qing'an's circumstances, Numerous saintesses in the demon realm have their eyes set on this young man. Yet, he himself does not even covet these saintesses. After a thorough contemplation, he found himself utterly perplexed. Why? I must admit, I do not quite comprehend. Could you elucidate what transpired? Xiao Qingyi's lips twitched, his curiosity piqued. Lu Qing'an replied, she has transcended to the imperial realm, the pure imperial throne. Wait, are you suggesting the pure imperial throne? Goodness. That is an imperial position that can be compared to your eternal night imperial throne. But what then? You do not intend for her to become stronger. Perhaps even reach your level, and then leave of her own accord? Xiao Qingyi still could not grasp the situation. Lu Qing'an, unwilling to let Xiao Qingyi unravel it on his own, recounted all that had transpired recently in one breath. After finishing, he felt a slight relief in his heart. No. Wait. Let me process this again. Xiao Qingyi closed his eyes, channeling his energy to dispel the remnants of inebriation from his mind. After careful consideration, his eyes widened in astonishment as he stared blankly at Lu Qing'an. You mean to say, she has been oblivious to your strength all along, unaware that you are the eternal night demon emperor, and upon foreseeing her ascension to the pure imperial throne, she has planned her departure in advance. Furthermore, after becoming an empress, she publicly announces her intention to separate from you, and you, disheartened by her actions, have returned to the demon realm with your daughter? Lu Qing'an took a hearty swig of his drink, remaining silent. Xiao Qingyi confirmed that he had articulated the entire matter, yet upon seeing Lu Qing'an's tacit acceptance, he fell into silence. In this world, how can one be so foolish? She must not realize what sort of man she has missed out on. The eternal night demon emperor, an unparalleled existence in the realm, one who could traverse the entire demon realm with ease, not to mention the immortal ruins. One could conquer the entire Qing'an continent with a mere thought. Although the pure imperial throne is comparable to the eternal night throne, it is merely a title. While Lu Qing'an's strength is not solely derived from his title, it is his multifaceted prowess that renders him truly formidable. Thus, this woman chose to leave an already unmatched existence in pursuit of greater strength? Foolish. Utterly foolish. I raise my glass to you. After mentally berating the situation, Xiao Qingyi poured himself a drink. So, have you truly resolved to let go of this woman? Knowing Lu Qing'an's character, it is highly likely he has decided to sever ties completely, offering no further opportunities. This young man is quite scheming. Yet, it is evident that he genuinely loves this woman, as he refrained from unleashing his wrath upon her before returning. Of course, it is also possible that he has restrained himself out of concern for the children. He glanced toward the room, contemplating that if he had such adorable children, he too would be reluctant to expose them to such scenes. Departing with dignity might indeed be the best solution. However, should that woman realize what she has forsaken, will she return? And will Lu Qing'an's heart soften? After all, she is still the mother of his children. Lu Qing'an gazed at the moon, shaking his head with a smile. You know my nature. The past is the past. Emotions are like a mirror. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. Initially, he harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing to preserve the family. But the moment Su Qing'an publicly declared her intention to part ways, he had already made his decision. This relationship cannot return to its former state. Presently, the only thing that steadies his emotions is the children. Very well, I will unconditionally support you. You shall settle here with me. Moreover, there are quite a few good women in the demon realm. I must tell you, several beauties come looking for you almost every year, especially that Shui Tianfei. She has been searching for you in the demon realm for a millennium, and I heard she even ventured to the immortal ruins to find you. However, she accidentally revealed her identity as a powerful figure from the demon realm and was besieged by formidable emperors from that side, ultimately returning injured and requiring a long recovery. This girl truly harbors feelings for you. At this point, Xiao Qingyi poured Lu Qing'an a drink and winked at him, believing that Lu Qing'an could find a stepmother for his two children. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an envisioned an extraordinary woman in his mind. She has even been to the immortal ruins? Indeed, but as you know, crossing that boundary greatly diminishes one's power. That she did not perish there is a stroke of great fortune. How could you possibly look down upon such a woman? He had always believed that Lu Qing'an would eventually end up with Shui Tianfei, yet Lu Qing'an consistently rebuffed her advances. What? Are you starting to play matchmaker again? Lu Qing'an responded with exasperation. Fine, forget I said anything. Xiao Qingyi replied. By the way, could you lend me a copy of your technique? I would like to have my daughter practice it and see if it suits her. That is easily arranged. If it does not suit her, we shall seek out another technique. Given our relationship, your daughter is like my own. I will ensure to find her a suitable technique throughout the entire demon realm. The two continued to drink and converse merrily. Lu Qing'an gradually buried his sorrows within the comforting spirit known as relief. Inside the room of Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao, the younger sister sighed. Sister, I cannot sleep. Lu Miaomiao pouted, gazing at Lu Zixuan, who lay beside her. What is it? Are you not accustomed to sleeping? Lu Zixuan inquired softly. I clearly despise mother, yet I find myself missing her a bit, Lu Miaomiao said, her eyes brimming with tears. Lu Zixuan embraced her sister, a flicker of sadness crossing her eyes, yet she remained resolute and comforted. Do not think of her. We have father, and that is enough. But I cannot help but recall those times when she held me while I slept. From now on, I will hold you while you sleep. Sister, will we ever see mother again? We will meet her. When will we see her? Once we both reach the Emperor realm, we shall go to see her together. Really? Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. I will stand before her and demonstrate my strength, proving to her that she was mistaken. All right, then I shall begin to practice diligently. Yes, let us both strive to cultivate together. Chapter 14. Bestowing techniques to my daughter. The following morning, at dawn, Lu Qing'an summoned his elder daughter after the two girls had awakened, instructing Xiao Qingyi to impart his technique to her. Old Xiao, share the technique. Xiao Qingyi nodded. Observing Lu Zixuan seated before him, he extended his finger, and in that moment, a small orb of purple lightning materialized at his fingertip, aiming for Lu Zixuan's forehead. It directly transmitted his power into her consciousness, allowing her to master the technique at an accelerated pace. In less than an hour, she would discern whether the technique suited her constitution. Wait, Grandpa Xiao. Just as Xiao Qingyi was about to let the lightning touch Lu Zixuan's forehead, she hurriedly called for him to stop. What is it? Xiao Qingyi asked. Grandpa Xiao, could you make that little lightning ball a bit rounder? It looks rather awkward. She replied. The orb of lightning was generally spherical, yet one or two parts protruded slightly, making it appear less than perfectly smooth, which unsettled her. Xiao Qingyi blinked. Glancing at Lu Qing'an cleared his throat and said, This small matter should be within your capabilities. Xiao Qingyi nodded. Moments later, he successfully conveyed the technique to Lu Zixuan. She quickly entered a state of comprehension, closing her eyes in meditation. Father, where's Miao Miao? After listening to her sister's words yesterday, Lu Miaomiao could hardly contain her eagerness to cultivate to the realm of the emperor. Lu Qing'an, surprised to see his once reluctant daughter now so enthusiastic about cultivation, inquired, Miao Miao, you wish to cultivate? Lu Miaomiao nodded earnestly, declaring, I want to reach the emperor realm. Very well, Lao Xiao, please impart the cultivation method to Miao Miao, Lu Qing'an said with a smile. Xiao Qingyi nodded in agreement. After sharing the methods, he sat down beside Lu Qing'an. How long has Zixian been in this state? He asked, his expression peculiar. Lu Qing'an sighed. Since she was very young. Isn't that similar to Shui Tianfei? Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an shook his head. Not quite as formidable yet, but I am at a loss regarding these psychological issues. You initially rejected Shui Tianfei because of her personality, and now your daughter is the same. Don't say any more. Lu Qing'an suddenly remembered. I forgot to ask you a question yesterday. Have you seen my little Haizi in recent years? Your contracted beast? I actually have. That rascal stole my treasure. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's neck flushed red with indignation. Lu Qing'an furrowed his brows. What did it steal from you? About 500 years ago. It suddenly appeared in Demon City. I was overjoyed, thinking you were there, so I found it and inquired about your whereabouts. But that creature claimed it didn't know, which I naturally didn't believe. I kept it in the city, and since it seemed to have nowhere to go, it stayed for a while. However, I was constantly asking it about you, and it probably grew tired of me and left abruptly. Later, I discovered that my Thunder Flame Sword was missing. The Thunder Flame Sword was Xiao Qingyi's most potent weapon, ranking among the top 10 in the entire demon domain, despite not being as high level as Lu Qing'an's Divine Sword. Ahem, and then? Lu Qing'an already understood the situation with little Haizi, who had a penchant for collecting fine treasures. In the past, when he had yet to capture little Haizi, it had also pilfered his weapon. In a fit of anger, he had used various means to track down little Haizi's whereabouts, spending considerable resources to succeed in capturing it. Ultimately, under his coercion, little Haizi became his contracted beast. Therefore, he believed Xiao Qingyi's account. What more is there? I can't find it at all. You must retrieve my Thunder Flame Sword quickly. After all, it is your contracted beast. But I have no idea where it is now. Don't you have a contract? I released half of it. He couldn't take little Haizi to the immortal ruins without unbinding some of the contract, thus allowing it a degree of freedom. But unexpectedly, little Haizi slipped away. Xiao Qingyi fell silent, choosing to trust Lu Qing'an, believing that as long as the Black Dragon remained within the demon domain, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Qing'an to retrieve it. You must find it. Without my thunder flame sword, I cannot unleash my full strength. Lu Qing'an nodded. At that moment, his eldest daughter opened her eyes. Zixian, how do you find this cultivation method? Do you feel any discomfort while practicing? Lu Zixian responded. Father, I think this method is quite good, very domineering and powerful. Yet I feel there is something off, but I can't quite articulate it. Run through it, and I shall examine it. Lu Qing'an placed his hand atop Lu Zixian's head and closed his eyes. After a moment, he confirmed, this method aligns with your physique about 90%. Just slightly lacking. Never mind, I will help you find another suitable method. Isn't your method sufficient? Xiaoqing asked at that moment. At their level, they understood the significance of a powerful cultivation method's compatibility with the body. In their earlier days of cultivation, they had no such conditions and practiced whatever higher-level methods they could find, leading to numerous bottlenecks. I had her try it when she was still young, but it was still lacking, Lu Qing'an replied. Father, I don't recall that, Lu Zixian said. You were very young then. I actually had all three of you try it. My method is too domineering. At this moment, Lu Miao opened her eyes. Father, does this mean I can cultivate now? As soon as she finished speaking, a small orb of purple lightning appeared in her palm. My goodness! Xiaoqing gasped, his eyes widening as if he had seen something terrifying. Lu Qing'an was equally astonished by the scene. He quickly moved to stand in front of Lu Miao, placing his hand gently on her head. After a quick assessment, he looked at Xiaoqing with a strange expression. It seems that my Miao is even more suited to this cultivation method than you are. I've never seen anyone condense purple lightning upon beginning to cultivate this method. Not one of my numerous disciples has achieved that. Truly, she is your daughter. This underscores the importance of bloodline. Father, does being able to do this mean I'm impressive? Lu Miao blinked her large eyes, asking innocently. Haha, you are definitely far superior to me when I first began cultivating, Lu Qing'an said with a fond smile. Is that so? Do I have a chance of reaching the Emperor realm? Lu Miao gazed intently into Lu Qing'an's eyes. As long as you diligently cultivate, you will certainly achieve it. Yay. Then Miao will practice hard every day. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled her hair and then turned to his eldest daughter. Zixian, you need not continue with this method. I will find you a more suitable one. Lu Zixian nodded. Actually, I think you could let Zixian try Shui Tianfei's method, Xiaoqing suggested telepathically. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiaoqing again. This time it is not for your personal affairs. Have you not noticed how similar they are? Perhaps the method would suit her perfectly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing'an responded telepathically. Are you still in contact with her? Can I not maintain contact? Ah, it's quite frustrating. Chapter 15. The eager pursuer approaches. Xiaoqing hesitated, but ultimately could not suppress his grievances any longer, pouring out his woes. Shortly after Lu Qing'an departed from the demon domain, not only was he searching for Lu Qing'an's whereabouts, but Shui Tianfei was as well. Shui Tianfei was even more persistent than he was, and they had searched together for a time. However, after an extended period of fruitless searching, he gave up. Understanding Lu Qing'an's character, he knew that if Lu Qing'an did not wish to be found, no amount of searching would yield results, so he simply lay back and accepted defeat. However, since he had searched for Lu Qing'an alongside Shui Tianfei for a while, she grew displeased with his surrender and insisted that he continue searching. Eventually, she ceased pressing him but insisted that he send her a message daily regarding any news of Lu Qing'an. Every day at noon, he had to report to her punctually. Should he fail to do so even once, he would be met with her wrath. As he recounted this, the bitterness on his face intensified. Initially, he thought she would not resort to violence against him, but to his surprise, she truly was deranged. After neglecting to send her a message for just a few days, she came here and beat him up. You know well that I am no match for her, especially not after my weapon was stolen. She threatened me that if I failed to report any news of you again, she would beat me once more. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an could already ascertain that this was precisely the sort of thing Shui Tianfei would do. That madwoman remains as wild as ever. After achieving invincibility, he had grown weary of a life filled with conflict and had sought to find a woman he adored, marry her, and lead a stable and peaceful life. On snowy days, the Snow Empress possesses an extraordinary beauty, surpassing even Su Qingying, particularly with her aura of icy elegance, making her the dream of many top-tier warriors in the demon realm. However, I could not perceive any hope for a stable life with her, and ultimately I rejected her advances. After all, what kind of suitable wife would resort to violence over mismatched attire? I understand now. You had been urging me to be with her. Were you not also coerced by her? Lu Qing'an shot a sideways glance at Xiaoqing. That's not the case. Xiaoqing replied, turning away and whistling. Send her a message to come here, Lu Qing'an instructed. All right, finally, I can stop repeating that task every day. Xiao Qingyi had intended to contact the Snow Empress yesterday, but Lu Qing'an seemed unwilling to meet her, and he hesitated to act on his own. Now that Lu Qing'an himself had requested it, the matter was settled. At noon, mealtime had just arrived. The sky above the courtyard was clear and bright, with the sun scorching the earth. The cicadas chirped relentlessly, the leaves drooped wearily, and even the wind seemed too lethargic to stir. However, at that very moment of unbearable heat, the sky suddenly shifted in hue. A cloud, seemingly drifting from nowhere, rapidly spread across the horizon, obscuring the blazing sun. And a chilling breeze swept in like a tidal wave. The temperature plummeted, as if one had fallen from the peak of summer into the depths of winter. "Daddy, how strange. It's suddenly snowing outside," Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, pointing out the window with excitement. The once azure sky was now cloaked in leaden gray, and delicate snowflakes began to fall, initially sporadic, but soon transforming into a flurry of large, feathery snowflakes cascading to the ground. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi were equally astonished. This abrupt change in weather was truly miraculous. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, however, remained calm, for they understood that this transformation heralded the arrival of the Snow Empress. Outside, amidst the swirling snow, a figure clad in white descended gracefully from the heavens. She was tall and slender, her plain white gown fluttering in the wind like a pure snowflake, exuding an aura both pristine and piercing. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the storm, each strand seemingly imbued with the power of frost. Her skin was fairer than snow, nearly translucent, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, radiating an air of untouchable authority. Her ice-blue eyes were deep and cold, making it difficult to gaze directly at her. Her lips, pale and pressed together, hinted at an aloofness that was almost unapproachable. She alighted softly in front of the courtyard, her toes barely touching the ground, as if the earth beneath her would tarnish her delicate feet. The snowstorm swirled around her, reluctant to approach, as even the forces of nature bowed in submission to her presence. "Xiao Qingyi, you mentioned you had urgent matters for me. Have you gleaned any news of him?" The Snow Empress did not enter the house, seemingly disdainful of its humble interiors that could soil her garments. "Why not come in for a moment?" A middle-aged voice called from within. Upon hearing the voice she had encountered countless times in her dreams, the Snow Empress was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, she appeared inside the room. When her gaze fell upon the speaker, it felt as if an eternity had passed. "You, where have you been all these years?" The previously frosty expression melted away, replaced by a mix of exhilaration, longing, and a hint of annoyance. All her emotions intertwined, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Where I go is none of your concern," Lu Qing'an replied curtly. "That may be true, but could you not have at least informed me? Do you know how painfully difficult it has been for me to search for you all these years?" The Snow Empress lamented, her voice tinged with grievance. Xiao Qingyi observed the Snow Empress's demeanor, shaking his head. Only Lu Qing'an could tame her fiery spirit, and she only softened in his presence. "Let us sit and converse. Or have you retained all your old habits?" Lu Qing'an inquired. The Snow Empress glanced at the chair Lu Qing'an occupied, her lips twitching in hesitation. Yet she steeled herself and spoke. "No, I have changed quite a bit." Her feet touched the ground, shivering slightly before she approached Lu Qing'an. Yet, she soon noticed a youthful girl already seated beside him. "Excuse me, young lady, could you please move?" She frowned, puzzled by the presence of this 14 or 15-year-old girl. Upon hearing the exchange between the Snow Empress and Lu Qing'an, Lu Zixuan realized something was amiss. This woman was not right. "Could you not sit over there?" Lu Qing'an gestured toward the vacant seat across from him. "I simply wanted to catch up with you since we haven't seen each other in a long time." The Snow Empress replied, her tone surprisingly gentle, almost humble. "Auntie, why not take my seat?" Lu Miao Miao chimed in sweetly. The Snow Empress turned to her. "Auntie?" Lu Qing'an glanced at his daughter, astonished that she would offer her seat to the Snow Empress. "However, I do have a request. I noticed you have the ability to freeze things. Could you turn that watermelon outside into a frozen watermelon for me?" Lu Miao Miao asked, her large eyes sparkling with anticipation. The Snow Empress noticed that the moment her feet touched the ground, the floor beneath her began to ice over. "Frozen treats are quite delightful." Sure." The Snow Empress replied. "Yay, then come sit here. I can just sit on Daddy's lap." Lu Miao Miao exclaimed cheerfully. "Daddy." The Snow Empress's eyes widened in shock. "This is your daughter?" Chapter 16. Can I become their stepmother? Upon seeing Lu Miao Miao comfortably seated on Lu Qing'an's lap, the Snow Empress fell silent, comparing their features. They looked so alike. Is she truly his daughter? Her mind felt muddled, as if bogged down in confusion. After 1,000 years of absence, she returned only to find he had a daughter? Does this imply he has married another woman? Who could it be? who was able to capture the heart of the man she could not pursue. Meow meow, Zixuan, call her Auntie Snow. Lu Qing'an instructed once the Snow Empress awkwardly settled down. Lu Zixuan nodded, addressing the Snow Empress. Hello, Auntie Snow. Hello, Auntie Snow. Lu Meow Meow smiled brightly. The Snow Empress nearly choked on her surprise upon hearing Lu Zixuan refer to her as Auntie Snow. Not just one daughter, but two. And this one is already so grown up. Why? Wait, there's another one. Could this one be Xiao Qingyi? Noticing the Snow Empress's gaze on Sun Minzi, subtly conveyed, this one isn't. She is the descendant of an old acquaintance. Upon learning that Sun Minzi was not Lu Qing'an's daughter, the Snow Empress's mood remained sour. How could she have been away for 1,000 years and return to find her daughters so grown? Let us eat. We can talk more afterward, Lu Qing'an suggested. Lu Meow Meow nodded eagerly, her gaze fixed on the sumptuous dishes laid before them, her mouth watering. Eat plenty. If it's not enough, I can cook more, he added. Grandpa Xiao, it seems there won't be enough food, Lu Meow Meow replied hurriedly. You little glutton, how can you say it's not enough before you've even finished? Xiao Qingyi teased, genuinely fond of Lu Meow Meow, yet he rose to go to the kitchen. Auntie Snow, you should try this. Lu Meow Meow suddenly offered the Snow Empress some food. The Snow Empress was taken aback. Such politeness from this child. Yet, she would not eat food offered by anyone other than Lu Qing'an. No need for you to serve me. I can manage myself, she declined. Then, Auntie Snow, could you freeze this dish for me? Lu Meow Meow tilted her head, asking innocently. On a snowy day, Fei exclaimed, wow, frozen food is indeed delicious. As Lu Meow Meow delightedly sampled the icy dishes. Meow Meow, don't always trouble your Aunt Shui, Lu Qing'an gently chided. All right, she replied. The atmosphere during lunch felt peculiar. Had it not been for Lu Meow Meow's occasional remarks to enliven the mood, the meal would have concluded in silence. Zixuan, take your sister back to the room. Lu Qing'an instructed after they finished eating. Sure, Lu Zixuan complied, leading Lu Meow Meow away. Sun Minzi hurriedly departed soon after. Before long, only Lu Qing'an and the two others remained seated. How about I attend to some matters? Xiao Qingyi suggested, glancing at the two. You can just sit, Lu Qing'an replied. Once the children left, Shui Tianfei took a deep breath, striving to maintain a smile as she turned to Lu Qing'an. Where have you been all these years? I searched for you for so long, yet you were elusive. In the fairy ruins, he responded. That explains it. There was no trace of you in the demon realm. But I ventured to the fairy ruins and nearly perished there, Shui Tianfei said, casting a few lingering glances at Lu Qing'an, her eyes reflecting a fragile demeanor. I heard about your injuries from Lao Xiao. How are you faring now? Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's inquiry about her condition, Shui Tianfei's heart fluttered. After a period of recuperation, I have fully recovered. He cares for me. Yet, she asked, but you have married over there? The weight of her question hung heavily in the air. Lu Qing'an nodded. The two children are quite lovely and adorable. They are certainly your offspring, she remarked, her gaze lowering slightly, as if the past wounds had resurfaced. Her voice diminishing in volume. Much like Lin Daiyu, her demeanor prompted Xiao Qingyi, who observed from the side, to shake his head. The woman, usually fierce, now feigned delicacy. How shameless. Where is she? Shui Tianfei longed to know what kind of woman could accomplish what she could not. Still in the fairy ruins, Lu Qing'an replied. Why haven't you brought her back? Shui Tianfei gazed at him intently, maintaining her gentle demeanor. Or are you merely here to visit us and plan to return? We have divorced, Lu Qing'an stated. Shui Tianfei's head snapped up, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. Divorced? Really? How unfortunate, she exclaimed, almost laughing. It stifled the smile that threatened to break free. Will you return there in the future? Is there a chance for reconciliation? Xiao Qingyi pretended to casually sip his drink, secretly observing the two with interest. Good thing I didn't leave earlier. I would have missed this spectacle. Lu Qing'an shook his head. There will be no return. A shattered mirror cannot be mended. Indeed, when it comes to emotions, once a problem arises, it cannot easily be restored. One must look forward. Shui Tianfei's voice rose slightly, yet her tone remained gentle, resembling an endearing little admirer. Initially, when she learned of Lu Qing'an's children, it felt as if a knife had pierced her heart, leaving her in distress. However, she now felt at ease. This unseen rival had some skill, but ultimately, she could not hold on to him. She cared little whether Lu Qing'an had feelings for other women. As long as those feelings were absent now, everything would be manageable. After all, to love a man, why concern oneself with his past affections? So, do these two children not have a mother to care for them? The older one is fine, but the younger one is still quite small. Have you considered finding them a stepmother? Shui Tianfei lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing her white hair behind her ear, her voice taking on a shy tone. Xiao Qingyi regarded the pair with a sly expression. Shui Tianfei was indeed bold in her approach. It would be interesting to see how Lu Qing'an responded. Lu Qing'an met her gaze calmly. I can manage raising the children. Hearing this, Shui Tianfei pouted. You can't possibly be both father and mother. I believe children need their mothers, especially with 2 daughters. There are some matters you cannot oversee. Lu Qing'an had grown somewhat immune to Shui Tianfei's advances and wished to change the subject. Let's discuss this later. I've just divorced and have no thoughts on relationships at present. All right, but if you ever consider finding them a stepmother, remember to inform me. I have a wonderful candidate in mind. She winked at Lu Qing'an, making her intentions clear. The reason I had Lao Xiao contact you was primarily due to a matter I need your assistance with. Lu Qing'an shifted the conversation back to business. With our relationship, you need not be so formal, just speak plainly. My eldest daughter requires training in demon realm techniques. I am currently seeking a suitable method for her and wish to see if your techniques might be appropriate. That is simple. I can transmit the techniques for her to try. Thank you very much. I've already said there's no need for such formality. I'll go find the child and test it out. Shui Tianfei rose, happily heading toward Lu Zixuan's room. She aimed to bond with the children and secure her position as their stepmother. Once they grew fond of her, even Lu Qing'an, obstinate as he was, would have to yield to their preferences. Chapter 17, Love for the House and its Crows. However, she had not spent much time with the children, making it somewhat challenging. She needed to treat them well. Moreover, she felt a twinge of discomfort, as these children were connected to that woman. Nevertheless, she believed she could eventually erase that discomfort. After all, these children were undoubtedly Lu Qing'an's. Anything he cherished, she would come to love as well. 2 beautiful and adorable princesses. Aunt Shui is here for you. May I come in? Shui Tianfei knocked on the door instead of pushing it open, smiling as she called out. Behind her, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged glances. Taken aback by the stark contrast in her tone, Xiao Qingyi whispered, I've always told you, she has many flaws, but she genuinely cares about you. She is a woman worth treating well. If it were any other man facing this situation, given Shui Tianfei's temperament, she might have gone to extremes. But with Lu Qing'an, it's entirely different. She wishes to be the stepmother to his 2 children. Her treatment of them is remarkably kind. Lu Qing'an did not retort to Xiao Qingyi this time. Watching Shui Tianfei in that moment stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. Indeed, her earlier remark held merit. As the father of 2 daughters, there were matters he could not interfere with. A son avoids his mother, and a daughter avoids her father. In certain situations, having a woman to assist in raising the children seemed quite necessary. However, having endured a past relationship, he felt no eagerness for a new one. It was uncertain how long it would take to move on. Only time would tell. Aunt Shui, please come in. Lu Zixuan opened the door, surprised to see Shui Tianfei. Unlike her mother, who would enter regardless of whether the door was open or closed, Shui Tianfei knocked and awaited permission, perhaps performing for her father. She had discerned that Shui Tianfei held a particular fondness for her father, a fondness that seemed to surge as he dealt with his emotional turmoil. What are you doing? Shui Tianfei placed her hands behind her back as she stepped into the room and was momentarily taken aback. How clean, how tidy. Her previously suppressed discomfort vanished in an instant. It was then that she noticed Lu Zixuan's situation, which had eluded her before. Lu Zixuan's attire and appearance were strikingly symmetrical, exuding an extraordinary beauty that was quite pleasing. Impressive indeed. As I sought to comprehend the circumstances within the demon realm, Minzi had provided me with a comprehensive manual detailing numerous aspects of this realm. Haha, if you encounter any confusion, feel free to consult Aunt Shui. She is quite knowledgeable about the demon realm. Alternatively, if you wish to explore, Aunt Shui can accompany you for some leisure, Lu Zixuan said. Thank you so much. Aunt Shui, not at all, it is my duty. Shui Tianfei replied. By the way, your father has asked me to pass on a technique for you to practice. Do you have time now? Lu Zixuan looked at Shui Tianfei with a tender gaze, her expression reflecting genuine warmth. There was something unexpected about it, as if it were not an act. I have time. Very well, sit cross-legged on the bed, and I will transmit the technique to you directly. All right. Once Lu Zixuan was seated, Shui Tianfei confirmed her readiness before initiating the transmission. A sphere of white light, resembling snowflakes, appeared at her fingertips. Lu Zixuan gazed at the snowflake-like luminescence with astonishment, realizing its perfect symmetry brought her immense comfort. She had anticipated a sensation akin to her initial experience with Xiao Qingyi's technique, requiring a reminder or a bit of patience as an unrefined energy entered her mind. To her surprise, it was not the case this time. Curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Shui Tianfei. All right, the transmission is complete. You may begin your practice. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to ask Aunt Shui. She will guide you patiently. Lu Zixuan nodded, observing their relaxed interaction. Lu Qing'an felt a mix of emotions. Shui Tianfei seemed quite normal in her engagement with the child. He had witnessed her fierce reactions when conversing with others, even resorting to violence. Such a gentle demeanor was indeed rare. After acquiring the technique, Lu Zixuan began her practice. Before long, she paused. Father, this technique is far more enjoyable to cultivate than Grandfather Zhao's. It feels completely effortless. After halting, she quickly turned to Lu Qing'an, smiling brightly. Lu Qing'an approached, gently placing a hand atop Lu Zixuan's head, channeling his energy to assess her progress. He instantly confirmed that his eldest daughter resonated perfectly with Shui Tianfei's technique. Indeed, this technique is a perfect match for you. Focus diligently on your cultivation from now on. Really? So I can convert my cultivation from the immortal ruins to this technique? Lu Zixuan inquired. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded. You cannot do it alone. I will assist you. It will only take an hour. Is that true? When do we begin? Lu Zixuan took a deep breath. Since she had arrived in the demon realm and resolved to reside here permanently, she wished to convert her previous cultivation into the local energy. Holding on to a power that felt out of place was unsettling, akin to a circle with a missing segment. Let us commence immediately. You all may step outside. Lu Qing'an directed towards Shui Tianfei and the others. Father, do I go out too? Lu Miaomiao asked. Indeed. Do not disturb your sister. And weren't you craving ice watermelon? Yay. And Shui, let us go. Lu Miaomiao exclaimed, running to take Shui Tianfei's hand. Though Shui Tianfei felt a jolt of surprise from the sudden contact, she composed herself and nodded repeatedly. She recognized the significance of this rare opportunity to bond with Lu Qing'an's children, especially since caring for Lu Miaomiao was paramount, as she was still quite young and needed a stepmother's presence. All right, Miaomiao, let us go. Once they were outside and undisturbed, Lu Qing'an sought to expedite his daughter's transformation by drawing from the system's stored million-fold cultivation, extracting a portion. System, extract an additional cultivation level. This realm should be able to handle it, right? Yes, it can. Then let us extract another level. He was cautious not to extract too much, fearing the potential collapse of this realm. In the courtyard, Shui Tianfei first prepared an ice-cold watermelon for Lu Miaomiao. The child eagerly devoured it, clearly delighted. Miaomiao, if you wish to have this watermelon again, you can tell Aunt Shui. Here's a communication jade slip. You can channel your energy into it to send messages to me. If you have anything on your mind, you can share with me as well. Shui Tianfei seized the opportunity to strengthen her bond with Lu Miaomiao. Okay, Lu Miaomiao replied, continuing to munch on her watermelon. After finishing a slice, Shui Tianfei continued the conversation, eager to learn about Lu Miaomiao's preferences. Miaomiao, do you enjoy icy treats? Not particularly. I just love anything delicious. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes sparkled. Ah, a little foodie. Such a child is easy to please. Miaomiao, although I'm not an excellent cook, I can learn to prepare meals for you in the future. How does that sound? No need. Grandfather Xiao cooks wonderfully. Let him do it. Shui Tianfei was momentarily taken aback. Then, how about I find you some delightful delicacies from the demon realm? There are many things here that you want to find in the immortal ruins, such as the magical orbs, delicious treasures, and various fragrant elixirs. She excitedly recalled the delectable items she had encountered. Really? Can you truly bring me these delicious things I've never even heard of? Lu Miaomiao exclaimed with delight. Of course. However, our relationship must deepen for me to procure these treats for you, Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. Then from now on, you shall be my second best friend in the demon realm. Second? Who is the first? Surely not your father? Shui Tianfei teased, her eyes twinkling. Father is not a friend. He is my favorite person. My number one friend is Grandfather Xiao. Lu Miaomiao beamed. At this, Shui Tianfei's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing slightly. Xiao Qing'e, stealing my top spot. Just then, Xiao Qing'e, who had stepped outside, felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, what do you mean, lady? Why do you harbor malice towards me? I have done you no wrong. Shui Tianfei led Xiao Qing'e to a stone pavilion, her expression serious. Once seated, she cut straight to the point. Do you possess detailed information about that woman? Xiao Qing'e's demeanor changed as he observed Shui Tianfei separate from Lu Qing'an's family, his face transforming into an icy mask. I am also a friend of Lu Qing'an. Could you not treat me with the same courtesy as you do them? Can you speak gently and perhaps offer a smile? Shui Tianfei scoffed. Can you act like them? Hurry up. I need to finish my questions and spend more time with Miaomiao. Xiao Qing'e sighed. I'm done for. All my compliments to you were in vain. Do you really think I would praise you? I find that hard to believe. Enough of the pleasantries. Just tell me everything you know. Xiao Qing'e ceased his idle chatter and replied. The woman you speak of is the first one Lu Qing'an encountered upon arriving at the immortal ruins. She possesses remarkable talent and is a gentle soul. What? Am I not gentle? Is my talent lacking? Shui Tianfei interjected, unable to restrain herself. Ahem. How shall I put it? You are indeed quite gentle with him, but with others. Shui Tianfei furrowed her brow. Was it simply a matter of losing out here? Why should that be the case? In truth, from his descriptions, I believe this woman becoming his partner is largely a matter of coincidence. She appeared just as he sought a stable life. Is it merely luck on her part? Xiao Qingyi remarked with a hint of uncertainty. After all, Lu Qing'an's ex-wife seems to have quite the fortune. Without Lu Qing'an's covert assistance in enhancing her cultivation and talents, she could not have advanced to the emperor realm so swiftly. And what else? Shui Tianfei bit her lip. Why was she not endowed with such good fortune? A stable life? She could change for him. In the past, she could scarcely tolerate any discomfort, being obsessive and compulsive to an extreme. Yet now she had made some concessions for him and found it bearable. Then, they were together, married with children, 2 daughters and a son. And a son? Where is he? With his ex-wife, of course. Why? With a father like the demon emperor, such a terrifying figure, why would he choose to stay with his mother instead? Shui Tianfei was momentarily taken aback. Is this child not quite right in the head? Ahem, it is indeed quite peculiar. Allow me to elaborate, Xiao Qingyi said. Ready to share. He recounted how Lu Qing'an had to conceal his identity as the demon emperor in the immortal ruins, and how not long ago, Su Qing'an broke through to the emperor realm, attaining the title of the pure emperor, among other details. Shui Tianfei, upon hearing this, was utterly bewildered. It's simply beyond belief, she exclaimed, overwhelmed. Indeed, when I first heard him say all this, I had the same expression as you. Xiao Qingyi clapped his thigh, relieved to find someone who understood his feelings at that moment. How could this woman have ever deserved him? Shui Tianfei could no longer sit still, standing up in agitation. Exactly, that was my thought too. The pure emperor's title? While commendable, it pales in comparison to the eternal night emperors. No matter how much she cultivates, can she ever rival him? If she does not achieve breakthroughs in other areas, can she even hope to match my current strength? To abandon him simply to grow stronger? How foolish. Right. I thought the same. Xiao Qingyi, acting as a comic relief, clapped his thigh once more. No, I shouldn't berate her. What am I saying? If not for her lack of appreciation, if not for her foolishness, if not for her desire to become stronger, how could I have this wonderful opportunity? Shui Tianfei quickly grasped the essence of his words, her face lighting up with joy, like a stunning flower blooming in the ice and snow. Based on my understanding of Lu Qing'an, he is unlikely to look back. Your chances of winning him over are quite favorable. You must put in the effort. Xiao Qingyi encouraged. TSK, I suddenly find you rather agreeable. Well done. Keep it up. Shui Tianfei smiled. I have always supported your union with him and have often urged him to be with you. Why do you not believe me? Fine. This time, I will reluctantly trust you. I won't hit you anymore. Xiao Qingyi replied. At that moment, Shui Tianfei turned to look at Lu Miaomiao, who was munching on watermelon not far away. These 2 children, unlike that son who chose to be with her, clearly love Lu Qing'an dearly. And now, in this relationship, he has only these 2 children to pour his affection into. Surely, he loves them even more. Therefore, if I can truly win their hearts, I will surely find my way into his. Half an hour later, Lu Qing'an successfully refined his eldest daughter's cultivation to align with the standards of the demon domain. Alright, Zishuan, now focus on your dantian and familiarize yourself with the cultivation methods here in the demon domain. Wow, I've truly transformed my cultivation to that of the demon domain. And I've even advanced a major realm. Father, what has happened? Lu Qing'an smiled. In the entire demon domain, only I can assist you. If you were anyone else's daughter, you would have to start your training anew. As for this breakthrough, I merely imparted some of my cultivation to you, but I cannot give too much. Lest your foundation be unstable, you must solidify your base. Wow, my father is the best. Lu Zishuan beamed. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile and returned to the main hall. When he saw Shui Tianfei playing with Lu Miaomiao, he was momentarily taken aback. Are you two this close? Lu Qing'an inquired. The child is both adorable and clever. How could it be otherwise? Shui Tianfei replied with a smile. Miao Miao, tell your father. Who is your best friend here in the demon domain? Aunt Shui, Lu Miao Miao promptly exclaimed. Lu Qing'an and Lu Zishuan exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. Shui Tianfei has quite the knack for handling children, Lu Qing'an mused. Subsequently, Shui Tianfei began to engage more with the 2 children, chatting with them, clearly striving towards her inner goals. With Shui Tianfei's presence, the once quiet courtyard now held a touch of lively commotion. This newfound noise alleviated some of the emotional burdens Lu Qing'an had been carrying. Just then, a communication jade slipped from the immortal ruins, hidden within his spatial treasures, suddenly vibrated. He retrieved it and saw that the cinder was none other than his dear friend, Qing'an, from the immortal ruins. After a moment's thought, he chose to connect. Old Qing'an, I feel I no longer wish to remain in the immortal ruins. It has lost its charm. May I come to the demon domain to find you? Chapter 19. The younger sister-in-law also wants to come. Qing'an was taken aback by Qing'an's words. Old what has happened? For him, Qing'an was a friend across generations, and their bond had always been strong. It was different from his relationship with Xiao Qingyi, which had evolved from playful rivalry to friendship. Qing'an and Qing'an's friendship had always been solid. When you left, many became aware of your status as a powerful emperor in the demon domain, and everyone in the immortal ruins knows how close we are. Now, many claim I have betrayed the immortal ruins by inviting people from the demon domain here. To me, there is little difference between the people of the immortal ruins and those of the demon domain. They merely belong to different factions. I am indifferent to it. Yet the gossip still vexes me. After listening to Qing'an's account, Qing'an chuckled. You are also an emperor. They would only dare to speak behind your back. You are welcome to come here. I have found a place to settle, but are you intending to stay for a while or make it a permanent residence? He was pleased at the prospect of having this good friend nearby for company. His strength had reached its zenith, and the system had stored a million-fold cultivation power within him. Whenever he wished, he could draw upon it, akin to having a substantial amount of wealth in a bank. Though he could not withdraw too much at once without risking a collapse of the world. With no need for further cultivation, he had no other duties but to care for his two daughters and assist them in their training. Qing'an laughed. If I want to be discovered and hunted down by those from back there, settling down wouldn't be a problem. After all, you know I have no other friends here, and you are my closest companion. Plus, my two favorite girls are with you. The son of yours, it seems, has a certain incompatibility with me. We find it difficult to connect. His words imply that he is somewhat nostalgic for Lu Miao Miao and her companions. Qing'an chuckled and replied, well then, as long as I am here, you may settle down for as long as you desire. No one will dare to lay a hand on you. Haha, that is all I need to hear. You truly are something, concealing your peak emperor-level prowess for so long. Even I, an old man, had not detected it. Qing'an was genuinely astonished upon witnessing Qing'an's true cultivation level. He had known Qing'an for a millennium, spending countless days enjoying tea, chess, and conversation with him. Though Qing'an himself was at the mid-stage of the emperor level, he should not have been unable to sense the aura of a peak emperor. It can only be said that Qing'an was exceptionally skilled at hiding his strength. Naturally, Qing'an held no grievance against him for this. He understood the difficulties of a demon realm expert surviving in the immortal ruins without proper concealment. One could easily be besieged by the powerful beings of the immortal ruins. Several centuries prior, a peak emperor from the demon realm had arrived in the immortal ruins and, despite the limitations of the boundary, was still formidable. Yet, he was nearly slain by a coalition of many emperors from the immortal ruins. He had witnessed a vague scene of those elite warriors clashing from a distance. Had Qing'an's identity been exposed, he would have surely faced a similar fate, potentially leading to his annihilation. Qing'an remarked, the fact that you did not notice means you never suspected me. Haha, you certainly know how to speak. All right, I shall gather my belongings and prepare to head over. How shall I find you? Will you come to fetch me? Qing'an asked earnestly. It had taken him 2 days to arrive at this decision. After all, the situation in the demon realm was akin to that of the immortal ruins. Even with Qing'an's protection as a peak emperor, he could not afford to expose his cultivation from the immortal ruins. Otherwise, he could very well face an onslaught from other emperors. Thus, he must exercise utmost caution upon his arrival. Qing'an replied, when you reach the location where the immortal ruins and the demon realm intersect, send me a message, and I shall personally come to retrieve you. He was somewhat uneasy entrusting this task to another. By going himself, he could ensure Qing'an's safety. Qing'an smiled. Very well. I shall message you then. I will tidy up thoroughly. After concluding the communication, Qing'an turned his gaze towards the approaching Lu Zixuan, whose face was alight with excitement. Father, is grandfather he coming here, and possibly to reside with us? Though she could not hear Qing'an's message, she inferred from her father's words that Qing'an would indeed be coming. Qing'an nodded with a smile. Yay, this is wonderful. Lu Zixuan was overjoyed. Upon arriving here, she had felt somewhat out of place. Having another familiar face would aid her adaptation. She hurriedly dashed off to Lu Miao Miao. Miao Miao, I have delightful news. Grandfather, he will soon be joining us. Upon hearing this good news, Lu Miao Miao began to bounce with joy. Is that true? How wonderful. Shui Tianfei, overhearing their conversation, inquired grandfather he. Who is he? Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. He is a good friend of my father from the immortal ruins. A good friend? Both Shui Tianfei and Xiao Qingyi fell into contemplation. Curiosity sparked within them to discover what sort of person this individual from the immortal ruins was. Before long, Lu Qing'an received another message from He Hong, this time bearing another piece of news. His former sister-in-law, Su Yuni, also wished to pay a visit. However, she did not intend to stay long. She merely wanted to check on the two children, concerned that they might face psychological issues after leaving home. She wished to see them. Upon receiving this news, Lu Qing'an said nothing. Su Yuni had always treated him well, especially towards the three children. Thus, he readily agreed, instructing them to message him when they arrived at the intersection of the immortal ruins and the demon realm. When Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao learned that Su Yuni was also coming, they were ecstatic. Auntie is coming too. How wonderful. Lu Miaomiao leapt joyfully, as if she had just received a delicious treat. Lu Zixuan chimed in, I will clean the rooms for Auntie and Grandfather He. Witnessing the children's delight, Lu Qing'an felt a sense of relief. He had worried that they might struggle to adapt upon their arrival, pretending to fit in for his sake. He could sense a hint of their forced demeanor in Lu Zixuan's behavior. However, seeing his eldest daughter's genuine happiness now reassured him. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged glances, intrigued by the news of Lu Qing'an's former sister-in-law coming as well. Shui Tianfei narrowed her beautiful eyes, pondering. Sisters often resemble each other not only in appearance, but also in temperament. I am curious to see what her sister is like. Chapter 20. Meeting in the demon realm before a grand hall in the immortal ruins, Su Yuni, clad in a blue dress, gracefully descended. Upon entering the hall, she found a handsome youth of around 15 seated cross-legged in the center, his cultivation soaring under the guidance of an enchanting woman radiating white light behind him. Moments later, he broke through to 3 minor realms. Lu Zhengran opened his eyes, gazing at his hands in exhilaration. Mother, did I just break through 3 levels of cultivation in an instant? Indeed, I can only assist you this much, from now on. You must stabilize your foundation and continue breaking through, Su Qingyi replied. Understood. Thank you, mother. Lu Zhengran felt the changes in his cultivation with awe. In less than half a day, he had achieved such significant progress, something he had never dared to dream of before. Now, his cultivation was likely higher than his sister's. Sister, are you free? Just then, Su Yuni's voice rang out behind them. Su Qingyi, having already sensed Su Yuni's arrival, nodded. Did you come to discuss something? Auntie. Lu Zhengran turned to Su Yuni, grinning widely. Auntie, look at my cultivation. I just broke through 3 levels. He carried an exceptional sword on his back, choosing to bear it rather than store it in a spatial ring, demonstrating his attachment to it. Su Yuni smiled and nodded, then turned her attention back to Su Qingyi. Sister, I plan to accompany Grandfather He to the demon realm. Why would you go there? It is exceedingly perilous. Su Qingyi's brows furrowed instantly. Grandfather He is visiting my brother-in-law, not to mention I have been idle lately. I wish to accompany him and check on Zixuan and Miao Miao to see how they are faring, Su Yuni explained. Su Qingyi's expression darkened. The demon realm is fraught with danger, and you have yet to reach the emperor level. It is far too risky for you to go. Sister, with Grandfather He accompanying me, and since my brother-in-law will be there to retrieve us, as long as we conceal our cultivation, we should encounter no issues. I will return after confirming that Miao Miao and Zixuan are well, Su Yuni insisted. Su Qingyi remained pensive for a considerable time, her expression not improving. Mother, please let Annie go. Father is also at the emperor level, so there should be no problems, Lu Zhengran interjected. Auntie, when you see my sister, make sure to tell her that I have broken through 3 levels. He added with a grin, already imagining his sister's astonished reaction to his rapid progress. Very well, sister. Do you have any messages for the children? Su Yuni inquired. Her visit was not merely to seek her sister's approval, but to consider the children's feelings and see if her sister had any messages for them. Knowing they might be missing their mother, Su Qingyi closed her eyes, remaining silent for quite some time. Eventually, she could not hold back any longer and said, Tell them their mother has her own life. They should not blame me. Also, take care of yourself and return soon. The longer you stay there, the more perilous it becomes. When you come back, your formation skills should be impressive. If the children have anything to convey to me, please record their words. She was aware that her sister had devised a recording formation. All right, but is there truly nothing you wish to say to them? Su Yui asked. I will set off early tomorrow. If you have something to express tonight, just record it within the formation. With that, she gathered her belongings and departed. Su Qingyi watched as the formation flew closer with a single wave of her hand. Zhengran, go back and consolidate your cultivation. If there is anything you do not understand about your training, come to your mother. Understood. After everyone had left, Su Qingyi gazed at the formation in her hand, and ultimately recorded a message. The following morning, He Hong sought out Su Yui and bid farewell to those he had amiable relations with. He approached Su Qing'an, his heart filled with complexity. It was he who had introduced Su Qing'an to Lu Qing'an, a connection he had unwittingly fostered. Qing'an, as I depart, I do not know when I shall return. I must take a moment to bid you farewell, He Hong stated. Su Qing'an replied, Old He, are you truly certain about settling over there? It remains far too dangerous. My mind is made up, do not attempt to dissuade me. Do you need me to convey any messages? He Hong looked at Su Qing'an with a flicker of hope, wishing to hear her send 2 sentences to Lu Qing'an. However, he saw Su Qing'an shake her head. Very well, He Hong sighed in resignation. It appeared that these two could never return to their former selves. Grandfather He, will I truly never see you again? Lu Zhongran frowned. Fate will bring us together again. He Hong assured. Focus on your cultivation. Let us see who among you and your sister breaks through to the Emperor realm first. Lu Zhongran nodded. Then I shall take my leave. He Hong declared. Second sister, do you genuinely intend to follow him? Su Xuanyu gazed at Su Yui, feeling helpless. It is so dangerous over there. Enough, we will communicate through sound transmission later. Sister. After their farewells, the two ascended into the air and flew towards the demon domain. Su Xuanyu stared at the horizon, speaking solemnly. I wonder if that fellow can truly protect my second sister. And those 2 children have practiced the techniques of the immortal ruins. Alas, had I known he hailed from the demon domain, I would never have allowed him to take them away. Sister, is there any way to retrieve the children? Su Xuanyu turned to Su Qing'an. She merely glanced at her brother, then acted as if she had not heard him, turning to fly back to the grand hall. Not sister. Pay attention to me. He Hong, an esteemed veteran emperor, was not slow in flight. After an hour, he finally arrived at the boundary between the immortal ruins and the demon domain. Observing the environment beyond the boundary, both felt a twinge of nervousness. Qing'an, I have reached the boundary. Where are you? He Hong utilized a communication jade slip to reach out to Lu Qing'an. Moments after sending the message, he noticed a figure rapidly approaching them. Finally stopping on the opposite side of the boundary, none other than Lu Qing'an himself. Seeing this, He Hong and his companion smiled and crossed the boundary, entering the demon domain and landing before Lu Qing'an. Brother-in-law. Su Yui greeted Lu Qing'an with a smile. Lu Qing'an nodded in return and then turned to He Hong. Old He, is this your first time in the demon domain? Certainly, it is my first time. I feel a bit anxious. You must protect us well, He Hong chuckled. Rest assured, in the demon domain, no one can harm you. Come, the children have been waiting for you. Lu Qing'an gestured for them not to resist, then unleashed his cultivation power, tearing through the void and swiftly leading them towards the city of Mo. His cultivation had increased to more than double its previous level, allowing for an astonishing speed. Within mere moments, they had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived at Mo City. Su Yui and He Hong, flying alongside Lu Qing'an, widened their eyes in astonishment. Qing'an, how far did you just take us? He Hong could not help but inquire rapidly as Lu Qing'an halted. Several 100,000 miles, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. Upon hearing this, He Hong and Su Yui were left utterly speechless. What kind of cultivation could yield such speed? In their understanding, even the pinnacle of Emperor realm experts could not achieve this level of swiftness. They stood frozen in place, grappling with the implications of Lu Qing'an's words. In their understanding, even the fastest speed of a peak emperor could reach only around 10,000 miles in a single breath. They had distinctly felt themselves traverse multiple spatial passages, covering at least tens of thousands of miles, though they could not be certain if it reached hundreds of thousands. Yet, Lu Qing'an had no reason to deceive them. Qing'an, could it be that your emperor status is related to spatial manipulation? He Hong ventured a question. Lu Qing'an chuckled at his old friend. Old He, no need to inquire further. The children have awaited you for quite some time. Let us discuss once we arrive. Suppressing his curiosity, He Hong nodded. Su Yui, however, gazed intently at Lu Qing'an's profile, previously perceiving him as meticulous and principled in his dealings with others. Now, she discovered that he had transformed into an enigmatic figure. The more one cannot decipher another, the more one yearns to validate their perceptions. This time, Lu Qing'an did not need to shatter the void. After a brief flight, they soon found themselves hovering above a tranquil mountain range. We have arrived. Lu Qing'an guided them down towards a serene courtyard. Below, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao stood alongside Xiao Qingyi, eagerly awaiting their guests. Grandfather He, Ani, Lu Miaomiao exclaimed, leaping with joy and waving her hands. Lu Zixuan smiled as she waited for the two to land. After they touched down, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao rushed towards them like a gust of wind, embracing Su Yui and greeting them warmly. Good children. Are you adjusting well to life in the demon domain? He Hong's aged eyes gleamed with warmth as he inquired. Grandfather we are doing splendidly, eating well, drinking well, and sleeping well. Lu Zixuan replied cheerfully. And Meow Meow? I am well too. Just a bit miss you. Grandfather would you like some ice watermelon? It is delicious. Lu Meow Meow chimed in. Haha, not just yet. Old Auntie, my sister and I have already prepared rooms for you. Come, follow me. Lu Meow Meow tugged at their hands, leading them into the house. Lu Qing'an smiled at the scene, following closely behind as they entered. Qing'an, who are these two? He Hong asked upon sitting down, glancing at the silent Xiao Qingyi. These are my friends here. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Lu Qing'an prompted. Xiao Qingyi smiled and said, I am Xiao Qingyi, one of the top experts in the demon domain and a longtime friend of Qing'an. May I ask how you two are addressed? Ah, so it is friend Xiao. I am He Hong, merely an old man with decent forging skills from the immortal ruins. Su Yui, it is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Xiao. At that moment, Shui Tianfei also introduced herself, having heard He Hong's words and now attempting to display a gentle demeanor towards him. I am Shui Tianfei, one of the top experts in the demon domain and also one of his admirers. Her introduction, however, unintentionally introduced an awkwardness into the atmosphere. Lu Qing'an shot a bemused glance at Shui Tianfei. Enough of this trivial chatter, He Hong remarked, breaking the awkward silence with a quick laugh. I didn't expect Qing'an to be even more popular here. He couldn't help but glance at Shui Tianfei again. Earlier, both had been referred to as one of the top powerhouses from the demon domain. Did that imply they possessed peak emperor-level strength? Wait a moment. This woman bears an uncanny resemblance to that demon domain powerhouse who was besieged by a group of immortal ruins experts that day. Let us not delve into these trivial matters any longer. You've traveled a long way. Please take some time to rest. With that, Lu Qing'an put an end to the peculiar conversation. Shui Tianfei felt a tinge of disappointment at Qing'an's interruption and quietly glanced at Su Yuni. At that moment, she noticed Su Yuni was also looking at her, and a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. Su Yuni, lacking even the emperor-level cultivation, though not lacking in beauty, still fell short in aura compared to her. As for strength, it was needless to say that Su Yuni's sister was likely just as mediocre. That foolish woman. She must have relied on sheer luck to capture that man. He Hong and Su Yuni entered the tidily arranged room and set their belongings down. Shortly after, He Hong pulled Lu Qing'an into the room. Qing'an, I have many questions I wish to ask you. Seeing his old friend, Lu Qing'an said nothing and sat on the edge of the bed, gesturing for He Hong to proceed. Their friendship was forged through shared stubbornness. Both could lose themselves in their research. He Hong had once had a friend who had passed away long ago, and he saw a reflection of that friend in He Hong. After thousands of years of companionship, He Hong's sincerity had earned him a place as a confidant in Lu Qing'an's heart. Is there truly no hope left between you and Qingying? If you need me to mediate, I will do everything in my power to assist. He Hong's expression was earnest. Lu Qing'an expected such a response, but shook his head. No need. Let the past be the past. Very well, then. Do you truly intend to remain here, never returning to the immortal ruins? Lu Qing'an nodded. All right. Then I have decided as well. I shall settle here. After all, this old man enjoys researching artifact refinement and pays little mind to external affairs. Just set up a space for me to refine artifacts, and most importantly, after I'm done working, I can see these two children. Ah, I truly adore your children. I long to watch them grow up healthy and strong. As he spoke, a hint of sorrow flickered in He Hong's eyes. Lu Qing'an understood that He Hong had lost a daughter in an unfortunate accident at a young age. Your children also hold great affection for you, old He. I will arrange for a refining room for you during this time. Should you need any materials for your artifacts, just let me know. You're new to the demon domain, and I will ensure everything is properly arranged for you, Lu Qing'an assured, patting He Hong's shoulder. Isn't this too much? He Hong chuckled. You are unfamiliar with this place. You can only rely on me. What? Do you expect to gather everything yourself? Cough, cough. Then this old man shall reluctantly accept. But I cannot take advantage of you. Should you need artifact refinement in the future, just command me. I shall do it for free. He Hong laughed. Very well, you said it. I will undoubtedly call upon you for your free labor in the future. Lu Qing'an smiled, knowing that he did not truly need He Hong's assistance for artifact refinement, as there were countless top-tier artisans in the demon domain eager to help him. The artisan who had crafted his treasured sword had gained immense renown after forging such a divine weapon for him, propelling him into the upper echelons of fame in the demon domain. Chapter 22. This brother-in-law is far more mysterious than expected. While He Hong and Lu Qing'an engaged in their private conversation, Su Yuni found herself settled in a meticulously cleaned room arranged by Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao. Aunt, how long do you plan to stay here? Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile, hoping Su Yuni would linger a bit longer. Su Yuni affectionately ruffled their hair. It depends on the situation. I will try to stay here longer with you too. Once you adapt to life here, I shall return. Then we shall never adapt. Lu Miao teased mischievously. You little rascal. Su Yuni playfully pinched Lu Miao's cheek. Lu Zixuan understood that Su Yuni would eventually leave and felt helpless to stop her, cherishing the moments they had together. And, look at my cultivation. Lu Zixuan shook off any thoughts of their impending separation, choosing instead to focus on the present and proudly exhibit her progress over the past 2 days. Su Yuni had not paid much attention before, but now, seeing Lu Zixuan's deliberate display, she realized the magnitude of Lu Zixuan's transformation. What? You've broken through a major realm? How is this possible? It's only been 2 days. Moreover, my cultivation has already transformed into the demon domain's essence. Lu Zixuan demonstrated by conjuring a swirl of demonic energy, radiating a formidable presence. Su Yuni was left in awe. What on earth has happened? I had heard that for someone from the immortal ruins to practice the techniques of the demon domain, they must abandon their original cultivation to succeed. What has Lu Zixuan experienced to bring about such a change? Zixuan, do tell your aunt how you accomplished this. It's truly astounding. It's all thanks to my father. He inadvertently helped me break through a major realm. Aunt, you have no idea how strong my father truly is. Lu Zixuan hurriedly recounted her discoveries from the past 2 days, beaming with pride at her father's formidable strength. Previously, she had no one to share her excitement with. But now that her aunt was here, she felt compelled to share. Indeed impressive. I didn't expect him to reach peak emperor-level strength, but even so, shouldn't he be unable to assist you in transitioning your cultivation? Su Yuni was still perplexed. My father claims that he is the only one capable of achieving this across the entire Qing'an continent. Are you certain he said that? Aunt. He even told us that he has already become invincible. Lu Miao chimed in, her charming smile exuding cuteness. Invincible? Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. The 2 children had no need to deceive her, and the transformation in Lu Zixuan was undeniably real before her eyes. Yet, the notion of invincibility might simply be a playful jest by Lu Qing'an to amuse the children. After all, everyone knows that there are always stronger individuals out there. Nevertheless, her brother-in-law was indeed terrifyingly powerful. She couldn't help but think that her sister, or even her sister's master, would never be able to grant Lu Zixuan such a transformation. It seemed her brother-in-law was truly one of the top powerhouses in the demon domain. By the way, Aunt, look at this divine weapon I possess. Lu Zixuan suddenly remembered something and quickly retrieved the 9 hell-slaying immortals' sword from her storage ring. Su Yuni glanced at the sword in Lu Zixuan's hand, and upon a mere glance, she was taken aback. This is... Zixuan, where did you acquire this divine weapon? It's terrifying. Just one look sent tremors through her soul. She had never encountered such a fearsome weapon before. The strongest weapon she had seen was her sister's master's sword. But in comparison, that sword was like a mere toy. And yet, such a divine weapon was now in her niece's possession. Seeing her aunt's astonished expression, Lu Zixuan smiled coyly. Aunt, this divine weapon was given to me by my father. It's called the 9 hells slaying immortals sword. Isn't it magnificent and powerful? Su Yuni's mind seemed to have short-circuited, as if struck by lightning for an entire day and night, leaving her to ponder the meaning of life. Is this truly a gift from your father? She couldn't help but think of her other nephew, Lu Qing'an. After acquiring that exquisite sword, Lu Qing'an had been utterly enamored, carrying it on his back daily and deliberately showcasing it to others, eager for their attention. Now, the contrast was painfully evident. Zixuan, are you certain this is indeed a gift from your father? As your aunt, I have some experience. And such divine weaponry is seldom seen in the entire realm of immortals. The fact that it has been bestowed upon a child is astonishing. Lu Zixuan couldn't suppress a smile. At first, I believed my current strength unworthy of this divine weapon. But my father insists it is the weapon that is unworthy of me. Su Yuni mused. This weapon must certainly be your uncle's primary armament. He has directly gifted it to his daughter. My assessment of Lu Qing'an has just increased. Possessing such a formidable divine weapon suggests his strength surpasses my initial estimations. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Qingxue, even claiming he could slay her. It appears he was not merely boasting, but truly possesses the capability. It seems he has remarkably restrained his murderous intent. Otherwise, he might have unleashed a massacre that day. Aunt, look, I have one too. Just as Su Yuni was lost in her thoughts, she felt a gentle poke from behind, courtesy of Lu Miao. When she turned around, she was astounded. Lu Miao was clad in an equally formidable yet adorable suit of armor, exuding a terrifying aura. This was beyond her comprehension. The ominous presence emanating from this armor was on par with that divine weapon. Just a glance left her feeling an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. As if no matter how she attacked her little niece, her strength would not even cause a single hair to falter. "Aunt, look, I can even make it disappear," Lu Miao Miao eagerly demonstrated, allowing the armor to materialize and vanish intermittently, even changing colors. Su Yuni was left dazzled, feeling slightly dizzy. Her brother-in-law was far too enigmatic. What tier of power did he possess within the entire realm of demons? Based on these two treasures alone, there was certainly nothing comparable in the realm of immortals. Yet, he had directly gifted such fearsome artifacts to his two daughters. She pondered whether her sister would bestow such treasures upon her children. The answer was a resounding no. Thankfully, the children had such a father. Chapter 23. The stubborn challenger. Seeing the current state of the two children, Su Yuni felt a measure of solace. They appeared to be doing well. Just then, she noticed the transmission jade slip vibrating and, upon checking, found it was a communication from her sister. "Your mother is transmitting. Would you like to speak with her?" Su Yuni smiled at Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao. However, the two who had just been joyfully showcasing their possessions suddenly fell silent. Heads bowed. Su Yuni, observing this, could only manage a wry smile before connecting the transmission. "Sister, where are you now? Have you encountered any dangers?" "No. I've arrived at their residence, and the two children are doing quite well." "Oh, that was fast. Are they nearby?" "Yes." "Do you have anything you wish to discuss with the children?" Su Yuni inquired. After a brief silence, Su Qing'an responded. "Ask the children if they wish to talk to me." Su Yuni had the sound on speaker, so Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao Miao could hear everything. However, when she glanced at them, they were still sulking, their heads down, seemingly devoid of anything to say. "It seems they have nothing to discuss." Su Qing'an sighed, then took a deep breath before her voice suddenly shifted, transforming into Lu Zhengran's. "Aunt, is my sister and little sister there?" Upon hearing her brother's voice, Lu Zixuan let out a low grunt. "Sister, how are things over there?" Lu Zhengran's inquiry was met with silence from Lu Zixuan, who was utterly disappointed in her brother. "Sister, speak up," Lu Zhengran urged. "Miao Miao, are you there? Your second brother misses you." Lu Miao Miao turned away in a huff, refusing to engage. "Zhengran, if there's nothing else, I'll end the transmission now." Su Yuni felt a wave of embarrassment for her nephew. "Aunt, don't hang up just yet." "Sister, you can hear me, right? I've broken through to the 3rd level of cultivation," Lu Zhengran cheerfully proclaimed. "Breaking through to the 3rd level, you say? That is hardly impressive. Your sister has transcended an entire realm," Su Yuni retorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan could not contain herself, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, breaking through 3 levels is so impressive? Apologies, dear brother, but you remain just a brother. I have just transcended an entire realm. Furthermore, my father gifted me a divine weapon, many times superior to your sword. Indeed, countless times. Sister, keep boasting. You must be feeling quite envious, having been surpassed by me." Lu Zhengran replied proudly. "Ignorance. I needn't converse further. Ask, and if you have questions." Lu Zixuan chuckled lightly, deeming the conversation unnecessary. "Aunt, is my sister truly bragging?" Lu Zhengran questioned skeptically. "A breakthrough to an entire realm? A divine weapon? Many times stronger? I never imagined my sister would enhance her boasting skills while in the demon realm." He had long awaited the moment he would surpass his sister. Su Yuni, when pressed, could only respond helplessly. "When has your sister ever boasted?" "It's all true." Su Zhengran, "Sister Qing'an?" Su Qing'an had been listening attentively and perked up upon hearing her elder daughter's voice. However, after hearing her words, she, like her son, felt incredulous that her daughter had learned to lie. Yet, upon hearing her sister confirm these statements, her brows furrowed. Had her sister learned to deceive as well? Was the demon realm capable of corrupting people so swiftly? A breakthrough to an entire realm in just 2 days seemed impossible, let alone possessing a divine weapon far superior to her son's sword. Countless times, what a concept. Even a top-tier treasure could not be deemed countless times stronger. "Humph. Aunt, please do not assist my sister in deceiving me. I shall not speak with you any longer." Lu Zhengran, still believing they were attempting to mislead him, angrily returned the transmission jade slip to his mother. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment, but ultimately chose not to expose her sister. "Be cautious over there." "All right, sister. If there is nothing else, I'll conclude the transmission now." After their conversation, both parties ended the transmission simultaneously. Lu Zhengran turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, my sister has learned to lie." He felt a surge of indignation, perhaps driven by this emotion. "You are siblings. Do not harbor excessive feelings of competition," Su Qing'an advised. Lu Zhengran fell silent before nodding in agreement. Su Qing'an, still frowning, felt a pang of sadness at the children's disregard for her, but ultimately brushed aside the gloom and began her cultivation. In the demon realm, after Su Yuni concluded the transmission, she turned her gaze to Lu Zixuan. Zixuan, I understand your dissatisfaction with your brother's choices. However, everyone has their own path to tread. Life is such that we make diverse choices along different roads. And this is something you cannot alter. Regardless of the circumstances, you are bound by blood as kin. As you grow and meet more people, you will come to appreciate the significance of family ties. She spoke from experience. After years of struggling in the realm of cultivation, she realized that among the many people she met, her closest kin treated her the best. Consequently, she approached her loved ones with utmost tenderness, cherishing everything she currently possessed. She was acutely aware that her sister had erred in this matter, yet there was little she could do. After all, that sister had raised her and her brother since childhood, akin to a mother. Her visit was not solely to see the two children, but also to offer a heartfelt apology on behalf of her sister to Lu Qing'an. Lu Zixuan nodded, refraining from further discourse. Let us not dwell on this. These two items are messages recorded by your mother. You may choose whether or not to view them. Su Yuni presented two formations, handing one each to Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao. The siblings regarded the formations in silence for a moment, tossing them disdainfully aside, unwilling to engage. However, Su Yuni noticed that they did not destroy the formations, suggesting that their reluctance was merely a matter of pride. She then excused herself, granting the children their space. Upon exiting the room and observing that the children had not followed her, she understood that they still wished to discover what their mother had intended to convey. Much like her sister, they were quite stubborn. Su Yuni chuckled softly to herself. At that moment, she spotted Lu Qing'an and He Hong emerging from another chamber. Brother-in-law, may I have a word with you privately? Lu Qing'an paused, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement and stepping outside. Su Yuni gracefully followed suit. Xue Tianfei squinted at the scene, observing the pair as they exited the house, then turned to Xiao Qingyi. Even after her sister has divorced him, why does she still call him brother-in-law? And speaking privately, does she not realize how inappropriate it is for a man and woman to converse alone? Xiao Qingyi replied nonchalantly, what is the issue? They say that a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of grace, and a day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. After calling him brother-in-law for 1,000 years, it's not easy to change that. Whose side are you on? Xue Tianfei retorted sharply. You wouldn't want to hear what I say anyway. Then I shall remain silent. Xiao Qingyi acquiesced. In the verdant tranquility of the courtyard, Lu Qing'an and Su Yuni halted beneath a stone pavilion. Gazing at his former sister-in-law, Lu Qing'an surmised her intent. The next moment, he was taken aback as Su Yuni suddenly bowed deeply, offering him an apology. Brother-in-law, I apologize on behalf of my sister. Lu Qing'an sighed. You may rise. You have done nothing wrong. Su Yuni, possessing a kind heart, frequently found herself apologizing, not for her own misdeeds but for others, particularly for Su Xuanyu. Whenever her brother spoke ill of him, she would offer a rueful smile and a heartfelt apology. You are well aware of my sister's temperament, and having been raised by her, I understand her thirst for power. However, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent, nor did I foresee her willingness to forsake everything she once held dear. Seeing Su Yuni maintain her bow, Lu Qing'an could not help but approach her, gently grasping her shoulders and urging her to stand. Please, there is no need for this. The situation has reached a point of no return. Your apology is unnecessary. It has nothing to do with you. You are a good girl, but sometimes you are just too kind. Observing Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an found himself at a loss for words. He did not seek anyone's apology. The path had already been set, and he would not look back. With the two children still present, the family had not entirely disbanded. Su Yuni lowered her gaze, feeling a profound sense of guilt for her family's shortcomings towards Lu Qing'an. So, is this the matter you wish to discuss? If there is nothing else, shall we return? Lu Qing'an inquired. Su Yuni, with a bittersweet smile, replied, brother-in-law. I also wish to apologize on behalf of Zhengran and my brother. Ah, this girl. Are you a natural-born apologizer? Lu Qing'an jested, amusement flickering in his eyes. Very well. If you wish to apologize, you must show some sincerity or make some gesture. Su Yuni nodded earnestly. What must I do for you to accept my apology? You truly are tenacious, Lu Qing'an remarked. Then from this day forth, you shall remain here and not return. Can you manage that? He was merely teasing Su Yuni. However, upon hearing his words, her expression twisted with conflict, but she ultimately replied, May I at least return to bid farewell properly? Lu Qing'an sighed. Enough of this. I accept your apology. Let us not prolong this further. I am not certain how to address you. He turned and walked back toward the house. Su Yuni, gazing at Lu Qing'an's retreating figure, furrowed her brow before hastening to catch up. Upon their return to the house, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the space. He Hong cradled Lu Miao Miao, clad in a petite pink armor, in one arm, while holding the divine weapon gifted to Lu Zixuan in the other. Gazing at it as though it were a vision of his dreams, his eyes wide with admiration. Incredible, truly remarkable. Upon noticing Lu Qing'an's arrival, He Hong rushed to him. Qing'an, are these all your treasures? Lu Qing'an nodded calmly. You possess such extraordinary divine weapons. Where did you acquire them? Such craftsmanship. I have never seen anything like it. Their power is astounding. He Hong continued. The mastery required to forge these items surpasses my understanding, and the materials used. Are they truly from the Qing'an continent? I have never encountered such metals before. His eyes sparkled with fervor. Lu Qing'an replied, to be honest, the craftsman who forged these items does indeed possess superior skills compared to yours. If you are interested, I can introduce you to him later. And you may seek his guidance, or I could arrange for him to teach you directly. He had decided to give the two treasures to his daughters, and, having no suitable weapon for himself, planned to have He Hong build a forge, allowing the old craftsman to create a weapon for him in the process. He Hong, exhilarated by the prospect, exclaimed, really? I can learn from such a master craftsman. Lu Qing'an remained composed. If he refuses, I shall persuade him to allow it. It is a simple matter. Convince him? That seems rather difficult. Moreover, I suspect that anyone capable of creating such artifacts possesses formidable strength. Likely at the peak level of an emperor. Are you certain you can handle that? He Hong was not underestimating Lu Qing'an. He understood that the strength of a craftsman should not be taken lightly. Every craftsman was robust, and in battle, wielding their specialized hammer. They could easily turn the tide against even the strongest foes. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. He Hong, you still do not grasp the full extent of your friend's strength, do you? Just trust him. In the entire demon domain, no one dares to defy his commands, lest they incur his wrath. As Xiao Qingyi's words resonated in the room, an eerie stillness settled over them. The notion that no one within the demon domain would dare to disregard Lu Qing'an's authority was astonishing to both He Hong and Su Yuni. They considered that Xiao Qingyi's statement might contain an element of exaggeration. Lu Qing'an, being at the peak of the emperor realm, was indeed powerful. Yet it seemed more likely that Xiao Qingyi was attempting to convey a sense of camaraderie between Lu Qing'an and the domain's top craftsmen, characterizing their relationship as one of playful brotherhood. Haha, how splendid. I shall humbly seek to learn from this formidable master. He Hong felt invigorated by the two treasures. Sensing techniques he had never grasped before, his visit to the demon domain proved to be fortuitous indeed. Well, since that is the case, I shall take the opportunity to venture into the celestial fallen demon cave and procure some valuable materials. By the way, those of you who have yet to reach the emperor realm, come along with me. There exists a location there that can purify your physiques, making your future cultivation towards the emperor realm considerably easier. The materials for the two treasures of Lu Qing'an were sourced from this very cave, and acquiring that batch of materials nearly cost me my life. Now, with his current strength, obtaining materials there should pose no challenge. If necessary, he could even draw upon some cultivation from his sea of consciousness. Moreover, there is indeed a place that would greatly benefit his two daughters. Su Yuni, who has not yet broken through to the emperor realm, may accompany us as well. Upon hearing the name Celestial Fallen Demon Cave, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei could not help but swallow hard. They had both suffered greatly in that place before, even nearly losing their lives. Leaving them with a psychological shadow regarding the depths of the cave, they decided against joining this adventure. Chapter 25. The Black Flame of Extermination. Lu Qing'an had no intention of bringing Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei along, as their presence would only complicate matters. With their current cultivation, they would be at great risk in the deepest parts of the Celestial Fallen Demon Cave without his protection. Old Xiao, you should have Wang Duanshan's transmission mark, right? Send him a message, asking him to come here. Tell him I need his assistance in constructing a refining chamber. Shortly thereafter, he would require his help with weapon crafting. Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi. Noting that his communication artifact had been damaged after being submerged in lava for too long, making it impossible to reach many contacts. All right, Xiao Qingyi nodded. You two take good care of my friends. I shall return shortly. After Lu Qing'an finished speaking, he turned to Su Yuni and the others. Follow me. He not only took Su Yuni and his two daughters, but also included Sun Minzi. Anyone beneath the Emperor realm could undergo refinement there. He led the four away from their original location, embarking on their journey. After Lu Qing'an departed, Xiao Qingyi retrieved a transmission jade slip. Hello, Wang Duanshan. Yes. It's me again. Wang Duanshan responded. All right, goodbye? Wait, what do you mean goodbye? I have something to discuss with you. No, it's not me. Someone is seeking your assistance. Who? Naturally, it's the person you inquired about last time. He has returned. Hurry here. He needs your help with weapon crafting and to build a refining chamber. Are you trying to trick me again? Last time you claimed he was back. Lured me over to assist you with weapon crafting, and now you want me to fall for it again. If you come, you will know the truth. If I am deceiving you, may I be cursed. You've already made me your fool once. Did I say that last time? I don't recall. Ask Shui Tianfei. She is right beside me. Xiao Qing'e glanced at Shui Tianfei. Indeed, he has returned. You should come quickly, she affirmed. Wang Duanshan. Are you mimicking Shui Tianfei's voice? This time, you're being clever by not directly imitating Lu Qing'an's voice, but I still don't believe you. Do you have any idea how busy I am? A multitude of peak Emperor realm experts are constantly pleading for my assistance with weapon crafting. I simply cannot keep up. Stop bothering me. Shui Tianfei interjected. In the desolate lands of the Eastern Demon Realm, Lu Qing'an arrived above this barren expanse, accompanied by Su Yuni and the others. From their vantage point, they beheld a gaping wound in the earth, a scar that had festered for millennia. The celestial fallen demon cave was, in fact, formed by a colossal meteorite that crashed to the ground. Its diameter stretched for miles, with steep, knife-edged walls of jet-black rock interwoven with dark crimson molten veins. The cave's depths churned perpetually with purple-black demonic mist, occasionally coalescing into twisted phantoms and emitting piercing shrieks, devouring even the sunlight. At that moment, scattered figures of demon realm cultivators lingered around the cave's mouth, yet none dared to approach the edge. Occasionally, a bold soul would venture forth, only to be instantly hurled back by the surging demonic energy. Countless weathered bones hung from the rocky walls, some still clad in rusted armor. Most chilling of all were the low-frequency tremors emanating from the cave's depths, as if some slumbering behemoth were breathing, causing sand and stone to tumble down. At this moment, Lu Qing'an hovered in the air, his robe billowing, as his silhouette cleaved through the chaos. Gazing upon the familiar terrain, a faint smile graced his lips. It had been a long time since he last visited this place. His true transformation into the mightiest being of the demon realm began here, where he encountered fortuitous events and acquired the extermination black flame, the very flame that had annihilated that emperor-level foe from the Walking Corpse sect. When the extraterrestrial meteorite had struck this land, many emperor realm experts had flocked here to explore, some oblivious to the dangers within, since that treasures lay hidden in the depths and hastily entered, eager to seize them. Unbeknownst to them, half of those who ventured inside perished, consumed by the cave's depths and serving as fodder for the intensifying flames. Yet, he had been exceptionally fortunate, not only surviving but also benefiting from the calamity, obtaining the extermination black flame. Subsequently, he rose to prominence, breaking through to the Emperor realm and claiming the title of Eternal Night Emperor, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. Now, returning once more, he felt a wave of nostalgia. You all stay close to me. Once we enter the depths, do not stray from my protective energy, otherwise, you will be instantly devoured by the flames within. Lu Qing'an fixed a serious gaze upon Su Yuni and the others, especially his daughters. Once they delved deeper, he would need to place them in a secure area, forming a protective energy barrier around them, allowing them to undergo body refinement without harm. Zishuan, keep a close watch on your sister. Do not let her wander off. Lu Zishuan understood what her father's seriousness implied. She nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around Lu Miaomiao. Lu Miaomiao also nodded quickly, appearing very obedient. Su Yuni nodded as well, feeling a chill as she gazed down at the celestial fallen demon cave, sensing the overwhelming aura of danger. Among them, Sun Minzi comprehended the perils of the celestial fallen demon cave better than anyone. Countless Emperor Realm experts had been buried here, and the number of fallen peak Emperor Realm cultivators exceeded a mere handful. Some had even suffered lasting afflictions here. She had previously trained nearby, allowing the intense flame aura to refine her body from a distance, resulting in significant changes. Yet, at this moment, she sensed that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor intended to take her deeper inside. All right, we shall descend, Lu Qing'an declared, leading the four as a streak of light hurtled downwards. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by the Demon Realm cultivators lingering near the celestial fallen demon cave. What are they doing? Are they actually flying straight towards the center of the celestial fallen demon cave? Are they courting death? Even standing above that central area, without the cultivation of a sacred king, one could easily be reduced to ash. Can't they see that aura is unmistakably of the Emperor Realm? Even the Emperor Realm is not a trivial matter. Should they accidentally fall into the center, they would surely be gravely injured. Wait, they are actually entering inside. They had not engaged in discussion for long when they beheld Lu Qing'an soaring into the abyss accompanied by Su Yuni and the others, swiftly descending into the depths. This spectacle left the group of demon domain powerhouses, who were cautiously cultivating in the vicinity of the heavenly abyss, utterly astonished. Chapter 26. Exploring the depths of the demon cave. Upon plunging into the colossal pit, Lu Qing'an did not pause. Instead, he accelerated. Enveloped by a shroud of demonic energy that formed a faint black light shield around himself, and Su Yuni along with the others. At that moment, they felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, should the black shield dissipate, the four would be instantly obliterated, save for Lu Qing'an. Sun Minzi observed as Lu Qing'an led them further into the depths, surpassing the limits of what an ordinary emperor-level powerhouse could reach. Her throat constricted. Good heavens! She felt nothing at all. It was rumored that at this depth, even mid to late-stage emperor-level cultivators would struggle immensely, facing the risk of death. Is this the might of the eternal night demon emperor? In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an halted in the central region of the heavenly abyss. Approximately 3 miles deep, he sought a suitable spot for the four to sit cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, a larger black light shield enveloped an area of 10 zhang around them, instantly calming the raging flames outside, rendering the surroundings as tranquil as normal. This, however, would not allow Su Yuni and the others to experience the refining effects they sought, so he needed to introduce some fiery waves into the black shield. As the flames surged into the shield, it filtered out the most harmful components, retaining only those beneficial for refining. I have divided this area into 3 domains. The innermost zone, where you currently stand, has no refining effects, allowing you to rest comfortably. The second domain, approximately 1 zhang outward, will induce a strong burning sensation in your bodies if you venture there. Fear not, it will not cause severe harm, merely discomfort, as it refines your physique. If you endure, you shall gain significant rewards and perhaps even insights into your cultivation. Beyond that, as long as you remain within the black shield, you will be safe, though the refining effects will intensify. Do you understand? Lu Qing'an gazed earnestly at the four, who all nodded in understanding. Even Lu Miao Miao grasped his intent. All right, give it a try. Lu Qing'an remained nearby, observing as Su Yuni and the others advanced. When they stepped into the second domain, they were suddenly engulfed by an intense burning sensation. In an instant, sweat began to bead upon their brows. Daddy, it's so hot, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed. Remember what I told you, Miao Miao, Lu Qing'an replied. One must endure hardship to rise above others. If you cannot withstand this mild discomfort, you shall never surpass your peers. Okay, I can endure, Lu Miao Miao resolved, steeling herself. Su Yuni, possessing a significantly higher cultivation than the 3 children, found the discomfort manageable and pressed onward. Upon entering the next domain, she was immediately assailed by a terrifying wave of energy. This, she gasped, halting, her body overwhelmed yet still devoid of a life-threatening sensation. After a moment of endurance, her eyes widened in realization. She discovered that her body was rapidly expelling impurities. Simultaneously, answers to her previously perplexing cultivation queries and formation issues began to crystallize in her mind. Seeing that the four comprehended his instructions, Lu Qing'an felt reassured. Remember, do not venture outside this black shield. Even if someone appears nearby, ignore them. No matter how powerful they are, they cannot enter. Before departing, he turned to his 2 daughters. Zishuan, Miao Miao, I have matters to attend to and may be away for a while. Focus on your training until I return. Understood. Lu Zishuan nodded earnestly, gritting her teeth against the discomfort. I'll wait for you, Daddy. Lu Miao Miao chimed in. Lu Qing'an smiled and nodded before soaring beyond the black shield, delving deeper into the heavenly abyss. This region merely represented a slightly perilous depth within the center of the abyss, accessible to most late-stage emperor-level powerhouses. The materials he sought would only be found in the deepest reaches. Previously, before his ascension to emperor level, he had exhausted all means to reach the abyss's depths. Approximately 20 miles down, where he had acquired the extermination black flame. Yet, the heavenly abyss extended far deeper than that. No one knew the true depth of the abyss. No one had ventured that far. Now, having returned stronger, he was ready to explore its deepest secrets. He hoped to uncover more refining materials there. Should he acquire enough, he could forge additional treasures for his 2 daughters, an armor for his eldest, and a divine weapon for his youngest. At that moment, he recalled his son. Although he had chosen to follow Su Qing'an, he was still his son. If there were excess materials, he would craft armor for him as well. Transforming into a streak of black light, Lu Qing'an sped deeper into the heavenly abyss. Within a 10-mile radius of the abyss, 2 individuals, drenched in sweat, were laboriously making their way deeper. Their pace seemed almost leisurely, as if moving in slow motion. They descended in near parallel, laden with treasures, formations, and overwhelming demonic energy. Both were peak Emperor-level cultivators. Old fool, look, I've taken another step forward. One man, dressed in black robes, exclaimed, glancing back at the white-robed man who lagged just behind him. You can't compete with me. The white-robed man, drenched in perspiration and visibly irritated, replied, just you wait. I'm about to take my step. The white-robed man finally stepped forward, regaining parity with the black-robed man. Did you see that? I've caught up. Humph. Just wait. I'll soon advance again. As the two engaged in their rivalry, suddenly, they both turned their heads sharply. Wait. Why does it feel like someone is rapidly approaching? The black-robed man exclaimed. Don't say. I feel it too. But that's impossible. How could anyone be approaching so quickly? At this depth, even we, with our strength, would be reduced to ashes with a single misstep. As they pondered, a shadow suddenly emerged behind them, zipping past in the blink of an eye, continuing deeper into the abyss at a breathtaking speed, akin to a shooting star. Both men were momentarily stunned, forgetting their surroundings until the searing heat jolted them back to reality, prompting them to swiftly defend against the incoming flames. Chapter 27. Very likely the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. The two employed various techniques, finally stabilizing themselves. Once they could catch their breath, they exchanged bewildered glances, rendered speechless by what had just transpired. What just happened? It seemed like a person. Indeed, it was a person, but I couldn't see clearly what they looked like. They were too fast. Incredibly fast. The two exclaimed in astonishment. It is essential to understand that although they have just ascended to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, they possess formidable strength. With such power, traversing this depth requires utmost caution and vigilance. Yet, the individual earlier was seen descending at full speed, seemingly unfazed. This is utterly absurd. Could he be one of the most elite beings? The man in the black robe inquired. Impossible. No one, no matter how elite, could achieve such feats unless they are the Demon Emperor, replied the man in the white robe. The Demon Emperor? Isn't he confined within the Demon Palace? Has he come here? Questioned the man in the black robe. I am not referring to that Demon Emperor. It is said that this particular Demon Emperor ventured to the deepest part, which is only about 20 to 30 miles deep, so he cannot possibly fly at such depths. Insisted the man in the white robe. You must be referring to the previous generation's Demon Emperor, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, right? Indeed. It is rumored that before the Eternal Night Demon Emperor even entered the Emperor realm, he could reach depths of approximately 20 miles into the celestial abyss. Just imagine. Having broken through to the Emperor realm and successfully cultivated to its pinnacle, how deep could he descend? However, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has been missing for over 1,000 years. Perhaps he was in seclusion all along. Now he has emerged. Could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has been in seclusion within these depths all this time? The two engaged in a fervent discussion, their astonishment unabated. Meanwhile, Qing'an continued to soar deeper at an astonishing speed, his expression serene as he surveyed his surroundings. Why are there so few cultivators in the celestial abyss? Furthermore, those two at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm appear unfamiliar. Have they just recently broken through? They seem rather inadequate, faltering at just 10 miles deep. Qing'an shook his head, unaware of the myriad changes that had transpired in the demon domain during his millennium-long absence. There must be many new talents emerging, yet they seem rather unremarkable. After a while, he found himself at a depth of 20 miles within the celestial abyss. Upon reaching this point, he suddenly slowed down, having located a mark he had previously left behind. A faint smile graced his lips as he observed the mark still intact. When he first entered this place, it was solely to evade pursuers, unaware that the items he possessed would grant him significant immunity against the engulfing flames. Thus, even without Emperor-level cultivation, he could reach such depths, an outcome of sheer luck. Having broken through to the Emperor realm and attained unprecedented strength within the demon domain, he returned to this place once more. It was during that visit that he discovered materials to forge two treasures located over 30 miles deep within the celestial abyss. Indeed, even in his strongest state, he could only reach depths of 30 miles. Now, with cultivation strength twice that of before, he should be able to reach the deepest parts of the celestial abyss. If that proves insufficient, he could always draw forth additional power, threefold, fourfold, or even fivefold. As long as the world remains intact, he would summon forth strength sufficient to descend to the utmost depths of the celestial abyss. Logically, the deepest regions should harbor ample amounts of celestial abyss gold, hopefully more than the last time he acquired it. Casting one last glance at the mark he had left behind, He disregarded it and sped deeper into the abyss. He transformed once more into a streak of black light, accelerating swiftly into the depths. In the blink of an eye, he had delved another 5 miles. However, at that moment, he slightly reduced his speed upon unexpectedly spotting an individual ahead. How remarkable that someone could reach such depths. He quickly discerned the reason for this person's presence. It was due to an array. Yet, the individual's mastery of formations was astonishing, and notably, this was not the old acquaintance he recognized. Could this be a newly emerged pinnacle emperor from the past millennium? He realized he did not recognize this person. After ascending to the eternal night demon emperor, he had eliminated all his enemies and subsequently entered seclusion for a considerable period, approximately 10,000 years. Following his breakthrough, he had remained active within the demon domain for nearly another 10,000 years, ultimately altering his mindset and deciding to lead a more grounded life, which led to his quiet departure from the demon domain. Thus, he was unfamiliar with nearly all those who had emerged in the time since. Viewing them as fresh faces in the demon domain, there was a slim possibility that some had entered seclusion or hidden away during his rise, remaining absent from the world for thousands of years. In his memory, the strongest formation master within the demon domain was still an old friend. Perhaps this individual before him shares a connection with that old acquaintance? He pondered for a moment, but chose not to dwell on it further. His current task was to swiftly acquire the celestial abyss gold and return to his daughters. Consequently, he bypassed the individual and continued to soar deeper. At that moment, a young woman, her fiery red hair cascading like flames and her white dress billowing like snow, stood amidst a multitude of formation lights, slowly stepping into the deeper realms of the celestial abyss. She was continuously counting her steps. Finally, she had reached a depth of 25 miles, surpassing her previous limitations. Here, she would cultivate her formations. Her youthful visage radiated pride as she halted, sitting cross-legged in place, surrounded by myriad swirling array patterns, golden brilliance intertwining with silver radiance, resembling a celestial river descending to the mortal realm. With a flick of her fingers, runes danced like butterflies, each formation light containing the might to shatter mountains and part seas. However, just as she reveled in her newfound breakthrough, a sudden black light flashed past her side. What? She quickly gazed ahead. Due to the multitude of formations enveloping her surroundings, she had failed to notice the approaching figure until it darted past her field of vision, at which point she recognized it was indeed a person. A person? Impossible. She hastily focused her gaze on the figure that had zipped by. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the individual had vanished from her sight. The terrifying waves of flame had obscured her view. It was undeniably a person. But how could anyone descend so rapidly at this depth? Was this truly a human? She had reached this depth solely through her formidable array mastery. If relying solely on cultivation, she would have been halted long before at a depth of less than 20 miles. The individual she had glimpsed was enveloped in a faint layer of demonic energy, lacking any other protective measures. This was utterly shocking. Chapter 28. The mysterious life form at the deepest depths she yearned to pursue and uncover the truth, but her strength simply would not allow it, leaving her staring in disbelief. If it were indeed a person, what level of power would they possess? Did such beings truly exist within the demon domain? She could hardly fathom the level of strength required to achieve such feats. Not even the current demon emperor, nor the long-vanished eternal night demon emperor, could accomplish such a feat. For it was said that the eternal night demon emperor could only reach depths of 30 to 40 miles. It was inconceivable that anyone could fly at such speeds within this depth. After a swift flight, Qing'an finally arrived at the depth he had once reached, 35 miles beneath the surface. Here, he once again beheld the mark he had made upon becoming the eternal night demon emperor. All the celestial abyss gold at this depth had been claimed by him in the past. Now he found no trace of celestial abyss gold within this region. Well, let us now observe how deep I can descend with my newfound strength, which is twice my previous capability. He did not rush to exert more of his cultivation, nor did he fly swiftly. Instead, he descended at a more measured pace. As he ventured deeper into the abyss of celestial crashes, the opening of the pit gradually diminished in size the longer he flew downward. Presently, the space he occupied was no larger than that of a circular basketball court, yet the pit below remained as formidable as the gaping maw of a terrifying beast. Continuing his descent, the dimensions of the pit would undoubtedly shrink further until, at its most profound depths, it would reduce to a mere small hole. It was there that one could expect to find a significant quantity of celestial crash gold. After flying downward for a while, he suddenly halted, captivated by an object hanging on the adjacent rock wall. It was a fist-sized piece of celestial crash gold, entirely black as ink. with a surface adorned with intricate dark golden patterns that shimmered like flowing lava. Its texture lay somewhere between metal and crystal, imparting an overwhelming sense of weight, while an eerie warmth radiated from its surface. Occasionally, flickers of purple-black lightning erupted from its edges, distorting the surrounding air into a vortex. Most intriguingly, at its core, a mass of liquid shadow rotated slowly, resembling fragments of an abyss sealed away, inducing dizziness with prolonged observation. A smile crept across Lu Qing'an's lips. This small piece could indeed be fashioned into a relatively small dagger. Perfect. He could forge a little dagger from Miao Miao. As he grasped it, he immediately felt the celestial crash gold alternating between bone-chilling cold and searing heat, accompanied by mysterious energies attempting to cling to his hand, reminiscent of a wild beast unbroken, seeking to retaliate against its captor. However, as soon as the black flames enveloped his hand, the celestial crash gold instantly calmed, returning to a placid state. Onward. This small piece is insufficient. I believe there is more to be found deeper still. He continued his slow descent, meticulously scanning his surroundings with his consciousness. At this profound depth, the waves of special energy had transformed from mere heat to an alternating sensation of burning warmth and bone-chilling cold, creating a stark contrast. For an ordinary peak Emperor-level expert, a moment's carelessness here could lead to their demise. Yet, for Lu Qing'an, this environment felt as ordinary as any other space. As powerful demonic energy erupted around him, completely isolating him from all threats to his being. He descended a little further and spotted another piece of celestial crash gold. Huh. Excellent. This one is nearly the size of a human head. He hurriedly collected this piece, sufficient for forging a divine weapon. Continuing onward, he sought to gather even more. As he descended further, he traversed an area of approximately 10 miles, discovering a piece of celestial crash gold roughly every mile. The size of the gold did not necessarily increase with depth. Rather, it bore an element of luck. Deeper down, he might find pieces as small as a finger, or as large as a grinding stone. In this depth of over 10 miles, he had collected 2 pieces the size of grinding stones. This should be ample for forging divine weapons for himself, as well as armor for his eldest daughter and weaponry for his youngest. It appeared he was nearing the deepest part of this abyss. He hoped to acquire even more celestial crash gold. At present, the space surrounding him was roughly the size of a small pond. It seemed that within less than a mile as further descent, he would reach the abyss's nadir. Yet, he could not see ahead, as chaotic energy obscured his view, leaving him uncertain of how deep it truly was. Unquestionably, the entire abyss of celestial crashes was nearly 50 miles deep, a truly formidable depth. He continued his descent, and with each step downward, the scene around him began to change. The opening of the pit became increasingly constricted. He curiously noted the absence of celestial crash gold on the rock walls. At this depth, even his doubled strength felt somewhat inadequate. It appeared that he would need to amplify it to 3 times. Lu Qing'an drew upon more of his cultivation, and in an instant, his power surged to 3 times its original strength. At that moment, the discomfort he had just experienced vanished without a trace. Ahem. Possessing greater strength is indeed quite exhilarating. He could not deny that the system's bestowal of such formidable power carried some merit. Observing once more, he found no more celestial crash gold on the rock walls, prompting him to accelerate his descent. After a quarter of an hour, he came to a complete stop. It was then that he finally beheld the scene at the deepest part of the abyss of celestial crashes. The abyss's deepest section was a cramped space akin to a well with 3 mouths. The surrounding rock walls, eroded by chaotic energy, gleamed as smooth as mirrors, emanating a faint purple glow. At the very center, a piece of celestial crash gold the size of a cart floated. Upon seeing this celestial crash gold, Lu Qing'an's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, a large piece of celestial crash gold. This one would suffice for forging numerous items. However, upon closer inspection, he quickly discerned that this massive piece of celestial crash gold bore some differences from the pieces he had previously collected. This colossal celestial crash gold was still as black as ink, its surface pulsating with dark golden veins resembling blood vessels, and its edges sparkled with purple-black lightning that twisted the surrounding space into spirals. Strangely, at its core, a semi-transparent silvery-gray energy entity rotated slowly, as if it were a living thing, breathing in and out with a flickering glow. Each time the light expanded and contracted, star-like blue dots appeared, instantly transforming into crimson threads that danced around. The space surrounding the energy entity continually collapsed and reformed, occasionally extending out transparent, tendril-like waves that, when they touched the rock wall, produced a low, resonating hum, akin to a slumbering giant in its dreams. What on earth could be contained within? It almost seemed alive. Lu Qing'an's curiosity piqued. He stepped closer. With each step he took, the energy entity at the center of the celestial crash gold emitted a powerful aura in an attempt to repel him, as if it possessed a spirit of its own. Quite spirited indeed. But do you truly believe you can harm me? In response to the repeated assaults from the energy entity, Lu Qing'an effortlessly dispelled them. As simple as swatting away a fly. Ultimately, as he fully approached the celestial crash gold and reached out to touch it, the moment he unleashed the exquisite black flame, the energy entity within suddenly fell silent, as if it had been conquered, relinquishing its former ferocity. It seemed this entity had a fear of the exquisite black flame. Each time he collected a piece of celestial crash gold, he had to utilize the exquisite black flame to nullify its harmful effects on the human body. Today, he did the same, but to his surprise, after employing the exquisite black flame, the previously aggressive energy entity suddenly became utterly tranquil. It resembled a dog that had seen its adversary, barking furiously, only to fall silent in submission. However, when he drew near, pressing a gun against its head, the creature ceased its barking. Yet, it still exuded an aura of vitality, pulsating with a vigorous energy that suggested a form of life he had never encountered before. This was likely an entity primarily composed of energy. Yet the knowledgeable Lord of Eternal Night had never laid eyes upon such a being and remained utterly perplexed by its nature. Given that this celestial fallen divine gold had plummeted from the heavens, it was understandable that no records existed of it in the Qing'an continent. He himself was unfamiliar with it, yet perhaps others might recognize it, making it worthwhile to take back for further examination. Now that it had quieted, he thought it appropriate to make his move. Lu Qing'an struck the celestial fallen divine gold with an authoritative hand, enveloping the entire energy entity in a shroud of formidable demonic energy, as if encasing it in a layer of dark plastic wrap. His intent was to harness this celestial fallen divine gold for weapon forging, necessitating the containment of the energy entity within another vessel. He produced a finely crafted box, no larger than his palm, which possessed ample space within. However, just as he was about to enclose the energy entity within the box, it underwent a sudden transformation. No longer did it attempt to assault him. Instead, it quivered slightly, emitting an odd thought that felt nebulous, reminiscent of a child lacking sufficient intelligence attempting to articulate itself. The essence of its message seemed to convey a discontent with the box. He could sense its aversion to this particular vessel. Are you suggesting that you dislike the box? If that is the case, you might consider demonstrating your feelings more clearly, Lu Qing'an remarked. Upon his words, the energy entity trembled once more, affirming its distaste for the box. Nevertheless, he could not allow it to remain with the celestial fallen divine gold, as he had his own purposes for it. Thus, he firmly compelled the energy entity into the box, leaving no room for refusal. Once the task was accomplished, he clapped his hands together, reflecting on the peculiar sensation it evoked within him, akin to that of a child. Yet, this entity was distinctive and powerful, possessing at least double the strength he once held. This implied that if it were indeed a life form still in its youthful state, its potential could be quite alarming. It could effortlessly vanquish beings at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and this was merely in its juvenile form. How formidable would it become as it matured? He resolved to study it further upon his return. He held no fear that it could harm him, as he still possessed a cultivation level 100,000 times greater. No matter how powerful this entity might be, it could not surpass his own strength. Having secured the celestial fallen divine gold, Lu Qing'an surveyed the depths of the cavern, scanning with his divine sense to ensure nothing valuable was overlooked before ascending. It was time to check on the progress of the children's training. Meanwhile, at a depth of over 20 miles, a red-haired woman felt the formation surrounding her suddenly deteriorate. It seems I cannot linger at this depth any longer. My state of mind has shifted, and I must leave the celestial fallen demon cave to recuperate above for a time before resuming my training. The profound presence she had sensed earlier had significantly altered her mental state, making her rather distracted. Ultimately, after confirming that she could no longer remain, she cast one last glance into the depths below, where she saw no one approaching, and thus controlled the formation to ascend. Her speed was brisk, and as she ascended, the pressure around her diminished. Upon reaching a depth of nearly 3 miles, she suddenly halted, her gaze darting to a corner where she beheld a black light shield. Lu Zixuan and her companions had diligently adhered to Lu Qing'an's instructions, training within the confines of the Black Shield. Lu Miao, possessing the weakest cultivation, sat cross-legged about a yard from the central core of the shield, her petite face contorted in discomfort, drenched in perspiration. Yet, She remained focused on refining her physical prowess. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi trained slightly farther out, while Su Yuni sat almost directly before the black shield, allowing the energy to refine her body while simultaneously practicing formations. Her journey was proving remarkably fruitful. Not only was her body being tempered, making future training smoother with fewer obstructions, but she also discovered that she had awakened a unique constitution, one related to formations. As her comprehension of formation techniques deepened, this constitution grew stronger, and at this moment, she radiated waves of transcendent light. This was the innate formation body. What is this phenomenon? How is it that someone of such cultivation can thrive within it without succumbing? The red-haired woman, observing the black shield from a distance, could not suppress her curiosity and focused her attention on it. Just as she pondered the nature of the black shield, her gaze abruptly shifted. Wait, this girl possesses an innate formation body. Seeing the radiant light surrounding Su Yuni, the red-haired woman was elated. Indeed, it was an innate formation body. Even she, endowed with exceptional talent in formation arts, lacked such a constitution. Yet this girl, not yet at the Emperor realm, astonishingly possessed an innate formation body. Those with such a constitution would find mastering formations exceedingly simple, as effortless as drinking water, a coveted trait among all formation masters. Could it be that this black shield is a formation I have never encountered? If so, then this black shield is the girl's own formation. What a remarkable talent. If she were to become my disciple, my teachings would find a worthy successor. In recent years, she had scoured the demon realm for a disciple worthy of her legacy, but had found none. To think that her visit here would yield such an extraordinary discovery. She hastened toward the source of her intrigue, drawing the attention of Su Yuni and her companions, who instantly became alert. Chapter 30. Awaiting my brother-in-law's return, the red-haired woman, whose full name was Luo Danhong, recognized Su Yuni's extraordinary aspect the moment she approached the black shield. Wait a moment. Why does this girl radiate the aura of the spirit ruins? Su Yuni had no time to conceal her aura. As the woman drew nearer, she hurriedly attempted to mask it, but it was already too late. The two locked eyes across the black shield, rendered momentarily speechless. Su Yuni could distinctly sense the overwhelming presence of a peak emperor, and she realized that such power could easily crush them. She began to worry whether the black shield her brother-in-law had set up could adequately protect them. Had she known better, she would not have engaged in formation training here. The relationship between the spirit ruins and the demon realm meant that once discovered, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Regret washed over her for becoming so engrossed in her training. Yet, among the four, she was the only one troubled. Lu Zixuan and the others remained calm, showing no sign of concern even upon witnessing Luo Danhong's approach. They recalled Lu Qing'an's words. As long as they remained within the confines of the light shield, nothing could harm them. You hail from the spirit ruins? Luo Danhong's brow furrowed as she recognized the potential talent deserving of her legacy, only to discover it was from the spirit ruins. This revelation made her hesitant, even resentful. Having glimpsed the answer, she still found herself compelled to inquire. Su Yuni took a deep breath, remaining silent. All she could do now was buy time. The question posed might indicate that the woman was uncertain of her origins. Seeing Su Yuni's silence, Luo Danhong's frown deepened. Are you unable to speak? Su Yuni responded. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Luo Danhong observed the vigilant demeanor of Su Yuni and, upon contemplating something, deliberately brought a faint smile to her face, signaling Su Yuni to quell her concerns. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. No intention of harming us. Wait. The abrupt shift from a frown to such a demeanor was clearly a deliberate display. Thus, she chose to remain silent. Luo Danhong, realizing that no matter how she spoke, Su Yuni remained unresponsive, felt a sense of exasperation. What was the matter with this woman? If she had not misjudged, this woman indeed hailed from the realm of Xinshu. But how could someone from Xinshu be present here? It was quite peculiar. After gritting her teeth, she decided to disregard whether Su Yuni was from Xinshu. Recognizing that the innate array body was exceedingly rare, rarer even than the probability of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor breaking through to the Emperor realm and attaining the title of Eternal Night. Such talent must be seized. If necessary, she would cultivate her in secret, hidden away. Alternatively, she could have this woman retrain, adapting to the cultivation methods of their demon domain, and study the arrays anew. After all, this woman had yet to break through to the Emperor realm. I have discerned your innate array body, and as the most formidable practitioner of array techniques in the demon domain, upon encountering such a prodigious talent, I am compelled to take you as my disciple. Do you entertain the thought of accepting my lifelong inheritance of array techniques? Luo Danhong boldly articulated her intentions. Upon uttering this, various array lights flickered around her, showcasing her profound mastery of array techniques. Su Yuni was even more stunned. She had indeed awakened her innate array body. A rare constitution. The array masters from Xinshu possessing such a physique had only lingered in the realm of ancient lore. Could it be that this individual genuinely desired to take her as a disciple? She gazed in awe at the array formations behind Luo Danhong, momentarily captivated by the aura and artistry of these arrays. What powerful arrays! What intricate designs! The most formidable array master she had encountered in Xinshu paled in comparison to the one before her, truly a mere child. How could the demon domain possess so many exceptional talents? Whether strong or in various pursuits, they surpassed those in Xinshu. Were it not for the restrictive barrier, Xinshu would likely have been obliterated by the might of the demon domain long ago. Are you certain you wish to take me as a disciple? Su Yuni inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Such prowess in array techniques would indeed allow her to learn a great deal. I have already confirmed that you hail from Xinshu, which will influence my subsequent teachings. If you agree to relinquish your current cultivation and re-establish your training in our demon domain's methods, I will impart my lifelong inheritance to you, Luo Danhong stated. Su Yuni's expression soured. Rebuilding her cultivation, she had painstakingly ascended to this realm, not far from the Emperor stage. Lu Zixuan, upon hearing this, urgently interjected, "Aunt, no." She understood that since her father could facilitate the transition of her cultivation from Xinshu to that of the demon domain, he could likely assist her aunt as well. If her aunt were to discard her cultivation, how long would it take to rebuild? Su Yuni swiftly turned to Lu Zixuan and communicated telepathically. "Zixuan, have you discerned something?" Lu Zixuan replied, "Aunt, let us wait for my father to return before making a decision." She did not elaborate, fearing her father might not be able to fulfill that promise. He should return shortly. Su Yuni's eyes flickered as she gazed at Luo Danhong beyond the blacklight shield. Clasping her hands respectfully, "Senior, I shall wait for my brother-in-law's return before deciding." "Your brother-in-law's return?" Luo Danhong pondered for a moment, then asked, "When will he return? Where has he gone? Also, is this black light shield your formation?" Upon closer inspection, she detected a peculiar energy emanating from the black shield, which felt entirely unlike an array. Such an unusual effect should indeed correspond to an array, given that only Su Yuni was present as an array master with considerable strength. There was a 99% probability the formation was devised by her. "My brother-in-law is out attending to matters and should return shortly," Su Yuni replied, uncertain of Luo Danhong's true intentions, thus offering a vague response. "Is this your formation? What is it called?" Luo Danhong continued to inquire. Su Yuni shook her head. "This is my brother-in-law's technique." Your brother-in-law is also an array master?" Luo Danhong expressed surprise. Such a peculiar array was unlike any she had encountered before. The rarity of an array she had never seen was indicative of its uniqueness, for she was indeed the most powerful array master in the demon domain. "My brother-in-law? I am not so sure," Su Yuni confessed, uncertain if Lu Qing'an had kept any secrets from her, though he might possess some talent in array techniques. She couldn't say for certain. Luo Danhong furrowed her brow again. Driven by curiosity, she reached out to touch the black light shield. If it was indeed an array, with some time invested, she could unravel its workings and even dismantle it. As she awaited, she decided to explore what kind of array this was. Her fingers brushed against the black light shield, yet in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Array formation," she exclaimed, her body enveloped in a shimmering array. Boom, boom, boom. As she made contact with the black light shield, a terrifying pressure surged toward her, imbued with immense aggression and destructive force. She hastily activated her array to defend, only to be astounded to find that she had initiated 10 peak-level defensive arrays, yet the first 9 were instantly obliterated. The final one held firm against the overwhelming pressure. What is happening here? Luo Danhong gazed in disbelief as a mere wave of pressure shattered her 9 defensive arrays. Engulfed in endless doubt. Chapter 31. Nearly frightened to death, Luo Danhong remained engulfed in profound shock, questioning whether everything she had just experienced was a mere illusion. Yet, no matter how many times she inspected, her arrays had indeed been dismantled, all within the span of a breath. "Is this truly your brother-in-law's technique?" Luo Danhong swiftly turned to Su Yuni, her eyes still wide with astonishment. Su Yuni, equally bewildered, had never anticipated that the black light shield would possess such terrifying power. As a fellow array master, she understood all too well the speed at which Luo Danhong had summoned those 10 defensive arrays, in the blink of an eye. She had erected them. Yet, despite the prowess of such formidable arrays, They had crumbled like dust under the energy emanating from her brother-in-law's light shield. How could this be? What on earth had transpired? What kind of abilities did her brother-in-law possess? Such terrifying prowess. Su Yuni blinked, glancing at Luo Danhong, whose expression mirrored her own astonishment, shaking her head in confusion, indicating her own lack of understanding. Senior, what did you just do? She couldn't help but suspect that perhaps Luo Danhong was merely putting on an act. Did the senior herself dismantle the arrays? Otherwise, how could a mere touch of energy from the black light shield wield such formidable power? If 9 powerful defensive arrays could be so effortlessly neutralized, did that mean a peak Emperor Realm expert would be obliterated upon contact with the blacklight shield? After all, those 9 defensive arrays could withstand the full force of a peak Emperor Realm expert's defense. Luo Danhong was taken aback by Su Yui's retort, leaving her even more perplexed. I haven't done anything. This light shield is attacking me. Can this light shield even attack people? And so fiercely? Su Yui couldn't help but quickly recall what Lu Qing'an had said before leaving. He had mentioned that as long as the 4 of them remained within this light shield, no matter how powerful an opponent might be, they would be unable to breach the black light shield. At that moment, she had thought it might be able to prevent even formidable foes from entering, considering her brother-in-law was a peak Emperor-level powerhouse. But now it seemed that his words were indeed true. Not even the strongest peak Emperor could enter. With this thought, her lips trembled slightly, and she recalled the words spoken by Xiao Qingyi and the others not long ago in the courtyard. Could it be that her brother-in-law was truly an invincible being in the demon realm, that he could defeat anyone? Had he concealed his strength so deeply all these years? Senior, perhaps you should quietly wait here for my brother-in-law to return. Seeing Luo Danhong's current state, Su Yui sensed she was not acting and, considering Luo Danhong's well-being, offered her counsel. She had fully witnessed the immense prowess of Luo Danhong's array techniques, which far surpassed her own. If Luo Danhong could indeed pass down her legacy, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for Su Yui. Luo Danhong pondered for a while, her gaze fixed intently on the black light shield. Ultimately, she nodded. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a little girl behind Su Yui, her face alight with surprise. Daddy is back. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan and Su Yui quickly turned to the direction pointed by Lu Miao, but they saw no sign of Lu Qing'an. It was only when they redirected their attention to Luo Danhong that they finally spotted Lu Qing'an standing silently behind her. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing'an had quietly positioned himself behind Luo Danhong. At that moment, it seemed she had yet to realize a strikingly handsome man in black attire stood behind her. Daddy! Dad! Brother-in-law! Luo Danhong was momentarily stunned to hear Su Yui and the others exclaiming these 3 titles. Huh? Calling me daddy and brother-in-law? Wait a moment. Could it be that someone is behind me? Impossible. I am a peak Emperor-level powerhouse, equipped with formidable array warnings. No one could appear silently behind me. Who are you? Luo Danhong had not yet prepared herself mentally when a robust male voice resonated from behind her, startling her. No. What is happening? Luo Danhong turned around as swiftly as she could, her array lights flaring wildly, enveloping her in a multitude of formations, employing extreme defense. When she saw Lu Qing'an and sensed no murderous intent emanating from him, she finally exhaled in relief. However, after gazing at Lu Qing'an for a moment, her expression abruptly shifted. Wait, this figure resembles the one from earlier. She quickly turned her head to look at the black light shield, and in an instant, her mind seemed to surge with clarity, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Gulp. She swallowed hard. Who on earth is this? How terrifying. When did the demon realm harbor such a fearsome individual? I am asking you, who are you? Lu Qing'an inquired coldly, having realized that the black light shield he had set was triggered by someone. It must be this woman. He had only briefly encountered her earlier, noting her formidable array skills. However, should she choose to act against him, her survival would be unnecessary. Yet, at that moment, he felt no hostility emanating from her, which was one reason he refrained from eliminating her outright. The second reason was that her array prowess might have a connection to an old friend of his. Perhaps she was a disciple of that friend? I am Luo Danhong. Under Lu Qing'an's scrutinizing gaze, Luo Danhong felt her soul tremble lightly, as if being observed by a primordial beast. Unconsciously, she answered his question. What have you done to the demonic energy shield I set here? Are you attempting to destroy it? Demonic energy shield? Impossible. How could it be such a rudimentary technique? She retorted incredulously. Could such a low-level technique be this terrifying? No. If the caster were exceptionally powerful, then it might be possible. Recollecting the scene she had witnessed deep below, she swallowed again and hastily added, No. I was merely curious about what this was and lightly touched it. You can ask them. As she spoke, she found herself growing increasingly respectful. Lu Qing'an glanced at his two daughters, and, upon seeing Lu Zixuan nod gently, he retracted the oppressive aura he had been exuding. Given the immense cultivation he had summoned, even a mere pressure could easily incapacitate a weak individual. Did she say anything to you? Lu Qing'an disregarded Luo Danhong, soaring into the black light shield and standing before his two daughters. Brother-in-law? She was primarily speaking to me just now, Su Yui quickly explained. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yui and asked, what did she say? Su Yui replied, not long ago. I awakened my innate array body here, and this senior discovered it and wished to take me as a disciple, but required me to abandon my celestial cultivation and recultivate the demonic realm's powers. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an regarded Luo Danhong with renewed interest. After his return, he had sensed a unique aura emanating from his sister-in-law, indicating a significant transformation in her physique. If she truly possessed an innate array body, then her arrival here would be fortuitous. Moreover, having carefully sensed her earlier, he discerned no hostility, and her array prowess was indeed impressive, allowing her to delve into depths akin to the heavenly ruins demon abyss, surpassing even the array mastery of his old friend. You need not abandon your cultivation. But do you wish to become a disciple? If you do, you may not frequently return to the celestial realm, Lu Qing'an inquired, respecting Su Yui's choice. If she wished to learn more advanced array knowledge here, he would assist her in transitioning her cultivation to that of the demonic realm, a task not overly burdensome for him. After all, Su Yui had yet to break through to the Emperor realm. Should she ascend to that level, it would indeed become somewhat more complicated, albeit only slightly. Su Yui replied awkwardly, I am considering it, but I can't remain here indefinitely. During this journey to the demon realm, she had informed her sister and brother that she would return soon, and suddenly informing them she would not return would only raise concerns about her well-being. If your hesitation is due to your sister and brother, I advise you to disregard their concerns. Your sister values strength greatly. If you express your desire to improve here, she would naturally support you. As for your brother, Lu Qing'an trailed off, harboring a hint of selfishness. If Su Yui could stay here longer, his daughters would undoubtedly be delighted. Before Su Yui and He Hong's arrival, he had observed smiles on his daughters' faces, but he felt they were merely performing for his sake, having grown up and not wanting to worry him. However, after their arrival, especially Su Yui's, he could distinctly see the genuine joy on his daughters' faces. Hearing this, Su Yui found merit in Lu Qing'an's words. Then I suppose I should consider it. After all, there is no rush to return. Su Yui felt a touch of embarrassment as she spoke. Lu Qing'an nodded in response. As the one responsible for accepting disciples, Luo Danhong felt a bitter pang in her heart while listening to their conversation. Why was she not included in the discussion about accepting a disciple? At that moment, Lu Qing'an shifted his gaze back to Luo Danhong and asked, do you truly wish to take her as your disciple? You should already be well aware of my abilities. If you harbor any ill intentions towards her, there will be no refuge for you in the entire demon realm or even the Qing'an continent. Upon hearing this veiled threat, Luo Danhong quickly reassured him, I assure you, I have no ill intentions. You can rest easy. She was certain that Lu Qing'an was not boasting. Recognizing Luo Danhong's genuine desire to take on a disciple, Lu Qing'an made his decision. Very well, I am preparing to leave this place and head to Mullen City. Will you accompany me, or do you have other matters to attend to? If you are busy, please leave a message. I have nothing pressing. Then let us depart. With a single wave of his hand, Lu Qing'an retracted the black energy shield, enveloping Lu Zixuan and the others in demonic energy once again. Suddenly, he recalled something. Turning back to Luo Danhong, before leaving the Tianyun demon cave. What is your relationship with the strongest array master in the demon realm, Huang Hao? Are you his disciple? In Lu Qing'an's eyes, Luo Danhong appeared quite young, while Huang Hao was an elderly man with white hair. If there was a connection between them, it would likely be one of master and disciple. If they were indeed master and disciple, then Huang Hao must possess some merit for having nurtured such a formidable array expert. In Lu Qing'an's assessment, Luo Danhong's prowess in array techniques had already surpassed that of Huang Hao. He is not the strongest array master in the demon realm. Hearing this name, Luo Danhong's lips twitched slightly, and she replied, I am not his disciple. He is my junior brother. Lu Qing'an was taken aback by this revelation. He is your junior brother? I have never heard of Huang Hao having an older sister. However, Luo Danhong had no reason to deceive him and likely wouldn't he dare to do so. This implied that there was a hidden story between them. When Lu Qing'an first encountered Huang Hao, he was already known as the strongest array master in the demon realm. Whether this title was self-proclaimed or bestowed by others remained unclear. Sensing Lu Qing'an's confusion, Luo Danhong promptly explained her relationship with her junior brother. I began studying with him from a young age. Although I am significantly younger than he is, my talent in array technique surpasses his. And I entered the field slightly before him, which makes me his older sister. I am not particularly concerned with external opinions, which is the complete opposite of my ostentatious junior brother. I am more devoted to researching array techniques, which is why my skills have always surpassed his. There was a period during which I reached a bottleneck in my studies, so I secluded myself for 30,000 years to refine my skills. Luo Danhong elaborated on her relationship with Huang Hao and her cultivation journey over the years, stating, "My strength is considerably greater than his, yet upon emerging from seclusion, I discovered that everyone claims he is the strongest array master in the demon realm." Lu Qing'an was left speechless. This old fellow is truly shameless. He is well aware that someone stronger than him exists, yet he continues to boast about being the strongest array master. However, this behavior was indeed consistent with Huang Hao's character. Lu Qing'an had encountered many pretentious individuals, but few could rival Huang Hao in that regard. Since he is your junior brother, why not contact him and ask him to meet me in Mulin City? Luo Danhong was surprised by his request. Do you know my junior brother? We share a good relationship. You may have heard of my name, Lu Qing'an said calmly as he regarded Luo Danhong. At that moment, Luo Danhong suddenly realized something, her expression turning to shock as she gazed at Lu Qing'an. After her seclusion, her junior brother had been boasting about a certain matter, claiming to be a close brother of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Could it be? No, that can't be right. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor can't be that strong. Was it said that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor was significantly more powerful than rumored? Luo Danhong swallowed hard and cautiously asked, "Are you, perhaps, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor?" Lu Qing'an nodded. "I never imagined you were the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. My junior brother might not be able to meet you for a while. Why not? The last time we competed in array techniques, I accidentally injured him, and he is currently in seclusion for healing, so he may not emerge for some time." Lu Qing'an chuckled and shook his head. "Then we shall wait until he completes his seclusion." He was not in a hurry to reunite with this old friend. "Let us go." He took Lu Zixuan and the others along, glancing at Luo Danhong, and without delay, he included her in their flight. With a whoosh, he soared above the Tianyun demon cave, and with a tremor, the void before them collapsed, revealing a spatial passage. In a single step, he swiftly transported the five of them back to the courtyard above Mulin City. Following Lu Qing'an, Luo Danhong was once again astonished, standing frozen in place. Was this still humanly possible? Chapter 33. The proud refiner. About a stick of incense later, a diminutive figure clad in a black robe, carrying a massive hammer, appeared in the sky above the courtyard. The newcomer was half the height of an average person, sporting a receding hairline with white hair, and his muscular arms were exceptionally robust, casting a disdainful glance down at the courtyard below. Upon his arrival, Shui Tianfei and the others emerged from the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi, spotting Wang Duanshan, flew into the air with a smile. "Old Wang, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" Wang Duanshan shot him a disdainful glare. "If you dare to deceive me again, you're finished." He might actually try to trick you, but I certainly won't. Shui Tianfei interjected coldly, without joining them in the sky. Wang Duanshan glanced down at Shui Tianfei. He had come this time specifically because of her. Xiao Qingyi could mimic Shui Tianfei's voice, but he could not replicate her experiences. After confirming the number of weapons he had forged for her, he was convinced that the person communicating with him was indeed Shui Tianfei. He understood that Shui Tianfei was unlikely to deceive him. Ignoring Xiao Qingyi, he swiftly appeared before Shui Tianfei, standing on solid ground. "Shui Tianfei, you truly did not deceive me. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor has returned?" Wang Duanshan scrutinized Shui Tianfei, attempting to catch any subtle expressions that would confirm the truth. However, Shui Tianfei's face was as impassive as ice, revealing no hint of emotion. "He has returned. He just went out for a bit and will be back. He asked you to assist this friend in creating a refining chamber." Shui Tianfei was willing to help Lu Qing'an with this matter, and since he wished to assist He Hong in constructing a refining chamber, she would do her utmost to facilitate its completion. He Hong's face lit up with a warm smile upon seeing Wang Duanshan, and he hurriedly approached, extending his hand. "Greetings, friend. I am He Hong, also a refiner. I have seen the weapons you forged, and they were truly breathtaking." Wang Duanshan furrowed his brow, swiftly withdrawing his hand, and replied haughtily, "Wang Duanshan." He had no interest in getting acquainted with He Hong. His purpose for coming was singular. He was not specifically there to assist anyone in creating a refining chamber. To him, no refiner in the entire demon realm could compare to him. In his eyes, He Hong was merely an ordinary refiner. Seeing He Hong's warm demeanor met with Wang Duanshan's cold shoulder, Xiao Qingyi patted He Hong on the shoulder. Don't be upset. This old fellow has always been like this, as if everyone owes him money. He Hong quickly waved his hands with a smile. It's fine. I actually enjoy people with character. Please, come inside, Dao friend Wang. He was well aware that most refiners had stubborn temperaments, and some had particularly eccentric personalities. However, it was undeniable that the more peculiar the temper, the stronger the refining abilities of the refiner. Let us not waste time sitting around, Wang Duanshan. Instead, let us commence the construction of the artifact refining room. Shui Tianfei called to a halt Wang Duanshan's idle chit-chat. She longed for Lu Qing'an to return and witness the successful completion of the refining room. She aspired to embody the virtues of a devoted wife and nurturing mother, assisting him in every endeavor. Coughing softly, Xiao Qingyi glanced at Shui Tianfei, contemplating her audacity to make her guest work upon arrival. However, before he could voice his thoughts, he was met with a piercing glare from Shui Tianfei. Hurry up. We can drink tea after the work is done, she insisted. Humph. Who said I came here to help you build this refining room? Do you not comprehend my current standing? Wang Duanshan retorted, his pride evident. The demand for his refining skills stretched from the easternmost to the westernmost reaches of the demon domain. It was absurd to expect him to assist in constructing a refining room. Was it not akin to using a treasured sword to forage for wild vegetables? Shui Tianfei's voice turned steely. What? Do you not heed the words of my man? He has declared that if you do not listen, he shall compel you to heed. Oh, when did the Evernight Demon Emperor become your man? Have you succumbed to infatuation again? Besides, I remain skeptical of your claims. I have yet to see any tangible proof of his presence, Wang Duanshan replied, his disdain palpable. Though he was slightly weaker than Shui Tianfei, he would not be easily intimidated. Are you challenging me to a duel? Shui Tianfei's anger flared at his words. What do you mean by infatuation? Can one's affection for another be reduced to mere folly? Xiao Qingyi observed the escalating tension between them, feeling overwhelmed. He had not anticipated such a rapid shift in emotions, and He Hong stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding drama. Qing'an, when will you return? He Hong mused silently. Ultimately, through the mediation of Xiao Qingyi and He Hong, the two avoided a physical confrontation, and Wang Duanshan reluctantly entered the room and took a seat. Wang Daoyu, I have a query regarding artifact refining. May I trouble you for your insights? He Hong finally ventured, seeing the group in silence. I have no time. Wang Duanshan shot a glance at He Hong, his expression haughty. But we are all just waiting here. How can you claim to be busy? He Hong pressed on, disregarding Wang Duanshan's dismissal, and proceeded to pose his question. While refining, I often encounter a problem just as the process is about to conclude. He Hong began. Despite his initial reticence, Wang Duanshan listened intently to He Hong's inquiry. Upon absorbing the details, a subtle frown crossed his face, though he concealed this slight shift in demeanor. It was ludicrous that someone could be oblivious to such basic knowledge of artifact refining. Wang Daoyu, are you aware of this? Could you possibly enlighten me? He Hong eagerly implored. With a haughty tilt of his chin, Wang Duanshan proceeded to expound upon a wealth of knowledge and experience regarding artifact refining. After concluding, he cast a sidelong glance at He Hong, delivering the condescending remark, I suppose you find this incomprehensible. He Hong, seated quietly, suddenly slapped his palm in realization. Of course. How could I have missed that? Thank you, Wang Daoyu. Your wisdom is truly admirable. Surprised by He Hong's understanding, Wang Duanshan felt a swell of pride, believing his explanation had been exceptionally clear. By the way, Daoyu, I have yet another question. This one has me utterly perplexed. He Hong quickly posed another query. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan furrowed his brow. Xiao Qingyi, noting Wang Duanshan's silence, teased, Old Wang, could it be that you were stumped? Nonsense. Is there an artifact refining question I do not know? Silence. I need to gather my thoughts. Wang Duanshan snapped, realizing he had indeed been caught off guard by He Hong's inquiry. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated a response, which he then articulated. He Hong clapped his hands in delight. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Relieved that his answer was satisfactory, Wang Duanshan's gaze shifted to He Hong, observing him with newfound respect. This fellow possessed some depth. Thank you, Daoyu. This last question has troubled me the longest. He Hong exclaimed, astonished by the opportunity to resolve such a dilemma, feeling as if he could forego a millennium of life for this insight. His decision to venture into the demon domain was indeed the best choice he had ever made. Do you still have questions? This one seems even more challenging. Wang Duanshan began to feel a sense of dread. How have you discovered so many peculiar queries regarding artifact refining? He Hong scratched his head, chuckling. I often ponder during my idle time, and this particular question is. As he finished speaking, He Hong's eager gaze remained fixed on Wang Duanshan. Wang Duanshan found himself at a loss. He genuinely did not understand. After stammering for a moment, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped the courtyard. "They're back!" Xiao Qingyi exclaimed gleefully. Wang Duanshan felt the powerful presence of Lu Qing'an, and his eyes lit up. He truly has returned. Chapter 34. An unforgettable experience for the artifact refiner. Wang Duanshan and the others exited the courtyard, their gazes lifted to the sky, and indeed, Lu Qing'an and his companions had returned. However, Shui Tianfei's attention quickly fixated on a striking woman with flowing red hair, Luo Danhong. What? He has only been gone a short while and returns with a woman? Shui Tianfei's mouth twitched. This man was simply too charismatic, attracting admirers effortlessly. Especially as she observed Luo Danhong's wide-eyed gaze fixed on Lu Qing'an, something felt amiss. Had he truly captivated her? Furthermore, she had not encountered this woman before. With an aura of the demon domain and peak emperor-level strength, she should not have been unfamiliar to her. Lu Qing'an, spotting Wang Duanshan, smiled and descended gracefully into the courtyard. "Old Wang, you're here? Haha, I thought I had been deceived. At last, you have returned." The once proud expression on Wang Duanshan's face softened into one of humility. "I have instructed them to inform you of my summons. How have you fared?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Xiao Qingyi interjected. "This old fellow simply refuses to trust us. You have no idea how many times I have been deceived by old Xiao. After so many instances, I can hardly trust him anymore. You cannot blame me for that," Wang Duanshan retorted hastily. Lu Qing'an chuckled. At that moment, Lu Miao approached Lu Qing'an, tugging at his sleeve curiously. "Daddy, who is this?" "This is Wang Duanshan. You may call him whatever you wish," Lu Qing'an replied. "He is an old friend." "Oh, then he is Grandpa Wang." Lu Miao exclaimed cheerfully. "Hello, Grandpa Wang." Wang Duanshan was utterly bewildered. "Huh, this is your daughter? After a millennium away, you return with such an adorable child?" "Grandpa Wang," Lu Zixuan chimed in, adding to the confusion. After the initial shock faded, Wang Duanshan quickly donned a warm smile. "Haha, hello, my dear little ones. Grandpa Wang was unaware of your existence and has brought no gifts. Please, feel free to select any of these weapons as a token of our meeting." As he produced weapons of the highest caliber, the sight was enough to leave Sun Minzi envious. How generous, she thought, though she hesitated to voice her desire. Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan exchanged glances, seemingly seeking Lu Qing'an's approval. Lu Qing'an smiled calmly and said, "Feel free to take whatever you like. Your esteemed grandfather, the prince, has nothing but an abundance of weapons." Indeed, he had an ample supply of weapons. Wang Duanshan was truly captivated by Lu Qing'an's two daughters, one so adorable, the other so beautiful, and most importantly, they addressed him as Grandfather Wang. Such endearing calls resonated deeply with him. Hearing that, Lu Zixuan and her companion felt no hesitation. Who could possibly despise having an excess of fine weapons? Each of them picked one, yet in the next moment, they heard Lu Qing'an advise, "Everyone should take another. Your grandfather truly lacks for nothing in this regard." Yes, take a few more," Wang Duanshan encouraged. Consequently, the two complied and each chose an additional weapon. Once they had made their selections, they quickly expressed their gratitude in sweet, melodic tones. "Thank you, Grandfather Wang." "Haha, no need for thanks. No need for thanks," Wang Duanshan replied with a beaming smile. This scene rendered Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei speechless. The proud elder, who had maintained his dignity for a lifetime, was displaying such a different side today. Moreover, they had never witnessed Wang Duanshan smile in such a manner before. As Xiao Qingyi pondered this, he glanced at Lu Qing'an's daughters and immediately understood Wang Duanshan's reaction. There was simply no way to resist the charm of Lu Qing'an's daughters. "Go on. Each of you give your aunt a weapon, and one to Minzi as well," Lu Qing'an whispered to his daughters. Upon hearing this, the two instantly grasped their father's intent behind encouraging them to take an extra weapon. "Oh, so that is what he meant. Aunt, I have an extra weapon for you." Lu Miao, who was closer to Su Yuni, cheerfully presented a beautifully crafted sword of exceptional quality. Su Yuni was momentarily taken aback. Lu Zixuan also approached Sun Minzi, offering her the additional weapon. "Minzi, this is for you. Isn't this too much?" Sun Minzi exclaimed, her expression one of pleasant surprise. "Take it, it's a gift." After all, Lu Qing'an replied calmly. "Well, then, thank you," Sun Minzi said, swallowing hard and expressing her gratitude. Su Yuni, initially considering a refusal, feeling unworthy of her niece's generosity, especially since her current weapon was only of the 10th grade, found herself accepting after contemplating Lu Qing'an's words. "Thank you, Miao." Lu Miao smiled. "No need to thank me, aunt. By the way, who are these two?" Wang Duanshan then inquired, looking towards Sun Minzi and Luo Danhong. He could see some resemblance between Lu Miao and Lu Zixuan to Lu Qing'an, and since Lu Miao Miao called Su Yuni aunt, he could deduce her identity. However, he was unaware of the connection between Luo Danhong and Lu Qing'an. Indeed, who is this friend? Shui Tianfei also asked, specifically referring to Luo Danhong. You need not worry about that. Let me introduce you to my good friend, He Hong, from the Immortal Ruins, Lu Qing'an said, stepping closer to He Hong and placing a hand on his shoulder. Wang Duanshan was taken aback by Lu Qing'an's affectionate gesture. He had never had Lu Qing'an place a hand on his shoulder. Xiao Qingyi felt a twinge of envy, as he had never experienced such familiarity either. Shui Tianfei felt a strange sensation in her heart. She wished to be treated that way as well. Ah, we just made each other's acquaintance, Wang Duanshan remarked, astonished by the close relationship between He Hong and Lu Qing'an. My friend possesses considerable skills in weapon forging, although he is still somewhat inferior to you. I invited him here so that you could assist me in forging some treasures and share your expertise with this good friend of mine, Lu Qing'an explained. Oh, you wish to forge weapons? Do you have any fine materials this time? Wang Duanshan exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. This friend of yours seems capable. He can assist me. And how much he learns will depend on his own fortune, not other materials. It's just the Tianyun divine gold we discussed during your last forging session, Lu Qing'an replied. That's excellent. How much do you have this time? Is it enough to forge a weapon? Wang Duanshan could hardly suppress his exhilaration at the mention of this rare material. As a craftsman, he relished working with such mystical substances. He could never forget the experience of assisting Lu Qing'an in forging weapons years ago, akin to a first love that one remembers for a lifetime. It's quite a substantial amount. Take a look at how many items we can forge, Lu Qing'an declared, revealing all the Tianyun divine gold he had obtained. Suddenly, a massive chunk of Tianyun divine gold appeared, suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Duanshan fell to the ground in shock. Oh my goodness! Wang Duanshan was so astounded by the sheer magnitude of the Tianyun divine gold that his mind went blank, rendering him incapable of thought. Such an enormous piece of Tianyun divine gold. Was he dreaming? Where had it come from? Had Lu Qing'an ventured into the depths of the Tianyun demon cave? Had he reached its innermost sanctum? Xiao Qingyi, although not fully grasping the significance of Tianyun divine gold, could sense its extraordinary essence. Observing Wang Duanshan, who had always held himself with such pride, falter and fall, he hurriedly helped him up. Wang Duanshan quickly shook off Xiao Qingyi's assistance and rushed forward, his hands eagerly reaching for the Tianyun divine gold. It's real. It's truly real. I'm in luck. This is incredible, he murmured to himself, his face alight with joy. He Hong, a powerful craftsman himself, immediately recognized that this was the material Lu Qing'an used for his weapons and armor. Now, witnessing the Tianyun divine gold, he too was captivated, joining Wang Duanshan in reverent admiration of the material, as if they were caressing something divine. Why do they seem a bit lecherous? Shui Tianfei muttered in disbelief. They truly appreciate its value, Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile, observing the two men. Now, aside from this piece of Tianyun divine gold, I have some additional fragments here. I entrust both of you to forge them into armor and weapons as before. First, assess how many treasures can be crafted, and provide me with the blueprints from which I can make my selections. Hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Wang Duanshan snapped out of his reverie and nodded earnestly. Understood. Leave everything to me. Xiao Qingyi interjected. So, you're crafting weapons for him without taking anything in return? Isn't that a bit too generous? Wang Duanshan shot him a disdainful glance. You simply lack insight. Just watch. After this, I will no longer be the strongest craftsman of today. I shall become the unrivaled master of all time, a craftsman whose legacy will never be surpassed. A figure of myth. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction as he handed the Tianyun divine gold to Wang Duanshan. He then revealed a sphere of energy he had carefully stored, showcasing it to the gathered company. Take a look at this peculiar item. I have never encountered anything like it, and I wonder if any of you have. Everyone present was drawn to the energy sphere, their attention captivated. What is this? It exudes a terrifying aura. It gives me the impression that if it wished to harm me, I might not even withstand a single strike. I've never seen anything like it, but it feels overwhelmingly powerful. What could it be? Is it a living entity? Where did you acquire this? A group of individuals was momentarily taken aback by what they perceived. Lu Qing'an candidly stated, in the deepest recesses of the celestial fall demon abyss, I discovered this substantial piece of celestial fall divine gold encasing this object. Initially, it resisted, attempting to attack me, but after I subdued it, it fell silent. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Those who were aware of the perilous nature of the celestial fall demon abyss widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Lu Qing'an. You ventured to the deepest part of the abyss. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Luo Danhong gazed at Lu Qing'an with awe, convinced of his assertion. She believed that he possessed the strength to reach the deepest depths of the abyss. However, Xiao Qingyi expressed skepticism, remarking, "Are you boasting? Didn't you previously claim that you could only reach about 30 or 40 miles? Now you're saying you've reached the very bottom?" He suspected that Lu Qing'an had merely found this object somewhere within the abyss and was fabricating tales to impress. Wang Duanshan and Shui Tianfei regarded Lu Qing'an with similar incredulity. They too were not entirely convinced by his claims. Having visited the abyss themselves, they acknowledged Lu Qing'an's superiority but doubted he could surpass such terrifying depths. Lu Qing'an chose not to argue or explain further, simply stating, "Does no one know what this object is? It is certain that it is of extraterrestrial origin. It resembles a living entity, and I sense it remains in an unhatched state, not yet fully formed." At that moment, Luo Danhong attempted to express her thoughts. Lu Qing'an turned to her, asking, "Could this possibly be a ferocious beast?" "I'm not sure." Luo Danhong shook her head. Observing the silence around him, Lu Qing'an decided to store the energy entity away. "Let us set it aside for now. We shall eventually uncover its nature. Now, let us begin constructing the refining chamber. We should work together to expedite its creation." Lu Qing'an began assigning tasks to those present, and then turned to Su Yuni and Luo Danhong. "You two should discuss your matters. If you're unable to decide, you may consult your sister and brother through sound transmission." Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze on Su Yuni, hoping she would agree with Luo Danhong. "If you decide to stay here for an extended period, come to me, and I will assist you in transitioning your cultivation." Su Yuni nodded, "All right." Hong, upon hearing this, exclaimed with delight, "Yuni intends to reside here for an extended time? This esteemed friend wishes to take her as a disciple. Let us see what she chooses." Hong glanced at Luo Danhong, smiling, as he hoped Su Yuni would remain, appreciating the presence of another acquaintance. Moreover, it was evident that coming here was a particularly astute choice. With Lu Qing'an's assistance, their endeavors and strength would surely flourish. The men began to soar towards the mountainous region behind, seeking a suitable location to establish the refining chamber. In the meantime, Su Yuni invited Luo Danhong into the dwelling. Initially inclined to follow Lu Qing'an, Shui Tianfei reconsidered, opting instead to ascertain Luo Danhong's true nature. She sensed something amiss. This woman might be a rival for affection. "Esteemed friend, may I inquire your name? I do not believe I have encountered you in the demon domain." Shui Tianfei inquired with an icy demeanor as Luo Danhong settled in. "Luo Danhong, you must be the illustrious Shui Tianfei, am I correct?" "Oh, you are familiar with me? My junior brother has mentioned you a few times. He is Huang Hao." "You are Huang Hao's senior sister? Yet I was unaware he had a sister." After conversing with Shui Tianfei for a while, Luo Danhong discerned the latter's background, realizing she was indeed Huang Hao's sister. No wonder Lu Qing'an had brought her back. She cast a glance at Su Yuni, who was now preparing to transmit a message to the Xianxu realm. She must be contacting that woman, Shui Tianfei mused, her heart chilling at the thought of the woman who had previously been involved with Lu Qing'an. That foolish woman better not let Su Yuni remain here, otherwise Luo Danhong would also have to leave. As more women arrived in the dwelling, Shui Tianfei felt a growing sense of pressure. Moments later, upon establishing the sound transmission, Su Yuni turned to her companions, indicating she would step into her room for a brief time. Once assured of her solitude, she began, "Sister, I wish to discuss something with you. I am contemplating residing here long-term." Far away in the Xianxu realm, Su Qingying was taken aback by her sister's words. "What? You plan to stay there permanently?" Earlier, when Su Yuni was in the celestial fall demon abyss, she was uncertain and overwhelmed, given the limited time to decide. However, during her return journey, particularly after receiving the weapon from Lu Miao, she had come to a resolution. She desired to remain here. Looking at her circumstances, Lu Qing'an had assured her that he could help transition her cultivation to align with this realm, ensuring her strength would remain intact. Furthermore, she was certain that she could learn a great deal about array techniques from Luo Danhong, which would significantly enhance her abilities. Additionally, her two nieces, Lu Zixuan and Lu Miao, were also here. With family on both sides and opportunities for better development here, why not stay? Thus, upon connecting the transmission, she expressed her general intentions. However, upon finishing her statement, she noticed her sister had fallen silent. "Sister, can you hear me?" Su Yuni understood that her sister was likely in a state of confusion. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingying swiftly transmitted a message to her brother, Su Xuanyu, while responding. "Is there something troubling you? Have you encountered danger? To suddenly declare you wish to stay there. It sounds as though you are facing difficulties you do not wish to share with us to avoid causing undue worry. She regretted allowing her sister to accompany her to that place, realizing she was incapable of safeguarding too many individuals. Su Yuni quickly shook her head, offering a wry smile. I have not encountered danger. Rather, I have stumbled upon an immense opportunity. Sister, I have recently awakened my innate array body with the help of my brother-in-law. Innate array body. Su Qing'an was astonished by this revelation just as her brother Su Xuanyu arrived with Lu Zhengran. Upon hearing that his second sister had awakened such a rare physique, Su Xuanyu was equally stunned. Isn't that a body type only spoken of in legends? Are you certain? Su Qing'an asked. Absolutely, and a remarkably powerful array expert in this realm wishes to take me as her disciple. Her array skills surpass mine by leaps and bounds. And she happens to be a senior sister of a strong ally of my brother-in-law, Su Yuni explained. Are you sure you're not deceiving me? This sounds too coincidental. An acquaintance of his who happens to be a senior sister? Su Qing'an frowned. Second sister. You aren't being fooled, are you? Are you certain everything is genuine? Su Xuanyu asked, his brow furrowed. He had rushed here upon learning that his second sister wished to remain in the demon domain for an extended period. Upon hearing this, he suspected it was all a ruse concocted by Lu Qing'an. Su Yuni reassured, my brother-in-law is not that kind of person. You should know him better than I do. Moreover, it is perfectly reasonable for this array master to know my brother-in-law, given his unique identity, which I have only recently come to understand. She offered a rueful smile as she concluded her explanation. Who could have imagined that her brother-in-law was the illustrious Eternal Night Demon Emperor of the Demon Realm? No wonder he was acquainted with so many top-tier powerhouses from that realm. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is not only well known in the Demon Realm, but his reputation also extends far into the immortal ruins. Her sister, having reached the pinnacle of her imperial position, could only aspire to the same heights already possessed by her brother-in-law. It was almost unbearable for her to reveal this to her sister. What stature could he possibly hold? Merely a peak sovereign of the demon realm, right? Surely, her sister would surpass him in strength and become the most formidable being in the immortal ruins. Standing alongside the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, Su Xuanyu remarked. Upon hearing her brother's words, Su Yuni felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. She contemplated whether to divulge the truth, but ultimately decided against it. Blood is thicker than water. She did not wish to disrupt her sister's focus on her path. Perhaps her sister would eventually learn the truth through other means, but that depended on her sister's fate. In any case, her brother-in-law was quite renowned, exceedingly powerful, and commanded respect from many. Being well acquainted with nearly all the top-tier figures in the demon realm, Su Yuni noted. All right, even if what you say is true, what about your cultivation in the immortal ruins? How can you truly comprehend the formations while learning from a top-tier formation master in the demon realm? The cultivation systems differ significantly between the two realms, and this will have a profound impact. Su Qing'an understood very well that the practitioners from both realms were not the same. Her younger sister relied on absorbing spiritual energy to set formations, but there was none to be found in the demon realm. Utilizing spirit stones to absorb spiritual energy would pose considerable challenges. Thus, my brother-in-law will assist me in transforming my immortal ruins cultivation into that of the demon realm, Su Yuni asserted. Nonsense. Second sister, you are usually not this foolish. How could you possibly believe such drivel? Su Xuanyu exclaimed, convinced that his second sister had been deceived by Lu Qing'an. Any rational person would understand that the cultivation from the immortal ruins could not be transformed into that of the demon realm. Even if someone possessed extraordinary means, they could only facilitate the transformation of those with lower cultivations. How could someone of his second sister's holy king realm possibly convert? It would require a miracle. Su Yuni, however, completely trusted Lu Qing'an. Her niece had successfully undergone the transformation. Surely her brother-in-law had the capability. No. Second sister, have you been bewitched by that fellow? Why do you trust him so implicitly? Su Xuanyu's scalp prickled with anxiety. It felt as if his second sister had returned from her visit, changed in a troubling manner. Do not speak ill of my brother-in-law. We both know what kind of person he is. I have complete faith in him. Su Yuni retorted, her annoyance palpable. Her brother-in-law was immensely powerful, with unparalleled abilities, and was also extraordinarily kind. Why did this brat continuously malign him? If Su Xuanyu had been beside her at that moment, she would have surely slapped him into silence. Su Xuanyu felt utterly wronged by his second sister's scolding. Eldest sister, look at second sister. Why does she not believe her own brother, but instead trust someone with a different surname? I am only looking out for her. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. After over a millennium of acquaintance, she believed she knew Lu Qing'an well, but after all that had transpired, she began to doubt her understanding of him. He had concealed too much from her. Yuni, Do not rush to make any decisions. Take your time to reflect on whether all of this is reasonable. You are in a situation we cannot fully comprehend. Only you can assess it, Su Qing'an advised calmly and earnestly. I am fully aware of what I am experiencing, sister. This may very well be the greatest opportunity of my life. Su Yuni replied. Very well, let us pause this discussion for now. Take a day to contemplate, and we shall converse again then. Su Qing'an decided it was prudent to halt the matter for the time being. She felt it necessary to communicate with He Hong as well and inquire further. Chapter 37. Su Yuni's return to the immortal ruins. Su Yuni reflected for a moment and acquiesced to her sister's request. All right, I will consider it for another day, and then we can discuss it further. She understood that this unexpected decision might be difficult for her sister and brother to accept, so she needed to give them some time to adjust. After concluding the communication, Su Yuni sighed. She was uncertain whether concealing her brother-in-law's identity was a blessing or a curse. She had only learned this information from Lu Qing'an during a conversation with Luo Danong. At that moment, she had been utterly bewildered. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor, a legendary figure in the demon realm, an invincible presence. Initially, she had thought Lu Qing'an's earlier claims were mere jest, but it turned out to be the truth. After careful consideration, she decided it would be best to keep this under wraps for now in order to protect her sister's state of mind. As for how long she could maintain this secrecy, that remained uncertain and would depend on her sister's fate. Oh, sister might contact Elder He. I should inform Elder He beforehand. Su Yuni swiftly sent a message to He Hong. Meanwhile, He Hong, who was happily selecting a location for his future alchemy chamber, was left dumbfounded upon receiving Su Yuni's message and learning of the unfolding events. He looked at Lu Qing'an as if he were witnessing a deity, stammering, Qing'an, you are the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Upon hearing this, everyone present cast him strange looks. You haven't told him about your identity? Xiao Qingyi inquired of Lu Qing'an. Apparently not, Lu Qing'an replied. Wang Duanshan chuckled, You only just found out? Hilarious. In the demon realm, the only person capable of compelling us old-timers to submit is none other than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. He Hong exclaimed. My dear friend is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. In the immortal ruins, within a grand hall, Su Qing'an concluded her communication and immediately attempted to reach He Hong, only to find the connection was down. Why isn't the transmission going through? Sister, I increasingly feel that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. Su Xuanyu gritted his teeth, pacing anxiously. I will attempt to reach him again. Perhaps someone else was trying to contact him just now, Su Qing'an suggested. Mother, surely father is not that sort of person? Lu Zhengran's mouth twitched. Although he favored his mother somewhat more, he believed his father was not capable of orchestrating such a malicious scheme. Zhengran, do you truly think you know your father? You are his son. Do you not realize he hails from the demon realm? Su Xuanyu asked sternly. Lu Zhengran was instantly rendered speechless. Su Qing'an took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration, and sent another message, this time successfully establishing the connection. Elder He, are you busy? Qing'an, is there something you need? I am indeed occupied. Please be brief. Yes. It is as follows. My sister has suddenly expressed a desire to reside there long-term. Su Qing'an recounted the situation she had learned from her sister and then inquired. Is this true? Oh, that matter? It is indeed true. Your ex-husband is rather unique. I can only say he is terrifyingly powerful and genuinely possesses the means to assist your sister in transforming her cultivation. So, you need not worry. Your eldest daughter has also successfully undergone the transformation. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Furthermore, I will look after her while she is here. Is there anything else? If not, I must return to my duties, He Hong said, his tone somewhat irritable. He was quite aware that Su Qing'an had wronged Lu Qing'an. Now that Su Yuni was able to remain here, it served as a form of retribution for Su Qing'an. However, he also understood that Su Yuni's choice to stay was her own decision. Lu Qing'an had treated them exceedingly well. Under such conditions, who would not wish to stay? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Elder He, are you certain that everything you say is true? You are not deceiving us. He Hong, Qing'an, you are being unreasonable. When have I ever deceived you? If you doubt me, why did you contact me? Su Qing'an, all right, I believe you. If there's nothing else, you may go about your business for now, and we shall keep in touch later. After ending the communication, Su Qing'an's brow furrowed. Is it true? Su Xuanyu, having listened intently, ceased his pacing and solemnly remarked, how could it possibly be true? Su Qing'an pondered deeply for a moment before stating, we must bring Yuni back. Yes, it is precisely that. I fear that the second sister may not return, Su Xuanyu sighed. As long as she doesn't come back, it must be false. If she truly returns and still adheres to her previous decision, then let it be so, Su Qing'an concluded. In the demon domain, as twilight descended, Lu Qing'an, Having selected a suitable location with Wang Duanshan and the others, found the rest of the affairs no longer pertained to him. Wang Duanshan indicated that they would work through the night to construct the largest and most exquisite refiner's chamber in the demon domain. The rest they could not assist with. So they returned to the courtyard. Upon his return, Su Yuni appeared before him. Brother-in-law, I have made my decision. I will stay here from now on. However, my sister fears that my choice is not entirely my own, so I may need to trouble you to take me back to the boundary wall for a moment. Lu Qing'an smiled and replied, no trouble at all, a mere trifle. When shall we depart? It is splendid that Su Yuni can remain. Let us set off immediately. As for when I shall return, I will contact you at that time, Su Yuni said. Lu Qing'an nodded. Should I inform the two children? Su Yuni, I already mentioned it. Very well, let us depart. He took Su Yuni with him, soaring into the sky, tearing through the void, and in a single step arrived at the juncture between the demon domain and the immortal ruins. I shall not accompany you back. Please take care on your journey home. He would not return to the immortal ruins, as delivering her to this point sufficed. All right, I will be safe within the immortal ruins. Su Yuni smiled and nodded. After exchanging farewells, she crossed the boundary wall and returned to the immortal ruins, while Lu Qing'an made his way back to the courtyard. Approximately an hour later, Su Yuni hastily returned to her sister's side. Sister, I have returned. As she descended into the grand hall, she discovered it filled with numerous individuals, 5 in total. Su Qingying, Su Xuanyu, and Lin Qingxue were present, alongside 2 peak Emperor Realm experts from the immortal ruins. Upon seeing these 2 peak Emperor Realm experts, Su Yuni sighed. One was the most formidable array master in the immortal ruins, while the other specialized in spiritual matters. It appeared her sister suspected her soul might have been compromised. Summoning the strongest array master here was likely an attempt to have her study under him and remain in the immortal ruins. Second sister, come. Sit with us. Su Xuanyu, relieved to see his sister return, beckoned her to join him. Su Yuni, pulled down by Su Xuanyu, retorted, Fine, I can sit by myself. Seeing her younger brother now, she felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance, wishing to give him a good thump on the head. Chapter 38. Fabricating false results once seated. Su Yuni noticed everyone in the room gazing at her, creating an overwhelming sensation of being the accused. Sister, I have returned primarily to bid you farewell, for I may not return frequently in the future. She had made her decision. This return was to say goodbye to her sister and brother. Once her cultivation transformed into that of the demon domain, returning here would make her vulnerable to being treated as one of them. Yuni, your return signifies that you have not encountered peril there, yet we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that you have been deceived. Su Qingying expressed her hope that her sister would stay. Regardless of the outcome, whether her sister was deceived or not, she wished to keep her close. Su Yuni stated, My return proves I have not deceived you. Moreover, take a look. Is this not the innate array body? Suddenly, an unusual aura emanated from Su Yuni, followed by a strange radiance enveloping her. The onlookers immediately recognized the truth. It was indeed the innate array body. Su Qingying and Su Xuanyu were momentarily stunned. She truly awakened the innate array body. Could it be that everything spoken was true? Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The strongest array master in the immortal ruins was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes, though it was accompanied by a deeply hidden glimmer of greed. Second sister, congratulations on awakening the innate array body. However, are you certain he can successfully transform your cultivation? Have you seen him attempt this with others? Why not let Elder he try it first? Su Xuanyu remained skeptical about Lu Qing'an's capabilities. If someone must undergo experimentation with Lu Qing'an, he would prefer it to be Elder he rather than his own sister. Su Yuni explained, Elder he has already reached the Emperor realm. My situation differs. Whether my brother-in-law can assist Elder he in transforming his cultivation depends on his decision. Regardless, I trust my brother-in-law. Second sister, please refrain from calling him brother-in-law. He is no longer our brother-in-law. Su Xuanyu, seeing his sister's stubbornness, grew agitated. Whack! Su Yuni could no longer contain herself and smacked Su Xuanyu on the head. I will call him brother-in-law. What business is it of yours? Second sister, you. Su Xuanyu, evidently having been smacked too many times, merely covered his head, looking quite aggrieved. Su Qingying furrowed her brow. Yuni, your brother only wishes the best for you. Su Yuni took a deep breath to calm her emotions, speaking with a measured tone. Sister, I have told you many times, I am not a child. I will bear the consequences of my choices, whatever they may be. Su Qingying gazed intently at Su Yuni, letting out a sigh. At that moment, Lin Qingxue interjected. Yuni, I have watched you grow up and know you are not easily deceived. However, You must understand that the individuals in the demon domain differ from those in the immortal ruins. They cultivate using demonic energy, which alters their mindset, leading many to harbor sinister thoughts. It is wise to remain cautious. Upon hearing her disciple's words, Lin Qingxue was convinced that something was amiss. No one could transform the cultivation of a saint king from the immortal ruins into that of the demon domain. Even the strongest, the eternal night demon emperor, could not accomplish such a feat, unless there existed someone in the demon domain even stronger than the eternal night demon emperor. Su Yuni, regarding the individual who greatly impacted her sister and brother-in-law separation, felt a twinge of dislike. She was certain that her sister's decision to leave her brother-in-law was heavily influenced by Lin Qingxue's meddling, while the final choice was still her sister's. Her feelings for Lin Qingxue had soured. I am very aware of my decision and assure you I have not been deceived. In the face of Lin Qingxue, she grew even more resolute. Very well, even if you have not been deceived, is it truly necessary for you to study arrays there? Allow me to introduce you. This is the strongest array master in the immortal ruins, Zhang Huairan. With your innate array body, why seek a master in the demon domain? Are there array masters superior to those in the immortal ruins? Lin Qingxue, having said this, turned to Zhang Huairan and smiled. Fellow Taoist Zhang, are you satisfied with this innate array body of Yuni's? If she were to become your disciple, would you impart all your knowledge to her? Zhang Huairan replied with a grin. This young friend possesses such talent. I shall undoubtedly impart all my knowledge to her. Besides, what is the strongest array master in the demon domain? In my presence, I would crush him like an ant. Su Yuni, observing the arrogant and conceited Zhang Huairan, felt utterly speechless. She had witnessed Zhang Huairan's array manipulation techniques before and had once deemed him quite formidable. However, when compared to the array prowess exhibited by Luo Danhong, the two were simply incomparable. It was not that the forces of the immortal ruins were inherently weaker than those of the demon realm. Rather, there was genuinely no basis for comparison. After her breakthrough to the great emperor realm, she felt fully capable of catching up to Zhang Huairan through her own cultivation. Yet, she could not ascertain whether, even with her innate array body, she could match Luo Danhong through sheer effort. This sentiment was profoundly intense. Senior Zhang, I apologize, but I have witnessed that powerful array master from the demon realm, and she indeed surpasses you. Su Yuni spoke gently, not wishing to offend Zhang Huairan. However, as her words faded, she noticed Zhang Huairan's expression darkening instantly. You possess an innate array body, which is indeed a remarkable talent, but your cultivation remains insufficient, and your array skills are still lacking. How can you discern the strength between me and that individual? Observing Zhang Huairan's reaction only strengthened Su Yuni's conviction. It was normal for those from the demon realm to be stronger, as they revered the strong above all else, cultivating an environment of fierce competition. In contrast, the people here placed greater emphasis on social connections, resulting in a scenario where the strong from there were forged through genuine trials and tribulations. Senior, if my words have caused you displeasure, I sincerely apologize. Nevertheless, I still believe in my own perceptions, Su Yuni said, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing her words, the entire hall fell silent. Lin Qingxue interjected, Friend Zhang, do not be angry. Why not demonstrate your most powerful array for Yuni to see? Very well. I shall show you my strongest array, Zhang Huairan declared, promptly showcasing his most powerful technique before the assembly. How is it? Su Yuni replied. Your strongest array pales in comparison to even a casual array from her, and it is more than 10 times weaker. Senior, enough? I have made up my mind. Su Yuni endeavored to temper her words to avoid causing further offense. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow. Yuni, are you truly certain that the individual from the demon realm possesses greater array strength than Friend Zhang? Su Yuni remained silent, tacitly affirming it. Lacking discernment. Very well. I have no desire to take on a disciple. I prefer solitude. Zhang Huairan struggled to suppress his frustration, seeking an exit from the situation. Seeing this, Lin Qingxue opted to shift the topic, directing her attention to Su Yuni. All right, if you remain resolute in your choice, then let your sister be at ease. First, allow this esteemed friend to test your spiritual essence. I fear you may have fallen prey to some nefarious individual's magic, which could cloud your mind. What do you think? Su Yuni, well aware of her own condition, was unafraid of the examination and nodded decisively. Friend Jia, please proceed. Very well. The elder clad in black robes stepped forward, standing before Su Yuni and employing the pinnacle of detection techniques from the immortal ruins. After a moment, he ceased, furrowing his brow as he looked toward Lin Qingxue. Friend Lin, there are no issues, he communicated telepathically, audible only to Lin Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxue's brow furrowed further. There are truly none? Is that real? Lin Qingxue narrowed her eyes slightly before making a decision, responding telepathically, Friend Jia, let us proceed as I previously instructed. Are you certain? Certain. I shall reward you later. After their telepathic exchange, the black-robed elder then turned to Su Qing'an. His demeanor grave. Friend Su, your sister has been subjected to a special spiritual secret technique. Su Qing'an's expression turned cold upon hearing this. Are you certain? Su Yuni sprang to her feet. You are speaking nonsense. Lin Qingxue's voice grew stern. I told you this matter is no simple affair. Qing'an, we cannot allow your sister to return to the demon realm. Chapter 39. A life or death confrontation. Su Yuni glanced at Lin Qingxue and the elder, quickly concluding that the two had conspired together to keep her here. It was even possible that her sister was complicit. She quickly turned to her sister, realizing from her serious expression that returning was not an option. Yuni, I feel something is off with your situation. Why not stay in the immortal ruins for a while? Su Qing'an suggested. Su Xuanyu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. I said it shouldn't be. This is right. Good heavens, that fellow truly is vile, employing such tactics. Su Yuni shot a fierce glare at her brother, then turned to her sister with a grave expression. Sister, do you not trust me? It is not that I do not trust you, but your situation is indeed unrelated to whether you are lying or not. Su Qing'an frowned deeply. Do you truly believe that brother-in-law would resort to such means against me? Why must he keep me there, after being with him for so many years? Do you still not understand his character? Su Yuni's anger grew with each word. What had happened to her sister? How had she become this way? Taking a deep breath, Su Qing'an resolutely stated, regardless, you will remain in the immortal ruins for now. We will discuss everything later. Indeed, Yuni, you must understand that we are doing this for your own good. Had you not awakened your innate array body, perhaps you would not be facing such issues. But now that you have awakened it, such talent makes you a target of others' schemes. Moreover, are you not even concerned that what he says could be false? If he attempts to alter your cultivation, what then would you do if something goes awry? Your sister is doing this for your benefit. Lin Qingxue spoke earnestly. However, in Su Yuni's eyes at that moment, Lin Qingxue had become a villain. Lin Qingxue, the transformation of my sister into this state is largely due to you. And now you wish to influence me? Su Yuni glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue, fully revealing her pent-up dissatisfaction. Lin Qingxue's face darkened at Su Yuni's words. Have you no respect? I have none. I have long found you displeasing. I am very aware of my situation. You speak of being influenced by others' magic? Your entire family has been affected. Su Yuni retorted sharply. This was the first time Su Qing'an and Su Xuanyu had witnessed Su Yuni behaving in such a manner, leaving them stunned. Lin Qingxue was equally taken aback by such a verbal assault. Very well. Qing'an, do you see this? Is this still your sister? Look at how she has been transformed. Just one trip to the demon realm, and she returns like this. Do you still dare to let her go again? I advise you to take measures to keep her here and prevent her from returning. Lin Qingxue seethed internally. Yuni, do you understand what you are doing? Su Qing'an shouted sternly. I am fully aware. I am cursing a villain. Su Yuni replied defiantly. You infuriate me. Clearly, I have not properly disciplined you in a long time. Su Qing'an stood up, about to say something when she suddenly noticed her sister drawing a weapon. A 10th grade supreme sword. Moreover, she realized that this sword's aura was significantly stronger than her own weapon. How could there be such a vast difference in aura despite being of the same grade? Furthermore, where had her sister acquired such a sword? Want to fight? Come on. If you have the capability, kill me. Su Yuni was unaware of what Lin Qingxue might do next, but she suspected it was related to her innate array body. If she could not escape this place, the consequences would be beyond her control. Tonight, she had to flee. Otherwise, the repercussions would be unimaginable. It was the first time Su Qing'an had seen her sister behave in such a manner, and she could hardly recognize her. To her, her sister had always been gentle and graceful, speaking softly and kindly. In this moment, she appeared to be an entirely different person. What my master has said is undoubtedly true. The secret arts of the demonic realm have been employed. It is imperative that I remain here. Yuni, lower your weapon, otherwise. Do not blame your sister for being ungracious. Su Qing'an did not wish to harm her younger sister, yet at this juncture, she had no choice but to press forward. If all else fails, she would have to render her unconscious. Second sister, do you realize what you are doing? Su Xuanyu, after a long moment of stupor, hurriedly called out. I am fully aware of my actions. Su Yuni retreated, striving to utilize the formation to escape swiftly from this place. Qing'an, obstruct her. If there is no other option, we must render her unconscious. Lin Qingxue spoke in a low voice. Su Qing'an nodded, her aura of the emperor bursting forth. Su Yuni immediately sensed a terrifying presence approaching. She knew that in the face of such a disparity in strength, she could not resist. However, she was also acutely aware that remaining here would jeopardize her own fate. Gritting her teeth, she brandished her top-tier sword against her neck. Very well. If you insist on resorting to violence, then I shall perish here today. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. Uni, do not act foolishly, Su Qing'an exclaimed in alarm, quickly attempting to dissuade her. The aura she had unleashed receded instantly, retracting into her body. Su Xuanyu was also taken aback, nearly losing his balance, and shouted, "Second sister, what are you doing? What am I doing? It is you who should ponder your actions. I possess my own freedom. My destiny is mine to command." As Su Yuni spoke, she continued to retreat hastily. Lin Qingxue had not anticipated Su Yuni would go to such lengths, her expression darkening. Although their strength utterly overwhelmed Su Yuni, she was still a Saint King, and should they act too forcefully, they might very well be unable to prevent her from taking her own life. She wished to retain Su Yuni. If Su Qing'an were to harbor hatred towards her because of this, it would be a loss indeed. Yuni, you. Su Qing'an, seeing her sister about to exit the hall, swiftly flew closer. Do not come any closer. If any of you take another step, I will end my life before you. Eldest sister, do not move. Let us all remain still. Su Xuanyu was frightened. It was the first time he had seen his second sister in such a state, and he understood just how resolute she was once she made a decision. She would undoubtedly follow through. At that moment, Su Qing'an dared not move, her fists clenched tightly. After Su Yuni exited the hall, she did not leave immediately, but quickly summoned a formation. It was not sufficient to simply depart. She still had to fly for an hour to reach the boundary. She needed to employ certain tactics, utilizing the formation to escape. Her gaze fixed firmly ahead, her left hand diligently arranging the formation. After a while, she finally completed the setup. She turned to her sister and brother, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "I will not return after I leave this time. If you still consider me your sister, trust me, Lin Qingxue cannot be trusted. This is my final piece of advice." With that, she shot Lin Qingxue a fierce glare. "You wait for me. Once my strength surpasses yours, I will come back for you." Without wasting another moment, she activated the formation. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant light enveloped her. The teleportation array was initiated. A beam of light descended from the heavens, swiftly transporting her skyward in a particular direction. At the moment of ascension, Su Yuni took out a communication jade slip and hurriedly sent a message to Lu Qing'an. "Brother-in-law, I am about to head towards the boundary. Come to fetch me." Lin Qingxue quickly turned to Zhang Huairan, saying, "Quickly, break the formation. Pursue her." Chapter 40. I entrust my younger sister to you. Su Qing'an swiftly looked at her master and said, "Master, let her go. I know her well. If we truly pursue her, she may end up harming herself. Indeed, do not pursue her." Su Xuanyu also feared his second sister would truly act recklessly. Zhang Huairan glanced at Lin Qingxue, seeking her opinion. Su Qing'an's talent was far too formidable. If he disregarded Su Qing'an's objections and recklessly pursued, it could provoke her and lead to disaster. Lin Qingxue furrowed her brow and said solemnly, "Qing'an, are you truly allowing her to leave for the demonic realm? Are you not afraid you may never see your sister again?" Su Qing'an clenched her fists, hesitating briefly before responding. "Let her go." The sword she produced earlier was clearly not hers. It must have been acquired after venturing into the demonic realm. The source is evident. Lin Qingxue wished to say more, but at that moment, Su Qing'an turned to Su Xuanyu and said, "Xuanyu, you should return and see if you can send a message to your second sister. I have matters to discuss with my master." Su Xuanyu nodded obediently, quickly taking out the communication jade slip to contact his second sister. Once Su Xuanyu departed, Su Qing'an turned to Lin Qingxue. "Master, is the result we obtained earlier false?" Lin Qingxue, gazing intently at Su Qing'an, did not respond immediately, but instead looked to Zhang Huairan. "Is it still possible to pursue her now? The formation is about to dissipate. It will be quite difficult, especially given her remarkable talent in formations." Zhang Huairan observed that the traces of the formation had already faded by half, and shook his head. Lin Qingxue sighed, then turned to the two of them and said, "Fellow Taoists, let us conclude our discussion for today. You may return now. I will fulfill my promise to you." Upon hearing this, the two nodded and left the hall. The hall soon fell silent. Lin Qingxue sat down, looking at Su Qing'an. "Qing'an, since you already know the answer, why do you ask your master?" Su Qing'an took a deep breath and said somberly, "Master, why must it be this way? She is my sister." She struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within her. Lin Qingxue replied earnestly, "Your sister has awakened her innate formation body with such talent. Keeping her here would greatly benefit your future and our subsequent plans. Do you not see this at all?" Su Qing'an retorted coldly. But she is my sister. She is not a mere tool. If your actions earlier were to bring her harm or result in her loss of life, you would never be able to live with this guilt. You are still too emotionally invested. I have told you before, to possess unparalleled strength, you must cast aside all distractions, Lin Qingxue said firmly. The atmosphere between the two instantly plummeted to a freezing point, lingering for quite some time, until Lin Qingxue finally took a deep breath and spoke first, seeking to ease the tension. Very well, it is your decision, but you must understand, allowing your sister to go there is truly in her best interest. We both know that Lu Qing'an cannot successfully convert her cultivation, no matter how powerful he is. Even if he were to enlist the help of the most formidable Eternal Night Demon Emperor from the demonic realm, it would still be impossible. Are you not afraid he might ruin her cultivation? That is still better than her dying. Su Qing'an replied, and furthermore, what angers me most about your actions is that you did not inform me in advance. Lin Qingxue sighed. All right, I concede my mistake. Remember, if you handle matters this way in the future, especially concerning my family, without consulting me first, do not blame me for treating you in kind. Lin Qingxue frowned at Su Qing'an's threat. How audacious of her. The junction between the demonic realm and the celestial void. Su Yuni exerted all her effort, finally utilizing the formation to reach the boundary at the fastest speed. When she arrived, she saw Lu Qing'an waiting on the opposite side. Upon seeing her brother-in-law, Su Yuni felt an overwhelming sense of security. Her anxious heart finally settled. Brother-in-law. Crossing the boundary, Su Yuni called out with a smile. Lu Qing'an inquired, you returned early. Have you decided to remain in the demonic realm? Su Yuni's gaze was resolute. Yes, from this point onward, I shall remain here. Brother-in-law, can my cultivation truly be converted? Lu Qing'an smiled and said, of course, if you have some time, I can help you transform it shortly. Observing Lu Qing'an's extraordinary confidence, Su Yuni felt a deep sense of emotion. This was the self-assurance that comes from true strength. A confident man is indeed charming. After receiving Su Yuni, Lu Qing'an wasted no more words and once again traversed the void, in the blink of an eye bringing Su Yuni back to the courtyard. Aunt, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed joyfully as she rushed towards Su Yuni. It's because your aunt wanted to sleep with you that she hurried back, Su Yuni chuckled, pinching Lu Miao Miao's cheek affectionately. However, Lu Zixuan sensed something amiss, suspecting that her aunt had encountered some unpleasantness during her return. Perhaps she had quarreled with her mother, prompting her immediate return. Aunt, are you really going to stay here from now on and not go back? Lu Zixuan inquired. Su Yuni turned to Lu Zixuan and nodded with a smile. Yes. From now on, your aunt will live with you. Will you find me bothersome? Lu Zixuan shook her head vigorously and replied with a smile. Of course not. Su Yuni smiled back and then turned to Luo Danhong, taking a deep breath before kneeling down to pay her respects. Master, I bow to you. Having met the formidable array Master Zhang Huairan at the Immortal Ruins, she felt even more determined about her future endeavors. Yet, she could not shake off the memory of what Lin Qingxue had done to her earlier. She was resolute in becoming stronger, to be the most powerful array master. Luo Danhong's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly helped Su Yuni up, exclaiming, Huh? Disciple, please rise. At that moment, Lu Qing'an fixed his gaze upon Luo Danhong and calmly stated, from now on, you shall be her master. Teach her well. Aside from array techniques, I do not wish to see her engage in other matters. He was acutely aware of the unique nature of the innate array body, which could easily attract unwanted attention. As he spoke, he released a portion of his aura, directed solely at Luo Danhong. In an instant, Luo Danhong felt as if the very world around her had shifted. Standing before her, Lu Qing'an appeared as a deity of the apocalypse. Understanding Lu Qing'an's concerns, Luo Danhong quickly transmitted her thoughts. I harbor no ill intentions. Hearing this, Lu Qing'an finally patted Luo Danhong's shoulder, saying, Good, teach her well. If she learns satisfactorily, I shall reward you handsomely. As Lu Qing'an's hand fell, Luo Danhong felt an overwhelming lightness wash over her, as if she had been rejuvenated, and she let out a long sigh. How could there be such a powerful individual in this world? Chapter 41. Because the brother-in-law is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor Shui Tianfei had been quietly standing by, her long-lashed eyes narrowing into slits as she watched Lu Qing'an patting Luo Danhong's shoulder, her teeth clenched tightly. Yet her reaction stemmed not only from Luo Danhong, but also from Su Yuni. Why had she suddenly chosen to stay here? Moreover, why was Lu Qing'an treating her ex-wife's sister so well? Was it because of his ex-wife, or was it truly for Su Yuni? In the future, these two stunning beauties, who were not inferior to her in appearance, would be residing here, placing immense pressure on her. Could she truly fulfill the role of a stepmother? Listening to Lu Qing'an's words and observing the changes in his expression, Su Yuni felt a warm surge within her heart, completely dispelling the coldness that had settled there after her earlier treatment at the immortal ruins. Such a wonderful man, and her sister had missed out on him. Yuni, if you have time, I will assist you in transforming your cultivation. Lu Qing'an turned to Su Yuni. Su Yuni nodded decisively. I have time right now. Then come in. Lu Qing'an gestured towards the room. Shui Tianfei interjected. You two aren't planning to be in the same room, are you? Lu Qing'an sat cross-legged behind Su Yuni, channeling his energy to begin the transformation of her cultivation. His current prowess was several times greater than before, allowing him to effortlessly assist others beneath the Emperor realm. The logic behind transformation was quite simple. It was akin to a blood transfusion. He would cleanse Su Yuni's meridians with his surging demonic energy, and then convert her dantian into one suitable for demonic cultivation. The success of this process depended on his power being exponentially greater than that of the person undergoing the transformation. Given Su Yuni's current abilities, he could easily accomplish this task. As time passed, Lu Qing'an successfully completed the transformation, his expression calm. All right, take a good look at your dantian and see if you feel any discomfort. Lu Qing'an stood up. Su Yuni opened her eyes, astonished as she gazed at her hands. Rich demonic energy emanated from her palms. It worked. It truly worked. I knew if my brother-in-law said it would, it certainly would. Thank you so much, brother-in-law. Su Yuni rose, her excitement palpable as she bowed deeply to Lu Qing'an. Lu Qing'an quickly stopped her. You needn't be so formal with me. It's only proper to be polite. After all, we aren't truly related anymore. Su Yuni replied with a wry smile. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. But you are still Zishuan and Miao Miao's aunt, aren't you? Su Yuni blinked. Indeed. So our relationship remains unchanged. Don't let my sister's situation create any awkwardness between us. Live well here, and if anything arises, feel free to come to me. There's nothing I can't handle. Lu Qing'an smiled. Su Yuni gazed at Lu Qing'an, a unique emotion swelling within her, and she softly responded, understood. Now, you should practice array techniques with Luo Danhong. Let her guide you in selecting the appropriate magical cultivation methods. She knows better than I what suits you. If there's nothing else, take your time to adapt to your new state. I'll step out for now. With that, Lu Qing'an exited the room. Upon seeing Lu Zishuan and the others gather around to inquire about the outcome, he smiled and reassured them that it was a success. Luo Danhong, upon hearing that Lu Qing'an had indeed transformed Su Yuni's cultivation, looked at him with newfound respect. How terrifyingly powerful. The ability to transform a Saint King's cultivation. Let her rest for a while. Zishuan, you take care of your sister tonight. Don't disturb your aunt. Understood. In the tranquil room, moonlight streamed through the gauzy window and cast a gentle glow beside the bed. Su Yuni sat cross-legged on the bed, her profile illuminated by the moonlight, appearing extraordinarily stunning. She exhaled deeply, fully acclimated to her newfound demonic cultivation. I knew my brother-in-law could do it. A smile graced Su Yuni's face. But then she recalled her sister and brother, and a frown crossed her features. Since leaving the immortal ruins, her transmission jade had been vibrating incessantly. It was her brother trying to reach her. Just then, the jade vibrated again, and she checked to find her brother was still attempting to contact her. Never mind. This matter doesn't involve my little brother. He must be quite worried about me right now. Su Yuni channeled her demonic energy into the transmission jade. Second sister, you finally responded. Are you back there? Came Su Xian's anxious voice from the jade. Hearing her brother's tone, Su Yuni replied, brother-in-law has brought me back. The two children were very happy when they learned I would stay here. Su Xian sighed in relief upon hearing that Su Yuni was safe. That's good. I was really worried about you. He was still shaken by the earlier events, and hadn't anticipated his sister's reaction would be so intense. Is sister nearby? Su Yuni asked. Su Xian responded, no, I'm in my own residence. If I hadn't acted as I did earlier, I might have been imprisoned for a long time, and I can't guarantee whether I would have had my freedom afterward. Nan Linkings is not a good person, Su Yuni declared with grave seriousness. So, second sister, you truly have not been subjected to Lu Qing'an's arcane sorcery? Su Xuanyu inquired. Naturally not. As I mentioned earlier, just moments ago, my brother-in-law successfully helped me transform my cultivation. Everything went splendidly, and there were no issues whatsoever. Su Yuni, understanding her brother's genuine concern, decided to be forthright about her condition. You are not deceiving me. The transformation was indeed successful. Su Xuanyu exclaimed in astonishment. It was truly successful. Oh, little brother, your preconceived notions about my brother-in-law are far too great. He is genuinely a wonderful person. Su Yuni felt compelled to defend Lu Qing'an. not out of dissatisfaction with her brother, but rather because she could not bear to see him treat such a good brother-in-law in that manner. Yet, this boy remained unyielding in his views. Su Xuanyu fell silent. Second sister, to be honest, I am quite confused myself, but I possess a modicum of common sense. How can you achieve this with your cultivation at the Saint King realm? Su Xuanyu scratched his head, finding himself at a loss for thought, especially after his sister's frequent reprimands. Su Yuni took a deep breath, realizing there was no need for concealment. Little brother, you must promise me not to reveal what I am about to say to eldest sister, and I will share with you something that will clarify everything in an instant. Not tell eldest sister? Second sister, what do you wish to say? Do not question me. Just give me your word, preferably swear an oath. If you tell eldest sister, you shall never be able to pursue your most beloved woman again. Su Yuni compelled Su Xuanyu to make an oath that felt rather sinister to him. Second sister, are you out of your mind? Can such an oath be made so casually? Su Xuanyu gasped. Will you swear or not? If not, I shall ignore you. Su Yuni threatened. Su Xuanyu pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and began to swear. All right, I have sworn. Can you now speak? Fine, in truth. My brother-in-law is not merely a peak powerhouse of the demon realm, but he possesses another identity. He is the eternal night demon emperor of this realm. Upon hearing this, the two communication jade slips fell into an immediate silence. After a couple of breaths, no sound arose. Chapter 42, Brother-in-law. My brother-in-law is actually my idol. Su Xuanyu was utterly bewildered by his sister's revelation. The eternal night demon emperor. He is actually the eternal night demon emperor. How is that possible? The eternal night demon emperor is not only a prominent figure in the demon realm, but also a terrifying presence renowned throughout the entire Qing'an continent. The brother-in-law he had always looked down upon is, in fact, the eternal night demon emperor. This is a joke of colossal proportions. Yet, as he stared at the jade slips, which had ceased to transmit any sound, he confirmed that it was indeed his sister he was conversing with, and he fell into a deeper silence. Growing up alongside his sister, he knew well that she was not one to lie. It could very well be true. However, rationality kept him silent for a considerable time before he queried. Second sister, are you jesting with me? Su Yuni, witnessing her brother's delayed response and his incredulous question, understood his disbelief. When she had first learned that her brother-in-law was the eternal night demon emperor, she too had been struck dumb, feeling as though the heavens were playing a grand joke on her. Since childhood, she had heard tales of the eternal night demon emperor and felt a modicum of admiration for this powerful man. Little brother, when have I ever deceived you? Moreover, consider this. Why was I so confident in my brother-in-law even before he transformed my cultivation? It is because I already knew he was the eternal night demon emperor. Su Xuanyu, upon hearing this, quickly responded. Then why didn't you tell eldest sister once you discovered he was the eternal night demon emperor? Perhaps many of these events could have been avoided. Are you foolish? Think about it. If eldest sister were to learn that my brother-in-law is the eternal night demon emperor, what would happen? They have already divorced, and my brother-in-law harbors no feelings for her anymore. What if eldest sister's heart were shattered? This is precisely why I urged you to keep this from her. Su Xuanyu fell silent. That was indeed a valid point. Their eldest sister, possessing the pure imperial status, had cultivated to the utmost limit to rival the eternal night demon emperor. If she were to discover that her former husband was indeed the eternal night demon emperor, it would be devastating. Second sister, I still find it hard to accept this information. How can he be the eternal night demon emperor? Su Xuanyu struggled to reconcile Lu Qing'an with the legendary eternal night demon emperor he had heard of countless times since childhood. One appeared to be gentle towards everyone, an unremarkable man, while the other was the most powerful and invincible killer of the demon realm. How could they possibly be the same person? This was too fantastical. Furthermore, he had always regarded the eternal night demon emperor as his idol. Even now, he saw the eternal night demon emperor as a role model. Every time he practiced, he fantasized about one day becoming invincible in the Qing'an continent and catching up to this idol. And now, his second sister tells him that the man he had always looked down upon is, in fact, his idol since childhood? His worldview had collapsed. Earlier, did you see the weapon I brought out? Su Yuni understood that it would be challenging for her brother to accept this information. Knowing how he had idolized the eternal night demon emperor, this thought made her struggle to suppress a laugh. Well, the man you used to criticize, who spoke in riddles, is now your idol from childhood. Are you not pleased? Su Xuanyu realized what his second sister was hinting at. The items given by my brother-in-law are now possessed by both Zishuan and Miao Miao, and they each have treasures even more advanced than the sword I previously displayed. They must be the most formidable weapons and armor of my brother-in-law, Su Yuni explained. Su Xuanyu. He could not help but recall how his nephew, Lu Qing'an, had boasted about the precious blade he had received. Well, Qing'an, your sister and sister-in-law have received treasures that overshadow your precious blade by hundreds of times. He was gradually beginning to believe his second sister's words and was slowly coming to terms with this fantastical revelation. The brother-in-law he had previously scorned was indeed the eternal night demon emperor. Upon further reflection, he remembered that the eternal night demon emperor had dominated the demon realm for many years before mysteriously vanishing over a millennium ago. It was rumored that he had sequestered himself to break through to an even higher, invincible realm, hence his prolonged absence from the world. Now, correlating this with the first time he met his brother-in-law and recalling when eldest sister first encountered Lu Qing'an, he found that the timelines of the eternal night demon emperor's disappearance and his brother-in-law's arrival coincided remarkably. Considering all of this, it was no mere coincidence. Second sister, if he truly is the eternal night demon emperor, does that mean I have lost any goodwill in his heart? Su Xuanyu spoke despondently, his lips trembling as he spoke. He had treated this brother-in-law with disdain for nearly 1,000 years. That was his idol. Su Yuni could not help but chuckle at her brother's remark. Ahem, little brother, well, my brother-in-law is quite a good person. He probably does not harbor any ill feelings towards you. Su Yuni attempted to comfort him, though her tone lacked conviction. She truly was uncertain, given how often her brother had disparaged Lu Qing'an. Su Xuanyu, all right, let us cease this discussion about my brother-in-law here. Su Yuni stated. No. Second sister, please tell me more. Su Xuanyu implored eagerly. After a struggle with his thoughts, he ultimately suppressed his pride, allowing his infatuation to overshadow his reason. What should I say? Su Yuni asked. Tell me about your recent visit there. How formidable is my brother-in-law? Last time he showcased his strength. It didn't seem particularly impressive, merely a notch above Lin Qingxue. Of course, it could be attributed to the constraints of the boundary and the fact that he didn't fully reveal his capabilities. Hearing my brother attempt to defend Lu Qing'an, Su Yuni couldn't help but chuckle. This little rascal is genuinely quite innocent, though he does have a tendency to speak out of turn. As for my brother-in-law's strength, let me put it this way. I've only been here a short while, yet I've already encountered 4 formidable beings from the demon realm, each far surpassing Lin Qingxue. The demeanor of these powerful individuals when they meet my brother-in-law is quite telling. How shall I describe it? Allow me a moment to reflect. Su Xuanyu's eyes sparkled as he suggested, revered like a deity? Not quite. My brother-in-law is quite amiable. They seem captivated and somewhat intimidated by him. Wishing to be closer despite fearing to upset him, Su Yuni elaborated. Oh, I see. That makes sense. They must feel that way. What other displays of power does he possess? Su Xuanyu inquired eagerly. Additionally, my innate array body has awakened, and my brother-in-law took us to a place known as the Celestial Fall Demon Cave. There, even those of us with lesser cultivation can enter and refine our bodies. It had no adverse effects, even on someone like Meow Meow, who has low cultivation. I even awakened my innate array body because of it, all thanks to my brother-in-law. Moreover, I later learned that he ventured to the very depths of the Celestial Fall Demon Cave and discovered a mysterious entity that seemed to be a form of life. Su Yuni recounted with admiration. Su Xuanyu listened, his heart racing. The Celestial Fall Demon Cave. I've heard of this place. Isn't it said that my brother-in-law could only reach depths of 30 to 40 miles? Yet this time, he reached the very bottom. How terrifying. It's simply astonishing. Chapter 43. The Regret of the Little Brother. Is there more? Su Xuanyu was completely engrossed, pressing for more details. Furthermore, my brother-in-law can traverse the void effortlessly, covering hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant. Both He Lao and I have felt it firsthand. It's truly remarkable, Su Yuni exclaimed. This? Su Xuanyu gasped, feeling as though his brother-in-law far surpassed any rumors about the eternal night demon emperor. Could it be that the tales circulating are merely a diluted version? It must be, for my brother-in-law is undeniably powerful, Su Yuni affirmed earnestly. I suddenly find myself wanting to visit that place as well. Su Xuanyu expressed with a dreamy gaze. You should reconsider. If our elder sister finds out, she will confine you, and besides, my brother-in-law may not welcome you. Without anyone to protect you, it would be perilous. Su Yuni quickly cautioned against her brother's whimsical thoughts. She was uncertain if Lu Qing'an would truly set aside past grievances to accommodate her brother. Su Xuanyu, filled with frustration, slapped his own face. I am such a fool. Wait. Su Xuanyu suddenly had a thought, hope returning to his reddened face as he said, Second sister, could you help me? Since you live with my brother-in-law, can you speak a few kind words on my behalf when you have the chance? Just say that I regret my past actions and that I want to repeat them. What do you think? As long as you acknowledge your mistake, I will try to speak favorably of you to my brother-in-law. However, I cannot guarantee that he will no longer harbor any dislike for you. Su Yuni replied. All right. Thank you, second sister. You truly are my favorite sister. Su Xuanyu beamed. Su Yuni smiled and shook her head, finding her brother endearing when he wasn't talking back. Their bond had always been strong. By the way, what about He Hong? His relationship with my brother-in-law must be delightful. Su Xuanyu's throat tightened. As for He Lao, with my brother-in-law's assistance, he is on the verge of acquiring the finest artifact crafting studio in the Qing'an continent, and he will receive teachings from the strongest craftsman in the demon realm. Wait, the most powerful craftsman in the demon realm is the one who forged the strongest armor and sword for the eternal night demon emperor, right? He must be so fortunate. I envy him so much. Su Xuanyu ruffled his hair in frustration. As their conversation reached this point, Su Yuni knew it was time to conclude. All right, I mustn't say more. Remember what I told you earlier. Do not disclose my brother-in-law's identity to our elder sister. Otherwise, you'll never win over the woman you like. Furthermore, it could cause our elder sister to have issues with her heart. For now, let us keep this secret for as long as we can, Su Yuni warned. Su Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded, saying, Understood, I will remember. He felt a surge of complex emotions knowing that his elder sister and the eternal night demon emperor had parted ways. By the way, be wary of Lin Qingxue. She should pose no threat to our elder sister, but I fear she may treat you the same way she did me. And take good care of Zhongran. Protect Zhongran. I have a bad feeling about Lin Qingxue. The moment Su Yuni thought of Lin Qingxue, her expression turned icy. Previously, she hadn't sensed anything amiss with Lin Qingxue, but after recent events, she had seen through her true nature. She is undoubtedly a villain. Su Xuanyu nodded gravely, yes. I will look after myself and Zhongran. All right, let us leave it at that. Oh, second sister, may I tell our elder sister about your situation? She genuinely cares about you, and now that you've successfully transformed your cultivation, I should inform her to ease her worries. Of course, I want to mention my brother-in-law's identity. Upon hearing her younger brother's words, Su Yuni felt a surge of emotion. Despite their recent unpleasant experiences, the bond among the three siblings remained strong. That is fine, but you must not let anything slip. Don't worry. I'm clever enough not to make mistakes. Su Xuanyu laughed. Su Yuni, with that brain of yours? All right, take care. After concluding their communication, Su Xuanyu took a deep breath, stowed away the communication jade slip, and closed his eyes to meticulously sort through all the information he had just received. In the end, all he could manage was a long, deep sigh. He then left his residence, flying towards the grand hall where his elder sister awaited. Upon arriving at the grand hall, he found that Lin Qingxue was no longer present. Only Lu Zhongran was there, meditating with closed eyes. Su Xuanyu, did you manage to contact your second sister? Su Qing'an asked immediately upon seeing her brother enter. Eager for news about Su Yuni. I did, Su Xuanyu replied. Really? How is she now? Su Qing'an inquired anxiously. Seeing the concern etched on Su Qing'an's face, Su Xuanyu forced a bitter smile. Elder sister, the second sister is doing well, perhaps even better than expected. Just a short while ago, she returned to her residence and successfully transformed her cultivation. What? Are you sure? Su Qing'an's eyes widened in astonishment. So soon. Su Xuanyu noted that his second sister had no reason to deceive him. Her tone indicated that it was indeed true. You might want to contact He Lao and ask him, Su Xuanyu suggested. At this moment, Lu Zhongran opened his eyes, equally astonished by the news. Su Qing'an pondered for a moment and said, no need to ask. It's best if she has successfully transformed her cultivation. However, she may not return again. Elder sister, it's all right. Once I reach the Saint King realm, I will go visit them. Su Xuanyu suddenly chuckled. Nonsense. What would you go there for? Su Qing'an scolded sternly. Seeing his sister's anger, Su Xuanyu instinctively shrank back. He genuinely wanted to make a trip. After all, it was about his second sister. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and said, if you must go, it cannot be you. If necessary, let Zhongran go. She understood well the nature of her brother's relationship with Lu Qing'an. If Lu Qing'an truly committed acts that endangered her sister, then her brother's venture would be akin to courting death. However, he would never lay a hand on his son. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongran spoke, Mother, I shall heed your words. In truth, he found himself missing his sister and younger sibling. Su Xuanyu glanced at his nephew, feeling an overwhelming envy. He too longed to partake in such endeavors. We can discuss it later. In a few days, your mother will procure that time treasure for you. Within it, the flow of time is 30 times faster than outside. One day in the outside world equates to a month inside. You must hasten your cultivation so that when you see your sister, she does not look down upon you, Su Qing'an said. During this time, She had been urging her son to cultivate diligently, wishing for him to achieve significant advancement. When the siblings finally reunited, she hoped her eldest daughter would be impressed by her son's rapid growth and return to her side. Lu Zhongran nodded, determined that when he next encountered his sister, he would ensure she could not surpass his cultivation level. Chapter 44. The Demon Willow Academy. The following morning, at dawn, Wang Duanshan and He Hong returned to the courtyard, only to find that Lu Miao and Xue Tianfei were the only ones present. Wang Duanshan turned to Xue Tianfei, who was playing with Lu Miao, and inquired, "Where's Lu Qing'an?" "She has gone over there to instruct the two children in combat techniques," Xue Tianfei replied. The two men nodded and flew towards that direction. Soon, they beheld Lu Qing'an hovering in the sky, guiding Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi in their sparring. "You're back? Has the forging room been completed?" Lu Qing'an asked, glancing at the approaching Wang Duanshan and He Hong. Wang Duanshan smiled. "It's successfully completed. It is undoubtedly the most coveted forging room among all artisans in the demon domain, if not all of Sanyun continent. Moreover, the two of us have meticulously evaluated the heavenly meteor divine gold you provided, and these are the blueprints for the treasures that can be forged. Choose 10. 10. That seems quite generous," Lu Qing'an remarked, her eyes sparkling with excitement, a smile gracing her lips. "Haha, if we forego the armor, we could produce even more." "The armor is essential. I must also provide my eldest daughter with one," Lu Qing'an asserted. She examined the blueprints presented by the two men with great care and ultimately selected 10. "These 10 will suffice. By the way, old Wang, which factions in the demon domain possess time treasures?" "I wish to acquire one for the children," Lu Qing'an inquired. She was particularly curious if Wang Duanshan had any, as such treasures are notoriously difficult to forge, requiring a plethora of special materials and intricate processes. Wang Duanshan, being the strongest craftsman in the demon domain, might have access to one. "Didn't you once possess a time treasure that operated at a flow rate of 1 to 100? "I do not have any here. But not long ago, I spent several hundred years crafting one specifically for the Demon Willow Academy. Its time flow rate is similar to the one I made for you. However, I have heard that when paired with their Academy's treasure, the time-reversing Demon Willow, the flow rate can reach as high as 1 to 300. Wang Duanshan explained. "When I departed from the Demon Emperor Palace, that time treasure was left behind. I gifted it to my disciple. Once given, it is difficult to reclaim," Lu Qing'an added. Upon hearing this, Wang Duanshan's aged eyes flashed with a concealed depth of meaning, especially at the mention of Lu Qing'an's disciple. Xiao Qingyi, who was observing the two children spar, also displayed a flicker of unusual emotion. "I see. Shall I take some time to forge another for you? But you are aware that it is quite challenging to produce one in a short time. The process is quite complex, unlike the simpler forging of weapons and armor," Wang Duanshan remarked. "Forget it. I will consider other methods," Lu Qing'an replied, shaking her head. She then signaled for the two to focus on their forging as she ascended back into the sky. Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an, saying, "Both are combat prodigies. One is your child, and the other is his. Yet they still lack the tempering of true battle. Old Xiao, I recall that you previously sent several disciples to the Demon Willow Academy for training. Your disciples seem to be faring quite well. You must have some connections with the Academy's head, yes? What do you think about sending the two children there for a spell, allowing them to interact with other talented individuals of their caliber?" Lu Qing'an asked. She had previously raised a genius disciple in a similarly isolated manner, who ascended to power at an astonishing rate, nearly rivaling her own position as the Eternal Night Emperor. However, that child, raised in such seclusion, developed a heavy aura of slaughter and became quite reclusive, lacking friends and social skills. When he decided against continuing as the Demon Emperor, he passed the title to his disciple, who now reigns in that position. Since then, she has taken a step back, confident in her disciple's capabilities, leaving behind a letter as she departed the demon domain. Now, tasked with nurturing her two daughters, Lu Qing'an felt apprehensive about employing her previous methods. This was partly why she had decisively invited Sun Minzi to join them. At least her daughters would not be entirely friendless. Xiao Qingyi spoke earnestly. "I believe it is imperative for the children to interact with more people." Observing the seriousness and determination in Xiao Qingyi's gaze, Lu Qing'an was somewhat taken aback. "Very well. When you have the opportunity, take me to meet the head of the Demon Willow Academy. That is easily arranged. Others say that old fellow is elusive, like a cloud drifting freely. But for me, finding him is quite simple." Xiao Qingyi chuckled. The head of the Demon Willow Academy is a figure somewhat out of place in the demon domain. Many here are impatient due to their need for demonic energy in their cultivation. The number of inherently combative individuals is countless. In contrast, The head of the Demon Willow Academy is renowned for his knowledge within the demon domain and possesses formidable strength, being one of the top 10 experts. However, he shuns combat, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, rich in wisdom, and has established the unique Demon Willow Academy to educate and cultivate various talents from the demon domain. Over the years, many formidable individuals have emerged from the academy, spreading their influence throughout the region. These exceptional talents possess unique skills and perspectives, offering greater prospects than those who solely engage in violence. Despite having achieved the pinnacle of power as the most formidable demon emperor through bloodshed, Qing'an has only met the head of the Demon Willow Academy once. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. Her method of attaining power through violence is precisely what the head of the academy disdains. So, please assist me in locating him, so that the children may pursue training at the Demon Willow Academy, Qing'an requested. It would be beneficial for her children to engage with others in a less perilous environment than the various regions of the demon domain, making the academy an excellent choice for their development. Of course, she intended to guide them upon their return home after their studies, ensuring their rapid advancement. I will reach out to him, Xiao Qingyi assured with a smile, putting Qing'an's mind at ease. Approximately an hour later, Xiao Qingyi brought Qing'an good news. I've made contact. He is just about to return to the Demon Willow Academy. When are you free to accompany me to meet him? Xiao Qingyi coughed, quickly correcting himself. I mean, to visit him. Meet him. I can't shake the feeling that Haven tea really reached him. I'm always available, Qing'an replied. Then it's settled. We shall go as soon as night falls, Xiao Qingyi said with a sly grin. Qing'an thought to herself, something about old Xiao seems off. Chapter 45, Confronting the Head, taking the back door. Qing'an, unafraid to seek clarification, directly posed her inquiries. Lao Xiao, why do I feel as if you are concealing something from me? Just tell me directly. My purpose in visiting the Dean of the Magic Willow Academy is not only to enroll my child, but also to enable them to freely utilize the Academy's temporal treasures in the future. I wish to gain access through the back door and ensure my child has ample opportunities to use these time resources. Given my own capabilities, I am determined to secure the highest quality resources for my child. Xiao Qingyi, aware that he could not hide anything from Qing'an, wore a slightly mischievous smile and said, My little disciple has done quite well. After graduating from the Magic Willow Academy, he became a teacher there and has been imparting knowledge for many years. He shares a good rapport with the dean. However, as you know, that old man is elusive and generally avoids interaction. I learned from my disciple that he will return to the academy tonight, so we can intercept him. With our combined strength, if he is unwilling to meet us, we will certainly see him regardless. Qing'an, initially believing that Xiao Qingyi could directly meet the dean, realized that this was the approach he intended to take. Nevertheless, it was indeed a clever method. Very well, shall we first visit your little disciple? He inquired. I haven't seen him in quite some time. Those little rascals haven't returned to visit me in years. When they were younger, they would come to pay their respects annually. But now it has been decades since our last meeting. As he spoke, Xiao Qingyi's expression turned wistful, evoking a sense of solitude akin to that of a lonely elder. Let us set off after lunch then. Agreed. The group enjoyed a meal together, and before departing, he sought out Wang Duanshan briefly, then informed his two daughters that he would be going out and would return later. His daughters, understanding and content to remain at home, did not insist on accompanying him. Just before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Luo Danhong and Su Yuni. I intend to have my child train at the Magic Willow Academy. If you have the time, please assist me in creating a teleportation array to facilitate their travel back and forth. It would be quite inconvenient for me to pick them up every day. Luo Danhong replied with a smile, That shouldn't be difficult. Then I shall rely on you, he said before departing the courtyard with Xiao Qingyi. A quarter of an hour later, the two figures appeared above the Magic Willow Academy. Under the blazing sun, Qing'an stood in the air, his robe billowing in the fierce wind. From his vantage point, the Magic Willow Academy resembled an ancient behemoth lying in wait amidst the mountains. The unevenly arranged pavilions, constructed from dark jade, had eaves that soared like willow blades slicing through the air, while wisps of pale purple mist curled around the layered halls. In the center stood a massive black willow tree that pierced the clouds, its trunk adorned with silver runes, and its drooping branches resembled curtains of time, each leaf shimmering with starlight glimmers. This was indeed the treasured time, reversing willow of the academy. At that moment, the willow branches swayed without wind, stirring the magic energies within a 10-mile radius to form a vortex, enveloping the academy in a barrier of illusion and reality. Could the time-reversing willow, in conjunction with the temporal treasures, truly achieve a time-flow ratio of 1 to 300? If so, how many would strive to gain admission to this illustrious academy? Lu Qing'an mused to himself. For others, entry into the Magic Willow Academy was not as simple as wanting to join. Even the most formidable talents had to pass written and martial examinations. Of course, some powerful individuals might attempt to use underhanded means or threats, yet invariably, the outcome remained the same, futile. The dean of the Magic Willow Academy was one of the top 10 formidable beings in the demon realm. Additionally, there was another powerful graduate from the academy who also ranked among the elite. Moreover, with the time reversing Willow guarding the academy, even other top-tier experts would hesitate to challenge its might. Not to mention, many graduates mingled within various forces in the demon realm. The academy could be likened to a bountiful orchard. Few dared to offend it lightly, unless they were invincible beings. As an invincible entity, Lu Qing'an also had no intention of offending the Magic Willow Academy, for its aims were commendable, and the institution had never wronged him. Xiao Su, your master has arrived. Come out and greet me. Standing in the air, Xiao Qingyi's lips curled into a smile as he utilized a communication jade slip. Moments later, a middle-aged man hurriedly ascended from below the academy. Clad in a scholarly robe, he exuded an air of calmness, and his every gesture was imbued with a scholarly essence. Lu Qing'an had not seen Xiao Qingyi's disciple, Song Su, in quite some time, and upon this reunion, he was pleasantly surprised. He looks even more upright than those from the immortal ruins. Master, Song Su swiftly approached, a smile gracing his face. Haha, Xiao Su. It has been a while since you last visited your master. You deserve a scolding. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Master, I have been preoccupied with teaching and simply have had no time to spare, Song Su replied. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Qing'an, and suddenly, the words caught in his throat, his eyes widening in astonishment. Foolish boy, have you forgotten who this is? Do not forget to greet him, said Xiao Qingyi. I greet you, Senior Evernight. It has been a long time, Song Su exclaimed, his expression filled with excitement as he promptly bowed respectfully. The Evernight Demon Emperor had vanished for over 1,000 years, and it was astounding to see him return. Lu Qing'an smiled. Indeed, it has been quite a long time since our last encounter. You have changed quite a bit in these years. No, the younger generation remains the same. It is the senior who feels markedly different. Song Su replied, suddenly becoming more reserved, his speech tinged with sincerity as he scratched his head. Lu Qing'an chuckled. I spent some time in the immortal ruins, so some changes are to be expected. This time, I seek your assistance. I recall you practice swordsmanship, so please take this sword. He revealed a 10th grade exceptional sword he had acquired from Wang Duanshan. In this visit, it was appropriate to present a gift to his junior while seeking assistance. I cannot accept this, Song Su exclaimed upon seeing the weapon, recognizing its immense value and craftsmanship. Xiao Qingyi, beaming with delight, urged, why are you being so polite with him? He has plenty of these. Quickly accept it. Isn't this inappropriate? Song Su hesitated, glancing at his master. Xiao Qingyi winked at him. Ultimately, Song Su accepted the sword. Thank you, senior. Lu Qing'an nodded in satisfaction. Very well, please lead us into the academy. The Magic Willow Academy was enveloped by a powerful formation, and with the time reversing Willow guarding it. Even peak Emperor-level experts would find it challenging to breach. Certainly, he could manage, but it was unnecessary, as his child would need to enter the academy for training. And it was best to maintain amicable relations. Certainly. Please, senior. Song Su smiled and led the way. Chapter 46. Deliberately stirring trouble. Song Su guided Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi into the formation, landing them in a tranquil residence within the Magic Willow Academy. At the tea table, Song Su poured tea for the two, his face illuminated with a smile, albeit with a hint of nervousness. Xiao Su, how have you been at the academy lately? Xiao Qingyi inquired with a smile. He was quite satisfied with his disciples, especially this one, who had already risen to the rank of a 2-star instructor and was striving for a 3-star position. I am preparing to compete for the 3-star instructor position. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it should be a secure accomplishment, Song Su replied cheerfully. Oh, that is wonderful news. Xiao Qingyi nodded approvingly. After a moment's thought, he directly asked, if you become a 3-star instructor, could you arrange for someone to bypass the examination and allow a child to enter the academy for training? Unaware of his master's true purpose for the visit, Song Su initially thought it was merely to meet the dean. Upon hearing this question, he suddenly comprehended the underlying motive, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Master, do not say that even the 3-star instructor, or the head of the hall, or even the vice president can accomplish this. It is likely that only the president himself can waive the rules. The instructor is akin to a teacher, and the head of the hall is somewhat like the director of instruction. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an did not wish to put Song Su in a difficult position and said, "Old Xiao, do not make things hard for your disciple. We will wait for the president to return and approach him directly." Agreed. Xiao Qingyi nodded, then turned to his disciple, teasingly saying, "Little Su, strive to become the president of the Magic Willow Academy in the future, and we won't have to deal with such complications." Song Su chuckled awkwardly. "Me the president? Even becoming the vice president, or merely the head of the hall, would be a dream come true. Are you quite certain that your president will return tonight?" Lu Qing'an inquired. Song Su scratched his head and replied, "Respected elder, I heard the head of the hall mention this matter by chance, so it should be correct. But I cannot guarantee it." "Very well, we shall wait here," Xiao Qingyi said. Lu Qing'an nodded, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "Elder, who do you wish to admit into the academy for cultivation?" It had been a long time since he had seen Lu Qing'an, who had returned after a millennium, and it was quite puzzling that he intended to arrange for someone to enter the academy. "My daughter." "Ah." Song Su's eyes widened. "You have a daughter?" Xiao Qingyi quickly transmitted the general situation to his disciple. After hearing this, Song Su was even more astonished. It turned out he had gone to the celestial ruins. Moreover, he had married and had 2 daughters. To better cultivate his daughters, sending them to the Magic Willow Academy would indeed be more beneficial. The 3 continued to sip tea and chat while silently waiting. At a certain moment, Lu Qing'an glanced up at the time-flowing magic willow overhead. He thought that since he would allow the 2 children to cultivate here, and having nothing else to do, he might as well explore the academy and see what the environment is like. "Little Su, since we have some leisure time, take me on a tour of your academy." "Certainly." Thus, the 3 began to wander through the Magic Willow Academy. Lu Qing'an strolled around and found the environment to be quite pleasant, elegant, and serene. Occasionally, he saw students of various grades sitting in meditation or groups discussing cultivation. The atmosphere was delightful. "Indeed, my daughters should be able to interact with many people here." He did not wish for his daughters to follow the path of his disciple. Many students, upon seeing Song Su, would approach to pay their respects, calling him instructor, which gave Lu Qing'an a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of his own school days. "Very well, little Su, take me to see your academy's treasure, the time-flowing magic willow." Lu Qing'an primarily wished for his eldest daughter to cultivate there, as the time flow rate of 1 to 300 would greatly enhance her cultivation. Understood. Soon after, the 3 arrived at the base of the colossal time-flowing magic willow. It was a vast plaza, paved with blue stones, with various unique structures built around the roots of the willow. Many students were seated in meditation within. The upper structures, however, were obscured from view. At a glance, Lu Qing'an could see that the time flow rate there was significantly faster than in the distance. Indeed, with the time treasure, the maximum time flow rate can reach 1 to 300, Lu Qing'an murmured. Just as he thought of this, his expression suddenly tightened. His divine sense swiftly entered a box within his treasure, which contained a bundle of energy. At that moment, the energy was violently vibrating, seemingly attempting to break free from the confines of the box. With a flicker of his will, the energy ceased its struggle entirely. Nevertheless, he could still sense its profound yearning. Was it yearning for the time-flowing magic willow? Lu Qing'an focused on the willow before him. To verify this, he prepared to approach the time-flowing magic willow and assess the situation. The energy, originating from beyond the heavens, was exceedingly mysterious. Understanding it might not serve a significant purpose for him, but it could potentially benefit his children. Stop! Just as Lu Qing'an was about to step forward, a figure suddenly flashed from the void, appearing before him and blocking his path. Lu Qing'an turned to regard the newcomer, a middle-aged man of similar age and cultivation level to Song Su, both being at the early stage of the emperor realm. However, this individual lacked some of the refined aura, instead exuding a more formidable presence. Song Su hurriedly stepped forward. "Lu Hong, what are you doing? Do you dare to block the eternal night demon emperor?" This Lu Hong was indeed a 2-star instructor at their Magic Willow Academy. "Who are these 2? They are not from our Magic Willow Academy. They must not approach the time-flowing magic willow." Lu Hong stated expressionlessly. "Do you not recognize me?" Xiao Qingyi cleared his throat, placing his hands behind his back, projecting an air of superiority. His identity as the Thundercloud Emperor was well known throughout the demon domain, and few did not recognize him. However, Lu Hong's next words caught Xiao Qingyi off guard. "I do not know you. In any case, I am here to guard this place. Those who are not from our academy are strictly prohibited from approaching the time-flowing magic willow. This is the academy's rule," Lu Hong declared. "You do not recognize me?" Xiao Qingyi furrowed his brow. Was this young man truly unaware, or was he pretending? Lu Hong, of course, recognized Xiao Qingyi, but so what? The Thundercloud Emperor was indeed powerful, but this was the Magic Willow Academy. After the eternal night demon emperor ascended, he had intimidated all forces within the demon domain and had never caused trouble at the Magic Willow Academy. A Thundercloud Emperor was considerably weaker and might not even compare to their president. Thus, he had no leverage here. How come I have not heard of such a rule? Song Su fixed his gaze on Lu Hong, questioning, "Are you trying to annoy me because I will soon be competing with you for the position of 3-star instructor?" He genuinely had never heard of such a rule. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi instantly understood. So, it was not that Lu Hong failed to recognize him. Rather, he was acting this way due to his competition with his disciple. Chapter 47. Are the young people now so bold? Lu Hong, confronted with Song Su's inquiry, remained silent, a hint of disdain flickering across his otherwise impassive face. Indeed, I am trying to annoy you. You have to compete with me for the position of 3-star instructor at the same time. This time, only one of them could become a 3-star instructor. And he was indeed somewhat inferior to Song Su in teaching ability. This left him extremely displeased, with a high probability of losing to Song Su. Seeing Lu Hong's tacit acceptance and his attitude, Xiao Qingyi fixed his gaze on him and said, "Under normal circumstances, you should have a formidable elder backing you. Am I correct? Go on, tell me who it is." Recognizing him and maintaining such an attitude, it was clear that there was an elder behind him who could be compared to him. In the entire demon domain, there were only about a dozen individuals who could be compared to him. The president of the Magic Willow Academy was certainly not among them, as he had always acted independently and was a solitary figure. Lu Hong remained silent. Song Su then remarked, "Master, his uncle is the vice president of the academy." "Oh, I see. You are actually the nephew of that old rascal, Lu Qingshu? Do you know that when Lu Qingshu sees me, he must greet me as Daoist Xiao with respect?" As Xiao Qingyi spoke, his expression turned icy as he suddenly released the aura of a peak Emperor Realm cultivator, intending to intimidate Lu Hong. He could not believe he could not handle this young man. Lu Hong, however, remained calm and replied, "Elder, I am merely acting according to the rules. Are you trying to intimidate me with your strength and status?" Seeing Lu Hong's obstinacy, Xiao Qingyi grew somewhat irate. This young man, even if there were rules, could have been accommodating and simply turned a blind eye, allowing them to enter and take a look without any issue. In this moment, it is evidently connected to his disciple. We will take a brief tour before exiting. At this point, Lu Qing'an spoke calmly, not wishing to trouble the younger generation. Lu Hong gazed at Lu Qing'an, having never encountered him before and unable to sense his cultivation aura. However, given that he appeared alongside Xiao Qingyi, it was reasonable to assume he possessed the strength of a great emperor. Yet, as long as it pertained to Song Su, he would not permit anyone to pass today, no matter who they were. No negotiations. As long as I am here, not even the eternal night demon emperor can step 1 foot inside, Lu Hong declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere around them fell silent. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su looked at Lu Hong as if he were a fool. "How dare you? Would you speak such words if your uncle were present? Moreover, you dare to address the true body in such a manner. Calm down, and refrain from causing trouble at the Demon Willow Academy. After all, you still wish for the child to cultivate here." Noticing Lu Qing'an's gaze on Lu Hong, Xiao Qingyi hurried to his side, grasping his hand and using a mental message to soothe him. "I am not angry, merely a bit perplexed. Has the title of Eternal Night Demon Emperor become a source of jest for the younger generation after a millennium?" Lu Qing'an was indeed not angered. He was simply surprised. This young man, being an instructor at the Demon Willow Academy, should not have been a fool. In the past, he had rampaged through the demon realm, his name striking fear in many hearts. Although several millennia had passed since those ruthless days, one would expect that his infamous reputation would still instill dread in the descendants. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi's eyes flickered with an unusual emotion. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Perhaps this lad is a bit foolish." He had already conceived a possibility. Lu Qing'an sensed that Xiao Qingyi was concealing something from him and inquired mentally, "Are you aware of some inside information?" Xiao Qingyi awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied mentally, "Do you truly wish to know? Cut the pleasantries, just speak plainly." With no other option, Xiao Qingyi took a deep breath and explained, "It likely relates to your disciple." Related to him? Lu Qing'an was even more astonished. Xiao Qingyi continued, "It's a long story, but essentially, after your disappearance for over 500 years, your disciple claimed to have surpassed you in power and demonstrated significant strength. He even declared that should you return, he could defeat you decisively. Moreover, he asserts that the title of Demon Emperor is rightfully his, and he has gathered a group of followers in the demon realm. It seems that Lu Hong and his faction have some connection to your disciple. Perhaps they have been brainwashed. After all, these are all descendants who have never witnessed the terror of Lu Qing'an, the god of death. Lu Qing'an fell silent upon hearing this. His disciple. He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Never mind. Seeing Lu Qing'an's reaction, Xiao Qingyi attempted to reassure him mentally. Do not be enraged. He is still your disciple. Perhaps his actions are somewhat influenced by your sudden departure. Having watched your disciple grow, he does not wish for their relationship to deteriorate. Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile. It is fine. The boy's ambition is rather commendable. Then, Lu Qing'an turned his attention to Lu Hong. He could not be bothered to argue with this youth any longer and chose to say nothing more. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his location. In an instant, he arrived before the time-flowing demon willow. He simply wished to observe what the entity within desired. After completing this task, he intended to depart. Seeing Lu Qing'an vanish in an instant, Lu Hong immediately confirmed his peak Great Emperor strength. Regardless of whether Lu Qing'an was indeed at the peak of Great Emperor, how dare he force his way in? It was as if he held the Demon Willow Academy in contempt. His eyes cold with fury, Lu Hong swiftly pursued Lu Qing'an. Observing him now standing before the time-flowing Demon Willow, a trace of surprise on his face. I command you to retreat at once. Withdraw from this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action, Lu Hong declared in a deep voice. At this moment, Lu Qing'an was wholly engrossed in sensing the energy fluctuations from within the box, leaving no time to heed Lu Hong's demands. Very well. Then do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Hong's voice deepened. Subsequently, he channeled his cultivation and reached out to grasp Lu Qing'an. He was unafraid of Lu Qing'an's superior strength. As long as Lu Qing'an dared to retaliate, it would mean opposing the entire Demon Willow Academy. Even someone as powerful as Xiao Qingyi would have to consider whether he possessed the strength to face the might of the academy. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lu Qing'an suddenly turned his head, his icy gaze locking onto him. At that moment, Lu Hong froze in place. And then, as if burdened by the weight of the entire Qing'an continent, he collapsed to his knees with a resounding crash. Bang! His knees struck the cobblestone ground, creating two deep impressions. His eyes widened in shock, his body cold to the core, his mind clouded with chaos, as visions of hell unfolded before him. Xiao Qingyi and Song Su watched this scene, speechless. They had never seen such a reckless individual. They could not help but wonder whether Lu Qing'an would still kill indiscriminately. Should he slay Lu Hong, he would undoubtedly stand in opposition to the Demon Willow Academy. Chapter 48. Master and Disciple enjoying watermelon together at this moment. The master and disciple duo could do nothing to stop the situation from escalating. Their power paled in comparison to Lu Qing'an, and all they could do was observe from the sidelines. If Lu Qing'an were to become enraged, any rash advances could provoke his ire. Disciple, would you like some? At this moment, Xiao Qingyi produced a watermelon from seemingly nowhere, effortlessly splitting it in half and offering one half to his disciple. Song Su nodded, accepting it. Thus, the two master and disciple began to enjoy the watermelon while watching the unfolding events. After merely releasing a fraction of his pressure, Lu Qing'an paid no further attention to Lu Hong and continued to closely monitor the situation of the energy entity. Devour? He could vaguely discern that this energy entity was organizing its intent, broadly conveying a singular thought, to consume. As Lu Qing'an stood quietly, observing the time-flowing demon willow, Lu Hong, still kneeling on the ground, finally snapped back to reality from the apocalyptic visions. He realized he was drenched in sweat. However, when he attempted to rise, no matter how hard he tried, it felt as though he had lost control of his body, and he simply could not stand. He trembled all over, consumed by rage. Damn it, this person must be at the peak of Great Emperor, and not just any ordinary peak. How dare he use his superior cultivation to humiliate me, to strike at me within the confines of the Demon Willow Academy. He discovered that his mouth could move slightly and quickly cast a spell to convey the situation to those within the Demon Willow Academy. Urgently summon reinforcements. The gathered magic spread forth. In mere moments, a figure appeared above the time-flowing Demon Willow in a flash. The newcomer was clad in white, with long black hair flowing, exuding a powerful aura of a middle-aged man. Who is this? Xiao Qingyi, seeing the late-stage Great Emperor appear in the sky, realized he did not recognize him. Thus, while spitting out a few watermelon seeds, he turned to Song Su and inquired. Song Su, leisurely munching on his watermelon, unaffected by appearances, replied. He is a hall master from our academy. The deputy dean's disciple, quite talented. Oh, Xiao Qingyi smiled. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, he immediately spotted Lu Hong kneeling beneath the time-flowing demon willow and Lu Qing'an standing quietly. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on our academy's instructor? Lu Qing'an paid no heed to the newcomer. Now, in order to better sense the energy entity, he had closed his eyes. What audacity! the newcomer exclaimed, preparing to descend to rescue Lu Hong. Simultaneously, Lu Qing'an unleashed the secret technique of demonic sound waves, attempting to aid Lu Hong in breaking free from control. Just then, Lu Qing'an uttered 2 words, noisy. As his calm voice resonated, a powerful sound wave erupted, colliding with the incoming sound wave attack of the intruder. The intruder's sound wave attack was instantly engulfed, akin to raindrops meeting the vast ocean. The terrifying sound wave swept across the middle-aged man's entire body. And in the next moment, there were 2 resounding crashes as the intruder unexpectedly knelt in midair. The impact of his knees against the void caused the space to shatter significantly. The middle-aged man in white personally experienced all that Lu Hong had just felt. Witnessing that even his much stronger elder could not withstand Lu Qing'an's power left Lu Hong astounded. It seemed that only his uncle's intervention could make this individual comprehend his true strength. He had already spread the word about the events occurring here and believed that his uncle would arrive shortly. Xiao Qingyi observed the unfolding situation and remarked, "Disciple, don't blink. The grand spectacle is about to commence." "Oh, my watermelon is almost finished. Don't eat that piece yet. Save it for me." "Okay." Song Su nodded eagerly, though his pace of eating only quickened. As they finished speaking, suddenly, an elderly man clad in a blue-white long robe appeared in the sky. His arrival instantly ushered a serene stillness over the vast expanse. The previously restless winds abruptly ceased, leaving an unbreakable silence, akin to a desolate graveyard at midnight. "He has arrived." Xiao Qingyi smiled as he recognized the newcomer. His name was Lu Qingxiu, the vice president of the Demonic Willow Academy, known as the Emperor of Clear Oblivion. Possessing the title of the Clear Oblivion Emperor, within his domain, all beings would lose their 5 senses and be plunged into nothingness. At this moment, upon his arrival, Lu Qingxiu assessed the situation, especially upon seeing his nephew and disciple kneeling. He realized they were facing a formidable opponent. Thus, he promptly unleashed his domain, shrouding a radius of 1,000 miles into a void space. His gaze fell upon the 2 individuals before him. One was Xiao Qingyi who, at this moment, did not appear to be an adversary to his 2 juniors, but rather an unfamiliar entity. His full attention was directed at Lu Qing'an. At this moment, Lu Qing'an opened his eyes, and upon being drawn into Lu Qingxiu's domain, the energy entity ceased its movements. The 2 stood, one high above and the other below. In that moment of eye contact, Lu Qingxiu, standing like a deity in the sky, suddenly trembled. That gaze, he swiftly retracted his domain, his speed so frantic that it felt as though delaying for even a moment would cost him his life. "Oh, you recognize me?" Lu Qing'an mused, as his impression of Lu Qingxiu was minimal. Moreover, only a few knew of his appearance. It seemed unlikely that Lu Qingxiu would know what he looked like. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps Lu Qingxiu had some connection with his disciple, leading him to learn of his true appearance? Lu Qingxiu swallowed hard, his earlier calm demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by palpable fear. He had lived through the era of the god of death. "Why you? How are you here?" Lu Qingxiu dared not remain aloft any longer, and quickly descended to kneel before Lu Qing'an, slightly bowing his head in reverence. Lu Qing'an regarded Lu Qingxiu and replied, "I merely came to take a stroll. Is that a problem?" What Lu Qingxiu truly wished to inquire was not this, but rather how Lu Qing'an had returned. This god of death, who had vanished for 1,000 years, how had he reappeared? Moreover, he had done so within the confines of their Demonic Willow Academy. No problem. Of course, there is no problem. Lu Qingxiu's face contorted in a difficult smile. Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Hong, who remained kneeling on the ground, and the middle-aged man in white, also kneeling in the sky, and asked, "Are they your juniors?" Lu Qingxiu's expression darkened further. "What have you 2 done to provoke this god of death?" Yes, Lu Qingxiu replied. At this moment, Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed his uncle's palpable trepidation. What on earth is happening? Is this still his powerful uncle from the demonic realm? Even when facing the solitary demon emperor, he had never displayed such a demeanor. Chapter 49. Setting aside personal qualities, juniors must respect their elders. "It's time for some proper guidance," Lu Qing'an stated, retracting his demonic power. The 2 still kneeling instantly felt the pressure weighing upon them dissipate, finally able to rise. Seeing Lu Hong and the others preparing to stand, Lu Qingxiu hurriedly transmitted a message. "Remain kneeling." Lu Hong and the others were bewildered. Continue kneeling? They doubted the transmission had truly come from Lu Qingxiu, suspecting someone was deliberately causing trouble. "I will discipline them properly. They will not repeat this mistake in the future," Lu Qingxiu assured fervently. "Very well, I take my leave." Lu Qing'an wished for his daughters to come and cultivate here, not wanting to sour their relationship too much. And this matter could serve as leverage for future negotiations. Having spent many years in the immortal ruins, it seemed he had grown accustomed to a tranquil existence, dulling the murderous intent he once harbored. The recent incident had also tempered his emotions. Such trivial matters did not stir any other feelings within him. This sensation was difficult to articulate. He paid no further heed to Lu Qingxiu, having roughly understood the energy entity's intentions, deeming it unnecessary to investigate further at this moment. It was not yet time to conduct experiments with this energy entity. He was uncertain what this energy entity might do to the time-reversing willow. Recklessly releasing it could potentially ruin the entire tree. In the future, he would still need to rely on this time-reversing willow in conjunction with time-related treasures to aid his two daughters in enhancing their cultivation. Lu Qing'an walked towards Xiao Qingyi. Seeing Lu Qing'an disregard him and leave, Lu Qingxiu's gaze fell, swiftly contemplating all that had transpired. What could the Eternal Night Demon Emperor possibly mean? If it were the former Eternal Night Demon Emperor, blood would have already flowed like rivers here. Uncle, may we rise? Lu Hong's voice interrupted Lu Qingxiu's thoughts. Lu Qingxiu looked at Lu Hong and the others and said, "You may rise." Once they stood, they quickly approached Lu Qingxiu, their astonishment still undiminished. "What on earth is happening? Uncle, what is going on? Why did you treat him with such deference? Who is he?" This was the first time Lu Hong had witnessed his uncle behave in such a manner. As the vice president of the Demonic Willow Academy, he had never displayed such a demeanor even in front of the academy head. Just moments ago, he had referred to that individual as Sir. "You two fools. In the past, you would have perished 800 times over for such folly. You nearly brought disaster upon me." Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, still unable to comprehend how Lu Qing'an had returned and what he intended to do here. But he was furious at Lu Hong and the others for provoking this god of death. "Wait, uncle, why are you scolding me? He was bullying us due to his superior strength. Then why did he not bully me, given his greater strength? You must have provoked him. If I hadn't recognized him, our lives would have been forfeit." The more Lu Qingxiu thought about it, the more he felt a chill of dread. Had he acted impulsively against Lu Qing'an, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Like those old demons of yore, they would have been swiftly annihilated. "Master, he is indeed powerful. At the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, but in the entire demonic realm, there are not many who surpass you." The middle-aged man in white furrowed his brow. Even Xiao Qingyi, in confrontation with his master, should be evenly matched, with no clear victor. Have you both lost your minds from reading too many books over the years? Who is Xiao Qingyi close to, and who is stronger than me? Lu Qingxiu glared at the two, his anger intensifying. This incident did not bring him harm, but who knows what greater troubles they might stir up for him in the future. Lu Hong and the others exchanged glances, and a singular realization emerged in their minds. "No way. Hasn't he been missing for quite some time?" Lu Hong exclaimed. The middle-aged man in white trembled slightly. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor. That individual was actually the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Who else could it be? Yet, upon this encounter, I noticed he seems to have changed somewhat. The murderous intent appears less pronounced, Lu Qingxiu murmured. Given the former temperament of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he would have likely wreaked havoc by now. "Uncle, even if he is the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, we need not fear him. We are currently under the command of the solitary Demon Emperor, who is no less formidable. Moreover, haven't the two already become sworn enemies?" Lu Hong hurriedly interjected. Slap. Unable to contain himself, Lu Qingxiu delivered a sharp slap to Lu Hong's face. "Do you have any idea what you're saying? Do you truly wish to bring about my ruin?" Lu Hong stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at his uncle. His father had passed away when he was young, and his uncle had raised him. They were as close as father and son. His uncle had always been exceedingly indulgent, never laying a hand on him until now. Lu Qingxiu took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions, and spoke calmly. "You have never witnessed the era when he reigned. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is far from the simple figure you envision. Furthermore, the master and disciple have yet to clash. The outcome remains uncertain. Besides, if he seeks to kill us, who can stop him in the absence of the solitary Demon Emperor?" Lu Qingxiu felt helpless regarding his nephew's naivete. Were it not for his connections, he would never have been permitted to teach at the academy. "From this day forth, you shall enter seclusion." Another seclusion? Moreover, I still have to compete with that Song Su for the 3 stars. Before Lu Hong could finish, Lu Qingxiu spoke sternly. "Then you must concede the competition." "Uncle, how can that be? I have waited for this day for so long. If you persist, I shall strike you." In order to prevent further trouble from his nephew, Lu Qingxiu ultimately took the time to share his understanding of Lu Qing'an. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an accompanied Song Su on a tour of the Demon Willow Academy before returning to Song Su's residence. I thought you would unleash a massacre. I didn't expect you to refrain from acting. It seems there have been considerable changes over the years, Xiao Qingyi remarked. I suspect the senior intends to use this opportunity to negotiate better with the dean. Suddenly, Song Su had a realization and spoke up. Hearing this, Xiao Qingyi turned to Lu Qing'an. Oh, really? Was this your intention at that time? Lu Qing'an smiled without speaking. This only confirmed Xiao Qingyi's and Song Su's suspicions. They felt that Lu Qingshu's nephew was a complete fool. How could he possibly remain at the Demon Willow Academy as a teacher? Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Song Su remarked. He entered the academy to teach at the same time as I did. To be honest, I found it strange at the time. His assessment results were far superior to mine, yet his teaching skills were vastly inferior and highly unprofessional, lacking in moral integrity. Xiao Qingyi asserted. Then it all makes sense. He must have leveraged connections. Lu Qing'an maintained a calm demeanor. So, if you had such connections, would you not use them? Xiao Qingyi casually replied. Naturally, I would. There's a saying I hold as truth. Abandon personal integrity and revel in a life devoid of morals, rather than suffer oneself. It is better to make things difficult for others. Living without a moral compass is an unparalleled joy. Indeed, you are still the old acquaintance I know, Lu Qing'an chuckled. With such connections, one should take advantage of them. This was also the reason he had come here. If the vice dean of the Demon Willow Academy could allow his nephew to teach, then it shouldn't be too difficult for him to send his daughters here to cultivate. Master, you don't mean to say that I also managed to enter here to teach through connections, do you? Song Su asked, looking somewhat dazed. Xiao Qingyi blinked. Well, Xiao Su, your strength is commendable. There's no need for you to doubt yourself. He has no connections to the Demon Willow Academy, so he couldn't have leveraged any. Upon hearing this, Song Su finally exhaled, no longer fearing that he had relied on connections to remain in the academy. Xiao Qingyi then turned to Lu Qing'an. Given recent events, I imagine your disciple will soon come seeking you. How do you intend to face him? Lu Qing'an responded with remarkable tranquility. When master and disciple meet, let us spar. Chapter 50. The academy cannot set this precedent after departing from the Demon Willow area. Lu Qingshu returned to his residence and immediately retrieved a communication jade slip to contact the current Demon Emperor, the solitary Demon Emperor, to report what he had encountered. Demon Emperor, greetings. I have encountered someone you would find intriguing. As the communication connected, even though Lu Qingshu knew the other party could not see his expression, a false smile involuntarily adorned his face as he reported. Far away in the central region of the demon domain, the solitary Demon Emperor sat deep within the Grand Hall. Surrounded by a suffocating aura of demonic energy, his expression cold as steel, his gaze extinguishing all life it touched, resembling a harbinger of death. Upon receiving Lu Qingshu's message, the demonic energy surrounding him surged violently, spinning chaotically as he trained. You are not lying. He has returned. Reporting to the Demon Emperor. I would never dare deceive you. He is with Xiao Qingyi and should still be at our Demon Willow Academy. Excellent. I shall mark this down as a significant achievement for you. After concluding the communication, the demonic energy surrounding the solitary Demon Emperor continued to whirl uncontrollably. He did not cease his training. Just wait until I have trained for another week. My strength shall rise yet again. He has awaited this day for far too long. Compared to before, his power has increased tenfold. He should have long surpassed him. Lu Qing'an, wait for it. I will show you my might. As dusk descended and night fell, Lu Qing'an and the others waited until the arrival of night. When the hour grew late and still, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi simultaneously opened their eyes from their meditative states. He is back. I sensed a faint trace of energy, but I cannot confirm if it is truly him, Xiao Qingyi remarked. Lu Qing'an nodded decisively. It is indeed him. It seems he is aware of our presence at the Demon Willow Academy and has deliberately concealed his energy to return, seemingly wishing to avoid us. Let us go and meet him. With that, the two figures flickered and left Song Su behind, arriving in an isolated courtyard of the Demon Willow Academy in the blink of an eye. The courtyard was enveloped by a peculiar formation, surrounded by various intricate arrays that could easily lead one astray if approached. Yet, to the now significantly strengthened Lu Qing'an, these minor tricks were as inconsequential as air. Friend, are you not coming out to greet your guests? Or shall we enter uninvited? Lu Qing'an called out into the void ahead. After a breath's pause, an elderly man dressed in white with white hair emerged from within the courtyard. His face, marked by vitality, bore a frown, appearing distinctly displeased, as if compelled to entertain guests. Friend Lu, must you wear such a grim expression? Upon seeing Lu Xie's countenance, Xiao Qingyi couldn't help but comment. Lu Xie said nothing, waving his hand, causing all the formations to vanish in an instant. Without uttering a word, he turned and re-entered the house. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi followed him into the courtyard and then into the interior. A single flickering candle cast dim light in the somewhat shadowy hall. Xiao Qingyi, seemingly familiar with the place, immediately chose a seat. "Speak your mind. I have matters to attend to," Lucia said in a low voice. "You know who he is, right? No need for an introduction, I presume?" Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lucia glanced at Lu Qing'an, needing no further confirmation. In the entire demon domain, there were few who could evoke such a sense of crisis in him. Seeing Lucia's tacit acknowledgement, Xiao Qingyi wished to continue, but was interrupted by Lu Qing'an. "Lucia, I have a request. Please allow my daughter to come to the Demon Willow Academy to cultivate." Lucia was completely taken aback by Lu Qing'an's unexpected request. Momentarily stunned. After a millennium of absence, this man surprisingly has a daughter? Once he regained his composure, he decisively replied, "All right. Haha, well done, Taoist Lu. Then let us bring the child tomorrow." Xiao Qingyi had presumed that Lucia was a rigid traditionalist, only to discover that he could adapt just like himself. Indeed, when faced with Lu Qing'an, one must be flexible. "Thank you, Taoist Lu." Lu Qing'an smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Tomorrow is not feasible. The next assessment for new students will be 3 years from now. Once they pass the examination, they can naturally come to cultivate. However," Lucia suddenly added after their conversation, "no exceptions can be made." At that moment, the entire courtyard fell into a hushed silence. Xiao Qingyi's lips twitched as he remarked, "Old Lu, that's rather unkind. Are you toying with us? Rules are rules. Many top powers from the demon realm, along with several peak emperors, have come. And I am not an exception. One must pass the examination to enter our academy." Lucia's gaze bore into Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi, enunciating each word. "You truly won't grant even a modicum of consideration? If there are any requirements, please state them," Xiao Qingyi replied sternly. Lucia asserted, "Precedents cannot be set." Lu Qing'an stood up abruptly. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback and quickly restrained him, saying, "Wait. We're all on the same side." Lucia was also startled, his heart racing. Yet he managed to maintain an expression devoid of fear, thanks to years of cultivation. "What are you thinking? If this path is blocked, then I shall return. My daughter must be yearning for me." Lu Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, his expression distinctly nonplussed. Was he the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? He then turned towards the composed Lucia, who remained unfazed despite the looming pressure, stating, "I shall return in 3 years." A flicker of surprise flashed in Lucia's weathered eyes. Was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor truly so accommodating? Xiao Qingyi blinked, astonished that Lu Qing'an had walked away without any confrontation. He hurriedly followed Lu Qing'an out of the courtyard, inquiring, "Are we really leaving just like that? 3 years may not be long for us, but for the child, it means missing out on so much. If all else fails, we could at least give him a good thrashing, right?" Inside the room, Lucia's face twitched at Xiao Qingyi's words. "That old rascal," Lu Qing'an remarked. "If he is so concerned with rules, beating him would be futile. I have a method. This entity seems eager to consume something from the time-reversing magic willow. If released secretly, with his strength, he would be unable to manage it, and he might come to seek my assistance. If he does not, then rules are inflexible. And the tree should be as well." Xiao Qingyi gazed at the ominous energy entity that Lu Qing'an had suddenly produced, momentarily stunned. "I thought you were genuinely leaving." Inside the room, Lucia instantly sensed a chilling aura of terror, his perception focused entirely on the energy entity in Lu Qing'an's grasp. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming desire for consumption emanating from it. It was aimed directly at the time-reversing magic willow. "Heh. Then let us sneak this over there before we leave. Let's go?" Xiao Qingyi said, glancing back furtively, his voice unyielding. "Ahem. Gentlemen, please hold on. I just reconsidered. Some rules might indeed be open to slight flexibility." Chapter 51. Terrifying strength. Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi turned to see Lucia wearing an expression that was uncharacteristic for him. They exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in one another's eyes. This old fellow does not seem to be as they had imagined. "Ahem, it's quite good that people can be flexible." Xiao Qingyi chuckled as he walked back. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile, following him back inside. Lucia looked at the two sitting beside him and first asked, "What was that just now?" That powerful aura felt even stronger than when I witnessed Lu Qing'an in his murderous exploits years ago. Merely an energy entity, yet it exuded such terrifying power. Most importantly, Lu Qing'an could control it. What had the Eternal Night Demon Emperor experienced during his long absence? To what extent had his strength evolved now? Lu Qing'an replied, "I'm unsure of what it is, but I know it craves to consume something from your time-reversing magic willow. However, I have suppressed that urge, so it won't act recklessly." Lucia interjected, Let us skip the formalities, old Lu. Please tell us how we might be flexible. We are no longer young and need not beat around the bush. Let us communicate plainly. Xiao Qingyi had already considered Lu Qing'an's daughters as family. Such delightful children must be afforded the finest cultivation environment. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi. Surprised by his proactive support, Lu Xie produced a round metallic object from his hand, its surface adorned with enigmatic dark patterns. It emanated no aura, giving it the appearance of a relic weathered by the passage of time, akin to an ancient piece of scrap iron. I return to retrieve this. I intend to venture into the celestial abyss demon cave. I must take this treasure nearly 30 miles deep to allow the fierce flames within to temper and refine it. Lu Xie fixed his gaze on Lu Qing'an. Since you have returned, let us help each other. Take this treasure as deep as you can and remain there for an hour. Upon hearing the words celestial abyss demon cave, both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi exchanged peculiar expressions. What a coincidence! Must it be for a full hour? Lu Qing'an inquired. For him, accomplishing this task would be as effortless as drinking a cup of water. Indeed, it would be more fitting to compare it to a mere breath. Ideally, until the patterns on this treasure turn golden, Lu Xie clarified. Lu Qing'an responded decisively. Very well, hand it over. I will take care of it immediately. Afterward, I shall bring my daughter here tomorrow, and furthermore, she may use the time treasures atop your time-reversing magic willow at her convenience. Wait, using the time treasures at will is not appropriate. Lu Xie interrupted hastily. What is inappropriate about that? Activating the treasure to connect with the time-reversing magic willow requires considerable resources. We cannot let the Magic Willow Academy bear this cost alone. Lu Qing'an cast a bemused glance at Lu Xie, wondering what the issue was. Xiao Qingyi was even more incredulous, retorting, Does our eternal knight, Demon Emperor, lack such trivial resources? Lu Qing'an coughed. Upon my return, I discovered that the magic crystals I had stored were all incinerated. I am indeed a bit short. Old Xiao, how many magic crystals have you accumulated over the years? Xiao Qingyi suggested, why not just go and rob some? With your strength, no one would dare to say a word. He had long since reached a level where he no longer required magic crystals for cultivation. So he had grown lazy about hoarding them. Let us assess the situation. We will bear the resource costs ourselves, Lu Qing'an concluded. Lu Xie nodded, handing the iron sphere to Lu Qing'an. Then let us set off at once. If he recalled correctly, Lu Qing'an could reach depths of 30 to 40 miles in the celestial abyss demon cave. He still sensed that Lu Qing'an had grown even stronger, perhaps capable of reaching depths beyond 40 miles. Lu Qing'an took the iron sphere, weighing it in his hands, finding it surprisingly light. It was not made of iron, but rather a metal he had never encountered before. It felt entirely different from celestial abyss divine gold, yet there was an uncanny resemblance. Just as he grasped the iron sphere, he suddenly noticed the energy entity exhibiting unusual behavior, once again manifesting a desire to consume. What on earth is this little creature? He pondered, but did not dwell on it further, prioritizing his daughter's matters. Thus, Lu Qing'an soared into the sky, forcefully breaking through the void, leading Xiao Qingyi and the others to the location of the celestial abyss demon cave. In an instant, the three emerged from the void. Having already arrived above the celestial abyss demon cave, Xiao Qingyi had already witnessed Lu Qing'an's formidable means of travel, so he exhibited no further reaction. Lu Xie, however, could not maintain his composure. Despite his face remaining as stoic as ever, his heart was racing with disbelief. What kind of technique is this? Lu Qing'an glanced at the two of them and said, Wait here, I shall return shortly. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and descended towards the heart of the heavenly fallen demon cave. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had reached its deepest depths. Upon returning to this place, the energy entity concealed within his box seemed to come alive, exuding a palpable excitement. Lu Qing'an paid no heed to the energy entity, his brow furrowed in thought. The intense heat at this depth was noticeably diminished compared to before, likely due to the energy entity being removed. After contemplating for a moment, he retrieved the energy entity and returned it to its original position. Instantly, he felt the fierce energy return to its former intensity. The energy entity then began to wriggle towards Lu Qing'an, resembling a chubby slime, and settled at his thigh, swaying as if trying to appear endearing. Lu Qing'an sensed that the entity's attention was entirely fixated on the iron ball in his hand. Why does it seem to regard this object as a delectable treat? Naturally, he had no intention of relinquishing the iron ball to the entity. He gave it a gentle kick, urging it to retreat and refrain from disturbing the iron ball, which was crucial for his daughter's admission to the Mo Lu Academy. After being kicked, the energy entity curled up in a corner, appearing quite aggrieved. Reminiscent of a cartoon character he once watched, a large sphere sulking in a corner while muttering curses. Lu Qing'an continued to ignore the energy entity, his gaze fixed on the iron ball. Within less than 10 breaths, a point at the center of the iron ball suddenly shimmered with golden light, igniting all the patterns on its surface. In the blink of an eye, every pattern transformed into gold. The iron ball in his hand was now activated, radiating a brilliant golden glow. Is this what success looks like? However, what is its purpose? He still could not discern the function of this precious iron ball. Perhaps it was a special artifact that required incantations for full activation. He grasped the iron ball firmly and looked towards the energy entity in the corner. All right, let's go. The energy entity reluctantly slithered towards him. After securing the energy entity, Lu Qing'an transformed into a streak of light and soared into the sky. Moments later, he appeared above the heavenly fallen demon cave, standing in front of Lu Xie and Xiao Qingyi. What happened? Lu Xie asked, frowning as he noticed Lu Qing'an's swift return after such a short time. Lu Qing'an simply tossed the glowing iron ball to Lu Xie, saying, "It's done." Lu Xie was taken aback, staring at the treasure emanating golden light in his hands, astonished. How could it have been accomplished so swiftly? According to his estimations, the treasure would typically require at least an hour to activate fully from a distance of over 40 miles. How deep did you go? Lu Xie quickly inquired, realizing that the activation speed suggested Lu Qing'an had ventured beyond the 40-mile mark. Lu Qing'an, with an indifferent expression, replied, "To the deepest point." Lu Xie's emotions were indescribable. How could anyone reach the depths of the heavenly fallen demon cave? How much stronger had the eternal night demon emperor become after a millennium's absence? What I promised remains unchanged. You may bring your daughter at any time, Lu Xie finally said, taking a deep breath. Recognizing Lu Qing'an's power, he chose not to probe further. It was clear that he could not compare. Lu Qing'an nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave." Lu Xie nodded, watching as Lu Qing'an departed with Xiao Qingyi. After they left, Lu Xie turned his attention back to the treasure in his hands. With this artifact, I too can become significantly stronger, yet I cannot shake the feeling that no matter how hard I strive, I will never catch up to him. Lu Qing'an returned home with Xiao Qingyi in a short span of time. Zishuan, meow meow, daddy's back. Daddy, you finally returned. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's voice, Lu Miao Miao bounced out and leaped into his embrace. Lu Qing'an instinctively lifted Lu Miao Miao, a gentle smile gracing his face as a loving father. Did you miss Daddy? Of course. I couldn't help but think of you, no matter how much delicious food I had, Lu Miao Miao replied with a smile. Haha, then give Daddy a kiss. Mua. Lu Qing'an chuckled and turned to Lu Zishuan and the others. Father, how did it go? She already knew what her father had been up to. Lu Qing'an smiled. You can now cultivate at the finest academy in the demon realm. Lu Zishuan, having previously inquired about the Mo Lu Academy from Sun Minzi, was eager to learn about the existence of time-related artifacts there. She was desperate to utilize every moment to break through to the Emperor realm, and upon hearing this news, a smile brightened her delicate features. At that moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei and said, I need to discuss something with you. Shui Tianfei's attention was captivated by the spot on Lu Qing'an's cheek where Lu Miao Miao had just kissed him. How she longed to steal a kiss as well. Huh, what is it? Shui Tianfei asked, her cheeks slightly flushed as she snapped back to reality. I do not have enough magic crystals on hand. Do you have any? This was for the children's use of the time-related artifacts at the Mo Lu Academy. He intended to take the children there tomorrow while also providing Lu Xie with some resources, essentially covering their tuition. Xiao Qingyi had not saved any money, but Shui Tianfei should have some, as her family was in the business sector with a large branch almost everywhere in the demon realm. Yes, how many do you need? I have as many as you require. Shui Tianfei's eyes sparkled at the prospect of assisting Lu Qing'an, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Let us go with 100 million top-grade magic crystals, Lu Qing'an stated. Sure, I'll have someone deliver them right away. All right, once my disciple arrives, I will repay you, Lu Qing'an replied, feeling no need to take from others. He could simply acquire some from his disciple later. Why are you being so polite with me? Moreover, this magic crystal is not for you, but for the children. Shui Tianfei adopted a playful demeanor, then approached Lu Zishuan and Lu Miao Miao, smiling. Auntie Shui will personally take you to the academy and pick you up. How does that sound? That sounds great. Auntie Shui, if you have time, can you accompany me to the academy? Lu Miao Miao asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Qing'an interjected, Miao Miao, what are you planning to do? Lu Miao Miao instantly felt guilty, saying, if Auntie Shui is there, I can enjoy delicious food while cultivating. You little glutton, can't you focus on your cultivation? Don't you want to break through to the Emperor realm quickly? Lu Zishuan scolded, not waiting for her father to respond as she pinched her sister's cheek. Lu Miao Miao pouted. I've discovered that when I eat delicious food while cultivating, my cultivation speed is actually faster than usual. You can check it out. After saying this, Lu Miao Miao promptly demonstrated. Within a brief moment, everyone present was left astonished, rendered speechless. Even Lu Qing'an, the father, was unaware that his little daughter possessed such an ability. As she savored the chilled watermelon while practicing the cultivation technique imparted by Xiao Qingyi, it became abundantly clear to those present that her absorption of demonic energy was accelerating, along with her cultivation progress. Indeed, I was not deceiving you. Lu Miao Miao paused her practice, smiling at those gathered around her. Lu Qing'an and the top-tier experts of the demon realm, including Xiao Qingyi, found themselves at a loss for words. It was their first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. Their horizons had certainly broadened. Lu Qing'an approached and gently ruffled his daughter's hair, saying, Miao Miao, continue to cultivate while eating. To be able to eat and cultivate simultaneously, and to do so at an enhanced speed, is truly astonishing. He was eager to uncover the mystery behind this phenomenon. Lu Miao Miao demonstrated her abilities once more. After a period of focused observation, Lu Qing'an discerned the cause. As his daughter consumed food, her innate spiritual roots seemed to expand. Furthermore, there existed a hidden, remarkably mysterious cultivation constitution that had yet to be fully realized. However, he could not find a way to activate this unique constitution without risking harm to his daughter. Perhaps it would be best to wait until she was older and her cultivation level had increased before exploring this matter further. Given this, Miao Miao, you may as well continue your cultivation while enjoying your meals, Lu Qing'an remarked, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Previously, he had admonished his daughter for nibbling on snacks during her training. Yay, Annie Shui, can you accompany me to the academy? It's fine if you can't, but do bring me some delicious treats. Lu Miao Miao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Have you been spoiling Miao Miao with treats lately? Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei. Not excessively. Shui Tianfei replied, averting her gaze, feeling shy about making eye contact with Lu Qing'an. What else can I do to build a good rapport with Miao Miao? I can only provide her with delightful food. Daddy, you can't tell Annie Shui. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have discovered that I could cultivate in this manner. Lu Miao Miao quickly moved closer to Shui Tianfei, gazing protectively at her. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianfei's eyes filled with tenderness. Oh, why isn't this child mine? Lu Qing'an approached with a smile, saying, I am not speaking of your Annie Shui. I am merely expressing my gratitude. Is that so? Then how will you show your gratitude to Annie Shui? There must be some reward. Lu Miao Miao inquired. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei. What reward would you like? Really? Shui Tianfei felt overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Lu Qing'an nodded. Xiao Qingyi, witnessing this exchange, wore a mischievous grin. Annie Shui, seize the opportunity. I have high hopes for you. Shui Tianfei's heart raced with excitement. Then, praise me. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback. Just like that? Lu Qing'an cast a sidelong glance at Shui Tianfei, expecting her to voice a more extravagant demand. Very well, you have done splendidly. Shui Tianfei replied softly. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 53. The emergence of couple-like feelings. The unexpected response from Shui Tianfei astonished both Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi. All right. Miao Miao, Zishuan, come along with Annie Shui. I have prepared something special for you that will be useful at the Magic Willow Academy. After receiving Lu Qing'an's praise, Shui Tianfei smiled and, rather than dwelling on the topic, gently took the hands of Lu Qing'an's two daughters and led them towards her room. Akin to a relative preparing a mysterious gift to celebrate a child's academic achievements. At that moment, Xiao Qingyi approached Lu Qing'an and lightly nudged him. Goodness! Is this really the Shui Tianfei we know? She truly embodies the qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi, remaining silent. Shui Tianfei's recent conduct had indeed left him pleasantly surprised. In the past, she would have made unreasonable demands, pressuring them to advance their romantic relationship. Had she done so, he would have likely maintained a considerable distance from her. Yet now, her demeanor had earned her his admiration. Look at you. Haha, I see it now. You truly are the remarkable Shui Tianfei. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Lu Qing'an replied, if you have nothing better to do, let us indulge in some drinks. All right, let us go. In the stillness of the night, the rhythmic chirping of crickets filled the surroundings. Inside a room, Lu Zishuan turned to her sister, who lay sprawled on the small bed in a starfish position. Miao Miao, are you asleep? Suddenly, Lu Miao Miao flipped onto her side. Not yet, sister. What's wrong? Lu Zishuan, bemused, responded, I thought you were asleep. Were you pondering something? Not really. Lu Miao Miao attempted to conceal her thoughts, her eyes darting around. You seem rather fond of Annie Shui. Is it truly just because she gives you delicious food? Lu Zixuan questioned, fully aware that her sister had begun to develop her own independent thoughts. At her sister's age, she too had been perceptive of many things. Lu Miao discreetly glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, a gift from Shui Tianfei not long ago. It contained the essence of ice, capable of instantly freezing anything placed within it, and had a compartment that preserved food from spoiling. Most importantly, her name was engraved upon the bracelet. I feel that Annie Shui treats me as well as Daddy does, perhaps even better than Mother, who seems to care for me less, Lu Miao pouted, lowering her gaze to the bed. Her mother was always engrossed in cultivation, often retreating to the mountains during holidays. In contrast, their father had always been present, aware of their preferences and concerns. Lu Zixuan fell silent, glancing at the ring on her finger, lost in thought. Sister, I find that when I'm with Annie Shui, I think less about Mother. Lu Miao expressed her grievances. Seeing her sister on the verge of tears, Lu Zixuan climbed onto her bed and embraced her tightly. Then let us cherish our time with Annie Shui and not dwell on Mother. The following morning, Lu Qing'an observed his daughters, who were well prepared, and smiled. We will be departing for the Magic Willow Academy shortly. Are you nervous? Not at all. It would be even better if Daddy could accompany Miao. Although Lu Miao claimed she was not nervous, her face betrayed her anxiety, resembling a figure frozen in place. Lu Zixuan, on the other hand, displayed no signs of apprehension and was eager to embark on their journey. Lu Qing'an chuckled. Very well, I shall accompany Miao on her first day of school. Great. You're the best, Daddy, Lu Miao exclaimed, rushing towards him with a beaming smile. Lu Qing'an then turned to Sun Minzi. Will you be joining us? Am I allowed to? Sun Minzi blinked in surprise. I have informed the head of the Magic Willow Academy that my daughters will be training there. You will simply pretend to be my daughter, and you may freely use the time treasures there for your cultivation. Is that really all right? I am but a minor character. I wouldn't want to bring you any disgrace. Before Sun Minzi could finish, Lu Qing'an decisively stated, It's settled then. You will accompany Zixuan. You are friends and can look out for one another. Lu Zixuan smiled. Minzi, listen to my father. With you around, I will have company. Yes, Sister Minzi. Let us go together. Lu Miao chimed in, pulling Sun Minzi's hand excitedly. Thank you so much, esteemed sir. Sun Minzi quickly bowed deeply to Lu Qing'an, overwhelmed by the unexpected opportunity. Sister-in-law, my master and I have created the teleportation array you requested. Should we set it up today? Su Yuni inquired with a smile. Will Annie also accompany us to the academy? Upon hearing this, Lu Miao hurriedly ran to Su Yuni's side and grasped her hand. Lu Qing'an nodded in agreement. All right. You can each make arrangements here and at the academy. By the way, Yuni, if you don't mind, you could pretend to be my daughter and join the Magic Willow Academy. With this identity, you can freely retreat and cultivate within the academy's time treasures, experiencing a time flow rate of 1 to 300, allowing you to swiftly advance to the Emperor realm. Upon hearing this, Su Yuni paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing. Brother-in-law. Isn't that inappropriate? At my age, can I truly pass for your daughter? At this moment, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Your audacity rivals mine. I can only imagine the expression on old Lu's face when he sees you bringing so many daughters. I merely suggested that the daughters join the Magic Willow Academy. Without specifying a number, he agreed, and now he cannot retract it. Lu Qing'an replied with a smile. Moreover, it seems that Lu Xia was already aware of the incident with Lu Hong that day. One reason he spared Lu Hong was likely to allow Su Yuni to join the academy. He turned to Su Yuni, saying, Reflect on this carefully. Would you prefer face or cultivation prowess? You need not say anything. Simply stand aside and await the completion of the admission process. Luo Danhong advised, Disciple. With a time flow rate of 1 to 300, even I would wish to utilize those time treasures. Lu Qing'an glanced at Luo Danhong. If you are unconcerned about appearances, you could also pose as my daughter. Luo Danhong's cheeks flushed at this suggestion. Forget it. Although many in the demon domain may not recognize me, there are bound to be some who do, especially my junior brother. How embarrassing. Lu Qing'an looked at Su Yuni, waiting for her response. Recalling her recent experience at the Immortal Ruins, she finally gritted her teeth and, with her head bowed and cheeks reddening, said, All right. I'll give it a try. Very well, then let us set off together, Lu Qing'an declared. Daddy, wait. Aunt Shui hasn't come out yet, Lu Miao interjected. Aunt Shui had promised to accompany her on the first day. Lu Qing'an turned his gaze towards Shui Tianfei's room. Just then, Shui Tianfei emerged, having clearly dressed with care and applied a light touch of makeup. Her natural beauty was now even more striking, exuding elegance and charm. Are we ready to depart? Let us go, Shui Tianfei smiled. Lu Qing'an remarked. Did you specifically dress up for this? It's the first time sending the children to the academy, and we mustn't let them be embarrassed, so a little preparation is in order. Shui Tianfei appeared quite solemn, as if today were a momentous occasion for her. Wow, Aunt Shui, you look so beautiful. Lu Miao Miao exclaimed as she ran to Shui Tianfei, grasping her hand and showering her with emotional support. Shui Tianfei smiled gently. Miao Miao, you're so sweet. Lu Qing'an wore an odd expression. Why does it feel like a couple is sending a whole group of children off to school? Once everyone was gathered, they began their journey. Aside from Wang Duanshan and He Hong, who remained in the artifact forging room, only Luo Danhong was left behind. Shortly after, Lu Qing'an and his entourage arrived above the Magic Willow Academy, where Song Su awaited their arrival, taken aback by the large group. Such a crowd, including my master. There are a total of 7 people. Who could possibly be the daughter of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? He quickly spotted 2 children among the women who bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an. These 2 must be them. As for the other striking young woman, he was uncertain of her identity. Master, Elder Lu, Elder Shui. Song Su hurriedly greeted the acquaintances he recognized, having encountered Shui Tianfei a few times before. At that moment, Shui Tianfei held Lu Miao Miao's hand and smiled at Song Su, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is this truly the same Shui Tianfei I know? Smiling? Wait, could it be that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor has 2 daughters with Shui Tianfei? However, he recalled hearing from his master that Shui Tianfei had unsuccessfully pursued the Eternal Night Demon Emperor. Lu Qing'an, lead us to meet your academy's dean, he said, nodding vigorously as he guided the group into the academy's formation. Su Yuni and Lu Zixuan carefully observed their surroundings. Upon seeing the enormous time-reversing magic willow, they felt as though they had entered a dream. It's so grand. We'll be cultivating in there, enjoying a time flow rate of 1 to 300. Su Yuni understood just how astonishing this time flow was, realizing that the most powerful time treasures at the Immortal Ruins only offered a rate of 1 to 30. No wonder there are more powerful beings in the demon domain. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where Lu Xie resided. Having spent the night tinkering with treasures, Lu Xie sensed Lu Qing'an's presence and promptly stored away the items before coming out to greet him. However, upon seeing the throng of women following Lu Qing'an, he instantly furrowed his brow. Who is this? He recognized Shui Tianfei, having been curious the previous night about who Lu Qing'an's daughters were. Now, seeing Shui Tianfei holding a little girl's hand, a child who resembled Lu Qing'an, he confirmed his suspicions. The other young girl also bore a resemblance to Lu Qing'an, slightly older and dressed with the same elegance as Shui Tianfei. Lu Xie was now certain. Shui Tianfei was indeed with Lu Qing'an. They had 2 daughters? He had thought Lu Qing'an had only 1, but now discovering it was 2 was still acceptable. Let us proceed with their admission without delay. Lu, these are all my daughters. As per our agreement last night, please arrange for their enrollment in the academy. Lu Qing'an gestured to the women behind him, excluding Shui Tianfei. Lu Xie was momentarily taken aback. Do not be astonished, they are all my daughters. This is my eldest daughter, this is my second daughter, this is my third daughter, and this is my 4th daughter. Lu Qing'an casually assigned them a hierarchy based on their ages. Lu Xie responded, you are placing me in a difficult position. Last night I thought you had only 1 daughter, and now you want me to enroll for it once? This is rather conspicuous. Lu Xie frowned. He usually refrained from granting favors to others, and while accommodating 1 or 2 was manageable, quadrupling the request was too ostentatious and could tarnish his reputation. Lu Qing'an countered, what? Are you saying your word doesn't count? Lu Xie could only twitch his mouth in response, realizing he could not win this argument. He had indeed not inquired thoroughly the previous night. Moreover, he had recently learned that Lu Qing'an had spared Lu Hong, which was clearly a gesture to give face to the Magic Willow Academy. Refusing to reciprocate now would not be wise. How about we enroll 2 daughters for now and have the other 2 join later? Lu Xie proposed. Old Lu, are you worried about what others will say behind your back? At this age, why should you care? If you're concerned about gossip, simply shift the blame to Lu Qingshu, Xiao Qingyi remarked as he approached Lu Xie, placing a hand on his shoulder. Understanding Lu Xie's concerns, he offered a suggestion through voice transmission. If Lu Qingshu's nephew is bothering your disciple, then don't hesitate to take the opportunity to trouble Lu Qingshu in return. As the saying goes, better to inconvenience others than oneself. I'll leave that wise adage with you. Xiao Qingyi grinned while transmitting his thoughts to Lu Xie. Upon hearing this, Lu Xie's eyes flickered with insight, and he began to see the rationale in Xiao Qingyi's words. Lu Qingshu had certainly concealed many questionable actions from him. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Lu Xie replied through thought. Upon hearing Xiao Qingyi's words, Lu Xie chuckled and lightly tapped his fist against Lu Xie's chest twice, as if commending him for his teachable spirit. Ahem, all right. I shall take care of it for you. Please wait a moment. Lu Xie returned to his room to transmit a message to Lu Qingxiu. After quite a while, he emerged and declared, all set. You may go seek Lu Qingxiu. He will ensure everything is handled properly. Very well. Lu Xie watched as Lu Qing'an and the others departed, then murmured to himself the words of Xiao Qingyi. There is indeed some truth in that. However, I never anticipated that I would one day engage in such matters, albeit rather enjoyable. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and resumed his research on his treasures. Meanwhile, Lu Qing'an and his companions sought out Lu Qingxiu. Prior to their arrival, Lu Qingxiu had worn a dark expression. However, upon their entrance, he quickly altered his demeanor, adopting a somewhat sycophantic tone. Ah, you have arrived. The dean has already instructed me, or rather, it was my own idea. I shall take care of this at once. Thank you, Taoist Lu. Lu Qing'an replied. Just a trivial matter. After the passage of an incense stick's worth of time, Lu Qingxiu successfully completed the registration for Su Yuni and her 3 companions to join the academy. He also provided them with identity tokens. Each token was a treasure, endowed with numerous minor functions, such as recording lectures or transmitting queries regarding cultivation to instructors. Naturally, many functions required periodic contributions of magic crystals to the academy to enable the use of these token capabilities. What must I do to ensure the children can access that spatial treasure at any time? Lu Qing'an inquired. I have upgraded the tokens for the 4 of you. They can access the space at will without restrictions. However, to remain within that time treasure indefinitely, a sufficient amount of magic crystal is required. Lu Qingxiu explained. How many magic crystals will be necessary? Shui Tianfei boldly asked. Lu Qingxiu extended 4 fingers. 100 million supreme magic crystals for each person. While it may sound considerable, that is indeed the consumption rate. Upon hearing this figure, Sun Minzi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That's rather alarming. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed Shui Tianfei toss a storage ring to Lu Qingxiu. There are a total of 1 billion inside. I want to allow your academy to be burdened. Consider the remaining magic crystals as a contribution to build a few more classrooms. Shui Tianfei stated. Lu Zixuan and Lu Miaomiao blinked at each other in astonishment. Aunt Shui is incredibly wealthy. Chapter 55. The incomparable women. After arriving in the demon realm, Lu Zixuan had inquired about many details of daily life from Sun Minzi, particularly regarding the currency of magic crystals, which held nearly identical value to the spirit stones in the immortal ruins. Supreme spirit stones and supreme magic crystals were alike in worth. She was well aware that even a peak powerhouse like Lin Qingxue from the immortal ruins would find it difficult to produce 100 million supreme spirit stones. Little did she expect, her Aunt Shui could casually present 1 billion supreme magic crystals without breaking a sweat. Truly a wealthy woman. At that moment, Lu Qing'an also sent a message to Xiao Qingyi, asking, has Shui Tianfei's business flourished significantly over the years? I recall she wasn't this affluent before. Xiao Qingyi replied, previously, she was preoccupied with pursuing you and neglected her affairs. Over the past millennium, she has been searching for you, but she also managed her influence. And now her power spans the entire demon realm. She is indeed a veritable heiress. Is that so? 1 billion. Lu Qingxiu, upon receiving the 1 billion supreme magic crystals, widened his eyes and delved into the storage ring, swallowing hard upon confirming the existence of the crystals. Goodness, I thought I was here to shoulder blame. Who knew this burden would be so delightful? Just a little greed has paid off. Very well. I shall enhance the magic crystal quota for these 4 lovely ladies to the maximum. Lu Qingxiu chuckled. He reclaimed the 4 tokens to attend to this matter. Lu Qing'an turned to Shui Tianfei and remarked, you are too generous. In an instant, a gentle smile spread across Shui Tianfei's previously expressionless face. This sum is nothing. As you have just returned to the demon realm, you likely do not possess many magic crystals. Should you require more in the future, simply let me know. I can provide as much as you need. Lu Qing'an thought to himself, truly a wealthy matron. You can provide as much as needed? Aunt Shui, you are quite affluent. Lu Miaomiao gazed wide-eyed at Shui Tianfei. Shui Tianfei replied, I manage quite well. Anything you desire, I can purchase for you. Just so you know, all the delightful treats you enjoy are sourced by Aunt Shui. Wow, being rich is wonderful. I too will strive to earn money. I want to buy whatever I wish. Haha, no need for you to earn. Aunt Shui has plenty of funds. Really? Just how much do you possess? Well, purchasing 1/3 of the demon realm's assets would be quite feasible. Shui Tianfei chuckled. Lu Qing'an glanced at Xiao Qingyi and transmitted, is she being truthful? In his day, he had never amassed such a wealth of magic crystals. Xiao Qingyi replied, she is downplaying it. If you were to casually ask any shopkeeper in a city, There's a 30% chance they are under her family's commerce. After dedicating herself to business, their family's enterprise has grown increasingly remarkable each year. And now it has undeniably become the most powerful commercial entity in the demon realm. Lu Qing'an was aware that Shui Tianfei's family had managed commerce for generations. But previously their trading company was just one of the top 10 in the demon realm. He had anticipated that during his millennium-long absence, Shui Tianfei had achieved such remarkable success in her dealings. Wow. Lu Miao may not fully grasp the significance, but it sounded impressive enough to offer Shui Tianfei emotional validation. Lu Zixuan, however, comprehended the implications and regarded Shui Tianfei with newfound admiration. She realized that, in terms of strength, Shui Tianfei now surpassed their mother, and she treated their father and them with greater tenderness, all while being a powerful businesswoman. To be honest, when she first noticed Shui Tianfei's closeness to her father, she felt a slight discomfort. Yet at this moment, her sentiments had shifted. Perhaps it is indeed quite good for Aunt Shui to be with my father. Su Yuni also observed Shui Tianfei, her feelings mirroring those of Lu Zixuan. She could not help but compare her sister to Shui Tianfei, only to bitterly realize that in comparison, her sister was utterly incomparable. Most importantly, Shui Tianfei treated the daughter of her rival with such kindness. If Shui Tianfei's actions were genuine and not a facade, she truly outshone her sister. Lu Qing'an watched Shui Tianfei as she conversed joyfully with Lu Miao, and he too experienced a shift in perception. He could not help but reflect on whether his initial prejudices against Shui Tianfei had been overly harsh. Perhaps his understanding of her had been insufficient. Indeed, my judgment has not failed me. Shui Tianfei is truly a remarkable woman. At that moment, Lu Qing'an received a transmission from Xiao Qingyi. This time, he refrained from questioning Xiao Qingyi. In the past, he had wondered if Xiao Qingyi had accepted money from Shui Tianfei, or if she had been coerced into facilitating their union. With the passage of time, he now realized that this old man genuinely regarded him as a close friend, and those words were spoken from the heart. Enough about me. I recently parted ways. Have you considered finding a companion at your age? Lu Qing'an transmitted. Xiao Qingyi's eyes glimmered with a profound light, as if he were reminiscing about a long-forgotten past. He then shook his head and smiled. I am a man of free spirit. 3 disciples are enough for me. Moreover, with your 2 daughters residing here, I find myself not at all lonely. What need have I for a companion? Lu Qing'an's lips curled into a slight smile, yet he chose not to elaborate further. He had heard whispers of Xiao Qingyi's past, a narrative long sealed within the recesses of his heart, never before uttered to another soul. Lu Qingshu finally returned with the tokens, obsequiously presenting them one by one to Su Yuni and her companions, taking care to remember their appearances. He quietly mentioned that should they encounter any issues within the academy, they could approach him directly for assistance. Once assured that his daughters had indeed joined the Moly Academy, Lu Qing'an queried, they are now able to cultivate within the academy, are they not? Indeed. They are free to attend lectures at will. Our instructors are exceptionally professional, well-versed in various levels of cultivation and different bodily constitutions. Emphasizing a tailored approach to teaching, Lu Qingshu elaborated on the academy's offerings. Given his own apprentice's situation, Lu Qing'an hesitated to instruct the children indiscriminately. However, he felt compelled to assess the instructor's capabilities before allowing his children to cultivate here. In his eyes, he sensed a hint of mediocrity among the academy's educators, particularly with Lu Qingshu's nephew. Very well, I shall accompany the children to observe a class, he declared. Indeed. Thus, Lu Qing'an took Lu Zixuan and the others to attend a lecture, specifically instructing Lu Qingshu to refrain from following, opting instead for a discreet observation to gauge the true caliber of the Moly Academy's instructors. As they traversed various classrooms, they resembled leaders inspecting students in a previous life. When encountering instructors imparting knowledge, Lu Qing'an would pause, taking a seat at the back to listen attentively. He soon discovered that many instructors indeed possessed considerable skill. Upon entering another classroom, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Lu Hong at the lectern. Ah, this rascal, Xiao Qingyi remarked with narrowed eyes. Intrigued, Lu Qing'an responded. Let us hear him teach. Song Su had mentioned that Lu Hong's admission to the academy was likely due to nepotism, thus categorizing him as one of the less competent instructors at Moly Academy. If he proved to possess any merit, Lu Qing'an would feel entirely at ease permitting his children to receive guidance here. A few minor adjustments from him at home would ensure the children encountered no difficulties. After listening for a while, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi, somewhat surprised. It appears he has some merit. Indeed, when Lu Hong spoke of the arcane arts, it was evident he held a certain level of proficiency. However, he still paled in comparison to Lu Qing'an's apprentice. Xiao Qingyi began to doubt whether his apprentice had perhaps downplayed Lu Hong's abilities out of personal bias. Nonetheless, he would never publicly concede to any inadequacies of his disciple. Lu Qing'an chuckled, reassured that if Lu Hong could achieve this level of capability, he could rest easy. Well then, that concludes this session. I shall now randomly select a few individuals to answer the questions I previously posed. Lu Hong announced in a deep voice. Instantly, a throng of students sat up straight. To discern Lu Hong's true abilities, Lu Qing'an had employed a technique to obscure their presence, rendering Lu Hong unable to see them. At that moment, he overheard whispers from several students in front. Yesterday, Instructor Lu seemed troubled, berating those who were inattentive. Today, with that cold demeanor, I fear he might scold again. Please, let it not be us. The magical technique I am cultivating is only truly mastered by Instructor Lu. Otherwise, with his temperament, I would never attend his lectures. Hearing this exchange, Xiao Qingyi remarked, so this is where the young man's lack of professionalism lies. Taking his frustrations out on the students is certainly unacceptable. Lu Qing'an smirked. Reveal yourself and give this young man another lesson, Xiao Qingyi suggested with a grin. Without further ado, Lu Qing'an acquiesced to Xiao Qingyi's mischievous whim, ensuring Lu Hong would remember his daughter, lest she be reprimanded in class. He could never bear to scold his daughter. Thus, Lu Qing'an dropped his concealment. Coincidentally, Lu Hong had just selected a student, pointing at a male student seated in the row directly in front of Lu Qing'an and his companions. You there? The moment he spoke, he froze, stunned to see Lu Qing'an and the others. What are these two esteemed gentlemen doing here? He thought, astonished. Zixuan, it appears he has chosen you, Lu Qing'an remarked, looking at his eldest daughter. Lu Zixuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Father, the instructor seems to be referring to the gentleman in front of me. However, seeing the unwavering gaze of her father, Lu Zixuan stood up confidently. Instructor, please, feel free to ask your question. Lu Hong stammered, no, I did not choose you. Unaware of the relationship between Lu Zixuan and Lu Qing'an, he noted the affectionate way Lu Qing'an addressed the girl, indicating a significant connection. Wait, they do bear a resemblance. As Lu Hong recognized their likeness, he became bewildered. Instructor, are you not going to ask me a question? Lu Zixuan gently prodded, having diligently noted the key points during the lecture. In the expansive classroom filled with hundreds of students of various cultivation levels, all eyes turned toward Lu Zixuan. As they beheld her, both male and female students were captivated. How beautiful! Wow! When did our academy acquire such a stunning beauty? Wait, look, the ladies sitting beside her are equally lovely. Enough of the admiration. Look at Instructor Lu. He appears to be drenched in sweat. Indeed, what has happened to Instructor Lu? Goodness, I have never seen him like this before. Lu Hong was not only stunned but also at a loss for words, his mind clouded, unable to articulate his earlier questions, until Lu Qing'an suddenly spoke. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. Lu Hong quickly regained his composure, throat dry, and stammered. Then I shall inquire. Despite his stutter, he managed to convey the essence of his question. After listening, Lu Zixuan organized her thoughts and spoke clearly. Instructor, you mentioned earlier that the most crucial aspect of this magical technique is the regulation of internal energy and blood flow. Therefore, excellent, truly splendid. This student has articulated it exceptionally well. Everyone applaud. Lu Hong exclaimed, his mind still in disarray, failing to process whether the question had been answered correctly. He hastily urged applause. The students were bewildered. Is this really Instructor Lu? Yesterday, several students answered questions well, yet they were criticized. While now this beautiful student receives such high praise and is encouraged to applaud, they dared not resist, quickly clapping their hands. Lu Zixuan blinked, surprised at the reaction. Did I truly perform so well? Father, did I really do well? Why such a significant response? Of course, who wouldn't be impressed, given that you are my daughter? Lu Qing'an replied with a doting smile. Xiao Qingyi chuckled silently. What else could he expect? All right, you may take your seat now. That concludes today's session. Class dismissed. Lu Hong hastily proclaimed, unwilling to ask further questions. Instructor, if there are students with inquiries, would you be willing to assist? Lu Qing'an inquired. Of course. Lu Hong replied, his clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. Grandfather, I shall now refer to you as grandfather. Please spare me. Meow meow, after hearing the instructor's teachings. Do you have any questions for him? Lu Qing'an turned to his youngest daughter. Lu Meow Meow blinked her large eyes. I have none. She had been eating continuously and was not paying much attention to the lesson. Father, may I refrain from questioning the instructor? Lu Meow Meow awkwardly displayed her big white teeth. Feel free to ask anything, he replied. Well, then, I shall. Lu Meow Meow had no choice but to rise. Lu Qing'an wanted Lu Miao to stand up for two reasons. First, to ensure Lu Hong remembered his two daughters and would not provoke them in the future. Second, to cultivate their confidence in a crowded setting. Instructor, may I pose a question? When one is hungry, is there any adverse effect to practicing the demonic cultivation method you mentioned? Lu Miao blinked and asked a question that left everyone present bewildered. Lu Hong gaped in astonishment. What kind of question is that? You are clearly trying to put me in a difficult position. That's an excellent inquiry. Lu Hong straightened his neck, realizing he had no choice but to praise her. Everyone in attendance clapped. Xiao Qingyi's impression of Lu Hong began to shift. This was indeed a person of talent. Chapter 57. The enigmatic time treasure. The group of students soon discerned the reason behind Lu Hong's behavior. It was due to the middle-aged handsome man speaking. Lu Hong was the nephew of the vice president, Lu Qingxiu, making him virtually unafraid of anyone except the principal in the academy. Who could this man be? It was rather extraordinary. And what was the relationship between these two girls and this middle-aged man? It seemed they were also students of the academy. If even Lu Hong treated them with such respect, they were certainly not to be trifled with. Having achieved his desired outcome, Lu Qing'an stood and led Lu Zixuan and the others away. Once outside the classroom, Lu Zixuan asked, "Father, did that instructor offend you?" "Not particularly," Lu Qing'an replied. "The young man lacked discernment and bumped into me. A little lesson would suffice." Oh, Lu Zixuan had sensed that her father had intentionally sought to challenge the instructor. It seemed there was more to it than simply venting his frustrations on a student. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. "Your father has another layer of intention, which you, being young, may not fully grasp." Lu Zixuan blinked, taken aback. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the time-flowing demonic willow. Upon arrival, they found Lu Qingxiu already waiting quietly. Lu Qing'an's primary reason for enrolling his daughters in the demonic willow academy was to grant them access to the time treasure. At the center of the time-flowing demonic willow's root system was a massive, swirling white vortex, the very entrance to the spatial treasure. At that moment, the entrance was enveloped in faint yellow, special temporal energy, exuding an air of mystery. You may enter and experience it for yourselves. Zixuan, keep an eye on your sister. Lu Qing'an instructed the four individuals. Only those with identity tokens could enter. Understood. Lu Zixuan nodded earnestly. The four of them walked side by side and ventured into the white entrance. The instant they stepped into the white vortex, an invisible force enveloped them gently, and their surroundings suddenly turned to pure white. As the sensation of weightlessness ebbed like a tide, their vision expanded dramatically. A vast white dome stretched endlessly above them, dazzlingly bright with a luster reminiscent of mother of pearl. The ground and all structures were made of semi-transparent milky white crystal. What caught their attention most was a 10-story circular cultivation tower that spiraled upward like a celestial staircase. Each level was separated by translucent white energy barriers, with the space-time runes flowing more densely as one ascended higher. Each of these spaces was an individual cultivation chamber. The door to the lowest cultivation chamber bore the character 1, and time ripples danced like a veil. The time flow rate of the first level was 1 to 30. The second level flowed at 1 to 60. By the 10th level, the time flow rate reached 1 to 300. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi gazed at the highest level, realizing they could freely utilize the cultivation chambers within. With the magic willow value in their identity tokens, they could consistently access the 10th level chamber. "Shall we ascend to the highest level?" Lu Zixuan inquired, her anticipation palpable. 1 to 300 time flow rate means that for every day outside, 300 days pass within. That's nearly a year. I've heard thought alone suffices. "Let me give it a try," Sun Minzi said. She focused on the highest level, and the next moment, she found herself standing on the 10th floor. Indeed, Lu Miao's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly attempted the same. "I made it. Sister, come up." Lu Zixuan and Su Yuni swiftly appeared on the highest level. "Can we access all the cultivation chambers here?" Lu Zixuan asked. "We shall find out," Su Yuni replied, approaching a nearby cultivation chamber. The door was tightly closed, lacking a handle, with only a white orb present. "It's a formation," she noted. Taking out her identity token, she pressed it against the door, which instantly vanished in a swirl of white mist. "I'll take a look inside." After a brief moment, Su Yuni exited with remarkable speed, as if she had merely peeked inside. It's quite spacious, filled with abundant demonic energy, and there are several cultivation facilities, she reported, but due to the rapid time flow, it felt like I had just entered before coming back out. "Why don't you all give it a try?" "All right." Lu Zixuan and the others each found a cultivation chamber to enter. After exploring, they reappeared outside. "Sister, it's so vast and empty inside. I don't want to be alone. Can I cultivate with you?" Lu Miao said. "Let's see if that's possible," Lu Zixuan attempted to enter the same chamber as her sister, but the answer was no. Only one person could enter each room. After their exploration, they departed from that space and returned to Lu Qing'an and the others. How was it? Lu Qing'an asked the four with a smile. It was wonderful. Lu Zixuan and the others replied cheerfully. Father, Miao Miao feels a bit uncomfortable cultivating alone in such a large space. Lu Miao Miao pouted. Miao Miao, you're still young. There's no need to come here frequently. You can start coming regularly once you turn 10. Lu Qing'an affectionately ruffled his younger daughter's hair. Children are still young. Occasional cultivation is sufficient. It's indeed concerning to leave such a small child alone in a space without others, as it could lead to feelings of confinement. He couldn't help but recall his own disciple, who, as a child, had isolated himself during his breakthroughs, perhaps contributing to his current temperament. Yay, father is the best, Lu Miao Miao exclaimed, hugging Lu Qing'an joyfully. All right, Uni, your master has completed the arrangement for the teleportation array and mentioned some new innovations. When you return, you can connect the formation to your identity tokens, allowing you to teleport home directly using the tokens. If you have time now, please set up the teleportation array here. Lu Qing'an instructed. Understood. Su Yuni began arranging the formation. Before long, the teleportation array was completed. From now on, you can cultivate here at your leisure. The best schedule is to attend classes in the morning and cultivate here from afternoon until evening, then return home at night. All right, father. We will go in and cultivate for a bit before returning home tonight. Lu Zixuan said with a smile. Good. If you encounter any issues, use the communication jade slip to contact me, Lu Qing'an replied. Yes. Lu Qing'an observed as Su Yuni and the others eagerly made their way toward the entrance of the cultivation space. With a gentle shake of his head and a smile, he turned to his youngest daughter, saying, Miao Miao will return home with daddy. Before departing, Lu Qing'an glanced at Lu Qingshu and instructed, do not tamper with the teleportation array over there. Everything else may proceed as usual. There is no need to provide any special accommodations for my child. Lu Qingshu replied affirmatively, though he silently mused. Can one truly avoid special treatment? As Lu Qing'an and his companions departed, Lu Zixuan and her friends continued their cultivation until nightfall, eventually emerging from the time treasure with lingering excitement. Their faces radiated joy as they returned to the courtyard. Still basking in the thrill of months spent in the cultivation chamber, while only half a day had passed outside. Aunt Minzi, I have successfully broken through 3 levels of cultivation. It feels exhilarating. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, sharing her delight. Su Yuni took a deep breath, striving to contain her own elation, and added, not only have I broken through a minor realm, but I have also thoroughly understood formations I previously struggled with. Sun Minzi had also achieved a 3-level breakthrough. The trio was eager to teleport back to the courtyard and share their accomplishments of the day. Just as Su Yuni was about to activate the teleportation array, preparing to return to the courtyard, she suddenly received a message from her brother. Chapter 58. Zhengran, do not humiliate yourself. In a residence within the immortal ruins, Lu Zhengran, still bearing the weight of his treasured sword and sporting a slightly more defined visage, was illuminated by a vibrant smile, clearly having encountered something joyous today. He could hardly contain his excitement to share this happiness with others. Perhaps they are preoccupied with other matters. What exactly do you wish to convey to your aunt? Su Xuanyu thought, eager to communicate with his second sister, planning to reach out to her later that evening. Lu Zhengran grinned. Did you not see? I have just made another breakthrough in my minor realm today. You have indeed been progressing quite swiftly, Su Xuanyu remarked. Noting Lu Zhengran's cultivation at the 5th level of the transformation realm, understanding his desire for acknowledgement. The highlight of my day is that I finally succeeded in joining the most prestigious academy in the immortal ruins, the Qing'an Academy. I managed to cultivate for 2 hours there. The time flow in that cultivation space is 1 to 30. It is simply exhilarating. Lu Zhengran's excitement was palpable, and he was eager to share this news with his sister, curious about her thoughts upon learning of his breakthrough. At his current cultivation level, achieving a minor breakthrough in a single day would be hard for others to believe. Su Xuanyu nodded with a smile. My sister is indeed capable. This will allow you to pass the entrance assessment for Qing'an Academy, and you can cultivate for 2 hours daily in that time treasure. Why do I not enjoy such privileges? By the way, do you know a teacher at your academy named Nangongyan? Su Xuanyu's expression shifted slightly as a subtle smile graced his face. Uncle, you know teacher Nangongyan? She is the most popular instructor at Qing'an Academy. Lu Zhengran responded in surprise. Indeed, she is my goddess. Alas, if I were not so old. I would wish for your sister to arrange for me to enter Qing'an Academy as a student. Su Xuanyu lamented, having pursued Nangongyan for several years. Their acquaintance had begun during a joint expedition, but his humble origins paled in comparison to her prestigious lineage. The Nangong family is one of the most powerful families in the Immortal Ruins, boasting two peak emperor-level experts among their ranks, alongside numerous other formidable figures. Despite his sister's recent ascent to emperor status, her standing still fell short of Nangong Yan's, unless one day she were to reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Perhaps then he might be worthy of her. As these thoughts crossed Su Xuanyu's mind, he suddenly recalled Lu Qing'an. Alas, the sigh escaped his lips, startling Lu Jingran. Noticing Su Xuanyu's sudden change in demeanor, Lu Jingran blinked in confusion. Uncle, I may not fully grasp matters of the heart, but it seems teacher Nangong Yuan is still unmarried, so you still have a chance, he attempted to console. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu sighed heavily again. Jingran, you do not understand. What I lament is the loss of your father as the perfect brother-in-law. He felt an urge to slap himself. Had Lu Qing'an remained his brother-in-law, he would have been a perfect match for Nangong Yuan. In fact, she might not even be worthy of him. If he were to declare, "The Eternal Night Demon Emperor is my brother-in-law," others would surely tread carefully in his presence. Indeed, the name of the Eternal Night Demon Emperor commanded respect even within the Immortal Ruins. Despite the barriers, none would dare obstruct him should he choose to unleash chaos. As Su Xuanyu grappled with his frustrations, he suddenly realized that the message stone had activated. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Su Yuni had returned to the courtyard, greeted Lu Qing'an and the others, and then entered her room to connect with the message stone. What is it? Su Yuni inquired. Su Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Sister, how are things on your end? Su Yuni replied, what could there be? Everything is quite well. If there is something, speak quickly. Eager to inquire if his sister had spoken favorably about him to Lu Qing'an, thereby easing their relationship, he noticed Lu Jingran's eager approach and decided to suppress his questions. He could assure himself that he would keep the identity of his brother-in-law, the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, a secret. Lu Jingran, however, might not be so discreet. There is something Jingran wishes to discuss with you. Su Xuanyu sighed inwardly, passing the message stone to Lu Jingran. Aunt, Lu Jingran exclaimed excitedly. Jingran, what is it? Su Yuni's demeanor shifted to a more composed state, her smile softening slightly. Su Xuanyu, noting the change in his sister's tone, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Sister, am I truly so despised? Lu Jingran asked, his anticipation growing. Aunt, is my sister nearby? Su Yuni replied. She is in the hall, sharing her joy with your father. Lu Jingran inquired, sharing joy? What has happened? Your sister has just broken through 3 minor realms. Su Yuni stated, causing Lu Jingran to fall into stunned silence. What? Did I hear that correctly? Aunt, you must be joking. Lu Jingran frowned. Suspecting Su Yuni was merely teasing him, Su Xuanyu's expression turned peculiar. Had he not known that his brother-in-law was the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he would have been equally incredulous, for breaking through 3 minor realms within a single day was undeniably astonishing. The realms above the transformation realm were notoriously difficult to advance through. Not to mention that he had recently heard his sister mention that his niece had rapidly ascended a major realm to reach the integration realm. The 3 minor realms within the integration realm were tenfold more challenging to surpass than those in the transformation realm. Su Yuni recognized what Lu Jingran was contemplating. This child had always compared his efforts with Lu Zixuan, striving for faster breakthroughs. Hearing such news was bound to sting. Thus, she hesitated, contemplating whether to temper his enthusiasm. You may consider this a jest on my part. Su Yuni offered a bittersweet smile, ultimately unable to bear disappointing her young nephew. As those who knew her understood her tender-hearted nature. Wow, Aunt, you truly are incorrigible. How could it possibly be so terrifying? Lu Jingran exclaimed, his face filled with melancholy as he exhaled deeply. Su Yuni shook her head with a smile, unsure of how to continue the conversation when, at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Aunt, Senior Luo has given us our identity tokens to join the formation. May I borrow yours? This will allow us to better teleport to the Magic Willow Academy. Oh, come in, Su Yuni replied. Lu Zixuan entered Su Yuni's room and took the identity token from her hand. At that moment, an excited voice echoed from Su Yuni's communication jade slip. Sister, are you there? Lu Zixuan frowned slightly upon hearing her younger brother's voice. Yes, what is it? Sister, hee. Today, I've made a breakthrough to a minor realm. I'm now at the 5th layer of the transformation realm. Su Yuni couldn't help but facepalm at Lu Jingran's proud declaration. You little rascal, truly bringing shame upon yourself. Lu Zixuan chuckled at her younger brother's words. Is that so? Impressive. Haha, isn't it? To be honest, my rapid progress is thanks to my time spent at the Qing'an Academy, where I was able to cultivate using a time acceleration treasure with a ratio of 1 to 30. From now on, I can train there for 2 hours every day. Su Yuni interjected, while Lu Zixuan smirked. Chapter 59. Are you just a liar? Qing'an Academy? You actually joined Qing'an Academy? Lu Zixuan asked incredulously, as if teasing a child. Indeed. Mother personally took me there, and with the dean's approval, I was exempted from the entrance exam and directly admitted. Lu Zhengran raised his chin, struggling to suppress a grin. Impressive. And a time acceleration ratio of 1 to 30. 2 hours a day? Are you sure? Ahem. Ordinary students can only use a training room with a 1 to 10 ratio. However, the dean allowed me to freely use the 1 to 30 room. So I can effectively gain over 50 hours of training each day, which is like having an extra 5 days compared to others. Lu Zhengren beamed. That's truly remarkable. By the way, are you really at the 5th layer of the transformation realm? Lu Zixuan feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Indeed, I am at the 5th layer. At this point, Lu Zixuan felt reluctant to tease her foolish brother any longer. While his achievements were commendable, she had recently joined the Magic Domain's Magic Willow Academy as well. Have you heard of the Magic Willow Academy? Su Yuni shook her head, wishing to interrupt Lu Zixuan before Lu Zhengran's heart was shattered. Zixuan, perhaps you should refrain from continuing. Su Yuni conveyed her thoughts to Lu Zixuan. Glancing at her aunt, Lu Zixuan fell silent, ultimately choosing to hold her tongue. After all, he was her brother, and they shared blood ties. Though this rascal could be quite infuriating, she was still his older sister and should exercise some restraint. I haven't heard of it. I'm not too familiar with that side. But it must have some strength. However, in my view, it can't compare to Qing'an Academy, which is the strongest academy in the Xinshu region. Lu Zhengran suspected his sister was about to exaggerate. How coincidental that he had just joined Qing'an Academy. And now his sister claimed to have joined some academy in the magic domain. It was obvious she was trying to provoke him. Listening to her younger brother's smug response, Lu Zixuan gritted her teeth, suppressing her irritation. All right, you may be right. It probably doesn't compare to your Qing'an Academy. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Zixuan thought to herself, reminding herself that he was her brother and to let it slide. Haha, I knew it. You wouldn't have a time treasure, would you? Lu Zhengran declared triumphantly. Just as Lu Zixuan was about to return the communication jade slip to Su Yuni, she couldn't hold back any longer. You're quite smug, aren't you? Let me be serious. Compared to the Magic Willow Academy, Qing'an Academy can only be considered the younger sibling. Qing'an Academy is simply overshadowed. Su Yuni sighed at Lu Zixuan's words. It seemed inevitable that these two siblings were destined to compete. Zhengran, what are you bragging about? Lu Zhengran chuckled at his sister's comment, feeling as if he had finally triumphed over her. Lu Zixuan regarded her brother's laughter with disdain. Laugh all you want. You're so ignorant. Have you ever heard of a time treasure with a 1 to 300 ratio? Coincidentally, our Magic Willow Academy possesses one. Moreover, today, my sister and I spent half a day cultivating there. Yes, half a day. At this point, Lu Zixuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Keep boasting. Sister, I've noticed that since you arrived in the magic domain, your cultivation may not have improved, but your boasting skills have certainly multiplied. Why don't you claim you have a time treasure with a ratio of 1 to 3,000, or even 1 to 30,000? Lu Zhengran scoffed at her claims. You're just a braggart. So what if you're slightly weaker in cultivation? Su Xian, overhearing the exchange between the two cousins, raised an eyebrow. If this had been in the past, he wouldn't have believed their words. But now he did. Especially since Lu Zixuan mentioned that his second sister had also gone there to cultivate. Sister, you two entered a time treasure with a 1 to 300 ratio. Su Xian snatched the communication jade slip from Lu Zhengran, exclaiming in disbelief. Su Yuni blinked her beautiful eyes. How shall I put it? She understood her brother believed, yet she didn't want him to. This is so enviable. Why? I hate myself. Su Xian lamented, clutching his head as if someone had stolen his wife. Lu Zhengran frowned. Uncle, what's wrong? You can't possibly believe it, can you? Su Xian glanced at Lu Zhengran, his face twitching. Zhengran, you don't understand. Your father is the eternal night demon emperor. What your sister says is quite likely true. A time treasure with a 1 to 300 ratio. So close yet so far. Zhengran, don't talk to me. In the communication, I suddenly need some quiet. Su Xian lamented. Uncle, isn't the woman you like teacher Nangonyan? Who is this quiet? Lu Zhengran furrowed his brow. Su Xian retorted, Sister, you can fool others. But not me. How could there be a time treasure with a 1 to 300 ratio? And you claim to have cultivated for half a day? Our time treasures here can only allow for 2 hours of cultivation. Lu Zhengran was now quite displeased. Even more so, he was irked that his aunt completely sided with his sister, helping her fabricate lies. Haha, continue living in ignorance. Just because you've made a minor breakthrough doesn't mean you should be so smug. I, on the other hand, have just made a breakthrough of 3 layers in the integration realm, not just a minor breakthrough in the transformation realm. Lu Zixuan was already tired of talking to her foolish brother. Humph, keep boasting. Why don't you claim you're at the Emperor realm already? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingran grew even more incredulous. 2 months from now, I'll visit there. Do you dare to bet on whose cultivation will be higher by then? Lu Zixuan paused upon hearing that her brother was coming over, then let out a dismissive grunt, saying, I'm too lazy to bet with a fool. If you want to come, then come. Just make sure not to drop your eyeballs on the ground. All right, I have things to do. Farewell. After saying this, Lu Zixuan ignored her brother and, after taking the identity token from Xu Yuni, hummed a little tune as she walked out of the room. You're just too afraid. You're definitely lying. Just wait. I will expose your deceit sooner or later. After saying this, Lu Jingran waited for a moment. But instead of receiving a response from his sister, he heard back from Xu Yuni. Jingran, your sister has gone to attend to her duties. Don't think too much about it. Just focus on cultivating well at Qing'an Academy. You can consider what your sister said as false, Xu Yuni advised. Aunt, you are just following my sister and deceiving and bullying me. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. Jingran retorted. The next moment, the voice of Xu Xuanyu came through the communication jade slip. Second sister, stop talking. Jingran has run out. Oh dear, that child, Xu Yuni said. Second sister, just ignore Jingran. He still just a child. He doesn't understand anything. He'll get over it in a day or 2. Please pay attention to my brother instead. I feel like I could just die from frustration right now. If only there were a treasure with a time flow ratio of 1 to 300, I'd love to enter and cultivate. Xu Xuanyu lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Chapter 60. Matters of the disciple. Xu Xuanyu had never heard of such a dramatic time flow ratio treasure. Even a ratio of 1 to 100 was already astonishing, but 1 to 300 was something he had never encountered before. If this information hadn't come from his second sister, he would naturally have disbelieved it. Now, with his sister's confirmation that such a treasure existed and that she had already gone to cultivate there, along with his brother-in-law's unique status, it seemed highly probable it was true. Xu Yuni confirmed, indeed, there is such a treasure. When I first heard about it, I was quite surprised as well. The ability of this treasure to achieve such a time flow ratio is linked to the time-reversing willow, the treasured artifact of the Demon Willow Academy. Without the existence of the time-reversing willow, the treasure would only have a time flow ratio of 1 to 100. Second sister, I envy you so much. Now I understand why you insist on staying there. If it were me, I would be even more resolute. Xu Xuanyu could only admire her. By the way, second sister, can you really go there to cultivate freely? For however long you wish. Xu Xuanyu couldn't help but ask. Yes, my brother-in-law made arrangements with their principal, allowing only the 4 of us access. No one else can go. In fact, there is something else that happened, Xu Yuni recalled, her cheeks slightly reddening at the thought of pretending to be Lu Qing'an's daughter. This was a matter she would remember for a lifetime, as it was too special. Xu Xuanyu closed his eyes and berated himself internally, then finally said weakly, Second sister, I truly beg you, whenever you have the chance, please speak a good word for me to my brother-in-law. From now on, I vow to listen to you. You are my most beloved second sister. Is that all right? By the end, Xu Xuanyu resorted to a bit of charm. Xu Yuni was speechless. You've offended my brother-in-law like that, making it difficult for me. I'll do my best. By the way, did Jingran mention he would come over in 2 months? Was he just spouting nonsense, or does he really intend to? Does my sister agree? Xu Yuni inquired. Xu Xuanyu replied, it seems my elder sister isn't worried about Jingran coming over. After all, he is my brother-in-law's son. So she trusts him. As for me, even if I want to go over there, I probably can't tell my elder sister. She isn't worried that Qing'an might come here and not want to return? Xu Yuni's expression turned peculiar. The conditions here are too favorable and enticing. I can hardly withstand such temptations. It was easy to imagine how her little nephew would feel upon seeing Lu Zixuan's cultivation level and what decision he might make. Cough. My elder sister has always been quite confident. You and I both know that. I actually think it would be great for Qing'an to go over there. My elder sister is solely focused on her cultivation and rarely pays attention to the children. If my brother-in-law's side can cultivate the children better, then letting Qing'an go over there is quite beneficial, Xu Xuanyu remarked. Xu Yuni nodded in agreement with this viewpoint, though it seemed somewhat unfair to her elder sister. While Xu Yuni and Xu Xuanyu were still engaged in their conversation via the communication jade slip, Lu Jingran had already left Xu Xuanyu's side and arrived at the grand hall where Xu Qing'an was located. Mother. Lu Jingran squinted his eyes, his face filled with indignation and a hint of grievance as he walked into the grand hall. Upon entering, he discovered that not only was his mother present, but also Lin Qingxue. Thus, He hurriedly bowed to Lin Qingxue. "Zhengran, what is the matter?" Xu Qingying, who had been discussing serious matters with Lin Qingxue, paused and shifted her gaze to her son. Lu Zhengran replied, "Mother, my sister is truly full of lies. She simply cannot stand to see me do well and is always provoking me." He recounted everything that had just transpired, especially embellishing the part about the treasure with a time-flow ratio of 1 to 300. "Mother, Senior Lin, do you think such a treasure with a time-flow ratio really exists?" Lu Zhengran asked, skeptical, which was why he had come to inquire. Lin Qingxue exchanged glances with Xu Qingying. "A time-flow treasure with a ratio of 1 to 300? Your sister probably heard that you joined Qing'an Academy and could cultivate within that time treasure, and out of spite, she decided to provoke you. To my knowledge, there are indeed people in the demon realm who can forge time treasures with a ratio of 1 to 100, but 1 to 300? I have never heard of such a thing. The probability of such a treasure existing is 99% non-existent." "I see. I thought it was impossible. Humph. I knew my sister was lying to me." Lu Zhengran finally showed a hint of a smile, feeling slightly better. Xu Qingying also sensed that her eldest daughter had a tendency to boast. She knew that these two children had always been secretly competing with each other. It was normal for them to say a few falsehoods to irritate one another. After all, they were still children. "Zhengran, let me tell you. Once your mother breaks through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, we will have a high probability of obtaining a treasure with a time-flow ratio of 1 to 150. At that time, you need to continue cultivating in that time treasure at Qing'an Academy," Lin Qingxue said with a smile. "What? A time-flow ratio of 1 to 150? Lu Zhengran was taken aback, and then joy spread across his youthful face. Xu Qingying smiled. "That will only happen after I break through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. For now, I still have to keep working hard. Qingying, with your talent, I estimate you'll be able to break through to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm in less than 10 years, Lin Qingxue remarked with a smile. "Really? Great. Mother is the best. Haha, so can I use this time treasure freely? Can I cultivate there for an entire day?" Lu Zhengran exclaimed with excitement. "Of course. This treasure belongs solely to your mother, so you can use it freely," Lin Qingxue replied. "Wow, that is amazing. Mother, you must work hard in your cultivation." Xu Qingying smiled and nodded, looking tenderly at her son. "I still have matters to discuss with your mother. You should go back and cultivate." Striving to become stronger than your sister, Lin Qingxue urged Lu Zhengran to leave. "All right, I'll go cultivate." Lu Zhengran left with a face full of defiance, humming a tune as he departed. Xu Qingying shook her head and smiled, then turned to her master. "Master, what brings you here today?" Lin Qingxue replied. "It's still about that matter. Your current cultivation level is not too high, but your talent and potential are extraordinarily terrifying. In the future, you will surely reach great heights and stand atop the strongest in the immortal ruins. However, for now, you still need to cultivate and establish connections with other major powers." Xu Qingying nodded. "I understand. I will follow your guidance." "Good. The relationships among the top powers in the immortal ruins are quite intricate. You must balance your relationships well, especially with the Nangang family, the Xia family, and the Long family. These are the ones you should engage with more," Lin Qingxue advised. "I have devised a method to foster a good relationship with them." "What method?" "They are already aware of your potential. You could take on 1 or 2 disciples from their family." "Disciples?" "Precisely. By accepting disciples, their family will have a significant connection with you. Given your promising future, they will undoubtedly be inclined to allow the most talented individuals within their lineage to become your apprentices." "All right, I shall heed your counsel, master." "Very well. I will take care of this matter. Our future plans will also involve these powers, so you must find a way to manage your relationship with them. Until you reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, do not let matters become strained." Xu Qingying nodded in understanding. In the demon domain, the afternoon sun bathed the surroundings in warmth. By the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "Speaking of which, your disciple should have already learned of your return. Why has he not come to see you?" Xiao Qingyi inquired. Lu Qing'an shared his curiosity, noting that he had been back for some time, and it seemed that Lu Qingxue had some connection to his disciple. So it was odd that his disciple had not yet sought him out. Based on what he knew of his disciple, he should have rushed over by now. "I am uncertain. Perhaps he is in seclusion?" Lu Qing'an speculated. At that moment, Su Yuni concluded her conversation with Su Xuanyu and exited the courtyard. Upon spotting Lu Qing'an at the stone pavilion, she approached him. "Brother-in-law, I wish to discuss something with you." Chapter 61. The Daughter's Slave, What is it? Lu Qing'an asked, noticing Su Yuni's slight awkwardness. Xiao Qingyi, seeing her glance in his direction, directly asked, "Should I step aside?" "No need for that." Su Yuni gathered her thoughts and pressed on, feeling obligated to assist her brother. "Brother-in-law, my brother has learned that you are the eternal night demon emperor." "Indeed," Lu Qing'an responded. And then, "Brother-in-law, you may not be aware, but this young man has idolized the eternal night demon emperor since childhood," Su Yuni said. Glancing at Lu Qing'an to gauge his reaction, she noticed that he displayed a hint of surprise. Lu Qing'an couldn't help but chuckle. "He regards me as an idol? What an intriguing notion." His interest was piqued. This young man had deemed him an idol? Xiao Qingyi, invigorated by the revelation, conjured a watermelon with a flick of his wrist, slicing it into pieces before indulging in its sweetness. "Your deeds in the demon domain have not only spread within its confines, but have also reached the immortal ruins, where many admire your capabilities and unique approach. Consequently, several individuals regard you as a role model, and my brother is one among them." Su Yuni wished to add that she too was part of that group. "Oh, I see." Lu Qing'an nodded slightly, astonished that his reputation had spread so widely, even garnering admirers in the immortal ruins. He had not anticipated that his brother-in-law would be among them. Now that he knew of Lu Qing'an's identity as the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, things had become rather amusing, especially considering how often the young man had challenged him in the past. Of course, he had also exploited this relationship with his brother-in-law. When he first arrived at the immortal ruins, he sought to rid himself of his inner turmoil. However, he felt his efforts were insufficient, prompting him to find someone to practice controlling his murderous intent. Unfortunately, he encountered only kind individuals, making it difficult to find a suitable target. Unexpectedly, his brother-in-law appeared just as he was troubled, fitting the bill perfectly. Initially, he struggled to contain himself, but as time passed, he gained better control. Ultimately, he became certain that his heart was devoid of malice. As long as no taboos were violated, he would not easily resort to violence. Now that he knew you were the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, he regretted his past actions and lamented that every time he reflected on how he had treated you, he wished he could strike himself. Su Yuni's face flushed as she recounted the tale. Xiao Qingyi, reveling in the gossip, eagerly consumed his watermelon. Knowing there would be juicy details, he had anticipated a scandal. Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law had been quite the troublemaker. "Oh, and then," Su Yuni continued, "he has been persistently asking me to apologize on his behalf and seek your forgiveness." Finally, she felt some relief in voicing her thoughts. "This young man has certainly berated me in the past, but I have stated before, while he may be a bit insufferable, he is not entirely unlikable." Lu Qing'an chuckled. "Oh, brother-in-law, have you forgiven him?" Su Yuni's eyes brightened. Lu Qing'an shook his head. "Forgiveness is not so easily granted." Su Yuni's forehead glistened with sweat. Lu Qing'an teased Su Yuni, laughing. "I jest. This young man is no longer of any concern to me. The matter of forgiveness is moot. Whether we meet again or not is inconsequential." Su Yuni softly inquired, "What if he were to come here one day?" Lu Qing'an replied with a grin. "If he were to arrive, I would certainly host him well." He deliberately emphasized the word host. Su Yuni shivered at the thought. "Brother, you should not let him come. Something significant may transpire." Lu Qing'an chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. He truly did not regard Su Xuanyu as a threat. While the young man had been quite bothersome during their exchanges, he had treated Lu Qing'an's children with kindness. Even though he had since parted ways with Su Qingying, it did not change the fact that Su Xuanyu was their uncle. Should Su Xuanyu wish to visit the children, Lu Qing'an would welcome him. However, he wouldn't mind playing a few pranks on the young man. "Well then, I must return to my tasks." Su Yuni hurriedly excused herself. Watching her depart, Lu Qing'an shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze to Xiao Qingyi. They exchanged glances for a moment before bursting into laughter. "You remain as delightfully mischievous as ever," Xiao Qingyi remarked, well aware of Lu Qing'an's nature. He would never hold a grudge against his brother-in-law. It was merely a playful scare. In response to Xiao Qingyi's comment, Lu Qing'an chose to remain silent, simply smiling. "Let us continue our tea," he suggested. "Haha. I have had my fill of gossip. I shall pass on the tea. I genuinely hope your brother-in-law pays a visit. That would make things even more entertaining," Xiao Qingyi remarked, increasingly amused by the unfolding situation. It was intriguing to think that Lu Qing'an's brother-in-law had idolized him while previously being so audacious. Life in the demon domain continued to unfold warmly. 2 swift days passed, during which Su Yuni and her companions diligently attended the Moli Academy for training and study, returning only by late afternoon. After 2 days of adaptation, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi fully acclimated to the training environment at the academy. They began to immerse themselves in its industrious atmosphere, especially Lu Zixuan, who became increasingly diligent in her practice. On one such day, upon returning, Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi approached Lu Qing'an. "Father, there is something I need your assistance with." "What is it?" Lu Qing'an inquired gently, noticing that his daughter had made significant progress in her cultivation. The pace of her breakthroughs was notably swift. As cultivation levels increased, the rate of advancement typically slowed. Yet Lu Zixuan's rapid progress revealed her remarkable talent. It is as follows. During our recent seclusion, we have advanced quickly, but we are beginning to struggle to grasp our power. We require more practical experience to master our current abilities. So I have decided to slow my cultivation speed and engage in more real combat. While doing so, Minzi and I discovered that the Moli Academy possesses a unique tower that conjures magical beasts for combat training. We attempted to work together to conquer the challenges, but we could only reach the 3rd level before we were unable to proceed further. The Moli Academy has such a practical combat tower, and then, the primary issue we currently face is our limited understanding of magical beasts. Despite our efforts to gather extensive materials from the Academy's library, we still lack a comprehensive and professional insight into the weaknesses of various magical creatures. At this moment, Lu Qing'an turned to Xiao Qingyi and Xue Tianfei, inquiring, "Is it possible to obtain detailed information on all types of magical beasts from the realm of magic?" Xue Tianfei replied with a smile, "That is quite simple. I shall issue a bounty through our faction and enlist some specialists to compile the information for us." Lu Qing'an nodded in appreciation. "I appreciate your assistance." He understood that the children desired this information not only for practical combat purposes, but also due to their burgeoning interest in challenging higher levels. Were it up to him, he would not concern himself with the weaknesses of magical beasts. He would simply focus on honing his combat skills and overcoming challenges through sheer force. However, since the children needed it, he was more than willing to fulfill their request. "Shouldn't you thank Aunt Xue?" he prompted. "Thank you, Aunt Xue." Both children chorused. Xue Tianfei chuckled. "It is but a trivial matter. I will have it for you by tomorrow." "Wonderful." The 2 children happily retreated to their rooms. Lu Qing'an then turned to Xiao Qingyi. "When did the Magic Willow Academy acquire such a tower? I had never heard of it before." It was indeed peculiar. Lu Xie seemed to have unearthed numerous strange treasures from unknown sources. Much of what the Academy possessed had only emerged in the past millennium. The tower the children mentioned was called the Magical Beast Tower. This tower comprised 10 levels, each capable of manifesting a variety of magical beasts. After acquiring this treasure, the Academy designated it as a means for students to refine their combat skills. All students were allowed to form teams of up to 3 to challenge it, and the summoned beasts would match their level of prowess. Upon successfully overcoming a challenge, all 3 members would earn a share of the Academy's currency. Furthermore, the tower could analyze the combat skills of the participants and generate rankings. This prompted the Academy to establish a leaderboard, leading to an increased fervor among the young students to train diligently and improve their combat abilities. After learning about the Magical Beast Tower, Lu Qing'an remarked, "It certainly sounds entertaining. With my daughter's strength, she will undoubtedly dominate the rankings." "Haha, I see now. You are merely a doting father," Xiao Qingyi teased. "How could I not be, with such a remarkable daughter?" Lu Qing'an retorted with a smile. "Indeed," Xiao Qingyi agreed. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Disciple the following morning. Before Lu Zixuan and her companions made their way to the Magic Willow Academy, Xue Tianfei's personnel had already delivered the necessary materials. "Zixuan, here you go. Make sure to study it thoroughly." "Is it really here this quickly?" Lu Zixuan gazed at Xue Tianfei in astonishment, taken aback by her efficiency. Xue Tianfei chuckled softly. "In the future, if you need anything, just reach out to Aunt Xue directly. There is no need to trouble your father." She had seamlessly stepped into a maternal role and was delighted to assist Lu Zixuan. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixuan blinked but managed a wry smile. "I appreciate it, Aunt Xue." Xue Tianfei nodded with a smile as she watched Lu Zixuan and her friends teleport away. After they departed, she let out a gentle sigh. Xiao Qingyi, observing from nearby, whispered, "It hasn't been long since you hoped for the children to accept you as a stepmother. Keep at it, and they will embrace you fully in due time." Xue Tianfei glanced at Xiao Qingyi and nodded. She had to admit, his words were quite perceptive. Just then, she spotted Lu Qing'an emerging from his room and gracefully approached him, resembling a gentle maiden. "I need to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Upon returning, Lu Qing'an had altered his perception of Xue Tianfei. His demeanor was now considerably softer, accompanied by a faint smile. "I may need to return to my family for a while. I cannot say how long I will be gone," Xue Tianfei informed him, as if seeking permission. "That is perfectly fine. Just take care of your matters and return when you can. However, it would be best to inform the children beforehand, particularly Miao Miao. That child, upon returning home, tends to seek you out first rather than me." Lu Qing'an sighed. After spending a day at the academy, The child seemed to have developed a craving and rushed to Shui Tianfei to inquire about any delicacies before coming to play with him. Understood, Shui Tianfei nodded. Is everything all right? Is it regarding the previous matter with the magic crystals? Do you need my assistance? Lu Qing'an asked cautiously. It is nothing concerning the magic crystals. Merely some trivial family matters. I could never trouble you. The eternal night demon emperor. Shui Tianfei laughed softly, covering her mouth. Very well. After their conversation concluded, suddenly, they, along with Xiao Qingyi, turned their gaze towards the sky. Ah, your disciple has finally arrived, Xiao Qingyi remarked with a grin. Outside, the morning light shone golden, and the sky was clear and tranquil. A gentle breeze swept through, causing dewdrops on the grass to glisten in the sunlight, enveloping the landscape in a serene and harmonious glow. Suddenly, a dark rift tore through the distant sky. Inky magical energy surged from the fissure, rapidly engulfing the morning light. The clouds churned as if boiling, and the once golden dawn was tainted with murky purple-black hues, resembling a sky splattered with putrid blood. A fierce wind arose, and amidst the swirling dust and stones, the very earth groaned under the strain. The sound of thunderous footsteps echoed from afar. With each step, the ground quaked, cracking like spiderwebs. From the dense magical fog, a figure gradually emerged. He traversed the void, leaving a trail of withered flora in his wake, and the air itself seemed to crystallize with frost. When did this fellow become so ostentatious? Lu Qing'an remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle as he observed the environmental shift. Isn't it just a reflection of your former self? Xiao Qingyi teased. Lu Qing'an shot a sideways glance at Xiao Qingyi. Moments later, a figure appeared above the courtyard. He was tall and slender, resembling a drawn sword, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. His features were as stark as ice, with sharp brows and elongated eyes that seemed to harbor a sanguine undercurrent. His lips were pressed thin, devoid of warmth. Dressed in a dark robe adorned with intricate golden magical patterns, the most striking aspect was the dark halo that floated behind him. This aura resembled a bottomless abyss, its edges pulsating with a blood-red glow, sometimes morphing into grotesque demonic visages, and at other times contracting into a pure black void, emanating an unsettling pressure. Under the light of this imperial halo, his pale fingers were distinctly defined, as if they could crush mountains with a mere squeeze. Lu Qing'an, Li Zongxuan called down coldly. Xiao Xuanzai, that's quite disrespectful. How can you address your master by his full name? Lu Qing'an replied calmly. You are not my master. Li Zongxuan gritted his teeth, fists clenched, as if Lu Qing'an had slain his entire family. Not your master? Then who is? Lu Qing'an pressed. I have no master. Li Zongxuan retorted fiercely. Very well. If you have no master, then why have you come? Lu Qing'an inquired. Why is that any of your business? You brat, after all these years. You haven't changed a bit, still acting like a child, Lu Qing'an laughed. Seeing you smile makes me sick. Li Zongxuan shouted. All right, I admit my fault. I shouldn't have left without a word back then. Let us not sulk over it, shall we? Lu Qing'an coaxed him as one would a child. I told you. I have no master. With a thunderous roar, the heavens trembled. Under the shifting winds and colors, the multitude of beings fell prostrate upon the ground. Stubborn child. Your temper is still quite formidable. So tell me, what do you wish to do? I am here today to claim your head. As Li Zongxuan's voice faded, he reached out and sliced through the void, creating a gaping scar-like fissure in the air. He extended his hand into it, and, upon withdrawing, brandished a blood-red longsword. This sword emanated a terrifying aura, rivaling Lu Qing'an's treasured blade. When Lu Qing'an first beheld this weapon, he assessed it with a hint of surprise. Where did you acquire this sword, you rascal? Huh, this blade alone could match your divine weapon. But now, my cultivation has reached a level where I can easily crush you. Today marks your end. Do you truly wish to kill me? Are you willing to become a traitor? Lu Qing'an replied calmly, his demeanor unshaken. Enough of this chatter. Come forth and meet your demise. Li Zongxuan bellowed. Lu Qing'an pursed his lips. It seemed a confrontation was inevitable. Very well. I shall see if you have made any progress during our years apart. Huh. Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, my wayward disciple. With a smile, Lu Qing'an vanished, reappearing atop the heavens in the blink of an eye. Li Zongxuan snorted coldly and instantly followed suit, standing 1,000 miles apart. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Xiao Qingyi set up a chair, hastily cut open a watermelon, and turned to Shui Tianfei beside him. Would you like some? Ignoring him, Shui Tianfei crossed her arms and stood tall. Li Zongxuan has indeed grown much stronger. His aura now resembles what it once was. Indeed, after Lu Qing'an's disappearance, he became obsessed with training, and his talent is remarkable, leading to such strength. However, no matter how strong he becomes, Lu Qing'an has returned even more formidable. Xiao Qingyi had witnessed Lu Qing'an's overwhelming might. This man still stood like a deity, pressing down on all-powerful beings. Chapter 63, Welcome Home Atop the Heavens. Li Zongxuan glared fiercely at Lu Qing'an, who had yet to draw a weapon, and could not help but shout, "Do you still see me as that inexperienced lad? Draw your weapon. I have given my weapon to another. But against you, it is unnecessary. After all, surpassing me is impossible," Lu Qing'an replied with a grin. Speaking as if to a child. "Very well. I shall show you the fruits of my labor over these years. Today, you shall surely die." Li Zongxuan radiated murderous intent. As if Lu Qing'an had slaughtered his entire family. Lu Qing'an shrugged, beckoning Li Zongxuan. "Come, let me see if you've improved at all." No longer wasting words. Li Zongxuan unleashed his strongest cultivation. A torrent of demonic energy surged forth. In an instant, a terrifying domain enveloped the surrounding 10,000 miles. Under the manifestation of the lone emperor's seat, time and space abruptly froze. Within this realm, he stood invincible like a god. "Do you see? My lone emperor's seat can now rival your eternal night emperor's seat. Indeed, it can, but in my eyes, it is merely average. I am curious to see how long you can maintain your bravado. Quickly reveal your emperor's seat. Why would a master need an emperor's seat to discipline his disciple? Come at me. Such audacity. When did you become so verbose? Will you not simply engage?" Lu Qing'an interrupted, noting Li Zongxuan's incessant chatter. Li Zongxuan's face flushed with anger. Who is being verbose? Fine. You seek death, and I shall oblige. He ceased his words and launched into action, roaring as demonic energy surged like a tidal wave, instantly coalescing into countless pitch-black blades, each one tearing through the void with a piercing shriek. With a powerful shake of his arms, he wielded his sword, and the blades formed a deathly storm that gathered upon his divine weapon. Boom! With a sweeping motion, he unleashed the massive sword strike towards Lu Qing'an. Wherever the blade passed, space shattered, revealing chaotic currents. Lu Qing'an observed the strike, a slight smile gracing his lips. This young man had indeed grown much stronger. However, there still remained a gap. He extended his hand and gently swept it forward, conjuring a black light shield that appeared from thin air, blocking the impending assault. The massive blade crashed onto the black shield, creating a miraculous scene. The seemingly fragile black light shield completely withstood such a terrifying blow. Li Zongxuan was taken aback. Gritting his teeth, "Humph. This is merely an appetizer. Since you wish for more, I shall not hold back." Having said that, he commanded his divine weapon to float before him, his palms pressed together. With a tremor, a towering, six-armed demonic figure manifested behind him. The demon's arms swung in unison, unleashing six world-destroying fists. The air quaked before the fists arrived, and the ground crumbled beneath the pressure, the heavens tearing asunder. The fists barreled towards Lu Qing'an's blacklight shield. "Not bad, but still lacking," Lu Qing'an remarked calmly. As he predicted, even this horrifying attack could not breach his black shield. Li Zongxuan was astonished, his neck straining as he shouted, "I refuse to believe it." After cursing, a crimson fissure appeared on his forehead, and a scarlet beam pierced through the world. Wherever it passed, the laws of the universe disintegrated, and even the river of time was stained crimson. He grinned wickedly, activating his lone emperor's seat. Within this realm, everything became stagnant, save for that blood-red light which sped towards Lu Qing'an at a speed that transcended causality. A cacophony of wails echoed through the heavens, as if even the heavens themselves were retreating before this strike. This time, the black light shield was finally shattered. Seeing this, Lu Qing'an chuckled to himself. This young man has indeed inherited some of my former brilliance. Ha! Breaking your defense will be easy. Prepare to die? Li Zongxuan laughed maniacally. As the destructive force breached Lu Qing'an's black shield, it surged towards him. Lu Qing'an merely raised his gaze, lifting his hand with fingers poised like a blooming flower. The soul-devouring blood light that made the heavens tremble was effortlessly seized and crushed into a tiny black. Throughout the entire exchange, Lu Qing'an's hair remained undisturbed. "Is that all?" Lu Qing'an shook his head, chuckling lightly. Li Zongxuan was utterly dumbfounded. "No, it was shattered just like that." "Xiao Su, do you have no stronger attacks left? Come at me." Lu Qing'an stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not having moved an inch. Li Zongxuan trembled, gnashing his teeth, yet no matter how he pondered, he could not conjure an attack stronger than the previous ones. He had unleashed his three strongest moves. "It shouldn't be. I should have caught up to your strength. What is happening?" Li Zongxuan screamed in rage, his eyes bulging. At this moment, He resembled a venomous blade, its brilliance captivating yet riddled with cracks gnawed by the passage of time. The sharp edges that pierced the world were merely scabs formed from unhealed wounds, silently oozing pain in the shadows where no one cared to look. Lu Qing'an observed the extreme sorrow etched on Li Zongxuan's face and felt a pang of compassion. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with his left foot, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his being. In an instant, Li Zongxuan, who had been attacking frantically, froze. A pressure that could subdue the very heavens crashing down upon him. It was as if he had been rendered immobile. Xiao Xuanzi, my departure years ago was a reluctant choice. I could not take you with me. This was a trial you had to face. Now that we meet again, I am truly gratified to see how much you have grown. When he left back then, he had intended to bid his disciple a proper farewell. But after 3 nights of contemplation, he chose to vanish without a word. Li Zongxuan had been formidable even then, yet overly reliant on him, to the extent that he had no one else in the world with whom he could share his heart. Any problem required his consultation, and any decision needed his approval. If Li Zongxuan had known he intended to leave the demon realm, he would have undoubtedly followed him relentlessly. Now, seeing his disciple, Lu Qing'an felt both vindicated in his decision and remorseful towards him, especially now, as he looked at Li Zongxuan, who appeared like a forlorn child, seemingly abandoned, feigning strength on the outside while racked with inner turmoil. Upon hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan could no longer hold back his emotions, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. Why did you abandon me? Why did you leave without saying goodbye? I hate you. I hate you. Lu Qing'an inhaled deeply and knelt, gently stroking Li Zongxuan's head, reminiscent of their first meeting. Back then, Li Zongxuan had been the same age as Lu Miaomiao. Barely clothed and starving in the frigid cold, he had seen a passerby drop a coin and had rushed to retrieve it, only to be beaten mercilessly, left bloodied and curled up in a corner of the street. As hunger and cold took their toll, his body had grown stiff, life ebbing away. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, a tall, warm figure appeared before him. Child, what is your name? Li Zongxuan. From now on, I shall call you Xiao Xuanzi. Come, return home with me. The large hand gently caressed his head. Above, the wind howled fiercely. Li Zongxuan looked up at Lu Qing'an, whose lean, handsome face was now streaked with tears. Xiao Xuanzi, I had to attend to personal matters in the immortal ruins, but I have returned now and shall not leave again. In an instant, the anger that had marred Li Zongxuan's face was overwhelmed by an endless sense of grievance. As he gazed at Lu Qing'an's unchanging, gentle expression filled with affection, the most steadfast hatred within him shattered into fragments. Master, welcome home. As the words left his lips, the swirling demonic clouds in the sky receded like the tide, and the golden rays of dawn pierced through the gaps in the clouds, showering the master and disciple with light. The icy tears on Li Zongxuan's face gradually warmed. Chapter 64. The object of affection. Lu Qing'an looked at Li Zongxuan, who was crying pitifully like a child, and felt a deep ache in his heart. To him, Li Zongxuan was no different from a son. He lifted Li Zongxuan with demonic energy, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he comforted him like a child. There, stop crying. You're all grown up now, and still acting like a child. Aren't you ashamed? Hearing Lu Qing'an's words, Li Zongxuan quickly turned his face away, hastily wiping his cheeks. When he turned back, the tears had vanished, yet his eyes remained red, still betraying traces of grievance, mingled with an awkwardness and defiance. I didn't cry. I just had some dust in my eyes. Haha, you little rascal. Come here, let me hug you. Lu Qing'an opened his arms. I'm all grown up. What are you hugging for? I am now the demon emperor. What would others think? Though Li Zongxuan protested, he stepped forward and embraced Lu Qing'an under his gaze, only to receive a few hearty pats on the back that left him wincing. You've truly grown stronger in these 1,000 years. I am proud of you. Now, let me see what other changes you've undergone. Li Zongxuan stood a little straighter as Lu Qing'an circled him, appearing somewhat more mature. Naturally. Haha, enough of this. Let us sit down and chat. Come, let us discuss what you have experienced over the years. Lu Qing'an was genuinely joyful. During his time in the immortal ruins, he occasionally thought of this boy, concerned about what might happen to him alone in this place. Yet, he also understood that the child had grown and needed to learn to stand on his own. In the blink of an eye, they descended into the courtyard. Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei watched Lu Qing'an and Li Zongxuan, smiles adorning their faces, as if sharing in the joy of the deepening bond between master and disciple. You little rascal, you haven't changed much. You still don't know how to address your elders properly, Lu Qing'an remarked, glancing at Li Zongxuan, who had lowered his head slightly upon seeing Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei still exhibiting that same shy demeanor as before. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Haha. The child has grown up and no longer needs to worry about such formalities. Master Xiao, Aunt Shui. Just as Xiao Qingyi finished speaking, Li Zongxuan, with his head lowered, weakly uttered the two titles. Both Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei were momentarily taken aback. Lu Qing'an was also surprised, placing a hand on Li Zongxuan's shoulder. Huh? You've indeed changed. Good, good. Come, let us go inside and talk. Li Zongxuan glanced at Lu Qing'an, whose smile was sincere and warm, and a slight curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. He felt honored by his master's praise. Once inside, Lu Qing'an personally brewed tea, filling Li Zongxuan's cup. Xiao Xuanzi, come, tell me about your life these past years. Ahem, most importantly, do you have any friends, or perhaps, a lady you fancy? He wore an expectant expression, akin to that of a concerned father. As Li Zongxuan raised the tea to his lips, he suddenly heard the mention of a lady and sputtered, tea sprang forth. I don't have any lady I fancy. Ah, wait. Old Xiao, did you see that? This boy seems to have something going on. Lu Qing'an exclaimed, surprised. If he didn't he wouldn't be acting this way, Xiao Qingyi observed, suddenly enthused. Pulling out a watermelon from seemingly nowhere, ready to enjoy the gossip. Li Zongxuan felt as though he could bury his head in his chest, muttering, I don't know what you're talking about. The group engaged in cheerful banter, primarily teasing Li Zongxuan. Lu Qing'an took the time to inquire about Li Zongxuan's experiences over the years. It turned out that he had dedicated himself to cultivation, managing the Demon Emperor Palace admirably while commanding several factions. As for any romantic interests, there seemed to be some, but Lu Qing'an refrained from probing further, suspecting that his disciple might be harboring a secret affection. Master, I owe you an apology, Li Zongxuan said shyly, scratching his head. You have done nothing wrong. Why apologize? Upon discovering your sudden disappearance, I initially searched for you for a while. When my efforts proved fruitless, I began to tarnish your reputation, claiming that I had already surpassed you, hoping to provoke the hidden you. A grim smile twisted on Li Zongxuan's face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyi and Shui Tianfei exchanged amused glances. This was also the reason Xiao Qingyi had exhibited a peculiar gleam in his eyes when Lu Qing'an mentioned Li Zongxuan. What does it matter? You have indeed become nearly as formidable as I was back then, which speaks volumes about your diligent training during this period. Lu Qing'an observed Li Zongxuan with pride. This lad has developed into a figure of such strength, it brings joy. Had it not been for the rewards from the system, he would have needed to exert considerable effort to defeat his disciple. Noticing that his master was not angry, but instead praising him, Li Zongxuan finally smiled. By the way, little Xuanzi, have you encountered Xiao Haizi in the Demon Emperor Palace or anywhere else? That fellow seems to have wandered off to play. Lu Qing'an inquired, perplexed about the whereabouts of his contract beast. Li Zongxuan shook his head. Xiao Haizi? Wasn't it always by your side? I have not seen it. If I do, perhaps I can locate you. How strange. Where could that fellow possibly have gone? Lu Qing'an muttered to himself. Master, I am more curious about your circumstances over the years. Why did you suddenly venture to the immortal ruins? No wonder I could not find you, Li Zongxuan suddenly asked. Now it was Lu Qing'an's turn to be evasive. Well, it's not something I can elaborate on at the moment. Primarily, he wished to maintain his grand image in front of his disciple. All right. Whenever you feel ready to share, do let me know, Li Zongxuan replied with a firm nod. Lu Qing'an chuckled. The child remained unchanged. In his eyes, Li Zongxuan possessed a somewhat reclusive nature, an aversion to socializing, and at times a touch of stubbornness, yet he remained a slightly proud, utterly sincere child. Qing'an, I must return for a while. You two continue your conversation, and I shall return shortly. Shui Tianfei smiled as she stood up. All right, communicate if there is anything. And remember to inform Miao Miao that I will regularly send someone with delicious food. Understood. After watching Shui Tianfei depart, Lu Qing'an resumed his conversation with Li Zongxuan. The master and disciple appeared to have an endless array of topics, chatting incessantly. It was only when his daughter returned from the academy in the evening that Lu Qing'an finally paused his conversation with Li Zongxuan. Lu Miao Miao rushed in from outside, shouting, Father, Miao Miao is back. Where's Aunt Shui? After scanning the surroundings and not finding Shui Tianfei, she noticed Li Zongxuan, who was resting his hand on Lu Qing'an's shoulder. Oh, Father, who is this big brother? Chapter 65. Master, you actually have a daughter. Father. Li Zongxuan's eyes widened in shock, his cool and handsome face morphing into a mask of disbelief as he stared intently at Lu Qing'an and Lu Miao Miao. Master, is this your daughter? Lu Qing'an smiled at his daughter, beckoning her to come closer. His full name is Li Zongxuan. He is known as the solitary demon emperor in the demon realm and is my disciple. You should address him as brother, call him Brother Xian. Father's disciple? Lu Miao Miao blinked her large eyes at Li Zongxuan, then broke into a grin. Hello, Brother Xian. I am Lu Miao Miao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Li Zongxuan blinked, momentarily dazed, shaking off the fog in his mind before responding. Hey, I'm Li Zongxuan. It's nice to meet you. He introduced himself awkwardly like a bashful young man. Wow, upon closer inspection, Brother Xian is really handsome. Brother Xian hugged. Lu Miao Miao approached Li Zongxuan. Lu Qing'an chuckled, shaking his head. This little girl was already enamored with handsome boys at such a tender age. Isn't your father handsome? Li Zongxuan's mind went blank again as he watched Lu Miao Miao approach, his cheeks flushing crimson, nearly losing his balance on the chair. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have embarrassed himself. Ultimately, he could not evade her and was caught by Lu Miao Miao, gazing into her eager eyes. Li Zongxuan swallowed hard before lifting Lu Miao Miao into the air. Oh yeah, lift me high. Lu Miao Miao squealed with delight. Who will rescue me? He silently cried out in his heart. All right, enough play. Li Zongxuan quickly set Lu Miao Miao down. Brother Xian, has anyone told you how handsome you are? Lu Miao Miao suddenly tilted her head and asked. Li Zongxuan blinked and scratched his head. I suppose so. You are the second most handsome person I have ever seen. So you really are very handsome. Li Zongxuan suddenly felt completely outmatched by the little girl's charm. How is it that kids these days are so articulate? Then, who is the most handsome? Li Zongxuan asked, trying to follow her lead. Hee, naturally, it's my father. Father is the most handsome in the world. Oh, indeed. Li Zongxuan nodded vigorously, feeling a deep sense of agreement. He too believed his master was the most handsome in the world. Exactly. I didn't expect Brother Xian to think the same as Miao Miao. Li Zongxuan chuckled and nodded. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the room. It was Lu Zixuan and her companions, who walked in with cheerful expressions, seemingly having had a fruitful day at the academy. Upon entering and spotting a stranger sitting next to Lu Qing'an, they hesitated momentarily, wondering who he was. Sister, come quickly. This is Brother Xian, Father's disciple. Lu Miao Miao dashed to Lu Zixuan, tugging her hand to lead her over. Father's disciple? Brother Xian? Lu Zixuan looked at Li Zongxuan and soon sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from him, distinctly different from their father's. It was less restrained and exuded immense pressure. Li Zongxuan stared at Lu Zixuan, momentarily stunned, and quickly glanced at Lu Qing'an. Master, you do not have just one daughter, but 2. And they are both so grown up. Lu Qing'an smiled. You all should introduce yourselves. We are all family here. Lu Zixuan regained her composure and smiled at Li Zongxuan, saying, Brother Xian, I am Lu Zixuan, my father's eldest daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, I am Li Zongxuan, the disciple of your father. It's a pleasure to meet you. This time, Li Zongxuan, having gained experience from his introduction with Lu Miao Miao, felt somewhat less awkward. Zixuan, if you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask your brother Xian for guidance. His strength is quite impressive. Lu Qing'an remarked with a smile. All right, Brother Xian, I will seek your guidance in the future if I have any cultivation questions. Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. Sure. Li Zongxuan nodded repeatedly. Master, who are these 2? At this moment, Li Zongxuan suddenly transmitted a thought to Lu Qing'an. It was only then that Lu Qing'an remembered Su Yuni and son Minzi, smiling as he said, This is my sister-in-law, Su Yuni. You may call her Aunt Su. And this is son Minzi, Zixuan's friend. Oh, Aunt Su, Minzi, I am Li Zongxuan, he introduced awkwardly. At this moment, Li Zongxuan felt as though he was a modern child visiting relatives. Su Yuni nodded repeatedly, a smile stretched across her face. While internally, she was astonished by the incredible aura emanating from Li Zongxuan. So powerful. Lu Qing'an gave her the impression of someone who posed no threat, with an astonishingly restrained aura, leading many to initially perceive him as a rather moderate cultivator. At this moment, the formidable aura emanating from Li Zongxuan was akin to that of a primordial beast concealed within him. Although he appeared rather reserved and unassuming, reminiscent of a bashful child, she found herself somewhat hesitant to meet his gaze. It was as if a mere breath from him could obliterate her into mere fragments. The intensity was truly breathtaking. Sun Minzi felt an even stronger sensation than Su Yuni at that moment. After listening to Li Zongxuan's self-introduction, she had already ascertained his identity, the contemporary demon emperor of the demon realm. She had never encountered him before, having only heard of his name, and was unaware of his appearance, as he often remained sequestered within the demon emperor's palace. Nonetheless, his actions over the years had instilled dread in many powerful beings of the demon realm. Shortly after the disappearance of the eternal night demon emperor, some had deemed Li Zongxuan unworthy of the title of demon emperor and sought to challenge him. To their astonishment, all challengers were effortlessly vanquished by him. None could withstand a single strike. Some factions, unwilling to accept his supremacy, spread malicious rumors about him. Once the whispers reached the ears of those in power, several top-tier factions were uprooted overnight. Not a single stronghold survived. His decisiveness in slaughter and terrifying prowess had already echoed throughout the entire demon realm, with many asserting that Li Zhangshuan had surpassed the eternal night demon emperor. Now, witnessing him in person, she was awestruck by the terrifying presence he exuded. However, upon seeing him act so timidly before Lu Qing'an, resembling a child, her perspective of him shifted significantly. All right, everyone is back. Old Xiao, prepare a delicious meal. It's rare for us to gather as a family. Let us have dinner together, Lu Qing'an said cheerfully. He felt elated today, marking the happiest day since his separation. Chapter 66. The Warning of the Blonde Haha. Then I must showcase my finest culinary skills. Xiao Qingyi exclaimed as he went to gather ingredients and began cooking. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of exquisite dishes, causing Lu Miao's eyes to gleam with delight. Like a little glutton, she eagerly began to pile her plate with food. Brother Xian, Grandpa Zhao's dishes are truly delectable. You should eat more. She even paused momentarily to softly remind Li Zhangshuan. He smiled and nodded in response. Lu Qing'an noticed the fondness this little girl had for his disciple, which pleased him greatly. This young man had no friends. It would be wonderful if he could become friends with his daughter. By the way, father, when will Aunt Shui return? After taking a couple of bites, Lu Miao tilted her head to look at Lu Qing'an, still chewing her food. What? You miss Aunt Shui already after such a short time? Yes. Will she be back tomorrow? Aunt Shui told me she would send someone regularly to deliver delicious food, Lu Qing'an replied. That's not all I want. I miss Aunt Shui too. Lu Qing'an was taken aback. Could it be that this little girl had truly grown so close to Shui Tianfei? Xuanzi, don't be so reserved. We're all family here, so relax a bit, Lu Qing'an remarked upon noticing Li Zhangshuan's hesitance to take food. I'm not reserved, Li Zhangshuan stated, feeling unaccustomed to dining with so many people, especially those connected to his master. It was disingenuous to say he wasn't nervous. Lu Qing'an chuckled. You're still the same as before. Remember to visit more often and spend time with Zixuan and the others. You're all peers. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances. Peers. They could not overlook the terrifying aura that Li Zhangshuan possessed. Such a powerful peer was indeed intimidating. All right, Li Zhangshuan nodded. By the way, Zixuan, did you gain anything from your time at the academy today? Lu Qing'an seemed to assume the role of the conversation's facilitator, casually serving food while steering the dialogue. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged a look, their lips curling into a smile. Father, today we met a very handsome student. We made a new friend and agreed to tackle challenges together, Lu Zixuan declared. Lu Qing'an, who had been wearing a gentle smile, suddenly froze upon hearing Lu Zixuan's words. A handsome friend. Observing Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanging glances with even broader smiles made him fall silent. A warning about the blonde. What father wouldn't he be unnerved by such news? He chewed on his food, striving to maintain a neutral expression while smiling and inquiring. Oh really? What is the name of this new friend? Moronghua, Lu Zixuan replied. Moronghua? Upon hearing the name, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched. It was evidently a male name. Oh no, has the time come? Seeing his daughter and son Minzi looking so pleased, he closed his eyes, trying to calm the tumult of emotions within him. This is a process that must be endured. His daughter was growing up. It was inevitable that she would encounter the opposite sex. Moronghua? Li Zhangshuan suddenly interjected. Lu Zixuan looked at him and smiled. Brother Xian, do you know Moronghua? I don't know him personally, but I've heard of him. I'm quite familiar with the Morong family. Li Zhangshuan scratched his head, feeling a tad bashful under Lu Zixuan's gaze, despite having grown somewhat comfortable with her. Oh, I see. Lu Zixuan nodded, then added. I've heard that the Morong family is quite powerful in the demon realm, and Moronghua is indeed impressive, much stronger than both Minzi and I. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing'an took a deep breath and smiled. Zixuan, it's great that you've made a friend in the demon realm. Perhaps you can bring him home for dinner one day? No way. I must assess this young man first. He'd better not be a blonde. If this young man wanted to be friends with his daughter, he would have to pass through the scrutiny of her father. We've only just met. Let us get to know each other better before discussing that, Lu Zixuan replied, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Lu Qing'an thought, oh no, his daughter was blushing. All right then, once you're more familiar, bring him home for dinner. Okay, after the meal, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi retreated to the stone pavilion outside to enjoy some drinks. Li Zhangshuan initially intended to join them, but was pulled aside by Lu Miao, who lacking the company of Shui Tiangfei, sought to entertain herself by playing with Li Zongxuan. This left Li Zongxuan feeling exasperated, casting a desperate glance at Lu Qing'an for help. Lu Qing'an, however, wanted Li Zongxuan to bond more with Lu Zixuan and the others, hoping they would become friends, thus allowing Li Zongxuan to finally have companions. He encouraged, as the older brother, make sure to play well with your little sister. Master, Li Zongxuan's lips quivered, wishing to protest. But a single glance from Lu Qing'an silenced him. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to engage with Lu Miao and the others. Brother Xian, I want to ride a horse. Ride a horse? Should I fetch you one? Not a real horse. I'll show you. Thus, Li Zongxuan found himself with Lu Miao perched on his shoulders, soaring around the courtyard. Brother Xian, to the left. Haha. Brother Xian, to the right. Brother Xian, soar to the sky. Oh yeah. Li Zongxuan called out. Zixuan, Minzi, didn't you spend the day tackling challenges? If there's anything you didn't understand during battle, feel free to ask your brother Xian when he comes down. Lu Qing'an looked toward Lu Zixuan and her companion, who were seated in the courtyard discussing the details of their challenges, and smiled. Is that all right? Lu Zixuan inquired. There's no need for formality, just enjoy yourselves. This rascal won't take the initiative, so interact with him more, whether it's trivial or important, Lu Qing'an encouraged. Okay. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Once Lu Miao's laughter subsided, Li Zongxuan thought the moment had finally come to an end. However, the next instant, he noticed Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi approaching him. Brother Xian, we seek your guidance, they said, under the direction of Lu Qing'an. Li Zongxuan took a considerable amount of time to acclimate to this atmosphere. Sitting across from the stone pavilion, Lu Qing'an observed with satisfaction as his disciple gradually became less reserved, particularly during discussions on cultivation and combat, a smile of a proud father emerging on his face. Xiao Qingyi remarked, watching Lu Qing'an's beaming expression, this place is increasingly reminiscent of home. Lu Qing'an turned to him and replied, old fellow, it seems you may need to cook more often. Huh, if every day were this lively, I wouldn't mind preparing 3 meals for you, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Come, let's drink more in this cheerful mood, Lu Qing'an proposed, raising his cup to clink with Xiao Qingyi's. Xiao Qingyi nodded in agreement, a smile adorning his face. As night deepened, the children began to retire for the evening. Li Zongxuan approached Lu Qing'an, exhaling deeply. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to accompany the children? Lu Qing'an inquired with a smile. Not at all, just a bit unaccustomed, Li Zongxuan replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. After you conclude matters in the Demon Palace, do come visit your master more often, Lu Qing'an said. All right, Li Zongxuan nodded shyly. Master, I must return today. I have a few matters to attend to. You've worked hard, Lu Qing'an said, patting Li Zongxuan's shoulder. The identity of the Demon Emperor was bestowed upon Li Zongxuan by him, as the responsibilities of the Demon Emperor were too numerous, and he preferred not to be caught up in endless busyness. Very well. I shall take my leave now and visit you again soon, Li Zongxuan said. Lu Qing'an nodded and suddenly opened his arms. Li Zongxuan lowered his head and stepped forward to embrace Lu Qing'an, a slight curve at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Lu Qing'an watched as Li Zongxuan soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon. He stood still for a while, gazing at the distant sky, before a smile crept upon his lips as he turned to head back inside. At that moment, Lu Miao emerged from the room. Father, has Brother Xian left? Lu Qing'an picked up his daughter. He has matters to attend to. Why? Do you seem to have taken quite a liking to Brother Xian? He was pleased with his daughter's earlier behavior, as it had encouraged his disciple to engage more actively. Yet, it was peculiar. His daughter had never interacted so openly with a stranger before. I can sense that you really like Brother Xian, so I like him too, Lu Miao replied earnestly. Oh, you can sense that? Lu Qing'an asked, surprised. Lu Miao nodded emphatically, her small face suddenly adorned with a look of sympathy. But I feel sorry for Brother Xian. That's why I want to play with him more. This revelation momentarily left Lu Qing'an taken aback. Poor, he echoed. Yes, when I first saw Brother Xian, I felt like he had been living alone for a long time and was very sad, she explained. Lu Qing'an's brow furrowed slightly. What was this sensation his daughter was expressing? Did she possess some unique ability? Father, let Brother Xian come here more often. I don't want him to be sad anymore, Lu Miao pouted, making her request. Maintaining a gentle smile, Lu Qing'an replied, very well, Father will heed Miao's wishes. From now on, you must play with Brother Xian more often and strive to become his best friend. All right? Okay. Lu Miao affirmed with determination, nodding vigorously. Chapter 67. You are Muronghua's father, are you not? In the depths of the demon palace, within a grand hall, a multitude of individuals sat awaiting Li Zongxuan's arrival. Each was steeped in a formidable aura of demonic energy, with many possessing peak emperor-level cultivation. As Li Zongxuan made his appearance, they all swiftly turned their gazes toward the throne, rising respectfully to bow. Demon Emperor, seated upon the throne. A specially designed curtain shielded Li Zongxuan from their sight and perception while allowing him to sense them. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some matters to attend to. Speaking without facing anyone, his words flowed effortlessly. Not at all. We have only waited a short while, replied a peak emperor-level cultivator, his face adorned with ingratiating smiles. This individual was the leader of a top sect within the demon domain. The others echoed his sentiment, insisting they had not been waiting long, none daring to voice a complaint. In truth, they had been waiting for a full 2 hours. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand, Li Zongxuan declared. As the strongest force in the demon domain, the demon palace governed its very lifeblood, compelling various factions to heed its commands. Li Zongxuan had also assembled a dedicated team to manage the myriad affairs of the demon domain, and these were the individuals responsible for overseeing the entire demon palace. They convened at specific intervals to report on events that had transpired. One individual brought forth a matter of significance. Demon Emperor, regarding the issue we discussed previously, we require a faction from among us to manage it. Have you decided on a candidate? The speaker was Lu Qingxiu, not only the vice president of the Demon Willow Academy, but also the head of the prominent Lu family. He believed that by raising this issue, he had secured the position, especially since he had recently provided Li Zongxuan with crucial intelligence. Upon hearing Lu Qingxiu's mention of the matter, the others narrowed their eyes. Each faction coveted the opportunity. Li Zongxuan's consciousness swept across the room, and he was about to assign the project to Lu Qingxiu when suddenly, his attention was drawn to another individual, the head of the Morong family. The Morong family was also among the elite families in the demon domain, though they ranked mid-tier in overall strength among the top factions. However, Li Zongxuan recalled a name mentioned by Lu Zixuan at his Master's banquet not long ago, Morong Hua. This Morong Hua shared a close relationship with his younger sister Zixuan. After some contemplation, Li Zongxuan made his decision. Let the Morong family and the Lu family jointly manage this matter, he stated calmly. As the words left his lips, an abrupt silence fell over the grand hall. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone exchanged perplexed glances. Lu Qingxiu was equally bewildered. Why is there also a matter concerning the Morong family? At that moment, Morong Mei, the head of the Morong family, was even more taken aback. Their family could only be considered average among the top factions, and they had not made any particularly notable contributions. Why had the Demon Emperor suddenly bestowed such a tremendous opportunity upon them? Even if both factions were to jointly oversee the matter, the Morong family would still reap significant benefits. Demon Emperor, this matter. Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, attempting to voice his concerns, but Li Zongxuan interrupted. This matter is settled. Faced with no alternative, Lu Qingxiu swallowed his words. Very well, earning half is still a gain. Are there any other pressing issues? Li Zongxuan inquired. Reporting to the Demon Emperor, there is another matter. One individual stepped forward, his expression grave. Speak. The individual continued swiftly. Not long ago, a small faction near our sect seemed to have been brutally wiped out by a mysterious organization. When our members arrived, they discovered that over 10,000 individuals had perished in an alarmingly brief span, including several at the Emperor level. All souls had been extracted before death. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall shifted, every powerful presence tensing. Over 100 years have passed, and they have resurfaced. Li Zongxuan's eyes narrowed dangerously, a glint of coldness flashing within. It seems they have resurfaced. Investigate thoroughly, and as soon as you have any news, report back to me immediately. This time, I shall eradicate them. A group of individuals bowed in acknowledgement. Very well, with no further matters at hand, you may all return. Morong Mei is to remain. Li Zongxuan dismissed the crowd, leaving only Morong Mei behind. A cluster of powerful figures cast puzzled glances at Morong Mei. How could this old fellow suddenly gain such favor from the Demon Emperor? Lu Qingxiu furrowed his brow, observing Morong Mei for a moment before ultimately departing. Morong Mei felt utterly bewildered, nodding in place. Soon after, the elite group exited, leaving only Li Zongxuan and Morong Mei within the grand hall. Morong Mei felt as if he were swarmed by ants, perplexed by Li Zongxuan's probing gaze. Demon Emperor, have you summoned me for a specific purpose? Morong Mei inquired respectfully. Li Zongxuan replied, I recall you have a daughter named Morong Hua, correct? Morong Mei blinked in surprise. Why this sudden inquiry? Yes, indeed, she is my daughter. May I ask why you are inquiring about her, Demon Emperor? At this moment, his emotions were a whirlwind. How had his daughter become a topic of discussion? Could she have stirred up some trouble? The reason Li Zongxuan remembered this name was that he had once assumed it belonged to a male, only to discover it was Murong Mei's daughter, hence the stronger impression. Your daughter is quite remarkable. Regardless of your relationship with her, do treat her kindly in the future, Li Zongxuan smiled. Since Murong Hua had become a friend of his own disciple's daughter, he naturally felt inclined to look out for her. Oh, I have always been good to her. Murong Mei's mind was a jumble. Why would the Demon Emperor say such things? What could possibly have transpired? Very well. I must rest now. You may return to your duties. Understood. I shall take my leave. Murong Mei bowed, still in a daze as he exited the grand hall. Upon leaving the demon palace, he swiftly flew towards his family estate. Before long, he arrived at the Murong family home, hastening to his daughter's room. Father, what is it? Murong Hua frowned upon her father's sudden appearance. She sported shoulder-length hair, her features sharp and striking, with full lips that seemed frosted. Dressed in a flowing dark robe, she exuded an air of elegance. Her facial features were impeccable, yet she possessed a vigor often associated with men, radiating a heroic charm. Murong Mei gazed at his daughter and quickly asked, Little Hua, have you encountered the Demon Emperor recently? Murong Hua appeared taken aback. No. I have been diligently practicing at the academy. That shouldn't be the case. Have there been any significant events at the academy that you have not mentioned to me? Well, I have been challenging the trials within the academy's pagoda, but nothing of great consequence has occurred. Father, what exactly is going on? Murong Mei, even more perplexed after her response, recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Murong Hua was equally dumbfounded. What? The Demon Emperor is paying attention to me. How could this be? Have you truly not achieved anything remarkable at the academy? Perhaps an exceptionally rapid advancement in trials? Not at all. I have been progressing alongside friends, and my speed can only be deemed average. How curious indeed. Both father and daughter felt their heads spinning, unable to fathom the reasons behind this development. However, they realized it was a fortuitous occurrence, a tremendous blessing. Never mind. Just maintain your current state, for this will significantly elevate our Murong family. The following morning, in the immortal ruins, as dawn broke and the skies cleared, Su Qing'an and Lin Qingsnow stood before the banquet hall, welcoming guests from all directions. Sister, you have even accepted Nangong Yun as your disciple. Su Xuanwu, dressed in new attire and looking particularly dapper, stood beside Su Qing'an, visibly excited. Today marked Su Qing'an's disciple accepting ceremony. Under Lin Qingsnow's arrangements, Su Qing'an would be taking on 4 disciples, each a top talent from the prestigious Nangong, Huangfu, Long, and Huang families. This would be a grand celebration. Su Qing'an smiled and nodded. I hear you have known Nangong Yun for quite some time. Knowing her brother's fondness for Nangong Yun, she intended to create more opportunities for him after the ceremony. Su Xuanwu scratched his head, appearing somewhat naive. It's all right. We've been friends for many years. Secretly harboring a crush for years, now that his goddess had become his sister's disciple, he would have ample chances to interact with her. As time passed, more guests arrived. Lin Qingsnow had meticulously arranged everything in advance, inviting all the prominent forces in the immortal ruins to create a buzz for her disciples. Qing'an, although you are still in the late stage of the Emperor realm, your position is unique, and you should carry yourself like a peak Emperor realm expert. When facing a gathering of such pinnacle experts, do not feel too constrained. Just relax, Lin Qingsnow advised. Master, I understand, Su Qing'an replied, her face brimming with confidence. She would ultimately become the most powerful woman in the Qing'an continent. Of course, she needed to remain composed, as the primary goal was to foster good relations with the 4 prominent families without mistakes. All right, I understand. After a brief exchange, suddenly 2 voices resonated from the heavens. The Nangong family has arrived. The Huangfu family has arrived. Lin Qingsnow's eyes brightened. They are here. The 2 groups descended from the sky simultaneously, landing gracefully before the banquet hall. Lin Daoyu, Su Daoyu, thank you for your patience. The first to speak was the head of the Nangong family, accompanied by a charming and lovely woman. Su Xuanwu's face lit up upon seeing her, grinning like a fool. Nangong Daoyu, you have arrived. Lin Qingsnow welcomed them, with Su Qing'an in tow. Greetings, esteemed friends. The head of the Huangfu family smiled as he looked at Su Qing'an and Lin Qingsnow. Beside him stood a tall and handsome man with a proud demeanor, the strongest talent in Huangfu history, Huangfu Qi. Rumors had it that he was a prodigy rarely seen in the immortal ruins, destined to become a peak Emperor realm expert in the future, and would soon be one of Su Qing'an's disciples. Please, take your seats, esteemed friends. After some polite exchanges, Su Qing'an led the group inside. Shortly after the Nangong and Huangfu families arrived, numerous others followed, including the Long and Huang families. Before long, the vast banquet hall was filled with individuals from various top forces. This was Su Qing'an's first encounter with so many top-tier experts. Even though she knew she would surpass everyone present in the future, she still felt a tinge of nervousness. Suppressing her anxiety, she, under Lin Kingsnow's guidance, began to greet the guests. The master and disciple were particularly courteous to the elite forces of the Nangong family. The ceremony proceeded smoothly, and upon its conclusion, Su Qing'an successfully accepted her disciples. "Master, we bow to you." "Very well. Disciples, no need for formalities." Su Qing'an smiled at the four most talented individuals in the Immortal Ruins. Once she became the strongest in the Immortal Ruins, she would cultivate these disciples into top experts, establishing herself as an unparalleled figure. After the ceremony, the celebration continued with feasting and socializing, as everyone engaged in the art of building connections. Su Xuanwu observed the head of the Nangong family and his sister chatting and drinking nearby. Stealthily, he approached Nangong Yun and whispered, "Sister Yun." Nangong Yun, who had been sitting alone, deep in thought with her head bowed, lacked her usual vivacity. Upon hearing Su Xuanyu's voice, her eyes momentarily brightened as she forced a smile in his direction. "Brother Su," she said playfully, "it seems our relationship is growing closer." Su Xuanyu, seated beside Nangong Yun, responded with a smile. "Indeed," he agreed, though a flicker of melancholy passed through Nangong Yun's gaze. "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy today," Su Xuanyu observed. Immediately sensing her hidden troubles, Nangong Yun hesitated, then managed to smile. "Nothing's wrong. Is that so? If you have anything on your mind, you can share it with me. I'll see if I can help," Su Xuanyu urged earnestly, unwilling to see the woman he cared for troubled. Just as Nangong Yun was about to speak, a cold voice interrupted from behind them. "Yun, are you unhappy?" Startled, Nangong Yun turned to see Huang Fuqi, who continued, "Xuanyu, as the disciple of my master, I advise you to keep your distance from Yun'er." Su Xuanyu's expression darkened at Huang Fuqi's ominous gaze, realizing that Huang Fuqi had deliberately showcased his cultivation level, indicating he was at the initial stage of the Emperor realm, an undeniable testament to his prowess. Su Xuanyu felt utterly powerless, confronted by someone of his age who surpassed him in strength. "Why should I distance myself from Sister Yun?" Su Xuanyu asked, suppressing his discomfort. Before Huang Fuqi could respond, a voice echoed from the gathering of esteemed cultivators nearby. "Today we are blessed with the presence of so many old friends. In light of this joyful occasion, I would like to announce another piece of good news. My daughter, Nangong Yun, is now engaged to my esteemed nephew, Huang Fuqi. Their wedding will be held soon, strengthening our family's bonds." The speaker was the head of the Nangong family. Su Qing'an was momentarily stunned, casting a quick glance at her brother before returning her focus to the Nangong patriarch, prompted by Lin Qingxue to regain her composure. "Very well, I shall officiate the wedding." "Agreed. Everyone, make sure to attend." Nangong Yun lowered her head, her lips trembling slightly. Su Xuanyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Unable to comprehend the situation, Huang Fuqi regarded him with disdain. "This is the reason. From now on, Yun'er is my woman." As the banquet concluded and the guests departed, Su Xuanyu hurried to find his sister. "Sister, I need to tell you something." His face was etched with anxiety. "I know what you wish to say," Su Qing'an sighed. "Sister, you must help me. I can feel that Sister Yun does not want to marry him." Su Xuanyu's eyes were bloodshot. Su Qing'an turned to her master, Lin Qingxue, who interjected, "Xuanyu, you are putting your sister in a difficult position. This is a matter agreed upon by both families, and your sister cannot intervene." "But, no buts. You are grown. Some matters are beyond your control. Do not burden your sister." Lin Qingxue's tone was stern. Su Xuanyu clenched his teeth, casting a desperate look at his sister, silently pleading for her support. Yet, Su Qing'an's final response was a frown and a shake of her head. "Xuanyu, there are many flowers in the world. Listen to me. Do not let your feelings for a romantic entanglement distract your sister from her ambitions. Besides, Nangong Yun may very well harbor feelings for Huang Fuqi." Su Xuanyu's fists tightened, his nails digging into his skin, drawing blood. "Fine," he muttered, turning to leave, his demeanor forlorn. That night, as lightning flashed, Su Qing'an was deep in her training when a shocking message jolted her. She swiftly exited the hall, racing toward a certain direction. Upon arriving at the Nangong estate, she found her brother lying in a pool of blood, still bleeding amidst the relentless rain. Seeing this, Su Qing'an's mind momentarily blanked. Then she rushed forward, channeling her energy into her brother. After assessing his condition, her expression turned icy, although he still breathed. His meridians were shattered, his dantian destroyed. His cultivation was entirely ruined, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Who did this? Su Qing'an's emperor realm aura erupted, causing the surrounding structures to tremble into dust. She surveyed the area with a frigid gaze. Nearby stood 3 figures: the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Yun; the head of the Huangfu family, and Huangfu Qi. The Nangong patriarch wore a grim expression, gripping his daughter's shoulder tightly. Su Daoist, do not be angered. Allow us to explain, the Huangfu patriarch said, taking a deep breath. Before he could finish, Huangfu Qi stepped forward, his demeanor cold. Master, it was I. Huangfu's father shot him a quick glance, then turned his attention back to Su Qing'an, preparing for her potential retaliation. If she truly intended to strike, he would be helpless to stop her. Su Qing'an hastily administered a pill to Su Xuanyu, ensuring his survival, then turned her frigid gaze upon her newly minted disciple. Her fists clenched tight. In that moment, a murderous intent emanated from her, causing the rain to cease abruptly. An imperial halo formed behind Su Qing'an as she prepared to strike. But at that critical juncture, a figure appeared beside her, blocking her path. Disciple, stand down. If you act rashly, the entire plan will be ruined. Su Qing'an, hearing the urgent voice, retorted angrily, but my brother, listen to me. I will handle this. Remain calm. A true leader must not act on impulse. Besides, your brother is not dead. Lin Qingshue's voice echoed in Su Qing'an's mind, and perhaps the weight of her words restored Su Qing'an's composure. She glanced at her brother, gritted her teeth, and suppressed her rage, continuing to channel her energy into him. Seeing Su Qing'an regain her composure, Lin Qingshue sighed with relief and turned her gaze to the 3 men present. I need a satisfactory explanation. What transpired here? The Huangfu patriarch, sensing the tension had eased, lowered his guard slightly and replied, listen closely, Lin Daoist. The events unfolded as follows. Su Xuanyu, inebriated, approached Nangong Yun to confess his feelings and insisted on eloping with her. This scene was witnessed by Huangfu Qi, who intervened. Su Xuanyu, in his drunken state, attempted to attack Huangfu Qi, who, in self-defense, struck back, regrettably causing this outcome. It is true that my son acted recklessly, and I acknowledge his fault. However, regarding dignity, young people often struggle to maintain composure. Lin Daoist, you may inquire with Nangong Daoist for her perspective. The Huangfu patriarch shared a meaningful glance with the Nangong patriarch, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the situation is as the esteemed Huangfu Daoist has described. The head of the Nangong family spoke. Su Qing'an could indeed detect a hint of the scent of alcohol emanating from her brother, causing her to furrow her brow. She swiftly turned her gaze towards Nangong Yun, inquiring in a low voice, disciple, is the situation as you have stated? At that moment, Nangong Yun stood like a statue, her body trembling slightly. It was only after Su Qing'an's question that she regained her composure and glanced at her father. The head of the Nangong family looked deeply at his daughter. Nangong Yun bit her lip, casting another glance at Su Xianyu. Her eyes were still somewhat reddened, yet she ultimately made a decision, lowering her head and nodding twice. Yes. Su Qing'an fell silent, her heart brimming with unexpressed fury. Lin Qingshue, regardless of the truth, felt that the present circumstances were the best they could hope for. Su Xianyu was still alive, and if the situation were indeed as it appeared, she had no fear of Su Qing'an losing her reason. Disciple, though Shao Qi has erred, Su Yu has erred even more. Let us prioritize the greater good. We both need the 2 families at this juncture. Lin Qingshue's voice resonated in Su Qing'an's mind. Clenching her fists, Su Qing'an ultimately relaxed her grip. She had sacrificed her entire family and relinquished many things, all for the sake of a future yet to come. Master, I shall take my brother home. She lifted Su Xianyu and flew towards their abode. 1 day later, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Within an elegantly antiquated room, Su Xianyu struggled for a long time before finally lifting his heavy eyelids. Little brother, Su Qing'an exclaimed with concern. Upon opening his eyes, Su Xianyu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of his sister. But then a wave of anger surged as memories of humiliation flooded back. His face contorted in rage, yet soon, a blank expression enveloped him. What has happened to my cultivation? No, it cannot be. How have I lost my powers? Su Qing'an, unsure of what to say, could only grasp Su Xianyu's hand. Calm down, Su Yu. Sister, what has happened to me? Su Qing'an hesitated before responding. Your dantian and meridians have encountered issues. As she spoke, she quickly glanced at an elderly man in a green robe standing nearby, adorned with a depiction of an alchemical cauldron on his chest. He was none other than the most formidable alchemist in the immortal ruins. Daoist Chun, is there any possibility for my brother to restore his cultivation? The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a considerable time before ultimately shaking his head. Su Daoist, you may need to seek assistance elsewhere. I have no solutions for now. Perhaps grant me some time to study the matter further. Your brother's condition has stabilized, so I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Su Xianyu sat frozen on the bed. Disabled. I am rendered powerless. Yet, this feeling of despair did not linger for long, as another thought swiftly crossed his mind. Sister, what of Yun? How is she? Is she unharmed? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow. She is unharmed. Then that is well. That is well. Su Xianyu felt a slight easing of his turmoil. But then, his emotions shifted violently, and his face contorted with rage. Huang Fuqi. Sister. It was Huang Fuqi. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth gritted, encapsulating a fervent hatred. The humiliation he endured the previous night echoed in his mind. He had consumed a little alcohol to bolster his courage, sought out Nangong Yun, successfully confessed his feelings, and prepared to elope with her. However, they had not ventured far before being pursued by Huang Fuqi, whose strength surpassed both Su Xianyu and Nangong Yun. He was swiftly subdued by Huang Fuqi's might. He could not forget the loathsome expression on Huang Fuqi's face when he demanded Su Xianyu kneel to secure their release. For the sake of their future, he chose to forsake his dignity. Yet even after he knelt, Huang Fuqi did not honor his word, ordering him to crawl and bow before him. He crushed his pride, willing to do anything, yet Huang Fuqi merely taunted him, proclaiming he was merely toying with fools. In a fit of rage, Su Xianyu unleashed an unprecedented surge of power, striking Huang Fuqi, but this only served to infuriate him further. Su Xianyu recounted his ordeal to his sister, his voice hoarse from shouting. Su Qing'an absorbed a different version of events, falling into silence. Su Yu, what I have heard differs from your account. Su Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, you do not believe me. He was taken aback to see doubt etched upon his sister's face. Su Yu, did you consume alcohol last night? This question left Su Xianyu in a state of shock. I did drink, but just a little. Sister, do you not believe me? He gazed at Su Qing'an in disbelief. If you do not believe me, you may ask Yun. Su Qing'an sighed, extending a finger as she gathered spiritual energy, invoking a mysterious technique that she gently tapped onto Su Xianyu's forehead. See for yourself. Images flooded Su Xianyu's mind, revealing the events of the previous night as witnessed by Su Qing'an. Once he absorbed these memories, he felt as though struck by lightning, murmuring in disbelief. Impossible. How could Yun have? Sister, Yun must have been coerced. Su Yu, do not say another word. Su Qing'an's emotions were exceedingly complex. Despite the consensus from others, even if she wished to believe her brother, there was little she could do. Moreover, she had to consider the bigger picture. Su Xianyu observed his sister, feeling an increasing sense of unfamiliarity, his eyes wide with shock. Sister, just as he was about to speak further, several figures entered the room, led by Lin Qingxue, followed by three individuals, the heads of the Nangong and Huangfu families, and Huang Fuqi. Su Yu, how is your health? The head of the Nangong family approached with a concerned expression. It is fortunate you are unharmed. Otherwise, it would be a grave matter. The head of the Huangfu family mirrored the concern, but his demeanor shifted coldly as he turned to Huang Fuqi, chastising, you ungrateful wretch. Do you not come forward to apologize for your recklessness? Su Yu, I apologize for my thoughtlessness. I hope you can forgive me. Huang Fuqi feigned seriousness, bowing deeply before Su Xianyu. Upon seeing Huang Fuqi, Su Xianyu's face twisted in rage. Huang Fuqi, I will kill you. Su Yu. Lin Qingxue's voice rang out sternly. Su Xianyu was momentarily stunned by her tone. Then, he locked eyes with Huang Fuqi, who bore a mocking glint. As if to say, you worthless fool, what can you do to me? Su Xianyu fell into a silence, glancing at Lin Qingxue, then at the heads of the Nangong and Huangfu families, before finally looking towards his sister. When his gaze met hers, he noticed she was staring down, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Where is Yun? Where is she? Suddenly, he recalled something and turned swiftly towards the head of the Nangong family. If only Yun were present, it could validate his truth. Su Yu, Yun was frightened last night. She did not wish to see you and thus did not come, the head of the Nangong family said, casting a deep glance at Su Xianyu, shaking his head in disappointment. Child, how could you let alcohol lead to such trouble? However, I will not press you further. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred. Ah, by the way, this is a letter from Yun for you. Do take a look. The head of the Huangfu family added, Su Daoist, we shall not disturb Su Yu any longer. Let him rest well. Their visit was merely a formality. Su Qing'an took a deep breath and nodded. As she left the room, Huang Fuqi glanced back at Su Xuanyu. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and a slight smile graced his lips. Su Xuanyu clenched his fists tightly and quickly opened the letter. Indeed, it bore the handwriting of Nangong Yun. However, the contents left him utterly bewildered. I was drunk? I forced you to elope? Su Xuanyu's strength waned, and the letter slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor. He collapsed onto the bed, his gaze vacant. Why? Why? Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, silently falling onto the wooden floor. Su Qing'an felt a pang in her heart at the sight of her brother's despair, her fists clenched in response. But her master's admonition echoed in her mind. The bigger picture must take precedence. Are you sure you want to take revenge for me, sister? Su Xuanyu felt the world around him blur, not daring to turn his head to look at her. His voice was choked, reminiscent of a child who had been wronged. Su Qing'an remained silent. Su Xuanyu forced a smile, his tears surging forth, and then he wiped them away with determination. If it were second sister, she would undoubtedly believe me and avenge me. Su Qing'an gazed deeply into her brother's eyes, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Xuanyu, it's not that I don't believe you, but everything is crucial right now. You must endure for a while longer, until Before she could finish, Su Xuanyu shook his head with a rueful smile, his spirit deflated. Sister, please leave. I wish to be alone. Silence enveloped them once more. After a lengthy pause, Su Qing'an stood and said, I will arrange for someone to take care of you. Focus on your recovery during this time. Su Xuanyu remained speechless. Su Qing'an made her way outside when suddenly, he spoke again. Just don't tell him about this matter while he is still at the Qing'an Academy. I don't want to affect him. Su Qing'an responded with a soft acknowledgement. The room fell into an eerie stillness until Su Xuanyu's choked voice broke the silence. Still lying on the bed, he suddenly pounded the wooden boards in frustration, letting out a feral roar into the void until he was utterly spent. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of grievance welled up within him, and he hesitated for a long time before deciding against using the communication jade slip. He no longer possessed the ability to infuse it with spiritual energy. He could only invest spirit stones. Ultimately, he succumbed and put spirit stones into it. Second sister. In a courtyard far away in the demon realm, the sun had just risen, casting a clear sky and cheerful birdsong. Su Yuni was styling Lu Miao's hair, preparing to head to the Mo Lu Academy together. Why is there a transmission so early? Lu Miao inquired. Yes, it must be because your uncle misses you. Su Yuni replied with a smile. Well, it doesn't matter if he misses us. I still find him somewhat irritating, Lu Miao remarked. Oh dear. Your uncle is merely a bit foul-mouthed. He's quite a decent person. Don't be angry with him, all right? Su Yuni encouraged. Fine, for Auntie's sake today. I'll reluctantly call him uncle. Lu Miao relented. Thank you, Miao, for showing Auntie kindness. Su Yuni chuckled, feeling in high spirits as she continued to style Lu Miao's hair, infusing the jade slip with spiritual energy to amplify her voice. What's up, little brother? Su Xuanyu's voice came through, sounding somewhat hoarse yet carefully restrained, lacking any overt emotion. What with such sentimentality? Su Yuni chuckled, then realized her brother must have contacted her regarding her husband, so she added, I apologized to him for you last time. He doesn't seem too upset, treating you like a child. I've always said your brother-in-law has a generous heart, so you should take joy in that. Is that so? That's good, Su Xuanyu replied. By the way, Miao is here. Do you have anything to say to her? Su Yuni asked. Uncle. At that moment, Lu Miao dutifully called into the jade slip. Although her tone carried a hint of pride, she indeed shouted it out. Upon hearing Lu Miao's adorable call, Su Xuanyu was momentarily stunned. After Lu Miao turned one, she had never referred to him as uncle again. Yet, that single utterance made his lips twitch, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Did you hear that? Miao finally called you uncle. Remember to treat your brother-in-law well, and perhaps Miao will fully acknowledge you as her uncle. Su Yuni beamed. Indeed. As long as you don't mention my father, I can begrudgingly continue to call you uncle. Lu Miao tilted her head slightly, chin raised. Su Xuanyu, lying on the bed, could no longer contain himself. A torrent of grievances and complex emotions overwhelmed him, and he began to weep uncontrollably, though he quickly covered his mouth. The sound reached Su Yuni's ears. Both Su Yuni and Lu Miao exchanged bewildered glances. Su Yuni initially thought her brother was moved to tears, but a moment later, her expression shifted. Little brother, is something happening over there? Su Xuanyu bit his hand, suppressing his emotions before responding. It's nothing. I was just touched to hear Miao call me uncle. After growing older, I've become more sentimental. Su Yuni felt something was off. Miao, I heard you've joined the academy over there. Make sure to cultivate well. Yes, uncle. You too, Lu Miao Miao replied, her tone suddenly more obedient. Hum. Su Xuanyu felt his emotions stirred once again by Lu Miao Miao's response, and hastily added, second sister, I have matters to attend to, so I must end this conversation. With that, he abruptly severed the connection. His heart was heavy with grievance, yet he chose to conceal it. He understood that if his second sister were to learn of his predicament, she would undoubtedly rush back. And now that she had transitioned her cultivation to that of the demon realm, returning could lead to unforeseen dangers. Far away in the demon realm, Su Yuni furrowed her brow. She was now certain her brother was hiding something. Miao Miao, can you finish the remaining hair? I can manage it myself, Lu Miao Miao assured her. All right. Su Yuni picked up the jade slip, but after a moment's hesitation, she refrained from transmitting back to her brother and instead chose to contact her sister. Hello? Su Qing'an was taken aback when she received her sister's message, quickly recalling something that made her slightly tense. Could it be she learned about our situation? Su Yuni was about to inquire whether her brother had encountered any troubles, but the question caught in her throat. After a moment of contemplation, she feigned seriousness. Sister, quickly tell me in detail about Xuanyu's situation. If her brother intended to conceal the truth, then asking her sister might not yield any definitive answers. Su Qing'an fell silent. So, you did learn something. Did the little brother tell you? Su Qing'an sighed. I only wish to hear it from you. Su Yuni insisted. Something truly has happened. What is it? She was well aware of her brother's temperament. Even as a child, he had remained stoic and silent. Even when he broke his leg at 3 years old, what kind of grievance could have befallen him to provoke such a response? Su Qing'an furrowed her brow tightly. Do you want me to recount it all to you again? She assumed her sister had already heard the details and was scolding her for not taking action. Su Yuni gritted her teeth, striving to remain patient, and spoke in a low voice. Answer me. Su Qing'an clenched her fists, remaining silent for a long while before finally revealing everything she had witnessed the previous night. This matter is not as simple as you think. Nor is it that I do not trust our little brother. You should know the circumstances surrounding the Nangong and Huangfu families. If I truly did anything, it is because my strength is still insufficient. Secondly, Su Qing'an wanted to explain her predicament, but before she could finish, Su Yuni stopped her with a shout. Su Qing'an. Su Yuni's eyes were already red, and she couldn't help but yell. Just hearing her sister recount her brother's ordeal the previous night had already made her breathless with anger. She believed in her brother more than anyone else. It definitely wasn't a drunken tantrum, and she knew very well why her sister had said those things. Not being able to beat him wasn't the real reason. It was because she didn't want what she wanted to be affected by this incident. He's your brother. If you don't believe him, who will? You watched him grow up. Don't you know what kind of person he is? And that Huangfu Qi is clearly so much stronger than him. He was fully capable of knocking him unconscious. Why cripple him? Why beat him to such an extent? Think about it carefully. You already know the answer. You just don't want to go. Su Yuni's voice was hoarse as she said this. Then she suddenly realized something. Quickly stopped and turned to look at Lu Miao Miao. She wanted to slap herself. She had actually let the child see her like this. She suppressed the burning emotions in her chest and said gently, Miao Miao, go find your sister first. Annie has some things to attend to. Lu Miao Miao stood quietly, like a frightened bird. But after blinking, she nodded quickly and ran out of Su Yuni's room. Miao Miao was just there. How could you do that in front of the child? Shut up. Su Yuni's disappointment in her sister reached its peak at this moment. Su Qing'an, I am utterly disappointed in you. I am your sister. Xuanyu is your brother. Your brother-in-law is the man you used to love most. And 3 children. You, for your greater good, for your own power. You abandoned everything. Fine. In your eyes, we can all be abandoned, right? Su Yuni could no longer contain her disappointment in her sister. And all the words that had been choking her inside spilled out in one breath. Su Qing'an felt a strange sense of estrangement upon hearing her sister's curses. Was this still her gentle and lovely sister? Su Qing'an, from this day forward, we are no longer your family. I'll be going back soon to take my little brother away. Anyway, to you, he's already a cripple. He's completely useless to your grand scheme. I will do everything in my power to help him regain his cultivation. Su Qing'an said in a deep voice. You don't need to pretend anymore. My little brother already wanted to come here. If you still consider us your family, then give us our freedom. After speaking, Su Yuni immediately cut off the communication jade slip. She didn't want to hear her sister's voice anymore. She didn't want to hear a single word from her. After cursing, she stood there for 3 breaths before finally letting out the last breath. She closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and composed herself. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze was unwavering. Little brother, I'll be back soon, bringing you here. Wait for me. Su Yuni transmitted her voice to her brother. Second sister, I'm really fine. Don't come back. Hearing this, Su Xuanyu realized something and quickly stopped her. Say one more word. I'll disown you as my brother. Listen to me carefully. After you've recovered, pack your things. Wait for me to come back. Su Yuni spoke coldly, like an empress issuing an unquestionable command, giving her brother no chance to refuse. Su Xuanyu fell silent, his lips twitching. A wave of grievance washed over his face again. His second sister's unconditional love warmed his heart, which had become completely cold. Okay, don't cry. Wait for me. After speaking, Su Yuni ended the telepathic communication, took a deep breath, composed herself, and left the room. She needed to go straight back. She wouldn't be going to the academy today. Brother-in-law, Just as she stepped out of the room, she saw Lu Miao Miao with her head down, seemingly talking to Lu Qing'an. When she looked at her, her slightly moist eyes darted away. Lu Qing'an frowned and looked at Su Yuni. Yuni, come out and let's talk. Chapter 72. Huangfu father and son suddenly defeated outside, in front of the stone pavilion. What happened to that kid? Lu Qing'an asked calmly. Just now, he saw his youngest daughter rush out of Su Yuni's room in a panic, as if she had been frightened by something. So he called his daughter over and questioned her thoroughly. He learned that something must have happened to Su Xuanyu. Su Yuni had telepathically communicated with Su Qingying, and the emotions she couldn't help but express had inadvertently frightened his daughter. Su Yuni turned her head and glanced at the house. She saw Lu Miao Miao leaning against the doorframe, looking over with red eyes, as if she had done something wrong. At that moment, she felt a pang of guilt. How could she have acted like that in front of the child? She had clearly frightened the child. She really wanted to slap herself. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten Miao Miao. Su Yuni apologized guiltily. It's all right. That child is quite carefree. Look at her. She even seems a little sorry for you now, Lu Qing'an said. Su Yuni lowered her head, feeling even more guilty. Sit down. Tell me what happened. Su Yuni fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, not sitting down, not wanting to trouble Lu Qing'an further with her family matters. Brother-in-law, actually it's nothing. I want to go back there for a while, but I'm not sure how long I'll be gone. With her demonic cultivation, she wasn't sure if she could return safely, but for her brother's sake, she had to go back. That's what I dislike most about you. I've said it before, I still consider you family, and Miao Miao asked me to help you. So, tell me quickly what happened, and I'll see if I can help. Su Yuni looked up at Lu Qing'an, who was speaking very gently, then glanced at Lu Miao Miao. Her clothes crumpled from her grip. Before finally speaking, she knew very well that if she wanted to better lead her brother away from that sorrowful place, the immortal ruins, her current strength was still insufficient. Lu Qing'an remained silent after listening to Su Yuni's story. His face showed no change in emotion. Are you finished? Lu Qing'an asked. Su Yuni nodded bitterly. Then you don't need to worry about this matter. Let him rest there for a while. Once he's fully recovered and can move freely, he can come here on his own. For now, put all of this behind you. Go to the academy to cultivate, and wait for him to come. Before Su Yuni could say anything, Lu Qing'an asked, are you going to listen to me or not? Looking at the unyielding expression on Lu Qing'an's face, Su Yuni hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. My brother-in-law must have already made some arrangements. Okay, then I'll go to the academy first. You should talk to Miao Miao properly. The child is still a bit emotional. Okay. Su Yuni walked towards the house. After Su Yuni left, Xiao Qingyi, who was feeding the fish by the pond, walked up to Lu Qing'an. Aren't you going to do something? Do you like eavesdropping? Ahem, I overheard it by accident. Are you going back to the immortal ruins? That kid's misfortune was an inevitable result. It has nothing to do with me. He seemed indifferent. Xiao Qingyi glanced at Lu Qing'an but didn't say anything more. Afterwards, Su Yuni took Lu Miao Miao and the others to the academy, leaving only Xiao Qingyi and Lu Qing'an in the courtyard. Let's make some tea. Take out your treasured tea leaves. Lu Qing'an looked at Xiao Qingyi, who was sitting beside him, staring at him intently. Xiao Qingyi said, there's only 1 or 2 ounces of tea left from the demon godmother tree. It's a bit wasteful for just the 2 of us to drink it. How about we wait until everyone's here before we drink it? Stop talking nonsense. I'll get you an extra pound when I have time. Hey, you said it yourself. Then I won't be stingy. Xiao Qingyi chuckled and trotted towards the house. However, when he emerged with the tea leaves, he discovered that Lu Qing'an was no longer seated in the stone pavilion. He shook his head with a smile and finished brewing the tea in front of the pavilion. In less than 10 breaths, Lu Qing'an swiftly returned to the stone pavilion. Where did you go? Xiao Qingyi inquired with a smile. I had to relieve myself. Oh, Xiao Qingyi chuckled. Thirsty, isn't the tea ready? Here, drink up. This flavor. Is it not from the leaves at the pinnacle of the divine mother tree? As long as there is something to drink. I lack the strength to procure the leaves from the top. If you wish, you may go pick them yourself. All right, I shall go when I have the time. Lu Qing'an replied. Meanwhile, Su Yuni hesitated for a considerable time after arriving at the Magic Willow Academy before sending a message to Su Xuanyu. Little brother, I may not be able to return to meet you. My brother-in-law told me to let you recuperate there for some time. Once you are fully recovered, you can come here on your own. He mentioned that he is no longer angry with you and seems to agree with your staying here. Is my brother-in-law truly no longer angry with me? Indeed, focus on your recovery and do not dwell on those matters. All right, I will rest well. If there is anything you wish to tell me, just send me a message. I am always available. Thank you, sister. After ending the communication, Su Xuanyu remained on the bed, gazing at the message jade slip in his hand, his shattered heart seemingly piecing itself together. There was nothing left in the immortal ruins that tethered him. Sister, meow meow, brother-in-law. He took a deep breath and made a final decision. To recover properly, and, once everything was restored, find a way to the demon domain. He struggled to rise, preparing to wash his face and erase the traces of tears. Just then, a swift sound of breaking air resonated from the sky. It seemed several powerful beings were flying at great speed towards the mountain where his sister was cultivating. At that moment, within a grand hall, Su Qing'an, who had just managed to suppress her emotions and was ready to continue her cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. The next instant, 10 figures appeared before the hall. These visitors were all emperor-level powerhouses, hailing from the Nangong and Huangfu families. Among them were 2 peak emperor-level experts from the Nangong family. The head of the Nangong family wore a grim expression. Another peak emperor-level expert was from the Huangfu family, a recluse who had been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. As this expert landed, he fixed a chilling gaze upon Su Qing'an, mercilessly exuding murderous intent. Su Qing'an, what have you done to our master and young master? Seeing the aggressive demeanor of the 10 individuals, Su Qing'an furrowed her brows. Upon hearing those words, she was momentarily stunned. What have I done to them? Chapter 73. Who is responsible? Su Qing'an's brows knitted tightly, sensing that something significant had transpired concerning the head of the Huangfu family and Huangfu Qi. However, what could she have possibly done to them? She had even tolerated the injuries Huangfu Qi inflicted upon his brother. What could I have done to them? What is the meaning of your visit? The Nangong family members exchanged perplexed glances, noticing Su Qing'an's bewilderment. Could it be that the head and son of the Huangfu family were not incapacitated by Su Qing'an? At that moment, Lin Qingxue hurriedly arrived, landing inside the grand hall. Her expression was complex as she quickly scanned the head of the Nangong family and the peak emperor-level expert from the Huangfu family, stating in a solemn tone, "Fellow Taoists, I have learned of the situation. Please remain calm. It is not as simple as it appears." The peak emperor-level expert from the Huangfu family, named Huangfu Hantian, fixed a penetrating stare at Lin Qingxue. It was possible that she was involved in this matter. "Master, what has happened?" Su Qing'an asked in a low voice. Lin Qingxue, looking conflicted, gazed at Su Qing'an. She was uncertain of her disciple's current strength. Could it truly be that her disciple was not the one responsible? But if not her disciple, then who could it be? Disciple not long ago, Huangfu Taoist and his son Huangfu Qi were suddenly enveloped by a terrifying pressure at home, without a soul in sight, and in an instant, their meridians shattered. Their dantians exploded. Their cultivation was completely destroyed. They fainted. Lin Qingxue conveyed the information she had, her eyes filled with suspicion and confusion as she regarded Su Qing'an. Could her disciple truly possess such terrifying capabilities? If so, her actual strength would already be enough to crush Lin Qingxue. No one had seen it happen. The father and son were instantaneously rendered powerless. How terrifying! When she first heard this news, she had been skeptical. But upon receiving confirmation and witnessing Huangfu Hongtian's arrival, the truth became evident. Su Qing'an was struck dumb, her mind reeling. What? Is this even possible? I do not understand. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? If it were Huangfu Qi, it would be one thing. But the head of the Huangfu family is also at the peak of the emperor level, just like you. Su Qing'an furrowed her brow, seriously doubting whether she had misheard or if there was a misunderstanding at play. Wait, they have not appeared. Who can prove that this is true? That is precisely the issue. Lin Qingxue quickly turned to Huangfu Hantian and said, "Fellow Taoist, I understand the feelings of your Huangfu family at this moment. But consider this. My disciple is only at the late stage of the emperor level, and my strength, as you know, is similar to yours." Huangfu Hantian was equally perplexed. Su Qing'an, no matter how unique her emperor level was, could only be stronger than them after reaching the peak. However, she was still only at the late stage, and this could not be concealed from them. But regardless, Su Xuanyu had been recently rendered powerless, and it was Huangfu Qi who had done it. Now that both father and son had been incapacitated, Su Qing'an was undoubtedly the prime suspect. As for how she achieved it, That remained a mystery. If it was not you, then who else could it be? Huangfu Hongtian declared solemnly. I refuse to believe that anyone could easily incapacitate the head of the Huangfu family. I must go see them. Su Qing'an was somewhat incredulous. Very well. Then you may go see for yourself. With that, the group flew towards the Huangfu residence. When Su Qing'an appeared before Huangfu Qi and his father, both lay pale upon their beds, barely clinging to life, their cultivation aura dissipating incessantly. They were clearly rendered powerless, more severely than her brother. At least her brother would recover by the next day. It seemed these two would have a harder time. Whether they could even care for themselves was uncertain. She even noticed that Huangfu Qi had soiled his trousers. Su Qing'an carefully examined them, confirming that Huangfu Qi and his father were not impersonators, and fell silent. Lin Qingxue stood in place, utterly bewildered. It was indeed true. Everything was real. Who was responsible? Do you have anything to say? Huangfu Hongtian gritted his teeth. The strongest head of the Huangfu family and the exceptionally gifted Huangfu Qi had both met such a fate. The strength of their Huangfu family in the immortal ruins would plummet dramatically. After a moment of confusion, Su Qing'an bit her lip. Fellow Taoist, do you truly believe that I am responsible for this? Huangfu Hongtian replied solemnly. Who else could it be but you? Then if I possessed such strength, would you still dare to speak to me in such a manner? Su Qing'an's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Huangfu Hongtian took 2 abrupt steps back. The head of the Nangong family and the others also quickly distanced themselves from Su Qing'an and her master. There is no need for such actions. I have stated that it was not my doing. As for who is responsible, I currently have no knowledge. Moreover, if I possessed such strength, who in this celestial ruin could stand against me? Su Qing'an spoke in a low voice. The head of the Nangong family and others exchanged glances. The Huangfu father and son had been suddenly incapacitated within the Huangfu residence, and Huangfu Hongtian had been nearby at the time, yet no confrontation had ensued. The sheer power of their adversary was beyond words. Thus, I advise you to allow the two to recuperate properly and refrain from reckless conjectures. This matter is merely a tit for tat, for I have heard a different version of events from my brother. At this, Su Qing'an cast a glance at the head of the Nangong family. Upon meeting her gaze, he felt an icy chill envelop him, hastily diverting his eyes. If Su Qing'an were indeed responsible, would he not also face her vengeance? Huangfu, my friend, I find your words to be quite accurate. The head of the Nangong family gritted his teeth and turned to Huangfu Hongtian in an attempt to soothe him. After a prolonged silence, Huangfu Hongtian finally nodded. Very well. I shall trust you for now. I will take good care of the two. I hope you can assist in uncovering the perpetrator later. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation. Su Qing'an concluded and departed with her master, leaving Huangfu Hongtian and the others standing in silence. Once the master and disciple had left the Huangfu residence and arrived in a desolate area, they halted in midair. Standing opposite each other, they simultaneously spoke. Master, was it your doing? Disciple, was it your doing? Upon uttering these words, they both frowned in unison. It seemed neither was responsible. Then, who could possibly be behind this? Su Qing'an held her breath, swiftly scanning her surroundings. An overwhelming sense of suffocation suddenly engulfed her. Could it be that someone was secretly observing them? The individual capable of such a feat possessed formidable strength, and if they were lurking nearby, it was likely they would not detect them. Chapter 74. Heartbroken, the brother-in-law is true love. The two returned to the grand hall where Su Qing'an practiced. Master, do you think it is possible that the Eternal Night Demon Emperor is behind this? Su Qing'an suddenly inquired. She truly could not fathom who on the entire Qing'an continent could possess such power. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor remains the mightiest figure on the Qing'an continent. I have seen the Eternal Night Demon Emperor kill near the realm barrier. His strength is indeed formidable. However, without the barrier's influence, reaching such a level would be impossible once he arrived here. Lin Qingxue asserted confidently. The Eternal Night Demon Emperor cannot be the one. Are you implying that someone on the Qing'an continent is stronger than the Eternal Night Demon Emperor? Su Qing'an's eyes narrowed sharply. It is not out of the question. Perhaps someone in the celestial ruins possesses strength comparable to the Eternal Night Demon Emperor, remaining hidden all along. This situation is clearly a consequence of your brother's actions. Lin Qingxue replied. She was also perplexed, unable to grasp the full extent of the situation. Wait, could it possibly be him? As Su Qing'an spoke the word him, her expression remained stoic, for she had completely sealed away her feelings for him. Lin Qingxue, well aware of whom Su Qing'an referred to, coldly scoffed. Just him? A mere peak demon realm emperor. The last time Lu Qing'an displayed his cultivation, it was evident he was only slightly stronger than her. The outcome of a confrontation was uncertain, Perhaps Lu Qing'an's power in the demon realm is greater, but here, he is merely on par with her. If she cannot achieve something, how could he? He is not even worthy to compare with a hair of the eternal night demon emperor. Not to mention being capable of incapacitating a peak demon realm emperor. Lin Qingxue made no effort to conceal her disdain and aversion toward Lu Qing'an. She had not forgotten how he had threatened her that day. It had startled her, and now the memory left her feeling stifled. She longed to return to that day and teach the arrogant and ignorant Lu Qing'an a lesson. She was quite certain that Lu Qing'an's strength was not particularly formidable. She possessed an ability that allowed her to gauge an opponent's true strength upon their display of power. Lu Qing'an had not even possessed half the strength of the eternal night demon emperor that day, so how could he easily incapacitate a peak demon realm emperor? Then, could it be the outer realm expert you once mentioned? Su Qingying's gaze shifted uncertainly. Due to the restrictions imposed by the laws of the heavenly realm, they cannot easily destroy beings from the lower realms, lest they face repercussions. I doubt that is the case. After all, why would an outer realm expert aid your brother? If necessary, we should inquire with your brother. Lin Qingxue spoke gravely. This matter evidently concerns Su Xuanyu. Perhaps Su Xuanyu knows something. Su Qingying took a deep breath and nodded. Although he was not the one who incapacitated Huang Fuqi and his son, her brother might find some solace in hearing this news. Thus, the two proceeded to Su Xuanyu's chamber. Su Xuanyu lay on his bed, and upon hearing someone approach, he quickly shut his eyes, feigning ignorance of Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue's presence. Little brother, how is your health? Su Qingying inquired with concern. Su Xuanyu remained silent, continuing to keep his eyes closed. I understand you are still upset with me, but I have come to share some news. Just recently, Huang Fuqi and his son were mysteriously incapacitated. Su Xuanyu abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly turning his head to look at his sister in shock. What did you say? He feared he had misheard. The situation of Huang Fuqi and his son is now worse than yours. Are you aware of what transpired? Do you know anything about this mysterious person? Lin Qingxue fixed her gaze on Su Xuanyu, observing that he appeared even more shocked than they were. It seemed he too had no knowledge of the events. The reason for Su Xuanyu's astonishment was that he knew exactly who was responsible. Brother-in-law. Ah, my dear brother-in-law. His eyes reddened once more, guilt welling up within him. Not long ago, he had heard from his second sister that his brother-in-law had decided to let the matter rest, only to turn around and incapacitate that scoundrel Huang Fuqi, the very thing his own sister was reluctant to do. This brother-in-law, whom he had mocked for so long, accomplished without hesitation. Well done indeed. Su Xuanyu, having avenged his great grievance, shouted into the void. Little brother, do not become overly emotional. Do not harm your health. Su Qingying urged hurriedly. I do not require your concern. The one I should thank is the mysterious person you speak of. Su Xuanyu shrugged off Su Qingying's hand. As for your inquiries, I know nothing. All I know is that my own sister was unwilling to assist me. Yet this mysterious person did. I am tired. I need to rest. Su Xuanyu's admiration for his brother-in-law had reached its zenith. He longed to rush to the demon realm, kneel before his brother-in-law, apologize, and embrace him wholeheartedly. Su Qingying furrowed her brows, observing her brother turn away from her, unwilling to meet her gaze, and appearing genuinely uninformed. Ultimately, she and Lin Qingxue departed. Very well, take care of yourself. After confirming that Su Qingying and Lin Qingxue had left, Su Xuanyu quickly retrieved a communication jade slip, infusing it with spirit stones. Moments later, the jade slip connected. Second sister. Little brother, what is it? Su Yini, who had just arrived at the academy and was preparing to cultivate in the time treasures, quickly inquired. She feared her brother had encountered yet another unfortunate incident. Just recently, Huang Fuqi and his son were suddenly incapacitated by a mysterious person. They seemed to have no idea how it happened. Su Xuanyu exclaimed excitedly. Su Yini was taken aback. Brother-in-law. She immediately thought of Lu Qing'an. However, his earlier demeanor suggested he was reluctant to involve himself in this matter. Suddenly, she couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought her brother-in-law possessed such an endearing side? A typical case of a tough exterior masking a tender heart. Little brother must have gone back for a visit. It hasn't been long. I suspect that when I arrived at the academy, brother-in-law had already taken revenge on your behalf. Su Yuni could sense her little brother's excitement and exhilaration at that moment, which reassured her. Earlier, upon hearing her brother's voice, she feared he might succumb to despair and take his own life, which was why she was eager to return and bring him along. Now, everything unfolded according to her brother-in-law's plan. After avenging her brother, he had seemingly resolved a significant emotional conflict. I thought brother-in-law was quite angry with me. To my surprise, he actually cares for me. I feel tears welling up again. Alas, my own sister wouldn't avenge me. But brother Su Xuanyu felt both joy and sorrow, his emotions intricately woven, yet predominantly filled with hope for the future. Though he had been wronged and betrayed by the woman he adored, he glimpsed a bright future ahead. This situation clearly indicated that brother-in-law was not upset with him. He was willing to help him take revenge. That means he could eventually venture to the demon realm and find brother-in-law. At last, he could truly connect with his idol from childhood. Little brother, do not dwell on the matters concerning elder sister. She has her own choices and paths to follow. Let us focus on leading our own lives. Su Yuni took a deep breath, having made up her mind. From now on, may we each find our own peace. All right, I will listen to second sister. After I recover a little more, I will find a way to join you over there. Chapter 75. Guiding my daughter in swordsmanship. The green tiles glimmered under the waning sun, while the bamboo leaves sifted golden rays, and fallen leaves blanketed the empty courtyard. As the bamboo curtains rolled back the evening clouds, once again, dusk had descended. In front of the stone pavilion in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an and Xiao Qingyi sat, sipping tea and admiring the bamboo throughout the day. Lu Qing'an had thought of his child all day, contemplating several times whether to visit the academy, but ultimately chose to remain at home. His child must learn independence and make more friends. A series of transmission sounds broke the tranquility, and a momentary joy appeared on Lu Qing'an's calm face. Father, Miao Miao is back. The adorable little one darted like a gust of wind, rushing towards Lu Qing'an. He smiled and lifted Lu Miao Miao high into the air. Oh, Miao Miao has made several breakthroughs today. Hee. I've also practiced a new movement technique. Did you see how fast I was just now? Indeed, my daughter is truly remarkable. Come, give your dear father a kiss. Lu Qing'an turned his face, and immediately, Lu Miao Miao pouted and leaned in. Mua, did I give you a satisfactory kiss? Lu Miao Miao giggled. Haha, very satisfactory. Later, I'll ask Grandpa Xiao to prepare a delicious meal to reward Miao Miao for her hard work today. Oh yeah, you're the best, father. Xiao Qingyi chuckled. What does Miao Miao wish to eat tonight? Can we have barbecue? Of course. By the way, father, hasn't Aunt Shui returned yet? Lu Miao Miao quickly glanced towards the house, noticing the absence of Shui Tianfei, and her little brows furrowed. Your Aunt Shui probably has quite a few matters to attend to. It may take a while. However, she did send someone to deliver some tasty treats for you, which are inside. All right then, I'll go enjoy the goodies Aunt Shui bought for me. Once Lu Miao Miao was set down, she transformed into a gust of wind, dashing towards the house. Her proficiency in movement suggested years of training. Impressive talent. Is this technique truly suitable for her age? Indeed, with an extraordinary father comes an extraordinary daughter, Xiao Qingyi remarked, shaking his head in awe. What do you mean by extraordinary? Spare me your words. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi. Father. At that moment, Lu Zixuan gracefully approached, having evaded the gaps between the bricks on the ground, and sweetly greeted him. How was your day at the academy? Noticing that his eldest daughter had not made any breakthroughs, he presumed she had spent the day honing her combat skills. Though I did not advance in cultivation, I gained a great deal. I feel I have a much better grasp of my current abilities, and my combat prowess has significantly improved. Most importantly, I acquired an exceptionally stylish sword technique from Muronghua. Father, can you please guide us in our training? Ideally, we could start tonight. Lu Zixuan presented a weathered book, her face brimming with anticipation. The cover bore the 4 bold characters, Fenghua Yijian. Upon hearing Muronghua's name and the term stylish, Lu Qing'an's lips twitched, his emotions complex. She even provided you with a sword technique for practice? Indeed, Muronghua is wonderful. Not only is she handsome, but she is also kind. I truly wish to train with her every day. Lu Zixuan exclaimed with a smile, casting a glance at Sun Minzi, who nodded in agreement, expressing her support. Every day together. Oh no, it seems my daughter is growing up too fast. Lu Qing'an coughed. Do ask her when she might be free to come over for dinner. He secretly wished to visit the academy to see just how handsome Muronghua truly was, but then dismissed the thought, feeling it was somewhat foolish. All right, I'll ask her next time. Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. Okay, then I will take a look at this sword technique. Just as Lu Qing'an reached for the book, a figure appeared from above. It was his disciple, Li Sangshuan. Master. After finishing his tasks at the Demon Palace, he had nothing else to do, so he decided to come here, hoping to join for dinner once again. Although there were many strangers during his last meal with his master, he felt immensely happy. Good. Since your brother Xian is here, let him teach you, Lu Qing'an said, looking at Li Sangshuan. Huh, swordsmanship? Sure. All right. Brother Xian, please take a look at this sword technique. Lu Zixuan smiled as she drew nearer. Once Li Sangshuan arrived, he became their instructor, guiding Lu Zixuan and the others in sword practice. Brother-in-law, At that moment, Su Yuni, who had been standing silently nearby, finally saw that there were no others around Lu Qing'an, and with a gentle smile, she approached. Lu Qing'an nodded with a smile. Brother-in-law, my brother has already informed me of today's events. Thank you for helping him take revenge. Gratitude shone in Su Yuni's eyes. Xiao Qingyi, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. He had known that this young man had returned to the immortal ruins to assist his little brother in avenging him. He remained just as protective as ever. Initially, he and Lu Qing'an were not on friendly terms, even having a competitive relationship characterized by differing ideals. Though it was not to the extent of being sworn enemies. Each encounter left him overshadowed by Lu Qing'an. He had endured quite a bit of bullying. This dynamic persisted for a long time, and it was unclear if Lu Qing'an considered him a source of amusement, as he would often tease him when free, while he stubbornly resisted Lu Qing'an's prowess. Until one day, when he faced oppression from an organization, during what he believed to be a certain death ambush. He was taken aback when those he had thought were friends did not assist him, and instead, Lu Qing'an stepped forward. That day, Lu Qing'an's words remained etched in his memory. What level are you to bully the same person as me? After that incident, he completely surrendered to Lu Qing'an and began to draw closer to him, eventually solidifying their current relationship. Now, Lu Qing'an's actions reminded him of the past, and he couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time had passed. In response to Su Yuni's gratitude, Lu Qing'an appeared nonchalant, saying, I don't know what you're referring to. It has nothing to do with me. Su Yuni stifled a giggle, realizing that her brother-in-law shared her sentiments. Indeed, he was tough on the outside, yet gentle at heart. How endearing. I've brought my gratitude, brother-in-law. Now, I shall return to my room to continue mastering the formation. She was determined to grow stronger. With her brother having lost his cultivation, it was imperative for her to care for him and strive to become the strongest formation master. Go ahead, Lu Qing'an smiled, nodding in approval. Xiao Qingyi observed Su Yuni's light-hearted demeanor as she walked away, turning to Lu Qing'an with a smile. You remain unchanged. Despite your kindness to those around you, you refuse to acknowledge it. Lu Qing'an shot a glance at Xiao Qingyi and replied, That's none of your concern. Hurry and prepare ingredients for the barbecue for my daughter. Haha, I'm on it. Xiao Qingyi cheerfully went about his task. Lu Qing'an shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips as he entered the house to play with his youngest daughter. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Zixuan and the others returned to the courtyard. Father, I have mastered the sword technique. Brother Xian is truly remarkable. He surpasses the academy instructors by far. Lu Zixuan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. The quality of instruction was exceptional. Li Tsongxuan, having received numerous praises from Lu Zixuan, felt a hint of bashfulness as he lowered his head upon hearing her words again. Do not be deceived by my brother's social graces. His talent for cultivation is even superior to yours, my dear. Teaching you this sword technique is a mere trifle. Lu Qing'an praised Li Tsongxuan, patting him on the shoulder. Master, I am merely fortunate. I could never compare to you. Li Tsongxuan blushed at the compliment. Lu Qing'an chuckled before turning to his daughter, saying, Now, demonstrate for me. Let me see your progress. Lu Zixuan and her companion eagerly nodded and ascended into the air to showcase their skills. After a series of movements, they gracefully descended. Father, how did we do? Lu Zixuan asked expectantly. Lu Qing'an stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding, Not bad, though this sword technique could use some refinement. Allow me to demonstrate it once. The extent of your learning will depend on your innate talent. Wow, father, you only need to observe it once to perform it. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Qing'an smiled silently and soared into the sky. Li Tsongxuan gazed at his idol, watching Lu Qing'an in the heavens, and remarked, Sister Zixuan, watch closely. Witness what true invincibility looks like. If I possessed even half of Master S talent, I could wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 76. A sword shocks the 9 provinces. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi listened intently, their eyes shining with newfound determination. Just as Su Yuni had returned inside to accompany Lu Miao, she emerged with her daughter, gazing up at the sky. In an instant, Lu Qing'an stood high above, hands clasped behind his back, motionless in the void. As his eyes narrowed, the world around him dimmed abruptly. He unleashed his sword intent, effortlessly sealing off a 1,000-mile radius to prevent the void from collapsing under the weight of his strike. At that moment, the setting sun appeared blood-red. Yet it was instantly shattered by the unseen sword intent he released, transforming into a shower of crimson starlight. The entire courtyard seemed to fall into a realm of swords. The green bamboos silently disintegrated into dust, and fallen leaves hung suspended in midair, sculpted into countless tiny sword shapes by the sword energy. Watch closely. he said with a light laugh, raising a finger as if wielding a sword. A frost-white sword mark materialized in the air before his fingertip, and with a swift motion, a streak of sword light flashed by. Initially resembling a wisp, the sword light swiftly tore through the heavens. Following the passage of this sword light, it drew together all the sword energies within that domain, converging into a multitude of sword silhouettes that surged forth into the void. Wherever the sword light passed, the space cracked like glass, revealing the chaotic currents swirling beneath. Even more astonishing was the sound of sword cries intertwined with dragon roars. Every wisp of dispersed sword energy morphed into translucent dragon forms, spiraling and roaring as they tore the clouds into a whirlpool. As the sword momentum subsided, the myriad of shattered leaves suddenly trembled, shooting skyward into the firmament, where they formed the characters for wind and elegance, lingering in the air. Sword intent manifested, and all things in the universe became swords. Li Zongxuan murmured to himself, his eyes ablaze with awe-inspiring starlight. Incredible, truly unmatched. Lu Zixuan stared at her trembling hands, realizing that she could never hope to replicate that sword strike in her lifetime. Father, you overestimate me. Both Sun Minzi and Su Yuni were left in a state of shock, their understanding of invincibility crystallizing in that moment. Wow, father is so handsome, so incredibly handsome. Lu Miao Miao, unlike the others, was the only one present able to speak normally. Simultaneously, across different regions of the demon domain, powerful beings seated, standing, or lying down in various perilous locations, centers of grand cities, deep mountain forests, and the ends of the Dead Sea, suddenly lifted their heads to the sky. Each gazed in different directions, sensing an inexplicable dread emanating from within, leaving them utterly astonished. What overwhelming pressure! Who could it be? Who is battling? This terrifying sensation is even more daunting than the eternal night demon emperor. Who is it? How can there be such a terrifying presence in the demon domain? Damn! I knew the outside world was fraught with danger. I thought I had reached a level of cultivation to rival the eternal night demon emperor, finally free to cultivate without fear. It seems I must remain cautious for a while longer. In a secluded valley, deep within its depths, an atmosphere thick with ominous energy lingered, yet there lay an altar surrounded by blood, upon which a multitude of formidable emperor-level beings sat. The sheer number was hard to fathom at a glance. They simultaneously opened their eyes, glowing with a red light, and an unexpected glimmer appeared within their elongated gazes. This power does not belong to the Qing'an continent. One of them spoke solemnly, high above the courtyard, after displaying his understanding of the elegant sword technique. Lu Qing'an withdrew his sword domain with a mere thought. In the next moment, the space he had disrupted quickly restored itself under his magical energy. He descended back into the courtyard, smiling at his eldest daughter, Zixuan. Can you discern the primary difference between my sword and yours? Lu Zixuan, feeling awkward, replied, Father, how can I answer? My sword was merely childish play. The difference lies in the infusion of sword intent. However, you are still too weak to comprehend what sword intent truly is. You can learn some superficial aspects to incorporate into this sword technique. Allow me to awaken it within you. Lu Qing'an approached his daughter, gently tapping her forehead. In an instant, Lu Zixuan floated upward, enveloped in a sphere of energy, her eyes closing as she entered a wondrous state of enlightenment. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes, exuding a unique aura. Father, what is this? Lu Zixuan exclaimed, feeling as though she had touched upon a special realm. As she raised her hands, a distinct energy emerged, exuding a sense of purity and clarity. This is the intent you have comprehended. Although it is vastly different from sword intent, if you incorporate this intent into your sword technique, its power will significantly enhance. Lu Qing'an smiled. Really? Let me try? Lu Zixuan eagerly soared into the sky, retrieving her divine weapon to execute the sword technique once more. After demonstrating the technique, she immediately perceived a marked increase in its potency. Not only did it look more impressive, but its power had more than doubled. Wow, it's true. Lu Zixuan was overwhelmed with excitement. Observing his daughter's success on her first attempt, Lu Qing'an felt even more pleased with her innate talent. Truly, she was his daughter. He then turned his gaze towards Sun Minzi, signaling for her to step forward. Soon, Sun Minzi also experienced a transformation. Compared to the rapid progress of Lu Zixuan, Sun Minzi's improvement was slightly slower, having practiced the Fenghua sword technique several times before fully mastering it. In Lu Qing'an's eyes, this talent was quite exceptional. Only a handful in the entire demon domain could earn his recognition. Master, during our last battle, you didn't even use 1/10 of your strength, Li Zongxuan remarked. Lu Qing'an chuckled, and patted Li Zhangshuan on the shoulder. You are already formidable. My situation is quite unique and differs from yours. He possessed a system and concealed within his sea of consciousness a millionfold cultivation, making anyone else appear inferior by comparison. Thus, they were incomparable. All right. As long as you are stronger than me, I can accept that. Li Zhangshuan replied with a smile. Now, let us prepare for dinner, Lu Qing'an said, draping his arm over his disciple's shoulder as they made their way inside. The family enjoyed a cheerful dinner, followed by a gathering filled with laughter and conversation that lasted well into the night. The following day, upon arriving at the academy, Lu Zixuan and son Minzi walked together towards a classroom. Upon reaching it, they encountered a striking short-haired woman standing at the entrance. The two exchanged glances and approached her. But before they could reach her, a group of girls confronted the short-haired woman. Huajia, why have you suddenly stopped training with us? One asked. Hua, I noticed you've been spending time with two unknowns. Have you abandoned us? Another chimed in. Indeed, I've never seen those two before. They seem to lack strength and come from no prominent faction. What could you possibly gain from associating with them? Faced with these inquiries, Hua frowned slightly. At that moment, one remarkably elegant girl among them raised her hand for silence, and the others instantly quieted down. Zhangya fixed her gaze on Hua and spoke softly. Ahua, our families have been close for generations, with countless business collaborations. We have been friends since childhood. How can you abandon me for two strangers? Please don't speak ill of them. They are quite nice. We can all get along. Hua replied. You dare to defend those two wild women? Zhangya feigned a dramatic gesture, clutching her chest and feigning tears. Who are you calling wild women? At this moment, Lu Zixuan stepped forward. Chapter 77. A weapon that stunned the companions upon seeing Lu Zixuan and son Minzi approach. Zhangya and her companions immediately regarded them with hostility. Hua, seeing Lu Zixuan and son Minzi, forced a bitter smile. Zixuan, Minzi, I apologize. These are my friends, and they may have some misunderstandings about you. Seeing Hua's attempt to ease the tension, Lu Zixuan decided to show her some courtesy and refrained from further arguing with Zhangya. We are not wild women. We just joined the academy not long ago. I am Lu Zixuan, and this is my good friend, son Minzi. Lu Zixuan looked at Zhangya and her group, attempting to introduce herself. Zhangya frowned at Lu Zixuan, scoffing, just joined the academy recently? Who are you trying to fool? The admission period has long passed, with the next evaluation scheduled 3 years from now. But I truly haven't seen them in the academy, another girl whispered to Zhangya. That's why they are suspicious. Zhangya, clearly agitated, demanded, what faction do you come from? She was genuinely curious about how these two stunningly beautiful girls had appeared in the academy without her knowledge. Lu Zixuan replied, we belong to no faction. Oh, so you are loose cultivators, Zhangya sneered. Sort of, Lu Zixuan nodded. Now, let us not speak harshly. For the sake of camaraderie. As we are all of similar cultivation levels and youthful prodigies, it would be beneficial to exchange experiences rather than engage in conflict. Seeing the atmosphere shifting again, Hua hurriedly intervened. To her, it mattered little whether Lu Zixuan and son Minzi hailed from a top-tier faction. During their cooperative challenges, she found them exceedingly capable, far surpassing her previous companions. Their character was commendable, and she was delighted to forge a friendship with them. Lu Zixuan, wishing to ease Hua's discomfort, addressed Zhangya. We truly just joined the academy. We harbor no ill intentions. If possible, we could train together and share our insights. Recalling her father's advice about making acquaintances in the academy, she resolved to attempt friendship with Zhangya and her group. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. But she had taken the first step. Indeed, our cultivation levels are similar, both at the integration stage, and your talent is somewhat acceptable. But have you heard the saying? Different circles should not be forcibly integrated. How could mere loose cultivators like you be friends with daughters of prestigious families? Zhangya's expression was rife with disdain. Exactly. Look, this is the treasured sword my father prepared for me. You could never hope to possess such a weapon. Suddenly, a girl behind Zhangya presented a mid-tier 10th grade sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, adorned with gemstones that conveyed a sense of opulence. The other girls regarded Lu Zixuan and son Minzi with the disdain reserved for jesters. Surely, they must be envious of such a sword. Hua's expression turned peculiar, for she knew that both Lu Zixuan and son Minzi wielded 10th grade supreme swords themselves. During their challenges together, they had used these exquisite weapons, which felt unlike ordinary 10th grade swords, as if crafted by an exceptionally powerful blacksmith. Oh, that sword is yours, not ours. Minzi, let them broaden their horizons, Lu Zixuan said, smiling as she drew forth the sword they had received from Wang Duanshan. She refrained from revealing her father's sword, preferring to keep it hidden for now to avoid unwanted attention. Sun Minzi, nodding with a smile, also presented the sword Lu Zixuan had gifted her. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to an icy silence. The young women's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the 10th grade supreme swords held by Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi. Impossible. Zhang Ye gasped in shock. Is this a fake? Lu Zixuan inquired. This looks like it was forged by the renowned blacksmith Wang Duanshan from our domain. One of Zhang Ye's companions exclaimed. This revelation stunned Moronghua. Wang Duanshan. No wonder, she thought, realizing that the craftsmanship of these swords was indeed extraordinary. The girl who recognized the swords did so because her father had been fortunate enough to possess a sword forged by Wang Duanshan, which he displayed prominently. She, as a daughter, had seen this style of forging numerous times, thus she immediately recognized the distinctive craftsmanship. Zhang Ye was no exception. Her exclamation stemmed from her recognition that these two swords were crafted by none other than the most formidable blacksmith in the demon realm, Wang Duanshan. Her father possessed one as well. Lu Zixuan turned her gaze towards the speaking woman, surprised, and remarked, Your perception is quite sharp. These indeed are the swords forged by Grandfather Wang. Grandfather Wang. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. How could she refer to Wang Duanshan as Grandfather Wang? What was her true identity? Zixuan, are you well acquainted with Grandmaster Wang Duanshan? Moronghua, equally astonished, inquired hastily. How should I put it? We're not exactly close. Just met a few times, Lu Zixuan replied. After Wang Duanshan visited their courtyard, he appeared before them a few times, subsequently working with He Hong in the nearby forging room. The two were seemingly immersed in their craft, as if they would not emerge until every weapon for her father was completed. Humph, I thought you were truly familiar with him. Just embellishing your own image, are you? Calling him Grandfather Wang so casually. Zhang Ye gritted her teeth, though she was genuinely envious of the swords in their hands. Yeah, please refrain from speaking like that. Moronghua frowned. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and demanded, Tell us, how did you acquire these two swords? They were given by Grandfather Wang, Lu Zixuan stated. A chorus of voices erupted. Oh, really? Given? Why don't you mention that Grandmaster Wang presented a plethora of swords for your selection, and you simply turned them down while shamelessly accepting these? Zhang Ye laughed in exasperation, her demeanor shifting to that of a lemon, dripping with sarcasm. She was uncertain of how Lu Zixuan and her companion obtained these swords, but their words were undoubtedly fabricated. It was highly probable that they had an elder backing them, who had paid a handsome sum for Wang Duanshan's assistance in forging weapons. Hearing Zhang Ye's remarks, Lu Zixuan could not help but blink her beautiful eyes and responded. What a coincidence. It seems to align quite well with what you said. Chapter 78. Bringing a group of classmates home. Sun Minzi observed Zhang Ye and the others looking at Lu Zixuan as if she were a fraud. And she shook her head. She had witnessed that scene firsthand. It indeed matched Zhang Ye's description quite closely. Haha, Ahua, did you see that? A mouth full of lies. Are you sure you want to be friends with someone like that? Zhang Ye seemed to have seized on Lu Zixuan's weakness and turned to Moronghua, appearing earnest, as if she feared Moronghua might be deceived. Moronghua, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Zixuan, this does seem a bit. How do you feel about my honesty? Do you really think we came by these two swords fairly? Lu Zixuan countered. You probably just got lucky and acquired some exquisite forging materials, begging Grandmaster Wang to forge for you. Humph, no matter the reason you obtained these swords, it does not absolve you of the fact that you're lying. Zhang Ye stated firmly. Lu Zixuan shrugged. Think as you wish. Perhaps this is what they call differing paths that do not intersect. Ahua, do you believe me? She cared only for Moronghua's perspective. She genuinely wanted to integrate into Zhang Ye's circle, especially since her father had advised her to make more friends. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Moronghua was unsure how to respond. She still held some doubt and could only steer the conversation away, saying, Let us not discuss this anymore. The class is about to begin. Let us go inside. Wait, there's still some time before class starts. Let us talk a bit more. Zhang Ye seized the rare opportunity to clarify Lu Zixuan's true nature, refusing to give up on discussing the swords gifted by Wang Duanshan or Lu Zixuan's audacious claim of calling him Grandfather Wang. You just said you weren't very familiar with Grandmaster Wang, merely having met a few times, yet you call him grandfather? Could you provide a more satisfactory explanation? Moronghua frowned. She felt somewhat uncomfortable with Zhang Ye's approach. Must you make it so difficult for her? Because my father is quite close with Grandfather Wang. Lu Zixuan replied calmly. Is that so? Who is your father? Zhang Ye asked mockingly. He is Wang Duanshan. In the entire demon realm, no one dares to disregard him. Even our academy's head or the solitary demon emperor would find it challenging to engage Wang Duanshan's assistants in forging unless they present conditions that would pique his interest. Moreover, I have never heard of Wang Duanshan being particularly close with anyone. Zhang Ye laughed, as Wang Duanshan was notoriously reclusive. Lu Zixuan almost blurted out that her father was the eternal night demon emperor, but held back, remembering her father's advice to avoid mentioning her lineage unless absolutely necessary. Sun Minzi had provided her with an explanation. Her father had slain many powerful figures in the demon realm, and their descendants could harbor resentment against her. Glancing at the crowd, she was uncertain if any of Zhang Ye's companions had been harmed by her father. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "My father is also a rogue cultivator. You wouldn't have heard of him. So you claim that Grandmaster Wang is on good terms with a rogue cultivator? How laughable. You don't even know his temperament." Zhang Ye mocked. Lu Zixuan retorted, "Perhaps you have never even met him. I find Grandfather Wang to be quite amiable, with a gentle smile and kindness towards others." Sun Minzi, hearing this, forced a smile of embarrassment. "Zixuan, what you said earlier was indeed inaccurate, but this statement holds truth. Grandmaster Wang is quite eccentric, only appearing benevolent towards your father and you." Zhang Ye's laughter grew louder at Lu Zixuan's comments. Moronghua, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, sighed. "Zixuan, let us leave it at that. Class is starting." "Fine, since you don't believe me. I can't be bothered to prove anything. The swords are in my hands, so feel free to imagine whatever you wish." Lu Zixuan no longer cared about Zhang Ye's opinions. After speaking, she turned to Moronghua. "Ahua, my father invited you to dinner at our home. Do you have time after class?" She sensed her father wanted to meet her new friends to assess their character. To her, Moronghua seemed quite decent, worthy of becoming one of her close friends. Moronghua was taken aback. "Dinner?" Lu Zixuan nodded. "I do have some time, but why does your father want to meet me?" she asked, puzzled. "I have very few friends in the demon realm. Minzi is one, and you are the second. He simply wishes to meet my friends." "All right, I can come over." Moronghua did not refuse, as the Magic Willow Academy conducted thorough investigations into the family backgrounds of all students, and she could inform her father in advance. Moreover, she possessed a powerful protective talisman. If her life were threatened, her father could arrive swiftly. "Ahua, how can you go home with someone you hardly know?" Zhang Ye quickly interjected. "I trust Zixuan," Moronghua asserted. "Then take me along." Zhang Ye exclaimed. "We want to join as well." The other girls quickly chimed in. They were indeed curious about Lu Zixuan's family, and among them, Zhang Ye harbored a particular intention to expose Lu Zixuan's deceit. Lu Zixuan glanced at Zhang Ye and the others, musing that bringing back more people wouldn't be a bother, but she still needed to consult her father. "I shall send a voice transmission to my father." She produced a sound transmission jade slip, inquiring briefly before receiving an affirmative reply. "My father said it's permissible." Upon hearing this news, her father was evidently taken aback, asking her how she had made so many friends. "All right, it's settled," Zhang Ye declared, fixing her gaze upon Lu Zixuan. "Just wait and see. I'm eager to discover the truth about your father. As a mere wandering cultivator, he should have heard of my father's name. When the time comes, I will introduce myself to your father and observe his reaction." Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Lu Qing'an stored away the sound transmission jade slip, a smile gracing his lips. Wang Duanshan and He Hong were seated before Lu Qing'an, watching the rare smile on his face. Wang Duanshan inquired with a chuckle, "What is the good news?" Lu Qing'an replied with a smile, "Zixuan mentioned she would bring a group of friends over for dinner. I didn't expect her to be so sociable. In just a few days, she has made so many acquaintances. She seems to possess better social skills than I do as her father. My friends in the demon realm are quite limited, mostly those forged through conflicts. Oh, then I ought to prepare some small gifts for Zixuan's friends." Wang Duanshan remarked with a grin. His return to the courtyard was prompted by the completion of the tasks assigned to them by Lu Qing'an. Observing the assortment of treasures placed upon the table, Lu Qing'an commented, "The weapons and armor produced this time are quite impressive. Once the children return, we shall equip them." Just as he finished speaking, his attention was caught by a piece of armor he had specially commissioned for his eldest daughter, noting a slight asymmetry. "Old Wang, this section is not right. Please revise it to ensure complete symmetry. Otherwise, my daughter will feel uncomfortable wearing it." "Really? You noticed that? Truly a meticulous father." Wang Duanshan replied. "Very well, I shall attend to it promptly." Chapter 79, Manifesting in Public at the Malyo Academy. The instructor entered the classroom, where Lu Zixuan and her peers were seated in a row. The instructor, named Murong Shan, was an elderly man and, coincidentally, an elder from the Murong family. "Ahua, this Murong Shan also bears the surname Murong. Do you know him?" Lu Zixuan inquired. Moronghua, seated beside Lu Zixuan, smiled and responded, "Indeed, he is an elder from our Morong family." "I see, what a coincidence." Lu Zixuan smiled. "In this lesson, I wish to teach you a sword technique known as the Finghua sword technique, which our Morong family is permitted to share. This technique is suitable for all sword cultivators and is very fundamental. If you are interested in learning, you may approach me for the heart method. Of course, if you choose not to learn, you may still gain some insights from my explanation of this technique," Morong Shan said, while stroking his beard with a smile. Upon hearing this, a multitude of students eagerly raised their hands to receive the heart method. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi exchanged glances, thinking that this was quite fortuitous, for they had just mastered this very sword technique the previous night. "By the way, Zixuan, Minzi, did you study this sword technique after returning home?" Morong Hua asked with a smile. Zhanya frowned. "Hua, did you also give them the sword technique?" "Our family has been sharing this sword technique externally," Morong Hua nodded. Their clan had propagated this technique to enhance their reputation, and now the Morong family enjoyed considerable acclaim, partly due to this very practice. Lu Zixuan smiled and replied, "The two of us succeeded in our practice last night, and with my father's assistance in refining it, we now possess our own understanding of the sword technique." She felt that this sword technique suited her remarkably well and was grateful to Morong Hua for providing it. Morong Hua stared at her in disbelief for a moment. "What? You succeeded in your practice? Are you certain?" He blinked, his face a canvas of incredulity. This sword technique was not particularly difficult, merely above average. And during her own training, she had taken about half a month to grasp it, yet she had not even mastered it to perfection, let alone developed her own interpretation. Her talent had been deemed exceptionally outstanding by her family. Lu Zixuan and Sun Minzi nodded earnestly, their expressions sincere. Seeing that they appeared genuine, Morong Hua fell silent. "Is it truly that remarkable? You're just boasting." Zhanya could no longer contain herself. "You succeeded in one night. Are you really that good at boasting?" Not only Zhanya, but several other girls seated beside her cast disdainful glances at Lu Zixuan and her friend. They've taken bragging to a whole new level, to the point where they no longer need to draft a script. They had all received the sword technique from Morong Hua and attempted to practice it, only to find that it typically took at least a month to grasp even the basics, even with guidance from family elders. Morong Hua felt that the two had no reason to lie, for such an assertion could be easily tested. "Zixuan, what level of cultivation does the brother who taught you possess?" He pondered aloud. Perhaps the individual guiding them was exceptionally skilled and had mastered the Morong family's sword technique to perfection. Lu Zixuan smiled and replied, "He is at the peak of the Emperor realm." "Oh, no wonder. Wait, are you certain he is your brother?" Morong Hua nodded, initially convinced, but upon deeper reflection, he felt something was amiss. A peak Emperor realm expert should surely be more than a mere brother. Her father, too, was a peak Emperor realm expert. Yet he was considered quite senior, a rare occurrence indeed. In the demon realm, it was uncommon for peak Emperor realm experts to be of a young age. Lu Zixuan smiled. "My father asked me to call him that. He is my father's disciple, so in terms of seniority, we are on the same level." Morong Hua blinked rapidly in astonishment. "Your father's disciple? Then your father must be quite formidable. His disciple is already at the peak of the Emperor realm? Who exactly is your father? Stop boasting. You're just making this up." Zhanya interjected again, unable to restrain herself. Lu Zixuan, uninterested in Zhanya's remarks, merely rolled her eyes. "What am I boasting about? Which part of my words is untrue? If I were to tell you that my father is the eternal night demon emperor, would you accuse me of hysteria? Now, I'm even more curious. Let us dismiss the class and head to your home." Morong Hua expressed her keen interest in Lu Zixuan's father. She began to believe that Lu Zixuan's earlier statements might not be entirely fabricated. A peak Emperor realm expert with a peak Emperor realm disciple could indeed have connections with Wang Duanshan. "Hua, have you lost your mind? You can't possibly believe her, can you?" Zhanya gasped, her chest heaving with agitation. What kind of enchantment had she fallen under? "All right, I shall commence the lesson on this sword technique. By the way, to provide you with a more tangible experience of practicing this technique, Xiao Hua, please come forward to demonstrate the sword technique," Morong Shan announced with a smile from the podium. Upon hearing her name called by Morong Shan, Morong Hua promptly stood up. "All right." Then she turned to Lu Zixuan and the others, saying, "Please refrain from making noise. I will be back shortly." Lu Zixuan nodded. However, at that moment, Zhanya quickly stood up. "Grandpa Morong, this student claims to have mastered the Finghua sword technique overnight. She should demonstrate it." Zhanya seized the opportunity, standing tall and fixing her mischievous gaze on Lu Zixuan. At her words, all eyes in the room turned to Lu Zixuan. The girls seated beside Zhang Yu exchanged amused glances. It seems our dear Yejie is quite clever. Now Lu Zixuan is bound to be embarrassed. To claim she mastered the Fenghua sword technique in one night, and even professed to have her own understanding. How audacious. How will you boast now? Mo Ronghua cast a glance at Lu Zixuan. Her curiosity piqued regarding whether Lu Zixuan had truly mastered this sword technique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Zixuan displayed no signs of anxiety. She rose with a serene countenance, her eyes shimmering with confidence. Very well, allow me to demonstrate. Mo Rongshan initially thought that Zhang Yu and the others were merely jesting. Successfully mastering a sword technique in a single night was no trivial matter, especially when it concerned the illustrious swordplay of the Morong family. However, upon witnessing Lu Zixuan genuinely stand, his doubts began to surface. Was this truly a jest? Wait a moment, it must be a jest. This young lady must have been practicing their splendid sword technique for quite some time, and now she merely sought to embellish her performance in front of an audience. Who would have thought that a girl would also relish the spotlight? Then please proceed. Mo Rongshan chuckled, recognizing the camaraderie between Lu Zixuan and Mo Ronghua, deciding to indulge in their playful antics. Lu Zixuan nodded, leaping from her seat to the training space at the podium. Instructor, shall I perform directly here? Lu Zixuan inquired. Mo Rongshan nodded calmly, surveying her surroundings. Lu Zixuan noted that while the space was ample, should she unleash a top-tier sword, it could potentially damage the structure. After a moment of contemplation, the image of her father's demonstration from the previous night surfaced in her mind, prompting her lips to curl into a smile as she began to mimic the movements. In the next instant, her body trembled as a surge of energy radiated from her. Extending her hand, her fingers became the sword, and with a swift motion, she struck. Whoosh! The air around her transformed into a torrent of sword energy, converging toward the primary blade, slicing through the surrounding void with a resounding crackle. This sword technique was not only visually captivating, but also exemplified the beauty of symmetry, devoid of any flaws. After executing the move, Lu Zixuan exhaled, satisfied. I did well. Without error. Turning to Mo Rongshan, she asked, Instructor, is that sufficient? Mo Rongshan remained silent, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Zixuan sensed an unusual atmosphere in the classroom. Turning her gaze, she found Mo Ronghua and Zhang Yu, among others, with their eyes widened and mouths agape. The entire hall fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard.